back, Dota fans. An event 2 years in the making again, Trent. Normally that's not the case, but TI is here. It's happening. It's live. How you feeling?
That's a very long welcome back. They waited a while. Yeah, that was,
I hope they weren't
this was
holding their
not like,
breath.
to be continued. It was like the worst cliffhanger ever.
I know.
But finally, we are here, and yeah, we're here. Lovely Romania, guys. The stadium is beautiful.
Oh, it is.
Obviously, we're very sorry that you
It's
can't join us
heartbreaking.
here. It pains us to walk out there and see how incredible it is. But thankfully, our players are here, and the day's just getting started. The group stage is just getting started.
Yeah.
This is where it all counts. It all comes down to this
Absolutely.
every year or every 2 years in this case.
True. And, I know that everybody's excited to probably go and checking out that mainstream, but this is where the action's really going to happen. We got a grudge match, if ever there was one, to start it all off. Alliance facing off against OG. All 10 players are already in the lobby. We're just waiting for this match to get started right at that 10 o'clock mark local time. And at least for myself, I think that this is sort of like I'm very excited for what's going on in the mainstream because you're going to be able to take a lot of looks around. But the other benefit is that if there is a match like this that you're really interested in, invested as a viewer, you can just pop on over to any one of these streams where there are 4 of them going on continuously. And there's going to be some good Dota to be had. So
The best
I can't
Dota.
wait. The best.
Yes, that's
best,
what
the
we're here
best.
for too. And thankfully, the best Dota for the first series is right here.
That's true.
'Cause,
Dude, we got so lucky.
We really did. I looked at that schedule, was like, oh yeah, let's go. This is the one with the coaching kerfuffle, the social media shenanigans. You've all seen it. You're all pretty aware of these two teams, and that this makes the best matchups, right?
Right. And
Rivalry.
well, and not only that, but it's like, there's sort of this storyline of them playing against each other continuously in the DPC throughout the entire year and a half, year and two. Has it been 2 years?
It's been a while, bud.
It's been a really long time.
But
But
I had
then,
another child. Let's just say, all right, since I last went to a Dota event, I have a child that walks and talks. All right, so that was a bit of a long wait, guys.
exactly.
Okay.
I can't wait. It's going to be so sick. But I think that that's something else to sort of think about, right? Is that there's like this history that's built up and this sort of experience that we've seen of Alliance dominating an online play.
Yes.
And then the question is, okay, we said that the teams are here. Technically, they're not in the stadium. They're back in the hotel room. So it's sort of
True.
similar to that.
And they got a little upset, of course, with some of the criticisms towards their team and everything, and so they came in with they've thrown down the gauntlet here. I don't know if
Right.
you guys are aware, they are the only team at the International without a coach.
Ooh.
This is like the ultimate pride move. I love
like
this.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
If it works.
So here's the thing, right? Like I oftentimes talked about Quincy Crew as the team that like has a chip on their shoulder a little bit and wanting to do stuff. Alliance is like a tostada on the shoulder.
It's
like
huge.
it's a big chip. They're ready to go. But then on top of that, like it's just this story of this team that at least for myself, when I first saw the roster, I was not a believer. I didn't, but they kind of proved me wrong throughout all of this period of time since they've been brought over as a squad. So I'm really stoked about that, and I think that this is going to be a great match to start off. Again, as I'm sure all of you out there are aware, it is going to be best of 2s throughout the entire time, so there won't be that like key deciding game if it goes 1-1. Personally, I hope it goes 1-1. I think that that'd be a really cool storyline.
No,
And then,
give me
like,
winners. Give me losers.
you want that?
No ties. That's
Oh,
not how we
man.
do things, all right?
See, this is a personality difference between us.
No. I would just be upset. I know if I was playing and we got 1-1 and we just have to go somewhere else, like, no. I'm
Right.
not okay with that.
And you know that both teams would be like, God, we should have owned
Oh,
this.
we would have won game 3.
would've
We
won that.
definitely would have won game 3. Yeah.
There's no question that that's the mentality.
Unanswered questions at the
Right.
end of these best of 2s. But it does make the best group stage, so
True.
I will allow it.
And it's going to be a lot of games. That's the other thing to keep in mind. We've got 5 best of 2s throughout the entire course of it, starting at the 10 a.m. mark right around now, which should hopefully be starting in just a moment here, and then going on for a long time. And there's going to be matches that are going kind of constantly throughout. So, keeping up that sort of stamina as a team is going to be really important. We were talking with Insania this morning, and he was sort of mentioning that, like, we were mentioning, because you and I are in the first and the last series of the day,
Yeah.
but also the players, like from a player mentality, you need to be able to keep up that stamina. So we'll have to see how they deal later on today with the sort of struggles, because I think that this group plays 3 in a row, or 3 games today continuously. So something to keep in mind.
And of course, with that happening, like you're playing a lot of games, everyone is playing a lot of games. And so one thing that often happens at every TI is there's essentially one massive room of fiending. All
Right.
right, so you have like all these screens, and any team that's not playing at the moment, or even if they are playing at the moment, maybe their coaches are there, their analysts are there, and there's all these screens, and everyone's watching. Everyone's like moving from screen to screen, trying to see like, what's happening over here. Like, what are these
Right.
guys picking? He's like, is Tiny actually good? Is it really broken? Are we banning Tiny? Are we picking Tiny?
Right. That's
Who are
where
we
the meta's
banning?
made.
Is it Monkey King or Tiny? And this is what ruins your predictions. But
Yes.
that's where everything gets decided. So there's not really much of a fiending room, of course, this year due to
Right.
all the protocols and everything. So that's why it's really important to have this coach or this analyst though on your team, because you need someone who's watching these other games and trying to feed you little tidbits. You know,
Yes.
there's just so much information. It's a massive overload. Much like when you're playing Dota to try and compete in a big group stage like this, it's all about like how you handle all that information and where you make the best decisions.
Right. And I think that there's this like thought process that a lot of fans have when they're watching these games, that like all these teams are omnipotent and know exactly what's the best and the other
Mhm.
stuff. Like these couple of days here are where the meta is made and where the sort of continuation of the rest of TI comes out. And of course, there's going to be some pocket picks. There's going to be some of those key heroes that are maybe saved and things that teams have been working on and hiding under the S word. We'll just say I'm not going to say it out loud.
Mhm.
There's no smurfing that happens in Dota, definitely not. But as a player,
Unless
like
they call us in.
exactly,
Yeah.
then we're
Bring in the
gonna
real talent, obviously.
but yeah, like who knows? Maybe they come out with something on the first pick here, and nobody ends up seeing it. I've seen a couple broods, but I think that hero's like mega dead. But if there was ever a time to sneak one out,
There's always expectations for heroes coming to TI,
Right.
of course. I know a lot of us like to fiend the pubs
Oh, yeah.
before TI starts. It makes the best pubs of the year, right? You have all the players in a single region. There's lots of spicy matchups happening. Someone gets mad at someone for taking their role. Great stuff.
oh yeah,
We got some big heroes coming out here. And of course, I'm sure a lot of you have made your predictions. I hope that you got them in there in time. If you didn't, maybe there's still
Is there
time.
still time?
I don't think there is.
let me check.
Why don't you check? Let's see here. Your fantasy draft, did it say it's locked yet? If you can't tell, guys, we are waiting for the lobby. We're not actually
Yes.
holding up the game just to talk
Promise.
to you guys about fantasy. Would be worth it, though.
I actually can't tell.
I
There's
hope yours
no
is
way.
set there, bud.
I hope that that we're in the line.
Either way, make sure you set them every day to get your chests. Also, you get chests for watching for 1 hour. But anyway, back to the meta. Important things.
Right.
So you have your hero expectations,
Mhm.
right? We've all made our predictions based off of this. We've had the Monkey Kings, the Tinies, Pango's still
Right.
up there, a
Right.
little bit of Bane. You got any heroes you're liking a lot right now?
I mean, I think those are the main ones. Monkey King to me feels very cool, and I think that there's some like teams that are going to be more willing to do it and like flex it between those
Mhm.
couple of different roles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, I secretly think that Night Stalker is still very good.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a hero that kind of like the stocks went really high and then they just started and it's like now kind of going under the radar a little bit. Like there might be people that are like not fully, particularly if you're sort of watching from afar, not fully up to date on.
That's
the
how I
Night
feel
Stalker
about Chen.
stuff.
I
Yeah,
think everyone stopped playing Chen intentionally.
Yeah.
I think they didn't want the nerf bat to come out. They're just like, we'll wait till TI.
exactly.
We'll bring the Chen back in.
That's the
We'll-
time.
We'll see. This could be the matchup for it, I suppose. But yeah, I remember there was a conversation between Gunnar and Febby at TI9 where they discussed how the meta evolves during TI. And essentially, before TI, we have these ideas that we're discussing now about what heroes are good based off of pubs. Now, for the past week, sure, they've been playing pubs, but they've also been scrimming a bunch, all these teams. And so within the first like day or two, you get this idea of just like, oh, so I guess this is the meta now, right? The group
Right.
stage starts. Now we have an established meta. Then the group stage ends. We have the break day. That first day of playoffs is the new meta. Suddenly things change,
Yeah.
right? And then the meta doesn't shift again until the actual grand finals.
Right.
And that's where you get your full, like, these are the two teams, these are the heroes they like, and
Mhm.
they're going to develop their own meta based off of these picks and bans and, like, what you're comfortable playing against the important and established tools that that opponent has.
It reminds me a lot. I think we've talked about this a couple of times, like the TI8 meta that existed, and I think about that one a lot. Where like people, there was a sort of the question of like Venge and Earthshaker, and like in our heads we had sort of said that like we feel like Earthshaker is eventually going to be really good,
Mm-hmm.
and what we saw in the group stage was that Venge got picked over and over and over and over and over again. And it really fell off by the time we got to the main
Yeah.
event. And so it ended up being that Venge was the most picked hero of
Yeah.
that entire tournament, but then it wasn't picked like almost at all in the main event. It was
Yeah.
like much more Earthshaker that got picked a lot through then, which is so interesting, right? Like just the developing of what people think is good versus what actually ends up being the strongest stuff. And sometimes it might even be a situation where like the strongest thing doesn't even end up getting picked at TI. It's like afterwards we're like, oh wait, this other hero was actually crazy strong. We didn't even get a chance to try it out. and then that hero dominates the next major or something.
There are always hidden heroes, and I mean, we're hoping to find one at TI. That's ideal, not
True.
not after, right?
Yeah.
Io has snuck in as a hidden hero, of course, most notably last year, right? No one
Right.
was really on the Io that much. I mean, sure,
Yeah.
there's some discussions, and it's like, oh, core Io. All right, that's just where we're at. And speaking of Io, I don't. Okay, I guess this is getting delayed a little bit, so we'll have
Oh
to start getting a
no.
little bit sneaky here, guys.
Now here's the question: Can you reveal the things that you want to talk about? Is that allowed? Do you know
No, no,
privileged
no, I don't.
information?
What?
No. Do you know any
No,
privilege?
nothing
Okay.
privileged. No
Okay.
privilege.
All right. All right.
This is public. Seb has been spamming Io,
Oh, okay.
like 12 games.
Get him, everybody. Go, go, go.
Off lane Io. So we might be getting a little bit of that. I could see that being a first phase ban here, just
But
because
that's a
like,
question. Is that the fake out, right?
dude, that's so worth though, because like they're just
Think
gonna play
about
it
that.
support anyway. I don't
Right.
want to deal with that through the whole drafting phase of
Okay.
just like, oh, where's this Io going? Because like,
Yeah.
yeah, it could be a massive bait, and well done if it is, Seb.
To me that feels like it's a massive bait because he's playing it like on his main account now.
Yeah, but it's good.
Yeah, but like, is it?
Have you seen Mech? It is very cheap, guys. Back in my day,
Yeah.
playing a support,
It
you
costs so
couldn't
much
buy a
mana.
mech unless you had like 800 mana.
Right. It's
Now,
so much
now
mana.
it's like 125.
Wasn't
No
it like
stats though.
275 mana or
I
something
don't know.
like
It was
that?
a lot of mana. It
super
was over. It was like
expensive.
250 plus. It was brutal, and it was expensive.
Yeah.
Now it's dirt cheap. It's like 1,800 something gold.
And you get like different things from it obviously, but it's still a situation where like that item can make all the difference in the world. It's like Dawnbreaker, right? Like you
Mhm.
sort of have this situation
Oh
where
God, I forgot about that hero.
I mean,
I totally forgot that hero actually exists in this. All right, cool.
it's one of those things where like you see that hero picked up. I mean, I think the reason that we're forgetting about it is because we're assuming it's going to be banned every game, right?
Eh,
Like, you don't think so?
I'm a meh. I'll let her prove herself.
Okay.
I'm not a believer.
I don't know. There's
I
been
agree she's annoying, but I
Yeah.
don't know if she's like major ban material quite yet.
Listen, you
She
see
needs to
that
flex her
little
stuff a
hammer
little
come
bit.
out, she like tosses that thing, and you just die no matter where you are. It feels like, oh god, that hero's so annoying to play against. But I think that it also part of the thing that fits with it really well is that you're talking about that mech, right?
Mhm.
You think about rushing that mech on a Dawnbreaker, you get that pretty early on. Suddenly, the ulti comes in, you
Uh-huh.
pop down there on the
Wait,
ground.
so
a
let me
huge
let me
turnaround.
just.
Okay.
And this would be an off lane. Is that what I'm saying?
No, more
Dawnbreaker?
position like a support. Why not?
So it's but just to be clear, it would be like buying a mech, and it would be like globally moving
Yeah.
with a heal.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. I think I
So
understand.
why wouldn't I just be Io?
Because she can kill people too. Io just is a little ball following people around. She's the one that makes the plays happen. Now here's a question:
Mm-hmm.
Dawnbreaker and Io.
Whoa, that's a lot of heals, and it's AOE heals, so it would get
Yeah.
doubled up on the if
Yeah,
someone's tethered. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Some sauce, and
Now-
you'd be like a big global relocate too.
exactly.
Wow.
Although
Look at this, guys. Yeah, you can't do the preemptive.
you would have no stuns though. That's stuns don't win Dota.
I mean, that
What
totally
are you
works for
talking
Nigma, right?
about? Yeah.
No,
God,
good.
too soon.
Okay, well.
Ooh. All right, that-
They're the easy one with the no stuns. Sorry, Curl. My bad.
Oh no.
Um,
Unbelievable.
Yeah, we're still
You're gonna
we're
get
still waiting here,
destroyed.
guys.
You're gonna get blasted.
Why? No one's. We're all just waiting, aren't we? Is this what we're
That's
going
true
for
enough.
here?
That's fair enough. Oh God, I can't wait though.
It's I mean, we talked about it's been 2 years here, guys, and we're relaxing now. This is where you know the delay's coming in. When you ask time and there's no answer,
Yes.
that's when you know things are settling in. So stay a while for a session here, guys. It has been 2 years since TI.
Yes.
And do you guys remember what Dota was like then? Do you know neutral items didn't even exist at TI? I was rewatching the replays, and
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh my god, this is a completely different game. There were shrines.
Yeah.
Shrines.
Wait, really?
Shrines.
Wait, really?
Yes, in the jungle. There were shrines. We still had shrines at TI, guys. We were doing the, hit the showers.
Yeah.
Value shrines.
That blows my mind.
Yeah.
That one's crazy. Because to me, like that feels like it's eras of Dota. So we haven't had even like the outpost things.
No. No neutral items. No outposts.
And so that also means
Think
no.
about all the changes to neutral items that have happened just in their existence, and they weren't
Yes.
even at TI.
And so Void Spirit, and then was it Snapfire the other one?
Mhm.
Okay, so Void Spirit, Snapfire, and Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
Are all the new kids on the block. Yeah, I mean that's going to be interesting. I think that like when you look at heroes that sort of define things, Dawnbreaker to me of those three feels like it's the most like game changing of them because like Void Spirit, you kind of already did it with Storm and Ember,
I'm
right?
not on this
What do
line
you
of
mean?
thinking.
Okay, all right, hear me out. Hear me out. This is the
Oh,
idea.
okay. I see what you're saying. Are you saying that
Yes,
like she's very different compared to the other two?
there's very few other heroes that are
Okay.
like Dawnbreaker. Like,
Okay, but there's literally only like 3 other spirits.
yes, but they existed, and that was like a position that existed within Dota of like
Okay.
the
All right,
the
all right.
hero that goes in and like makes a little bit of chaos, and like Puck sort of fills that role as well, right?
Mhm.
Like that's an archetype of a hero. And Dawnbreaker, I guess the only
Okay,
other one
all
is
right.
Io, actually.
Yeah, she's very similar to Io.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
that's kind of cool. But then like a more aggressive version of that hero, and then Snapfire is sort of weird. I don't really know if there's another one like
She didn't
that.
get her chance. She got owned because TI got so
Yeah,
delayed, you know. She
that's
she
true.
had some sauce. She's lost a lot of the sauce now.
Now here's the thing.
Hmm.
What about Snapfire either off lane or mid?
We don't need the theory crafting right now,
Oh,
kid.
it's gonna be so good though. I know that's gonna get played at some point in time.
Some teams still like it. Some teams that aren't at DPC like it, but some that are at TI but weren't DPC liked it. Some teams here like it. Beast Coast,
Yeah.
they often play it mid. They love it because they used to pick Hector, any sort of a stun in the safe lane, and then Snap would just TP and just kill whoever it was off the stun.
I like it a lot with Clockwork too. I wouldn't
Mhm.
be surprised if we see that out of like Secret, for instance.
Yeah, okay.
I could see that happen. Like I mean, I guess it would probably need to be like either a Zai Clock or Snap, but he could probably play it either way.
Jeez, I'm going to get out my bag of props pretty soon here, guys.
I know we're
I have a
chilling.
chest of just all kinds of. Okay. Turns out there wasn't enough room in my suitcase. I'm sorry. I don't have like big foam fingers or anything to rock out here. That would have been good though.
Yeah,
Did not
another
come
one of your
prepared.
jerseys again potentially.
Yeah, that went over so well last time.
Can I tell you another quick story since, again, we're waiting to fill a little bit of time, figure out what's going on with the players and making sure that they're all good to go. But at TI8, for anybody that doesn't know, our wonderful man, Mr. Trent here,
Hey.
what was even the name of the stadium that y'all were in? Where we were in?
Rogers Arena.
Okay, and
It's
who's
in
the
Vancouver.
I don't know anything about hockey. Who's the team that plays there?
Well, the
It's
Canucks.
not the Leafs.
It's definitely not the Leafs.
Okay, so he wore a Leafs jersey.
Yeah.
And I didn't really understand.
No, you knew that. He was excited. He was like, "Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I didn't.
They like that."
I didn't understand the cultural like connotations that come with that. So we go up out onto the stadium, into the ground floor, and I think we're up there with like March.
It was March and Chobra.
March and Chobra.
Mm.
Camera turns on, and suddenly I hear this sound. There's 25,000 people just booing. Boo. Now, when 25,000 people boo it as you show up on camera, the thought isn't like, oh, they're booing at him. It's, oh, they're booing at you. I did something wrong. I offended Canada.
Yeah, see, I'm used to being just booed constantly, so it just it wasn't even
you
phased.
knew what you were doing. You didn't prepare me for it. That was crazy. God. And then, of course, the other big thing that ended up happening that one was, just in general, that whole experience every time afterwards that you came on camera. I feel like I heard one or two.
Oh yeah, no, they were good boos. It was worthwhile. Yeah.
But yeah, still waiting. It does look like, again, all 10 players in the lobby, just trying to sort out their issues, and hopefully we'll be able to get this game underway in just a couple of moments here. I know that we will.
It has to. I mean, honestly, we waited 2 years, guys. What's another like 20, 50 minutes?
It's true.
I just want to hang out here. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, Sunsfan and Cinder on another one. They have a podcast. They probably just started another episode. You guys might be missing
That's
what we
true.
say things right now.
I think that you should stay on this broadcast, though.
Oh wait, you don't want me to send away the viewers?
Get out of there.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this.
They're not even on right now. Don't look away. Don't check those ones out.
Some people probably just have it muted because they're just waiting for the actual game to start. And so me just doing a bunch of hand motions is probably very confusing if anyone's just muted our tab.
Yeah, well, they're probably not watching. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the other thing to me about this matchup that I sort of I'll go down this analogy route. Yet
Okay,
again.
we're going back to the Dota now.
We're gonna go back.
This
to
is
the Dota.
dangerous. What if we still have another 40 minutes?
So well,
Good. There's our names. Just so you know who to report. Just throw those up there. Yep, that's perfect.
So the other thing that sort of stands out to me about this Alliance roster, and this was something that I alluded to earlier. If anybody out there has seen the movie The Replacements with Keanu Reeves, it's from 2000. And the idea behind it is that you have the NFL that goes on strike. in the United States. Okay.
They made a movie about this.
They
Jeez, they're really
it's a-
digging
so
for
it's a-
content. Now imagine a bunch of millionaires no longer want to play sports
That's
for money.
That's the point of the entire
In
movie.
a world.
Exactly. And so what ends up happening is that Keanu Reeves comes in and they're going to field a new roster from all replacement players, and they're the scrappy underdogs that come in. And
Wait, but are they just playing other scrappy underdogs?
no, they're playing the main team. So it's
Oh, so it's
only
like one team
it's
goes on
one
strike.
team that goes on strike.
Sounds like a terrible plotline.
Listen, that
why
Keanu-
is one team going on strike?
don't analyze it too much, but
Okay.
it had Keanu Reeves in it. Okay, that's
Fair.
the important part.
Yeah, that's fine.
The
We like him.
cyberpunk man, right?
Mhm.
Exactly. So he
Don't label him as that.
I know he's
He's
better
the
than
Point
that.
Break guy.
That's true.
There, boom. Now it's something we can agree on here.
What's Johnny what? Johnny Idaho? Johnny
I don't know.
Iowa?
Silverhand is the cyberpunk one. I
Oh,
thought that's what
okay.
you're going for.
No, the character from
I
Point
can't
Break.
remember.
His name is Johnny something. Go check that
You'd
movie
think
out.
I
It's
would
really
know
good.
because I saw it like 80 million times growing up on one of those channels. It
Yeah.
was just one of those constant
Oh,
rewatch
that
ones.
movie is
Yeah.
so good. Anyways, it's
See,
probably
see how
actually.
he tried to get back to Dota?
I'm
Don't worry,
trying
guys,
to.
I
Here it
got
is.
you.
We're gonna get there.
Okay.
So the
Drive the
idea
bus.
again with
Mhm.
this this analogy, right, is that you've got this roster that needs to come out and be the scrappy underdogs and pull together a bunch of people from all over the place.
Inspirational
Think-
speeches,
Think
you
about
know.
how old some of these players are, you know? Like Nico Baby, he was sort of like that tier 2 player for a really long time. He had to
Mhm.
travel all around, go to Southeast Asia,
Yep.
playing with them, and then I think
Then he
he's-
looked sick, and everyone's like,
Exactly.
"Oh damn! All right, we want this guy."
and so many people were writing him off. Like
Mhm.
at TI8, I feel like I heard so many people that were like, "Oh, that guy's terrible. That guy's bad." This was before he started playing.
Yeah.
And then he came in and dominated. And that's really what it is it's like these people that people have written off. How many times has Limp just failed because of Kyle? Think about that, right?
True.
Like that's the other thing.
That's fair.
Limp and Handskin, they come back in now and they're making this team in like the twilight of their careers, trying to make a run at TI, all held together by S4. S4 is Keanu Reeves.
I think
That's what I'm trying
I
to
think
say.
we just bingoed. Like if we had a bingo card of like talent filling time, so far we've hit like irrelevant movies. We talked about the
Okay.
good old days, about
Yeah.
old patches.
Yep.
Right, that's good. We made fun of Kyle.
Yes.
We have the free space where the coordinator went down for a second. So that one's good. And I'm not sure what our fifth bingo was. Probably just, awkward. Haha, fill time.
That's great.
That's a fair bingo.
Or
All
is
right,
it 5 for
congratulations.
bingo?
Yeah.
Okay.
bingo. Oh my god, dude. Are you okay?
I actually like bingo a lot. Too.
Okay, so here, your scrappy underdogs.
Yeah.
That was OG.
It was.
That was just. I mean, they were literally the replacements. So your analogy is, you should have used that for them.
Well, but I feel like this OG is
They-
a different version of that.
Okay, yeah, but TI. Okay, fair enough. So now Alliance is the new replacements, but TI8 OG was the original replacements. So they're just a
Exactly.
rerun.
Yeah, they're a rerun.
You-
Well, now they've become like they've sort of turned heel a little bit throughout this past
That's true,
year
actually.
a little bit.
Yeah, they really weren't. They were just scrappy underdogs. Like, oh, that's so nice, they won. No one thought they'd win, and then TI.
It's just what happens when you
again.
become a winning team, right? Like
Hmm.
naturally, there's going
Well,
to sort of attract.
They help
that thing.
themselves a little
They-
bit.
no, you're not wrong there.
They
Absolutely.
took some steps to ensure the image was there. They did the heel turn themselves.
That's a fair point. I would not disagree with that. I mean, the other here, I didn't even talk about him yet, but FNG as well.
Mhm.
Like another one of those that like
that's an old guy.
left his own region. I feel like this is one of the older teams that we've got at TI, if I remember that correctly. I feel like
You don't like think of them as being old, but yeah, that's pretty true actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, Nico Baby is somebody that I think a lot of people think of as like
Mhm.
an older person or as a young gun, like a new face on the roster. But really, he's been around for a very long time, so it changes up in that regards. So,
Man, we were just making fun of Kyle, and he walked in.
yeah, how's it going, Kyle?
That's
What's happening,
that's
man?
pretty convenient.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez, they can't see him though.
No, I know it's nice
It's for
though.
their benefit.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He wants to yell at us. What's that, Kyle? You want to watch the game? Yeah, the game's not actually started yet, so I'm gonna go back talking to the stream. If that's cool with you? Is that all right with you, Kyle? Is that cool? Thanks, bud. All right, we have more questions. All right, thank you, Kyle. It's so nice here.
That's so good.
Do you guys have a podcast title that we could use? You got any leftover ones or something? I think so.
Yeah,
It's been,
pretty
I don't know
much.
how long it's been, but we've just been podcasting here for quite a while. What time is it? 10:20. We've been podcasting for 22 minutes.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, they're podcasting
That's
on the mainstream too. All right, cool. Wow, you guys are already at 1/3 of the way to your free chests.
Yeah.
Because after 1 hour. Oh, 5 podcasts? Oh, shit. I bet Suns fan and Cinder are winning.
Yeah,
Ah,
they definitely are.
Ah, darn. Yeah,
All right.
I go to that podcast too. Bye, guys. Thank you. Not you. You guys stay.
Exactly. Don't go anywhere.
Kyle can leave.
Now listen, if they do
You're
want to
trapped
hear
here
from
with
them
us.
again, they can go over to stream C, and they're about to hear from Kyle and Cap.
Well, not right now, though.
Well, probably.
Wait, so why aren't they casting right now? How come they're not podcasting?
Because they're on like the 3rd series or something.
Oh, okay.
the
That's what I
second or
thought you
third
were saying.
series.
All right, I
no,
got
no,
you.
no.
Yeah.
No, I meant that they're going to go over there and interrupt them like they interrupted us.
Oh, yes. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well said. Yes, they'll probably go interrupt stream C.
Perfect. Well,
Great.
again, back to the, the replacements. The best thing about that.
So where were we?
The best thing about that movie was that they had
God.
what's that song? At first I was afraid, I was petrified.
Yeah.
Kept thinking I could. That song's in it, and it's really. I can't
That's
sing
like the
any
main-
more than
Yeah,
that.
you better stop. That's me at DMCA. You're so.
I'm very in
accurate.
tune.
Yeah.
I will say that that's one of my favorite things of all time is karaoke. I love going karaoke,
Mm.
but I can never do it at events because if I go out singing doing karaoke, like, first of all, it's COVID, so that's just not great.
No karaoke right now, guys.
But the second part is that if you do end up doing that, you're gonna throw out your voice after a little bit, so that's no good at all. So it does look like, again, waiting on the time for everything to get going. Is there any chance that we could go to a quick break? Our wonderful producer. I think that he's talking to somebody right now, so he can't hear
is.
me.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Why are you gonna leave the people?
Well, the only reason is because they're telling me that we need makeup touch-ups, potentially.
We. That's a strong word.
Get out of here. What's wrong with you, man? I know, they're leaving. We don't need them. We look
Alright.
beautiful.
Yeah, thanks. I don't want to ditch these people. They're here waiting for the game. We will wait with them. We're
That's
not going
true.
to take a break and go hide
Well, no. We
and
wouldn't go
cower
hide.
away when there is a production snafu.
Yeah.
We
What
are here.
I meant that like, if they wanted to touch up my
Oh, I
makeup
know
or
what you said.
something.
No. You look great.
Thank you.
You don't need a
Appreciate
touch
that.
up. He's fine.
I do
Everyone
look
tell him
great.
he's fine. Just little claps.
Yeah, you can hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah. Perfect.
Or Trent. You can tell
Yeah,
him it
that'd be
looks
good.
great as well.
Get some follow numbers so we can get some sponsor stuff. That'd be great.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
good. This is the sellout.
This is what
time.
you do at TI, right? You just endlessly shill. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Why
Just making
not?
sure.
I think that the other thing that's really interesting about sort of this whole process here, right, is wondering what's going on in the players' rooms. You know, trying to think about if they're right now, like, also sitting there sort of talking it out, if they're thinking about the draft or if they're
Oh,
just
dude.
like, something tells me that, like, one of them went down to eat breakfast or something.
It would be really in my head at this point. It'd be like, if we wanted to play like rock, paper, scissors right now,
Yeah.
then we just go. But if we were just like, well, hold on here.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that in a second, though.
Yeah.
See, if I had to wait for 30 minutes and then play, I would just overthink pointlessly and forget my original game plan, which I obviously think about a lot, much like a team preparing for Dota. Okay, so how do we do this?
Well, so here's the thing. This is another quick story that we can tell, right?
We don't need to tell this.
You know the story. He knows the story. The other day we were playing Terraforming Mars,
Mm-hmm.
and Ken Chen, the wonderful Mr. Hotbid, told us that we need to do rock, paper, scissors to figure out whose plants were destroyed.
I don't like
If you
story
haven't
time.
played Terraforming Mars before, you'll
don't think you need to explain
don't
the
worry
game
about
to
it.
them.
But anyways, the point being that plants are good. One of us was going to lose them.
Uh-huh.
We did. He was like, "All right, do rock, paper, scissors, shoot." Trent goes, "Rock, paper," and then just went. And
Yeah,
it, like
who does 3 then shoot?
yeah, but here's the thing: you agreed.
Yeah,
to
I
do
know
it
I
the
did,
other
but
way
I-
first.
I've spent like 30 years just doing bah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard, you know.
Also, what is the that we don't do that either.
Which one?
With like the hand on the thing. That's
I
not
do
how.
that.
Yeah, no, we don't. I don't know. I say we as in all
All
of
of
us. As far as
Canada?
I know in the Maritimes, that is not a thing. I
No?
feel like people see that on TV and then they start doing it.
I mean,
Well, you
that's
guys
probably
obviously
it.
just did. Well, yeah, because you make the TV.
Exactly.
America.
So you don't watch our TV? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm just not so easily swayed.
Okay.
I stand by my old traditions of
Sure.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're right. Even when it like causes you
Yeah.
to lose
All
all
right,
your
go.
plants.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Now, none of this. Okay, all right. So how are we doing this?
I mean, this probably looks
God, if
different
only we could do
on stream as
predictions
well.
right now.
Predictions. All right, you ready?
That'd be so good. Okay, all right.
I'm gonna get you 3 times in a row. You ready?
What?
It's gonna
Okay,
happen.
but how are we doing it? Is it 1, 2, 3, shoot?
No, it's just 1, 2, 3.
Okay, all right. So it's
Ready?
like rock, paper, and then throw.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
Rock, paper, and then scissors.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'm
in
ready.
your
Yeah,
head.
yeah,
Rock, paper, scissors. That's 1.
yeah. All right, all right.
Getting nervous. Don't start sweating.
All right.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors. No. I almost
He
swore.
thought I'd
I
flex.
thought I had it. All right.
Can you imagine just? All right.
Ready?
'Kay.
Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, Yes.
All right,
Victory
all right,
is
all right.
mine.
All
I
right,
also
that's 2
just
to 3.
dropped this behind me there.
Oh, that was
Perfect.
another minute down.
Nailed
Piece of
it.
Cake. Mm.
We're killing it here.
Yeah. This is actually the best possible way to start the group stage for us. I mean, it's only uphill from here. Like
That's
this
true.
is broadcast starts. Game starts. You know?
That's true. I think that it fits within the motif again of like us needing to build that anticipation and excitement for what's going to happen.
I thought you were going to say needing validation from the crowd and the fans and
Sure, yeah,
trying to
that
think
too.
our lives have meaning.
Oh,
That's the one I was
wow.
going for. So thank
It's
you for the
very-
validation
Very deep.
as the numbers start to dwindle.
No. They would never dwindle. I don't believe in that.
I'm just looking over the mainstream. Yep, they're still just couching. They're
They
just
look
chilling.
good.
Yeah. They also waiting for the games. We're
Mhm.
waiting for the games. Turns out everyone is.
True
you guys
enough.
are waiting for the games.
Yeah. I think that it's also nice though because like at least at the beginning, I feel like there was always this time when TI started. Before we started to work it, I would always like watch, and I would love to watch the group stage start off. And I'd have 4 different browsers open, or like the multi-Twitch
It's the
thing.
most beautiful multi-Twitch you guys have ever seen. It's just 4 pairs of us all.
Yeah,
Hi.
hey, how's it going? But like, I think that it just becomes so crazy chaotic and like exciting what's happening, and sort of keeping up with that. And that's why I'm excited about the mainstream because I think that the mainstream. I sort of tweeted about this, but there's been this like thought that I've always had where when you're watching games at an event, like there's this sentiment that happens in the green screen, in the green room, back behind, where like everybody's sitting together and watching the games and talking about like what's happening, what's the meta that's evolving, what heroes are good, what are people picking, how are people playing Dota in general. All those things start happening, and it feels like you sort of have, I don't know, like not like the meta's being decided, but it feels like you're trying to decipher a puzzle. And I feel like that's what the mainstream is going to be this year a little bit, where it's like people just talking about what they're seeing around in the games all the time. So that's going to be cool.
We got some big brains. We got Insania showed up. Come fast. That's pretty cool.
Wait, is that revealed yet? Is he
Well,
on
yeah,
there?
he's
Oh,
there
yeah,
on the
he is.
screen. So,
Okay,
do you think I'm throwing with spoilers here? Come on.
maybe.
I'm not gonna tell about all the surprise secret people coming.
Oh, I don't know if there is anybody.
Dozens. There's just dozens of them.
I don't know if that's true. Is there a crowd and we don't know?
Can I just
No.
make some bold promises here? Just I mean,
Yeah.
no one's even listening at this point.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
been
fair
a while.
point.
They're just waiting for the game, much like us.
Way to bring that back around.
the game is eventually gonna happen. Maybe.
Mm.
I don't have any promises.
I do. I will promise that there will be a game.
Wow.
I'm
That's
bold.
bold. You don't know what could happen. You don't have that power.
I wonder if I could join.
Yeah, I know your name's Gabe, but you're not that Gabe.
I wonder if I could join the coaches slot.
And please don't. I don't want them to click the start and then you're suddenly a coach and
They can hear me. That would be the real meme.
that would be a problem.
That would be the real meme again.
Okay. All right. All right. Jeez.
Yeah, no, I think that it's going to be an interesting time watching that mainstream though and checking out what everybody's doing.
All right. So now that we've weaned out the non-diehard fans,
Okay.
and just the diehard fans are left, who do you favor in this matchup? Who's winning this? Is someone going to 2-0?
I don't think it's going to be a 2-0. I think it's going to be a 1-1.
Okay, could one of them 2-0, or could either of them 2-0, or do you think it's just like?
I mean, this is really my problem with like all of these teams beforehand is that you come in with preconceived notions of what they're going to do, but realistically, like there's so much that's been held back this year because of that extended break before TI. I don't know what anybody's form is. Like I think that people could have powered up, hyperbolic time chambered it, and then become like really freaking good, and like we wouldn't know about it.
Okay.
It's like it's mostly scrims, but like we don't have access to that information as much.
Okay. So, but which team did you dust all of their player cards?
Oh my God! Why are you doing this? Why are you?
No,
doing
I'm
this?
just saying. Last night, did you or did you not remember? You're under oath.
Yes.
Did you or did you not dust all 5 player cards from one of these two teams?
I may have.
All right. Now, may I remind you again, you are under oath, sir. Which team did you fully 5-man dust, including a gold card?
I may or may not have needed to get the like maximum amount of player cards so I could get that objective. Or
Oh yeah,
whatever
sorry,
the thing is.
I apologize. It was
The
a
reward.
4-man dust.
That's right.
Yes.
I needed to get that.
Yes.
No, it was a 3-person.
I believe it was 4 because you had 2 other teams that you needed to get. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They
So-
were the least likely out of your 2 teams. Yes. Which one was it, sir?
I may have dusted Alliance.
Yeah.
I may have. But so here's the thing, and
You should have seen how sad the player faces look. They just
They
there's a
disappear.
gold card just disappearing from the screen. He's like, I need your dust. I need your soul power.
So the reason that I did that,
Uh-huh.
it's not an indication of a team that I think is necessarily going to go out, but it's an indication of a team that I don't think I'm going to play their cards, right? And I think that there's a difference there.
Okay, but do you or do you not have a 5-man lineup of OG?
I
Still
don't actually.
left.
I think I have 4. Maybe I have
I'd like
5.
a verification, sir, please. I mean,
Okay.
we got time.
We do.
Guys, I'm looking. I'm checking. I'm checking here.
Where
All
is
the
it?
way down. All the way. Oh, I see 5
All right,
OG players.
I might have them. I'm not playing any of them today, though, to
Yeah.
be fair. No, I think that the main reason is just because I think the type of gameplay that Alliance has is not necessarily one that's conducive to fantasy. I think that they play a different way, which don't...
Losing?
No.
What is
no,
not conducive to
no,
fantasy
no.
points?
I think that, I think certain players... I think that Nico Baby is a good play, but I'm not sure if there would be many games where I would want to necessarily play him, if that makes sense.
I know, he hits a lot of creeps.
I think that he's the one that's probably the furthest along, but everybody else, it feels like they sort of play like there's not like that big standout player, if that makes sense. It's like everybody kind of fits within that middle road. So they're like the Detroit Pistons from like 2008 or whatever
I
it
actually
was.
watched basketball then, so
Yeah.
there you go.
So it's like you had, Ben Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, you
my
had
guy.
Chauncey Billups, you had Rip Hamilton, you had Tayshaun Prince. Right? They're sick. He had the mask on.
Dude,
he had the
looked
mask
so
on before
good.
it was cool.
He did, yeah.
So this was like this is the roster of like a bunch of role players that all play together, and it's not like
This
that.
is another bingo space, by the way. Irrelevant NA sports ball.
Exactly.
We've just hit another square.
So to me, that's sort of the role that Alliance fits. So like, for instance, you think about a team like what's one to think about? Maybe Fnatic. Is that a decent idea here? Like, I feel like Raven is a pretty good play because it tends to be like all about him. I feel like in the way that they play.
Okay, yeah.
And so like you would want to play that card, for instance. And then maybe you play something for a team like Quincy Crew. You might think about like a Leslau because he tends to get a lot. I feel like on his off lane role.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So that would be a more likely thing that I would want to do there. I'm just justifying this.
Yeah,
so
I can really hear because I mean it's not like Alliance just play completely around Nico Baby or something. That would be a
No.
wild thought.
Exactly.
No.
No.
Yeah.
I don't. Definitely not.
Fully dusted. Again, I remind you,
Your
Your Honor.
We've had one player leave the lobby now.
That's not good. That's
Hopefully
our
we can get
first
him back.
down this whole time.
Yeah, No Tail got to get back in here. Hopefully he will soon, and we'll be able to get this one.
This is not good. That is not a good sign.
Being updated.
So far,
Everything's
we've been
fine.
sitting here with hope. 10 players, all equally. The other worrying part is they haven't said anything in the lobby chat
No.
this entire time.
No.
And I have to say that you've clearly grown as a caster, and you feel like you're in some sort of place because you actually typed time ? Which you never would have done in your first
No.
TI.
No, definitely
Like
not.
you would have been terrified to put an emote in there,
Yeah,
and you
I
just
would.
like you're some. You see anyone else typing? Maybe that's a problem.
that could be a problem.
Maybe there's a reason no one else is talking.
Yeah, they're gonna get kicked off the broadcast. I put it all on the line. I needed to let the people know. I'm trying to relay information from the lobby chat
Right.
to the people. I think that's the big reason.
You did not get an answer though.
No, I didn't.
No.
But that in and of itself is an answer to the people. That's information. That's important. That's what you want to do. You're just looking off.
I'm
into
just looking at the mainstream that's like, oh please. I'm waiting for like a graphic to show up because maybe they'll have information. I feel like that's where the information would go,
Yeah,
and it can
exactly.
be sent to me from the mainstream screen. But
Yeah.
that is not the case right now. We
It's
all
true.
lie here and wait.
I think that one other thing that's going to be pretty fun about this one that I'm excited about
Wait,
is
you're not having fun right now?
I am having
Oh,
fun
okay,
right
good.
now,
Just
but it's
making sure.
another
Alright.
thing that's going to be fun.
I mean, once the game starts, it's gonna be a lot more boring. But
I was thinking
anyway.
the chat lines. We've got a whole new slew of them.
Oh, yes.
And I think it's pretty cool. We've got a bunch of different broadcasters that are on scene now
Mm-hmm.
this year. I think that they've opened it up a lot more. Spanish broadcast is going to be on site as well, if I'm not mistaken. At least I've seen a bunch of
Oh, okay.
folks from the Spanish broadcast bumping around and stuff. I think it's pretty exciting. We've got like a really good crew of people that are working, and a bunch of voice lines that are going to be coming in,
Mm-hmm.
potentially from casters. Yours is the only one with crowd noise in it, so
I may have been tactical.
yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That was an impressive
Thank you.
move.
Thank you. I tried.
Uh,
I'd like to get it once. That would feel pretty nice. I'm not gonna
if
lie.
somebody did,
Yeah,
okay.
I'd feel pretty good about that. I'm not really one for the all chat. When they weren't all chat, I was a little excited because like sometimes they're a little bit too spammy. But I mean, what is it without the all chat? You need it.
It's
you know?
true.
Sometimes it's a little overbearing. You're just like, oh my gosh, I need to try and think, and people
Yeah.
are just spamming it at you. But you know what? It's okay.
I
It's
need
kinda
to
worth
double
it.
check that I don't have any of the players muted, because there was a broadcast where I muted a bunch of the players, and
Uh-huh.
then I entered in, and then I was like, they didn't say GG. Wow, that's intense. Oh, maybe I have them all ignored right now. I should check that to make sure that they're not uh, down.
So
or
far, so
ignored
good.
on any of them. Yeah, no ignores yet. If there was a team that I would ignore, OG feels like one of them because of all the spam of lines.
They've
that
actually
they
been trying
have.
to add you to their friends list, and just, this user has ignored you.
Oh, I did have one.
Oh my God! You actually who was that? Saksa?
Yeah.
Oh, you have
Oh,
Saksa and Seb muted.
Yep.
Wow,
and
even Sumail.
Wow.
I like how you didn't have Thompson muted, so you were a fan of his all chat apparently. Wow.
What can I
Who's
say?
really the toxic one? If you dare mute them.
I liked his, the Zeus. Wait for it.
That's true.
Wait for it.
I mean, he set the meta.
He did.
That's kind of incredible when you think about it. Other players are known for things like inventing stacking camps.
Right. Do you know that I was casting their games in that run from the open qualifiers on? It was awesome because
Oh,
I
yeah,
came
true.
in. We were at
Yeah.
the BTS studios, and I came in like 2 days early so I could cast the opens. And I got to watch their run there, and then I was covering the European region
Yep.
through the regional qualifiers, and then obviously we got to cast their games at TI as well. It was sick.
And
I got to see it all.
If I'm not mistaken, they were one loss away from losing that qualifier, right? They went to
It
game
was 2
5.
losses away, I think.
it?
I'm not sure.
I think they went to game 5 versus win, right?
I thought they did too, and then I went back and I checked through it when I was actually doing an interview with March because March was coaching that team, and I
Yep.
didn't realize that until I went back and looked through it all. And
Oh, I
then it
know
was
what I'm
only to
thinking
4
of.
games.
Yes, I know what I'm thinking of. The
What's that?
last time they lost a series before that TI was at an event in Toronto versus
Right.
someone. I think it was Immortals.
Yeah, I think
It
so
was
too.
the Immortal stack
Yeah.
with like Dubu. Was
Yeah.
the last team to actually defeat OG before they won TI.
It's crazy.
That's what it was.
It's so nuts. And yeah, that Wind and Rain team almost did end up taking it. But yeah, I was following that because we were sort of talking about. I was doing the interview with March. He went on to do that, and then to coach for that team. And then when it didn't work out, ended up actually coming as talent, which is the classic.
Ah, yes. That was good. That was a good one.
And then afterwards, tried to requalify again with the Genespris lineup.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude.
With Gunner.
We watched that whole qualifier
We did.
together. That was a sad one.
Yeah, and that one, like, again, it came down to the last second trying to sort of focus down and get the last towers. They went all in instead of going back for Roche.
Oh,
It was
that
devastating.
was insane.
But that team, 23 Savage and March, and then you look forward to now with T1. March played against the Geek Fam roster, pulled the Geek Fam roster together with the exception of one player, which was Raven, who ended up going on to Fnatic. And who did he decide to pull back with him again?
Yep.
Brought back 23 Savage, and now they're
Yep.
here at TI. And it's interesting seeing the way that those teams sort of like evolve, where it's naturally like, okay, like this player, I've played with him before, I want to try and build this synergy together. And then you have teams like Alliance, where it's just like, we're going to pull everybody together, and build this roster from the best players that we feel like we got, the replacements.
And build this game.
That's right.
Yep.
Deep.
To eventually happen.
Eventually.
Maybe if we all just focus really hard, it'll just like start.
Will it to be so?
No, it didn't work.
No.
Sorry, guys.
You probably
but
didn't try
No-Tail's
hard
back.
enough. He
So
is
that's
back.
good. So we got 10 again.
Oh, I gotta see if I have him muted. All right, unignore user.
Muted.
I did.
Jeez, dude.
Dude, I had all of them muted except for Thompson. What the hell? That's not great. Well, I'm glad I caught it now,
that
though.
actually kind of makes up for the fact that, you dusted all of Alliance's cards. At least you didn't have them muted.
That's right. So I dusted all of Alliance and I muted all of OG.
Yeah.
I'm just a toxic
You
caster.
just tried to eliminate all of them.
I did.
Yeah, except Thompson.
That's right.
So not only are you toxic, you're also biased to one player, apparently.
Toxic and biased.
Wow, you're hitting all of the perfect check marks as a caster.
I think that's what people think of when they think of me. Toxic and biased.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But yeah, it's I think that the other thing about this, who do you favor in this? You asked me, I didn't get a chance to ask you.
I'd take OG.
You think so?
I think they have more of just the
You think
the
2-0 OG?
mentality. Yeah, I'd probably take 2. Although I will confess, I do have 2 Alliance players as fantasy, I believe.
Okay.
Because I'm just YOLOing. I felt like it. I had some gold cards. I was like, maybe
They've
they'll have
got
a good
3
day.
games today too.
Yeah, they got 3 games. Maybe they'll be able to pull it out. I thought it'd be kind of fun to watch them. I like hedging my bets,
Right.
So maybe, I don't expect them to do well, but they do well. Maybe
Right.
I'm wrong on broadcast, but I get fantasy points.
True.
So I got wins somewhere.
I think that this is a team that and again, maybe this is just my own personal bias. They've consistently beaten expectations over and over again. And there's definitely a strength that I feel like they get just through their connections with each other. And it's one of those teams that feels like, for both of these teams actually, like they're greater than the sum of their parts almost even.
I think also every team wants momentum,
Right.
obviously. Every team is
Yeah.
going to feel better and be stronger when they get a couple wins under their belt. But I would say that someone like Alliance, it is crucial.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference for them completely in this group stage is if they just start out well.
Right.
Because they've got to have some confidence issues, I would imagine, with everything
Right.
that's happened this year. You win the EU DPC and then you go to LAN.
I don't know. I don't
you
know
don't
if they
perform
do,
very
dude.
well.
I don't know.
Maybe they don't.
Well, because the other thing is that they have a little bit of momentum coming in from the ESL stuff, right?
That's
Where
true.
they performed
Yeah,
well.
they did well.
I think also they're the type of team, and I think OG is too, where a lot of that external stuff I feel like it doesn't necessarily get to them a ton.
I think OG are powered by external stuff. I think Alliance everything just kind of washes by.
That's true. Yeah,
I don't think
there's
they
more
care as much.
Exactly.
But I also think that they don't have that same sort of I don't know. I picture the old complexity with these guys where they did the huddle and
Right.
I don't think
I
this
don't know what
roster is
that
doing
was.
any of that stuff.
Well, they grew up.
That was good. That's some quality, bonding, motivation. It feels very North American when you watch back on it.
Yeah.
Oh, they've gone to a weight screen?
Oh,
They've abandoned the mainstream?
Interesting.
Welcome. Yes,
Welcome,
we
we're
won't do
here.
that to you.
No, we're gonna stay here. We're
Okay,
hanging
well,
out.
unless we're told, because sometimes they're going to tell us to take a break, maybe. So
And I'm gonna say no for you people. I'm not gonna
No,
say no.
do
I'm
not.
definitely not gonna say
you know
no.
what happened the last time someone said no to production, all right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not end well for you.
They're gonna make my voice all squeaky for the rest of the tournament afterwards. They can take
Now that's
retribution.
content, yeah.
That would be great.
That's good. We were talking about this because helium is very expensive. So,
Okay.
Yeah, you can't really just do that constantly.
Wait, when were you talking about this?
And don't worry about it.
We have the what's that?
We have to go to a break?
All right,
Okay,
and with
I'm
that,
sorry.
we will be
We've
back in
been
just a
told.
little bit. All you wonderful people out there, we'll be back when the game is ready to start. See y'all then. And just like that, we're back after a very short break. Trent,
Mhm.
it is all going to happen again. Should we do the whole
No,
thing
no, no,
again?
no, not that, not
Oh,
all
not
that
that
again.
whole thing.
Welcome to episode 2 of Chuck and the Canuck. I'm the Canuck. He's Chuck. Chuck. So here we. You don't want to be
duck.
Chuck? Chuck sounds good.
Chuck is good.
Yeah,
I
you
like it. It also rhymes with Canuck.
Yeah. So that was
Does
pretty
that mean
fast.
Canadian?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. We have all the lobby issues sorted out.
Mhm.
All the players are back in it. I believe the game is going to start. We're going to knock on some wood to make sure that happens. But besides that, Mr. Trentster,
Yes.
we're actually. Oh no, I joined the wrong one. There you go. Here, you ready? We're back in it.
Jeez. Gonna take him
I'm,
away.
I'm like causing problems right as it's about to happen. The other thing is we just asked the makeup ladies if they could come by and touch us up, and right as the stuff happened, we went live. So apologies, you wonderful people out there that are making our lives easier.
And now look how horrendous you look. Wow. Clearly he needed some help.
True.
You guys will just have to deal with this right now, like I do all day.
It's a rough life for us.
Yes. So coordinator issues fixed. Big thumbs up. Players coming back to the lobby. Us going to start some Dota 2. We're all just going to hope for the best. I see the mainstream's back on too. They're
They
all
are.
talking. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Some casters made a request actually to try, and this is a leak by the way, so don't tell
No,
anyone.
you can't leak.
I'm leaking.
No leaks.
Some people wanted to go back to filling,
Ooh,
but I won't name who.
we got a coin toss though.
They have a great podcast though.
That's really good. They do.
Oh, give us the priority. Dota stuff. All
Here
right,
it is.
what do we got?
First priority was OG. They won the coin toss.
Mhm.
Second priority Alliance. So they take second pick on OG.
I love.
Very, very interesting.
I love second pick. Second
Yeah.
pick is so good now. For the longest time, second pick felt kind of bad. And Alliance
All
chose
right.
Radiant before
Right.
we forget. So second pick OG, first choice, and Alliance took Radiant. So basically, well, first let's just talk about what that means. Because
Right.
maybe you're not a huge Dota nerd. Maybe you don't watch all the games all the time. And
First of all,
frankly,
there is a draft section that happens in Dota 2
okay, stop.
where you choose which heroes you want to play.
All
It's
right, they're not
important, right?
that new. All right. So one thing that we don't talk about a lot on broadcast, and this is because we don't actually get this information all the time, is who won the coin flip and what they took.
Right.
That's not something that's actually like parsed in the data in terms of like Dat Dota or Dota Buff or anything. So sometimes it can be hard to go back and be exactly sure, like, oh, did they want Radiant this whole tournament, or is that just did they just lose a bunch of coin flips? Like,
Exactly.
you know, so.
Or was it like the other team always chose Radiant or something?
Yeah, exactly. So it's nice to get this information, and you want to start tracking patterns amongst these teams, because some teams like to play on one side more than the other, even if one side seems to be more in the meta. Because
Right.
that tends to be what happens. It's like, oh, Radiant's just better because like the jungle's better right now. It feels like I can stack my ancients a little bit easier, and then I get to play in the dire jungle in the second half of the game, and that feels nice. Maybe we control Roche, blah blah blah.
Right.
And then patches change which of these sides feel good. And of course, the big thing is that we very recently had a change to the draft order.
Right.
And second pick feels so much better now. So in the past, the problem with second pick is that the last pick was like basically you wasted so much of your draft time for that last pick.
Yes.
And that had to be this huge gotcha. And it feels like over the years we've moved more and more to a flexible style of drafting where there's way more heroes that can go from this role to that role, and it's not as punishing to the team who has the 9th pick. Because they, sure, they get some gotcha 10th pick. You just shift stuff around and you make
Exactly.
things work. It has to be like a brood or like a meepo to make it good these days. A second.
And again, for those that maybe are tuning in for the first time from another game, or maybe just coming back to Dota after a long time, because that's what we do with Dota occasionally. TI is this big, huge thing.
It's for life, though.
Right, it really
never
is.
leave.
You can never fully get away from it. Try as you might. But the thing about it really is that like. You end up with a lot of similar types of heroes, it feels like, where you're like, okay, I'm going to exploit this laning matchup. I think the lane is going to go this particular way. Or I'm going to counter be like, for instance, a Storm Spirit or a Zeus against a Tinker in its most like simplistic form, where you're picking this hero that's like a counter for them throughout the whole game. But we're going to have to wait and see indeed what happens. Second pick is going to be going the way of OG, but we have a draft now, which we can get into. So I'm sorry that you no longer get to look at us.
Yes, I know.
Finally, we're going to have to watch some Dota.
Yes.
So we will be able to get into that now.
It was about even, though, to be fair, right? I mean, you got about an hour of us.
Exactly.
And now you'll get, hopefully, about an hour of a game. I could go for an hour long with draft. That's a pretty good length of a game, I would say.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I would be absolutely down for that. And I think that that's something that's going to be interesting to watch too, is what happens with game lengths, because you end up with situations where like maybe a certain strategy, you end up with like, you know, a Chen or a Lycan or something like that that can start pushing down towers really quickly. And whoa, look at that. Right out of the bat, we've got ourselves a Chen band as well as a Tiny. That's my pick for most banned hero in the entire tournament.
What did I tell you they do with Chen? What did I say?
Yeah.
I said they banned it first.
That's what they do.
And here we are. It's happened already. Oh, the most banned starts, guys. It's already solid. Monkey King and Tiny.
Well, we're going to have to see indeed what happens here, as they're spamming out some voice lines as well. Monkey King, I'm surprised that that one's banned, I guess. You're talking about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think coming into the tournament, there's this idea of like, you know, the Monkey King, Tiny, they're going to be the two big heroes. I feel like we had this discussion last night of who we thought would be the most banned and the most picked between Tiny and Monkey King. I think you went Monkey King and I went Tiny. So we're going to have to be paying attention here to see who's going to be the most banned.
Absolutely. And IO banned out, so we were talking about that one as well. That means Dawnbreakers potentially. Are we going to see it?
That was banned by OG as well, which I think is kind of surprising. So Alliance have first pick, but OG have the 2-3. So this is why I personally like second pick so much, and why it's going to matter a lot in this TI is because now it feels like you get 2 opportunities at the end of the game to counterpick. It feels amazing, right? You just get to look, counterpick as the last 2 picks in the end, and a hero who has been shot off to the side for so long, Earthshaker, this whole DPC, pretty much 2 seasons. Oh, speaking of which, now we have 2 heroes that everyone says, you know, around TI time, though, they're going to come back. Rubik and Earthshaker getting substantial buffs in the more recent patches, and also just absolute placeholder heroes at TI. These guys, they want an Aegis, you know?
It really is true. Like, there's just something about TI time when you pick these giant AoE heroes that, like, can completely turn around a game. They punish mistakes is what it's really about, it feels like.
Just give me Shadow Fiend and I have, like, my 4 favorite heroes to watch right now.
Right,
like,
literally.
seriously. This is amazing.
All right. So against the Tidehunter, you're thinking about Disruptor potentially. You're thinking about these heroes that can mitigate the presence of a Tidehunter. But at the same time, this hero's kind of inhabited different roles. Like I remember leading up to this, we were watching some of the pub games and we saw like a Satanic Tidehunter. These others like very strange combinations. We'll see how it ends up going if OG decide to run for sort of like a more group up and fight around this Tide, or if they want to like how they want to play it. Whoa, hello, Queen of Pain.
Okay, so this comes back to the discussion of second pick, I would say, because this idea of like your last 2 picks are both getting counterpicked as Alliance, right? So you have to pick, they get to pick. You have to pick again, OG get to pick. And so taking your mid and taking a stronger mid hero, at least potential for mid, because Queen of Pain definitely has some flex right now, I think is better when you're first pick.
Where do you see the potential for flex for Queen of Pain?
I think it could be a position 4, position 5, or a mid. Maybe even position 3. I think she has a lot of places she can go right now. I would say she is best and mid, and probably 4. So it's more likely going to be a mid in this case. But I think she can go like pretty much all the roles but 1 right now.
You don't think 1 would work? I remember back in the day, it was like the old like AC builds that you would get.
Yeah,
and stuff.
I mean anything can work.
That's true.
As someone once said.
That's true. I think it's going to be really interesting because, like you said, that you have multiple different bans that you can now take out of the pool to take co-op's really bad matchups out there. And look at this OG taking a really long time with this next round of bans. What are they thinking right now? What do you think is going through their heads that's making them so concerned about the heroes they have to ban out in this second phase? Like, are you thinking about banning out? I don't know. Snapfire. That's not what I was expecting. That's really weird. That's such a weird pick or decision to ban.
Yeah, I mean, good hero for sure. It has some flex in terms of the roles we kind of discussed in our earlier podcast here. Right? We still like the hero. She's definitely been nerfed since she's been introduced, and feels like she's getting weaker and weaker. She has like certain counter picks that I guess is where I would probably start thinking is the heroes like Phoenix specifically, but I don't think you would just ban Snap right that if you like that. That just says, hey, we'd love a Phoenix to me. Maybe like an Undying 2 could be a potential 5.
I would feel like Alliance would want to take out a puck here on the last round of bans also. That one of those traditionals really devastating answers for Queen of Pain in the mid lane. I mean, granted, you can go for a different build or you can go for the screams instead of the daggers. But it's interesting, right? Because in a way, it feels like we're not really thinking about the lanes that much right now for Alliance. So like, these are the heroes that we want, and we're going to just put them wherever is going to suit them best.
Well, what's important about that is that they've already sort of saved 2 lanes, because they're taking the Queen of Pain, who, with the addition to now gaining health when she uses her dagger, has made her a better laner overall. And she was already a fairly strong hero. Even in like her worst shape, she's a pretty good laner. So you've got that to help safe hold the mid lane, other than like the really bad counter picks, like you mentioned, like maybe a Viper or a Puck or something. And then you have Earthshaker, who also can just like hold back the wave by fishing, which can save a lot of different offlane heroes too. But position 3 Earthshaker is also gaining a ton of steam right now, so this could also be a core shaker.
I mean, the thing about it though is that like we're talking all this stuff that's cool about the Alliance draft. It is weird. And from OG, you have like a very just stout combination. You have a Tidehunter. This is a hero that you want in these types of like big, meaningful games that can just sort of either stay strong in a lane or be that thing that turns around a fight. And he's so versatile. And then, of course, Rubik is just a very nice answer to Earthshaker at any time and being able to steal Fissure. It's good stuff.
Death Prophet, another hero that's gotten some bans and a little bit of tweaks lately. Wasn't seen a lot this year, so you need a little bit of love. But one of the poster heroes in terms of some of these fresh new Immortals, which you guys can get just by watching on Twitch.
Nice.
It's Legion. I think hers is my favorite. It looks really good.
I haven't
with
seen
the gold.
It yet. I've
Lots
not
of
been paying
quality.
attention. Huh. Legion Commander. I mean, this hero is kind of interesting. I mean, you got the big buff that happened with the level 10 talent where you get the 250 range. Obviously, Hard to Spell is really nice. A very strong laner, but in a way kind of overlaps with the Tidehunter in terms of where the most normal position is that we see from them.
It is kind of cool because, like, if the queen goes, let's say, Orchid or something, then there's now pressure for you to go onto the Legion, right? Or else she's just going to debuff them. You have the potential for this to be a support Legion or a core Legion, much like the Tide. Could be support Tide or core Tide. So really the only... I guess Rubik's not even technically locked in, right? This could be like a 4 or a 5 Rubik, theoretically.
Yeah.
So
Undying gets taken now from Alliance, and immediately afterwards into a Morphlane. Okay, very interesting. Obviously, Undying position 3 was a big thing, but now with the Morphlane, you would kind of imagine that this is going to be a 5 Undying with a Morph in position 1. And this draft starts to feel like it's taking a little bit more shape now.
what's really good about what they just did there, too, is that that double pick quick in a row.
Right, of course.
And
all right.
Ancient Apparition. So this is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Second pick. All right.
So we are going to real quickly come on back to us for just a moment here.
Yeah.
As we are getting ready to go into this game, but just making sure that all the audio is absolutely perfect and there's no issues at all going on for you fine folks out there. And just like that, like it's the magic of production, our wonderful people here that are taking care of business. We're going to head on back into the game now.
Perfect. And you didn't miss anything except a Sven ban. It just happened, like right there. Okay, so, yeah. So this is why I love second pick. They pick Morph, you pick AA. And then just snap pick, right from OG. They're putting the pressure back on Alliance now. And what was good, OG spent a lot of that time deciding on that like snap ban, but they clearly decided like all 3 bans they wanted there, or at least some concept of ideas, because then they went through the other bans pretty fast. Right. And then now they have a lot of time for now their final 10th pick, which is, even in the old days of 10th pick, you always want a lot of time there, of course, to discuss all your flexibility and everything. So I'm definitely liking what they have. Alliance, Morphling, combos. We got the Shaker, number 1. The other big one, the Dark Willow, of course.
Yep. I wonder if you even need to do that. It feels like there's some value that gets lost when you're picking a Willow and you already have a Shaker. Because like, you can't morph into both of them, right?
No, I would agree. Just, it is pretty nasty.
So to be honest, like I really like the idea of just sort of putting this game into Nico's baby's hands in a lot of way with having that morph Shaker. But then of course you've got the like really strong answer from OG now with like having Legion and AA and then also potentially Tidehunter. Like there's a lot of ways to catch this morph. I wonder if you're even going to need to go for a Lincoln's build. So, like, sometimes that starts to feel a little bit like meh. as a Morph nowadays. You love to be able to play more greedy, but you might need to in this matchup.
Morph's got a lot of items that you want now, too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we get Falcon Blades popping off, you know? You never know who you want to throw that thing on. Okay, maybe not Morphling. It's on stats,
Okay.
but, you know, every other carry, you can buy Falcon Blade. Or maybe one, maybe two. And that could be an idea here, right? Theoretically, they could even go back, grab a carry, and put this in the mid lane, even for lane. But if they feel like some teams would maybe feel like this Morphling is going to have such a rough time that maybe wants to be more of like an active hero rather than the anchor of the team, that like in the end, this is the person who's supposed to like knock down and win this game. That can be a bit scary when you're playing against Legion, Ravage, and Ancient Apparition as a Morphling.
That's true, and so much disable, and then just that ability that will kill you. And right now for Alliance, no other save that really exists. That Shadow Demon ban, I think, really important. And now they take Alina too. Dude, two of these heroes very fragile.
You mean all three of their cores potentially too?
Yeah.
Well, that was okay. They had a minute left, and they just took that Clinks.
All
and that's a Thompson Tidehunter.
Okay.
Let's go. We got some Dota too. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Hanskin playing the Queen of Pain now as well. It's looking spicy, to borrow from an absolute legend there. I am super stoked for this game.
Wow. Okay, so instant Sumail Clinks. Clinks, not a hero that I saw popping up on a lot of hero predictions, I wouldn't say.
Previous patch, though, right beforehand, he was all over the place.
You know, I was watching quite a few Sumail games, actually, over the past while. He just kept spamming techies. So I think that, you know, he's really throwing everyone off the trail. He played one Clinks game recently that I can see.
Okay.
So he's mostly been scrimming, that's for sure. I'll let you know, he did lose, but he lost against Thompson. Therefore, it cancels out.
True.
Because someone on OG won. No, he was most certainly. He's playing Dragon Knight, so we're all over the place right now.
Well, they're similar heroes. Well,
Yeah.
not really.
Limp Lina, though, that's a game winner. You know, you get off to a good start as Lina. Obviously, she's a little bit of a snowball hero. She likes to catch fire and keep things rolling and burning in her direction. And as mentioned, we also got the Core Shaker. So Morphling Shaker used to be a support Shaker. Now it's Morphling Shaker with a Core Shaker. Maybe you can get a little bit better action together than with the support, right? Because back in the day of Morphling Shaker, one of the issues was that like the Morphling was crazy. It's like bouncing all over the place and killing everyone. But it wasn't until the late game where the support Shaker would also get like an Aghanims, right? And feel like we could do, as I call, the wobble, of course. You know, the infinite stun. You're just blowing up everybody. It feels like you can be 20k behind and still win the game. Much more possible now with the Core Shaker.
That's right. And we've got some wonderful... Oh, there it is. Our boy on the main stage. Seb putting out the lines already right at the start. We're getting ready to go into this game number 1. Alliance facing off against OG, the grudge match of all grudge matches. And of course, just getting ready into these groups right from the start. God, the voice lines are going to be great. I remember why I muted some of these players now. But definitely not something that you want to do at this point. Already 4 heroes from OG heading into the river. Going to run into Hanskin. Doesn't have anything skilled yet. Might need to go for the blink. They're slowing him down.
I don't think that's worth it. Don't do it.
Yeah, he's just going to try and walk that one off. And it does look like he's going to be able to get out of there in spite of the boots. And now FNG comes over, so the rest of Alliance shows up, not going to back down from the battle. And instead, it's going to be OG that have to. So they drop a ward in the river. This is going to scout out, obviously, runes that can spawn. But they're kind of just bullying him out of this area. OG have full vision. Alliance still trying to force a fight here.
This is their TI.
Dude, this is the FNG is going to go for the wraparound now. Runs into Seb, looking for the body blocks. Seeing if he can find the chase down there. The fissure blocks off. Not going to be able to get to the roach pit. Can they bring him down? Maybe going to look for a deny on OG. Will they be able to do it? The slow down. They get the deny onto Seb. FNG drops low, but still nobody dead except for Seb, who gets killed by his own team. But this is going to set up for 4 Alliance bounty runes right out of the gate.
Oh, yeah, I think Hanskin's safely going to get there. Maybe he doesn't go for it. He might think that something's going to be a little closer. It's a race between Sox and Hanskin right now. Oh, he's going.
Oh, yeah, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get the deny in time. Yeah, so that's going to be 3 of them there. But, man, what a great way to start this for Alliance.
Aren't you glad he didn't take Blink, guys? This is why at home, please, don't do it. All right, look at that value. Very well done. And heading right back into that top lane. I love what No-Tail's doing right away up here, too. Just popping in the damage, right? This is what you want to do is level 1. With the Ancient Apparition, try and abuse the fact that you have this little bit of extra range on the Chilling Touch.
Mid lane now, we're going to take a look at this one. Thompson going off against Limp, Lina. Obviously nice to be able to get those anchor smash damage reduction hits off whenever possible, but with the long range on Limp, it's not going to be easy. So this will be an interesting one to watch here and see how much damage Limp can really do.
As well as the build that Thompson goes for, too, because you'd expect that you're probably going to be going for, obviously, like a lot of anchor smashes and probably the Kraken Shell so that you can, like, I'm not worried too much about Gush because I just want to go jungle, right? Like, Tide's an interesting hero because it doesn't matter the number of units in the AoE. Number one, barely takes damage. Number two, does the same damage to everyone with the anchor smash. So you can farm like crazy if the stacks are there, even if stacks have been nerfed. Still worth it.
Something to watch for sure. If you can get those stacks up and eventually take them as well. Up here in the top lane again, we're going to check this one out. No Tail facing off against Hanskin, and obviously Queen of Pain, like you talked about. The dagger changes, getting some health back. Always nice to watch for. It feels like there's potential for kill in a lot of these lanes. I'm going to have to be pretty quick on my camera work.
Oh, it is dangerous down bottom. Between like an Undying and a Morphling too, you can really try and push to the limit, especially if you get level 2 with the Soul Rip on FNG. You might be going for something a little bit crazy.
Yeah, definitely something to watch for.
Sox is trying to sneak around to the back. He's looking to see if he gets a little bit too low with that Fable being available.
Right. Something to watch for. No big mess-ups yet at all. And again, showing some of the powers. No Tail going to drop the flag, give a tip. Starting off TI the way that we would expect from the two-time winners. OG, keeping that pressure on.
Just give him a little wave, yeah, I like that. Maybe we'll get a couple high fives as well across the teams. You know, some good spirits here.
Oh, Limp also going to block out that small camp. So Thompson should be aware that that happened, though, seeing the sentry ward on Limp as he headed over there.
Yeah, and that's a camp where you can't really hide it. You can easily deward that one. There's nothing really sneaky about it.
Oh, little courier snipe there. FNG not quite keeping track of the route that his courier was taking. Ends up getting punished a little bit, but still doing a good job of enabling this Morphlane to at least have a decent time here. 10-1 so far, and across the board, things looking perfectly fine for Alliance.
Yeah, and that's not just like a lucky thing that Sox against that courier. The whole time he was trying to position himself in that angle towards FNG. Like, he's hoping that you're going to make that mistake, because it's something that's so easy. We all do it in our own games, but like when you're on the big stage like this, it's something that a lot of pro players honestly still aren't used to doing. It's just like the constant idea of where my courier is right now and not losing it, because it's very punishing. Not just for yourself, but for your carry, right? Like, you're a 5. You're bringing out regen to keep your Morphling alive. It is crucial that you keep that courier going.
Well, we're going to see, again, FNG as those strength stacks start to dwindle, getting lower and lower without that much of anything, actually. Only a sentry ward to his name. So we'll see what FNG decides to do. This feels like one of those run into the tier 2 towers and die situations.
Nice play by Limp, though.
Yeah.
Comes in and gets that bounty, run right past Thompson. He should just take that small camp, and he doesn't want to reveal that it's stacked up there. Or, sorry, blocked up.
Hanskin there just blinking away from potential danger.
Oh, speaking of, FNG's actually diving into the tower. Still no first blood.
Yes.
But yeah, he's just gone. We know that.
Yeah, we knew he was heading.
Didn't get a courier on the way.
Nico Baby. Waveforms to the high ground. He's just sitting there with the...
Sir, you're Radiant. Does he know?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's... I mean, he needed to back away, I guess, is the big thing. But that means Seb gets a free lane here for a little while. And looks like he'll be okay. They do still have 2 points in Fade Bolt.
FNG getting the pull off too, using the decay. Okay. Seb's on it, though.
He still
gets right over there.
Yeah, that's going to be fine.
Man, so much bullying is happening in this bottom lane. Not the the bully of Undying. You kind of expect not able to get there. Meanwhile, in the top lane, it's just No Tail and S4 chasing each other through the river. Still no true first blood here at 5 minutes right now.
Dude, what is going on in this game? This is a wild one right now.
You don't lane in the river?
Yeah.
With creeps just battling each other down here?
Not. You know, good amount of damage there on the Thompson. And Hanskin goes forward. It's going to be a good amount of damage. See if that one gets Kraken Shell off. Also, I mean, it still has the Fairy Fire too, so it won't be a kill. But you can see right now, Limp is definitely off to a hot start. 31-13 in comparison to the 21-1 for the Tidehunter. I mean, it is type of thing you would expect with the, Lina very strong there, but still, good stuff.
And from all that pressure down bottom, Nico may be hurting, right? He's 10 CS behind the Clinks right now, and they do have level 2 Soul Rip, and you already saw he was morphing down, so FNG could hit him, and there's obviously a lot of value with that, since it is a flat amount of heal. And there you go, look at that. juice right back up.
Yeah. Back up to where he needs to be. Seb's still having a good time on this Legion commander. So you can see it's sort of like asymmetry in terms of the farm. Like, you know, the Legion commander and the Clink's having a good time. Tidehunter not necessarily having a bad time on Thompson, but behind, definitely. And you can see almost a full level. And in fact, we'll see if Lip decides to go for a play here. It's not easy. Killing a Tide is not a simple affair.
No, and what's going to be interesting is the dynamic between the Tide and the Lina in terms of who's going to be making rotations and moving in this game, right? You're not expecting Tide to be a very mobile hero, whereas Lina's going to try and utilize the lower cooldown, the Laguna Blade, be active, be useful for the squad. But one thing that OG have done is that they're keeping their 5 high in XP. I mean, you look over at FNG, he's on Undying, you're not expecting much. N0tail, AA, very greedy hero, and he wants to be ready to combo as soon as possible with the level 6 of the Legion Commander, so he's not trying to shy away from the XP that much.
S4 going to take the long walk again, has boots here, and this is given some room here to Huntskin, who's trying to get up his levels as well. Only level 3 on this Queen of Pain, and tries to get a pull, but N0tail is already there to maybe stop it. And it does look like he gets some aggro, so that'll be okay. Again, a little bit of a chase going on here. FNG, they find him off in the trees with Thompson making the rotation and drawing first blood. A quick kill over there without the Ravage.
Yeah, and here I was saying I wasn't too concerned about the Gush, but I mean, with the weakening of the stacks, maybe he just wants to be a little bit more active. 2 points in Gush already, the 2-2-2 build. Not something you really expect from a Tidehunter, but when it's there to help enable the kills, that's absolutely masterful to have. And of course, I really like not getting Ravage early. That is definitely standard, right? Because I mean, what are you gonna do? You go Ravage once, maybe get like 1 kill. If you're lucky, 2 that early in the game. The earlier points on like just anchor smash, even like I'd be fine with like a 0-4-4 build or something, right?
Okay.
But the 2-2-2 is also really cool.
Thompson Classic makes it happen, and we have our first blood already as S4 is going to be bullied back a little bit. Quick push away, another fissure onto 2, but that's going to be the end of the aggression. It looks like, although Sumail already out with that Burning Barrage. And again, if you're coming in from a little break away from Dota, this is what Clinks does now.
He's
takes
a little
lot
different.
Of stacks. Yeah. And look at that, they're building up ancient stacks as well. That's 3 of them right now and 3 on this hard camp. So a nice chunk of change ready for Sumail when he decides to retreat fully back into the jungle.
Yeah, or even Thompson, right? I mean, Tide's very good at farming up the stacks as well. I think the shining spot for Alliance right now, for me, is probably S4, right? He's doing very well to start as an Earthshaker. This is a hero that can absolutely fall apart, even with the changes and stuff to like the laning stage. Sometimes you just don't get a good lane as Shaker, and you spend like 10 minutes farming up lane.
Ooh, that was a good cooldown there. As they won't be able to make anything happen afterwards, but force out the Tombstone.
Oh, speaking of S4, he's chasing N0tail into the trees up top. Oh, he can't quite get the damage though. Oh, the okey doke, the vision that AA has, it just lets him dance around him so easily.
Hanskin there, looking for the chase down, gets the dagger off, and S4 the one that finds the kill. Very well played.
That's sick. It's great that he got that kill too.
Yes.
Hanskin didn't like come and end up grabbing that one. You'd much rather get that gold on S4 as fast as you can. As the treads, this is where Shaker like now has hit his stride. Treads are amazing on this hero, very good for the mana efficiency when you're using your totem, and now he's going to try and farm towards that Blink Dagger. Great timing so far. For 9 minutes, this is an excellent start for an Earthshaker.
You can see that like there's a pretty close connection there between all the heroes, and Sumail is trying to get a little bit of acceleration out. Just look at this build. Like, this is the type of build that only exists in Herald gameplay or professional Dota 2 gameplay.
That's true.
The maximum amount of efficiency that you can get is Sumail, and just trying to clear. This is so much gold. Up top, a blink away, Hanskin not going to be able to get anything, and also going to throw an AA blast down bottom as Sumail finishes this one off. Are they going to try?
It's optimistic, I would say. Oh, he might morph down. This is next time. They have the ward too to try and snipe some stuff.
Okay. No extra vision there.
The thing is, he just can't show now, though, right?
Yeah, until it's done.
It's just, it's very frustrating for him. Like, he can't contest Seb, like, pulling away the wave or anything like that. So there's some value even when you're not getting a kill. Now, what is S4 up to here? He's lurking around up top here, playing near that ward.
Everything's still looking relatively even as FNG gonna take a little run at it, pops the ulti.
I guess he really thought he was gonna get that slow off, obviously.
Yeah.
Not able to. But they are gonna use that to still pressure mid. Drop the Tombstone too. They just want 1 kill and go.
Ready to make it happen. N0tail gonna drop down fairly low. Does have ulti back up again in 5 seconds, but FNG just keeps that pressure on, fully committing for the kill, ends up going down, will cost him his life.
Now, AA, that used to be 40 seconds, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's 60 seconds now. Can't Ice Blast as quick, so that little chuck down to the bottom lane, I said, you know, it was harmless and everything. Well, it ends up just letting the Undying walk it off and just kill him.
I thought that they were going to try and make a more concerted effort towards pressuring that mid tier 1 tower a little bit as the smoke comes out. It was close to a ward, but I don't know if they quite scouted it. But just look at this like movement down towards bottom.
I mean,
Radiant scanning
look
it,
top,
it doesn't quite connect.
They've just given up top.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're fully just saying we don't care. And by doing that, like with the help of the vision behind the tower for Hanskin, Nico Baby's like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to go top. Like, yeah, there's no value for me down here. Great dodge. There's still some time on the smoke for Thompson, but he still only has the phase boost, of course. Doesn't have like the best way to initiate with his Ravage, and looks like this will just be a little bit of nothing here. He might even reveal on this ops board, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, they were smoking.
So, at least in this early going, a trade-off of tier 1 towers, it feels very standard. And oftentimes what ends up happening is these big fights that happen in a little bit of a later stage.
Okay, this is so weird. So Sumail just cleared the 2 camps, right?
Yeah.
And he did it all right before the minute mark.
Okay.
Which is something you don't, like, usually he would have waited there to try and get both camps together for the Maelstrom, but he wants that 15%. He doesn't want to do the stacks and everything.
That's a good point, yeah. Clearing them before they respawn.
Yeah. New Dota.
Very interesting. And there is going to be a Watermelon sitting up in the top lane. This is what we've come to expect and what we know so well from a Tidehunter. It's just standing in the lane saying you can't really deal with us, but they are bringing multiple heroes around here. Limp hanging on to a Haster and has Boots of Travel also, and immediately rushing into the BKB.
This has become a very popular build. Right, just like going into the BKB as soon as you can, allowing you to stand tall, really utilize the right-clicking damage that you're going to get. And of course, you know, it doesn't hurt landing your spells when you're magic immune. It's pretty good.
As FNG will drop the Tombstone, and that sets up for Nico Baby to clear through the ancient stacks.
That was a triple.
Yeah, that was good. But OG pressuring in. They might be running into a timing with this Blink Dagger. Getting finished on S4, coming out right now on the Courier. Are they going to try and go for a fight right now?
Yeah, Seb's a little behind with his own Blink Dagger as well, right? So that's kind of the timing is really good for Alliance at this moment. Last time they tried to force the mid. FNG went for the ulti, he ran down No Tail, but they didn't get any like actual pressure on the tower because the Tombstone was just killed right away. They're going to try that again now with the Blink Dagger here from the Earthshaker. See if they can get a really solid objective, but look who's in behind them.
Oh, and runs into him. Thompson spots it, and that's a great play.
Oh, they just instant smoke again. FNG just pops another one. He's like, all right, we'll try that one more time. Different definition of secondhand smoking.
Oh, and now they're going to run into No Tail. They find him there. Are they even going to find this
no.
kill? He just does
the tumbler soy!
He just jumps away! Oh man, that's one of those moments where like you want to make that play as Alliance and go for a big kill, and now it's not going to be the blink reveal you wanted. Still, they're strong.
Yeah, I mean, they still have Ravage, and Sumail's coming in, right? He's had to regenerate. He's lurking. There is a sentry nearby, so has to be cautious of his movement. And he's like, yeah, this is not gaining me gold. I'm going to go back to the Ancients.
No Tail takes down the Tombstone, gets a nice little chunk of change for himself. Walk forward, the rage! Oh, they find him! Able to get the first duel victory of the game on Hanskin.
That looks so weird. Legion just walk. It's like a taunt or something. Just, yeah, hey you! Yeah, come on. She just couldn't help herself. Queen had to fight.
S4 actually just gonna walk in and get the enchant totem hit onto the tier 1.
So here's the difference. Alliance made 2 different attempts at that mid tower, right? And it didn't even feel strong at all. And now you just have OG a single swoop, and everyone's just here in the timing. Sumail's still farming, right? He's nearby. He can join if something happens because his hero's pretty fast. But they might just be giving this up for free right now.
That's true, and it's really hard to make any move onto Thompson right now with this drum.
FNG's trying to grab that creep wave.
Yeah, they're keeping this.
It's too close though. Yeah.
Well, and obviously you can just.
Yeah, exactly. You can just tank it like it's weak enough that it's not gonna matter.
The wraparound though. Smoke now coming from OG. This is dangerous.
The fake back.
They don't know. I don't know if they saw S4 or not. But they walk forward, looking for the duel. Gonna find Hanskin yet again. LSA, great vision. Drop down from S4. Almost gets it. The Ravage is there. Sumail able to clean up in the end, but they took down Seb first.
That was not worth a Ravage. That's gotta feel good for Alliance right now. They want to chase.
Lift up. Pulling him back in. It's some trouble. Thompson. Oh! The echo from S4 afterwards catches onto both. Sumail has to get out of there if possible. Heal up coming, S4 down low. He's still so tanky on this Clicks. 2,000 HP, just turns and wants to fight, kills off one. They can't get the LSA connection onto Sumail. And just like that, OG, a little bit of a flub at the start, but they turn around and get some kills.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't click the hero. You start looking at that Clinks, and you're like, oh no, there's no way. Like, you just spent everything, right? First, you piled everything onto that duel, trying to save your Queen of Pain, and yeah, sure, she dies being the kill on the Legion, everything looks pretty good, you get your chase down after. They had to just be happy with what they had. But they got that little bit of success, they got a little bloodthirsty, and they paid for it.
It's TI time. I mean, again, it just means that it's even, right? Like, granted, there is still this Clinks that's very strong. Sitting 2,000 HP when he's all stacked up and looking very good. Has BKB almost completed, but we're also approaching that timing. This Morphling has Lincoln Spear done now. Going towards the Aghanim Scepter next. Nico Baby's timing, playing together with S4 is going to be really hard to deal with for OG.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a must. It feels bad because the Lincolns doesn't do anything versus the AA, really, but obviously it's kind of, you need it with that that addition to the talent on Seb. It just makes it so easy to get the duel.
Blink forward and then dueling, it was all very good. Because I think about that, right? Like, Seb walked forward, he linked up to high ground, and then just saw, okay, who's there, and then was able to find a duel onto Hanskin.
Radiant structures.
More pressure. Bottom tower just gets glyphed away here by Alliance.
Dire's top tower.
Similar pressure up top. They're going to glyph as well from OG, so no one wants to move. It's the message here. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, you got one wave, whatever. And, his tower, yeah, he just grabs that thing. So, things, as you said, very even at the moment right now. OG there, they're just kind of playing the flag down, saying, you know, they're going to Legion Commander, right? Duels, takes the area. She wants this. This tower's gone. There's no one else up there with Nico Baby, so what's the play?
Careful, careful. They got vision down. They see this. S4 gets dueled. Oh, that was not how that was supposed to go. They get the BKB out from Limp, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They're just going to turn, fight, take down that tombstone. And S4 just got a little bit ahead of himself, and OG with a good ward down set that all up.
All right, now, Alliance got ahead of themselves last time. Will OG do the same? It feels like there's not a lot of value here, especially once the Shaker's back. I agree, just poking, keep going until the Shaker returns.
Yes.
After that, probably not a lot to do. Now, at the same time, they also have Queen of Pain was just showing mid. They're not sure where Nico Baby is, but he definitely isn't shown in the base, so there's not a lot of threat to kick OG out, but they'll still respect the Earth Shaker even after that, that last display.
Things that I feel like you always talk about, being able to find vision with these support heroes. No Tail just drops that Ice Vortex up on the high ground, sets him up to be able to poke away the tower. Again, look at this. 7 Sumail. A big jump here on the Limp, and they get him just there with the range. The right click's coming through the barrage and the finish. Dude, this Legion duel is silly.
That is painful. They don't have any supports with Chase. So they have an Undying and a Queen of Pain. Like, Queen of Pain can't, like, blink after you and just dagger you or something as a play, right? That's not something that's going to catch two heroes that make a play like that. That was just a free pick. That was so nice.
That like, hard save that we talk about team speed. Think about if that was added in with their Ice Blast or what have you. The fact that you just can't play on the map when there is this Legion Commander there, it's just so difficult for kids right now. All right, down 3,000 gold. Again, not the end of the world. You've still got this timing that's coming forward, but every one of those kills can start to add up. We're 1,000 gold away from Morphling having that Aghanim Scepter completed.
Yeah, it goes back to the fans, right? Getting rid of the Shadow Demon right at the end. Like, OG kind of saw that they want to make these pick off plays like that, and that's a hero that can prevent that. Instead, they end up going for the second mid in the Lina and pushing the Queen of Pain back down to the forest. Well, she's going to be pulled back with the Spirit Vessel. All right. Be all right?
Yeah, never in doubt. Spirit Vessel, like you're talking about, now going back into the Yule Scepter afterwards. Seb almost has BKB. Way to lock down these games. Starts to look in your favor. Just keep that pressure on from OG.
And what's next on our list? When we have this much map control, and the enemy's hiding in their base.
This big guy.
The answer's Roche. That is the answer. Correct. We start prepping for Roche if you're OG. That's the way to go. If you're in that mentality, what you want to do. If you're Alliance, you want to say to yourselves, what do we do in terms of getting the Roche? Try and find a good fight. What's our fights look like? You have Earthshaker as Alliance. That's very good. You gotta feel like that's a strong hero to have around the pit, right? OG, they have the AA, they have the Ravage. I don't think you want to try and sneak away the Roche. You want to try and connect, right? Unfortunately, they are in no way going to be in position for that, as they've gone to the bottom. They basically say, like, we don't think we can fight. What are we going to get if we think they're roaching? The answer is a tier 1 tower. So they're just going all in on bottom, and they will trade. I think this is pretty good. I don't think the Roche fight goes well for them, and they're not so far behind. They need to go for some sort of like a Hail Mary.
This is going to be something to watch for as well. As they're getting Roche right as Alliance are getting a power spike. I don't think it's completely outside of the realm of possibility that Alliance, if they see a good fight, decide to take that fight. But at least for the moment, they're going to dodge away, try and get out of there. Sumail is chasing a little bit, but I think he's just going to push out the wave. It's time.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready. Let's go. Time for some Dota. OG are smoking. Alliance are ready with the Morph Shaker. It's combo time.
Are they thinking about Alliance are holding this area? They feel like OG are going to pressure
They have such good vision. I mean, look at it. They have Ob, Sentry. They want the smoke to pop on the other side of the tree. They're so close to being correct, right? Like, OG almost made this move into this area. This could have been so good for them. But now what do? You've laid your trap. You're waiting. Someone to trip on the snare. They're getting closer. There's the change.
Tail,
Nico's ready.
Right at the start, man. The double. X marks the spot right away, able to catch him. OG have to get out of here. They are caught in a dangerous position. Laguna Blade thrown.
Look at that Tide just die. Oh, okay,
my
well,
God.
would have died.
Jump in, tries to blow him up. Do they have enough? Oh, can they bring down Nico Baby? It doesn't look like it. Sumail there. BKB out already. Chasing down Thompson, trying to find the finish. A couple more hits, and there's one. Seb takes down another. Limp ends up dying in this, but the dynamic duo of the Morph Shaker is still alive. Chase down, almost gets enough for the kill. They take down another. Nico Baby, the world on his back right now as they want to find it. Echo Slam out.
Sick.
There's a fissure on the two. Great combo comes out from Alliance. A triple kill from Sumail. Does Nico Baby and Hans
No,
have
his time
enough?
has ran out.
The A blast afterwards though has to run. Dodges away. Oh, they can't quite connect. Sumail is down very low. Nico Baby decides he wants to fight. Jumps forward, finds the Aegis kill. Now, do they stick around anymore? I think Alliance back out.
No, there's no point. There's no way you get that second kill. You're both so low, and you don't have the Shaker, right? Obviously, they took him down, so there's no morphing there. And what was really rough about that fight, I believe, is that he was only 17 when the fight started, so he didn't have the 40-second cooldown on the morph, so he couldn't get a second one after.
Man, these little moments right here, it's so close. And again, a 4,000 gold lead, but the important part that you saw was that was the fight with the Aegis.
Yep.
OG, they get that little buffer that keeps them, from losing too much, but Alliance definitely winning that engagement.
And all I see is what does that fight look like if Nico Baby has a BKB? And the answer is not good for OG, because he already looked unstoppable. And frankly, they should have had the kill earlier as well on the Thompson, right? But they missed the Sonic Wave.
Oh, and Seb gets hit. Oh, but the BKB comes out, and there's the duel. Oh, finds S4. That is not the hero that you want to lose right at the start of this one. Is Nico Baby still going in? Has to be careful. They have already used the Ice Blast, though. FNG gets dropped down now as well. 40 seconds until Ravage, but Hanskin is also in no man's land. A triple kill for Sumail. OG find the fight perfectly, and S4 just a bit too far forward. They weren't expecting them to be there.
And now he's friendless again. 20 seconds. There's no Shaker here, so they know, right? Nico Baby is just not the same hero without his bud in the off lane. Sumail wants the pressure for that. That was Alliance thinking they had a pickoff play. They thought they had something there that could help put this game completely even and back to it. Instead, we've doubled the lead on OG, and they're gonna grab themselves. But I think maybe even a full set of racks. Thompson, dude, there's still no Ravage right now.
Jump in, they get him right away. S4 is there. They're gonna steal Fissure now also. Oh God, this is really
stuck.
deadly. I mean, can they get him? That's kind of the question now. A Fissure comes out onto S4.
Dude, how do you get away with that?
I don't know. That's crazy. I mean, Nico Baby's looking for an opening here, but you don't have your
Look at this
roster.
board in the base too. Just chilling down by those bottom racks.
Makes such a big difference.
If that stays, they're in so much trouble. They've already shown the dives they're willing to go for on this Legion several times, and if anyone is here killing that creep wave, they're just gonna die.
9K gold lead now. 25 minutes in, OG, those couple of fights, and again, like, it's that BKB coming out from the Legion Commander in that fight down bottom and just not perfectly lining up those stuns together that ends up really putting the punish onto Alliance, losing S4. It's rough.
And, I mean, this could be the game. They have Ravage ready right now for Thompson. One more bad fight, and they can sweep through enough racks that it's just going to feel very, very difficult for you to come back on the side of Alliance. This build from Thompson, the creep waves just vanish, right, between Thompson as well as Sumail. This build's been gaining a lot of steam as well from pubs. Like, Ame's been playing quite a bit, I've seen, where they just like get this really early Agnums on the core tide.
Find one. Can't get into no
This stolen Fisher just like ends the fight,
yes, you know? It really does. Because you can't Lincoln's it. I mean, obviously BKB is good, but you're not quite there from Morph, still a little ways away. Like this timing, you talked about thinking about how that fight looks different if Nico Baby has a BKB, and he just has to go away and farm it. He can't come and fight until that's online. It's too dangerous. Unless they're going to push for high ground, and then it's too dangerous not to do it.
Sumail is 7 levels ahead of Thompson.
Yeah, that's crazy. And Seb has 130 dual damage at this point in the game. Like, Nico Baby just has to go away and farm. There's not really another great option.
This is like how Thompson loves playing Dota, where he just gets to be this big body in front. Like, what are you going to do? They have no way to pressure Ravage.
Just losing racks right now. Alliance definitely on the back foot. This is 2 sets now down, and recognizing they can't fight without BKB. OG just controlling this game here.
I'm trying to find a way where this fight looks good for them. I guess it's straight up just has to be the BKB. That's the only answer, right?
Echo drops down a lot onto Seb. Isn't enough? No, it's not! And they get the dual victory. Seb gonna live through it. Oh, it hurts so bad for Alliance right now, as they will get chased down again. I mean, they're thinking about going in more onto Limp. Limp's in trouble. Limp is gone also. No mercy from the 2-time TI champion.
Did you see Thompson? He pump faked the Ravage to see if he'd make him pop his BKB, but Limp has buyback, so he's going to save it. Knew that he was dead, even if he went for it. I see, like, they were so close to hitting the timing they needed on Alliance, but that one mistake where they jumped by that bottom set of stairs near mid, I think that lost them like their comeback chance, where they just lose 3 heroes for free, trying to get something, because they need, as we said, that BKB on Nico Baby is just necessary for them to play Dota right now.
Of course, this Legion Shard, it's such a great like gaming thing. You have this moment where like you can trap him in with the Ancients, you think you're going to be able to blow him up with the S4 Echo and everything else coming together, and it's just like not quite enough damage. Like if you blow up Seb right there, suddenly things feel better, but this hero, you know, sitting pretty with 24 armor and 2300 HP, it's too much to try and shoot through.
They're trying to take a fight outside their base right now, prepping Nico Baby early with the Morph, and oh, he shows though. And Sumail, okay, he is feeling bold. That looks like a hero with an Aegis the way he's playing right now.
I mean, he has almost 4,000 HP though, to be fair. It's like, can they blow him up? This is, okay, just gonna press the attack, jump forward, Ravage gonna connect onto 3. S4 is gone yet again. There's the duel, the chase down. It's enough for the kill. Nico Baby wants to get some havoc out there. He's gonna take down both of the supports and then try and run out of there. But in the meantime, you're just losing heroes left and right. Maybe a chance. Okay, Seb turns to fight, gonna punch away onto Hanskin. Has to get out of there. Now the chase down, Nico Baby waveforms through. Really good job playing through the vision here, as OG don't have any view of what's happening. Turn now, trying to bring down Seb. A couple more right clicks. Is it gonna be enough though? He's turning with a Paladin sword, doing too much damage. The Echo, it's enough there. Hanskin comes in with the scream. Nico Baby turning, trying to kill off Thompson, finds the kill, and now the jump in, but he dies in the air. Sumail is too strong. The king is back, and he's taking them all down one by one. FNG, the last one left alive, with the exception of Sumail in this game, as the right clicks come through. Come give me a high five. You also will die. Pretty play from OG.
Okay, Nico Baby needs to be like the one-man team, and he just did such a masterful job in that team fight, considering the situation they're in. But it is unbelievable how much they have enabled Sumail in this game. I mean, look at him.
He's so
look, he's playing. No fear whatsoever. His level is just, he's 18-0-5, guys.
Oh, God. Nico Baby forced to pop the BKB. He's still fighting Sumail. They pop the dust, run away. Lordy. Stolen Laguna Blade now. Things are looking rough for Alliance here in this game number 1. 20k gold up. Smells like you can pick up the neutral items. That's not my job.
This is going to be a game to go back and watch the distribution and the way that OG play that and see if this is how they're going to start playing a lot of their games in the group stage. Because, like, Thompson, you know, of course he's used to being, like, a playmaker and everything, but I feel like this is an even heavier, like, disadvantage for him in terms of, like, the way he plays this Tide. Like, look how low he is on net worth. And it's fine.
Crazy.
It doesn't matter at all. He's completely doing his job. The whole point is that all of that gold is so much better funneled into Sumail. And the ramp up and the absolute ridiculous speed of XP that he got is crazy.
This hero's still very good in Dota, apparently. You know, the Clink still feels very strong. I think the sort of pedigree that people were giving this hero went down. Oh my God, they're anticipating the movement. Oh, Hanskin's dead as well. They're gonna get the D ward now. They knew that there was vision in this area. One last set of racks. It's a wrap-up right now unless Alliance can make the biggest of plays. Looking for the fissure. Good jump right at the start. Can they find more? Blows up No-Till, and now the Laguna Blade out. Takes down S4 again, but they have a lot of time left. Jumps up in the air. Triple kill for Sumail. Nico, baby, trying to get out of there as they will attempt to chase. There's the TP out. But he won't have a friend to play with when they come up to the high ground. It was a valiant effort from Alliance, but GG called. And just like that, we're going to see OG take the first series. Unbelievable.
Oh, that was so good. Alliance, you know, this was not as one-sided as maybe it would look. I feel like you come back, you look at the stats and the score and stuff, you might think, like, you know, Alliance kind of got, like, worked or something here. But not really the case. They had a timing that they were trying to shoot for very clearly with this lineup between the Morphling and the Shaker. That was clearly their whole plan. And they almost had it. Very, very close. Not bad, especially for a first match. But OG on the other side, they also had a plan, and they fully realized their goals here with just getting Sumail off to an incredible start. What did he end on GPM? 845.
It's crazy.
968 XPM.
That's just crazy.
That's going to be like, that could be a record for the tournament, honestly.
21-0-6. Yeah, that might be.
What is it, like 1,000 plus is all we need? So I think that Sumail's getting there, right? I thought maybe a TA might be able to figure that one out or something.
I mean,
but
put him on one of those heroes, why not?
Wow. That looked pretty scary here. Things to change in game 2. I think the support duo for Alliance is very risky. Going Queen of Pain, Undying, the classic no stuns, right? That's where we wound up here. I think it's tough, especially when you're going to do that. No stun support duo, but your mid hero is also going, like, there was no Yules for the Lina. She went for, like, this very standard build of going, like, bots into BKB and then, like, maybe more damage items and everything. She went for a Shadow Blade, which was some later initiation, probably hoping to maybe do something about the Kraken Shell. They had no playmakers until the timing. You need something to buffer into that time.
I think that's what they needed, definitely. Something to buffer into. We're going to buffer into the next game now, so we get ready to head into that one. OG Alliance, the grudge match will continue. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you all on the other side. We are back in ready for game number 2. I'm trying to think if we would call that one like a stomp. It felt like the first 15 minutes or so were very close, and then it became like those little things that OG was doing that was building up momentum. Those little things, it snowballed into feeling like there was just no way for them to come back into the game.
There was kind of it felt a little stompy because there were essentially, there's 2 teams and they each have a game plan, but these game plans were actually extremely similar.
Yes.
They were both just trying to get one big mega carry.
Yeah.
And the mega carry on the Dire side on OG was much bigger than the one on the Radiant. And then there's kind of like a potential, of course, for the Morphling that the Clinks doesn't have, where you have these magical timings. Clinks is just a build-up over time. Every item just adds more and more and more and more. Morphling's like, and then giant jump when you actually get the Aghanims. Then, of course, another massive jump when you get the BKB. Unfortunately, hit one jump, which brought them like just a little bit below, but they couldn't get the second jump. They got cut off at the knees, couldn't jump anymore, and they lost. I like having this table that I can just bang.
Why?
This is
What
good.
Are you doing?
I don't know. Feels good.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't think I've had this at TI. I don't know. It's a nice, solid, sturdy table. So excellent.
You're
Thank you
break
very
the
much.
Damn thing. You're going crazy over there.
Well, games aren't starting. What am I going to do? I'm breaking tables.
That's
I don't
fair.
get the game starting.
That's true.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if there were any updates about things that were changed. So it does look like there was, in the second time, obviously, you trade out.
Well
so
done.
Alliance are going to be the ones that take second pick this time, and OG get Radiant. So same situation that we had last game. They're not switching anything up, feeling like, all right, we just got to either execute better or ban out the Clinks. We'll see what ends up happening.
They're switching.
Are they? Oh, I thought that it was the other way around.
Like, now Alliance have priority,
That's a good point. Good
and
point.
they took the better thing,
I
which
see.
is second pick.
I see.
But the better side is still
Right.
Radiant, and so OG took Radiant.
Right. So the
Yeah.
old flippy did be do. How are you?
Flippity floppity. That's right. Yes, so that was coming into TI. I would say that would be my expectations, is that
Right.
Radiant is better. I think it plays better. It feels nicer to be Radiant. I like that when you play as Radiant, as the game progresses and you're winning, you start naturally play more on the opposite kind of side of the map. Like you play more in the enemy jungle. And so when you're Radiant, that feels really good. 'Cause
Right.
You're playing like on that triple camp up there, and then you fire back to Roche, and then you fire back to Ancients. That's all really nice.
Right.
Easy to control.
Well, what's interesting too about this last game, though, was it felt like OG was able to still make plays. Like I'm thinking again about that sort of bait that Alliance tried to lay out when there was the smoke that went down bottom, or what we thought was going to be a smoke that went down
Yeah.
bottom. But at that point, it already felt like they were a little bit behind, and then of course not being able to get the BKB out on Morph for those like sort of really key fights, needing to go like to a large extent needing to go for that Linken's. It slows down the rest of those things,
Yeah.
right? Like it felt like Clinks was able to just do whatever Sumail wanted that game, and there wasn't really a sort of a thing that freed up Alliance in the same way because there's so
Dota-
many threats.
Dota's a lot easier when you have way more gold. It turns
Okay,
out,
good.
I feel
It's
like that
true.
was just Sumail just like living his life.
Yeah.
Like everything was just provided for him. Didn't really have any trials or tribulations, and he just kind of ran around on his side of the map, farmed up some creeps, showed up on the team, won them. I
Right.
think the supporting cast of OG just like Sumail gets the star power and everything,
Right.
because he comes into the end and sweeps up. And it is
Yeah.
important that you do that as Sumail, because essentially his first 20 minutes. It's kind of like when you're the goalie to use a hockey. And you played goalie soccer. I'm sure it's similar. Sometimes your team is doing so well that the puck never ends in your end.
No, I never.
Okay, he didn't play on a good
experienced that.
team, obviously. But, you
I
got to stay
went
hot. You got to be ready for when you're called upon, you
Right.
can't be cold. You've just been chilling the whole game. Sumail's just chilling the
That's
whole
true.
game. And so when he's finally given the ball and says, all right, now that you're like 8 feet tall and everyone is like tiny little children, I need you to go dunk on some fools. He dunked.
You switched analogies so much
I
there.
need to
When
cover
they
as
give
many
the goalie
sports.
the ball and they go dunk it on the hockey rink, that's what ends
just-
up happening.
I'm trying to cover. I understand there's not a lot of hockey knowledge, right? I'm just like trying to pick and
Can I-
choose. Isn't NBA the most global?
I feel like
Except for that
football,
thing with
soccer
the little.
still
Oh,
is.
well, he called it football. Don't
Okay.
pander to them. Call it what you
I see
call
you,
it. He calls
Euros.
it soccer. All right.
I played for
Don't
17
pretend.
years. Can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I think I've said this before
Uh-huh,
on broadcast. When I was in high school, the first game that we played competitively, I was the keeper, and we lost 0-17.
No, you
It
didn't.
felt real good.
Yes.
It felt real good.
No, you got. Did you wait? Did you get subbed out?
No. I blocked more than 17 shots.
Okay,
it's
that's
just that
to
there
be
were
fair.
17
All right.
through. That was
Wow.
the problem. What do you mean did I get subbed out? How would they sub me out? I'm the greatest.
Wouldn't it be well, I mean, not if they scored 17. I feel like it
That's
can't
not
get
on me.
much
That's
worse.
on my team. Listen, that's like my team pick and pudge.
That is the most Dota player thing I've ever
Exactly.
heard.
It
Yeah, we
totally
get scored
is.
on 17 times and I'm the goalie, but that's not on me. That was my team.
It was my team.
That's
God
like,
dang it.
look, man, I bought all the wards as support.
Exactly.
One more, yeah, I didn't place them, but like I couldn't because like you guys wouldn't like get it on the map, so it's not
Exactly.
my fault that we had no vision.
You're speaking to a bunch of people that are all agreeing with what you're saying
That,
right now.
that is not good. You should not be agreeing with that, or else you're just one of these 17 scored on goalies.
And think about where I am as well. So we're going to get ready. We're going to actually tell them right now that we are ready in chat, so that way we can get the game underway. But Alliance versus OG. The other thing that we should talk about a little bit with that last game was that it felt like the Lina never really got enabled in the way that you would want. You talked a lot about the idea of like who's going to make these rotations and make moves, and it actually ended up being Thompson that found a kill in the jungle, which I think was our first blood at like 5 minutes or whatever into it. In the end, Limp only had 1 kill on the Lina. He was like 1-5 and something else. Laguna Blades, I don't think ever killed somebody. Like, it was a rough game for that Lina, and that was the last pick. That was everything that you put into it.
Not to go off topic here, but do you have all chat muted or something? Why do we never see anything in the lobby? Are
I
we
don't
the
know,
only,
man.
why are we being
Maybe
told to stay
I'm
ready?
muted. Maybe they just don't know.
Did you ignore everyone in the admin as well?
Let me
Because
see.
like where they're just
The
like, well,
admin
are you guys
agrees.
ready? They're like, messaging us. Like, well, yeah, we are ready.
Yeah.
They're not saying anything though.
No, we're not.
But apparently it's coming soon, so that's the secret. But yes, I would agree that they basically had too many heroes trying to do the same thing. It feels like there was no one who could actually make plays. And especially the most surprising thing is that I think S4 had a better than expected start to that game in terms
Right.
of his gold and like getting the blink dagger and stuff.
There
You know,
were a couple moments that felt a little rough for him in that one.
Yes, 100%. Yes, the late game execution was poor.
Yeah.
Especially getting caught. Like the two very specific moments that essentially lost Alliance their chance to come back were based off of initiations by him, which sucks because Earthshaker is not someone who necessarily wants to jump in first.
Exactly,
It's
but
always
there
better
wasn't
to jump
another
in
person.
second. Yeah, but he had to jump in first, and that's your job this game. So, condolences. But yeah, there really wasn't anyone else to do that, was there?
No, I mean, hypothetically, maybe the Queen of Pain, but like,
For vision. She just
Yeah,
blinks in and like, guys, they're casting spells on me. That worked a
Man.
couple times, to be fair. That's
It
usually
did,
how they won
yeah.
fights. Was like, I'm being dueled.
Right.
Go. Team, I found them. They can't get away from us now.
and I think that's part of the strength of that Tidehunter pick too. Because think about what those heroes are that you would normally fulfill in that role. It would be like the Ember or the Void Spirit or one of those others, and like that lane doesn't sound good against Tidehunter.
Well, the problem too was that the Tide was first bait. Well, Shaker and then Tide Rubik, right?
Yeah.
What was the answer to Tide?
Yeah,
There
they
was-
never had it.
There was zero answer to Tide. They had 4 heroes to do something versus Tidehunter, and Thompson gets to be level 15 while his Clinks is level 22 and still feel like a strong hero because they can't stop Kraken Shell. And if you can't get your BKB in time because you're forced into a link, it's like there's so many layers of why the strategy was so good. Because
Yeah.
he can't go BKB first because he's going to get dueled and died. So he has to go Lincolns. And then he needs an eggs, right? I'm a Morphling. I need
Exactly,
the
you
eggs.
have to have
My
it.
Shaker. So his item build was pre-planned just from the draft. There's not really much else that Nico Baby can do.
Right, and that's sort of the situation where those really good bands that came out from OG, the Shadow Demon, what have you, and it makes me think again like one of those situations where maybe you pick something like a Disruptor or a Doom or I mean that hero's all weird, but whatever. Like I guess that's the thing, right? Is that Tidehunter fulfills, he presents a problem to you, and there was just never a solution that was presented by Alliance, and we saw what ended up happening when that was the case, and then you Clinks could just do whatever the heck you wanted.
And
It was having a great time.
was the case in game 1.
Oh,
But guys, we have game 2. The
Let's
draft is
check it
actually
out.
starting, so we're good. Don't worry. We got you. We got you coming up here with a couple of heroes and some picks.
absolutely. As we get ready to go into this, I personally, I'm trying to think if there were any heroes that were banned out in the first phase that I really would like to see changed up in exchange for the Tidehunter.
Chen, Io, Monkey,
Tiny.
and Tiny.
Yeah.
That was our 4.
Right.
I don't know if I'd want to let any of those through. Those all sound worse than anything we saw.
It would be Chen Io, right? Those would be the 2 that you would let through for Alliance because it was Monkey and the other. So we're going to go into this one already. Monkey's still going to be banned, this time by Alliance.
Wow.
And Shaker gets taken out by OG.
Put some respect on his name. They do. They ban the Shaker. They say, you know what? That was actually pretty good. That was a little scary.
Turn
And
to
then
ban.
the AA as well.
They want that morph option available. That
But
dude,
they've banned out the Shaker. So you're thinking the Willow then?
yeah, just which is
Okay.
a good hero. Like for themselves, obviously, because I mean they
Right,
got like
right.
incredible morph player. I hear the guy's pretty good at it.
That's true. Not bad. And so
10
do we take
seconds
out the tiny
remaining.
now, or do you think about taking out the morph? I mean,
5
in a way, the
seconds
shaker
remaining.
Oh
was.
well, you have to ban the IO, but then they just get like it's not even the morph really. It's
Yeah,
more
that's
the
actually a
IO and
good
the
point.
Chen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so the problem is now they've entered a situation where they can't ban both. So they're either getting IO or
Legion's
Chen.
turn
So
to
they
pick.
don't bother banning either of them. They just ban
And now,
Legion.
are they going to take the other then?
I think IO.
Turn to pick.
Oh, they took
Oh,
oh yeah,
right.
right. We still have Tiny. Oh my
Tiny's
god,
still in
dude,
there.
there's so much trouble.
So they take out the Legion. So now, if they wanted to, they could go Chen
Alliance's
IO.
turn to pick.
There's one.
Do they take the second?
That would be a little bit crazy. Are they that crazy? No. Okay, that's good. Take the IO and the gyro.
And
All right,
you're
nice,
leaving
nice.
Morph in with AA banned?
Well, this is okay.
What?
This
Surely
is okay.
they just morph here, and now you've got tiny Morphling?
Well, I mean, those are okay. That actually does sound pretty good. I'm trying to find something. That sounds
This
pretty
looks
good.
real bad.
10 seconds.
Does OG
okay.
want to do that, though?
But on the other side, Alliance took their IO,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
So the AA was banned. That's gonna feel pretty good for Alliance. They were practicing this IO later into the season,
Oh,
and they go for the big ET. This hero's looked very good lately.
interesting. Very interesting. I would be a little bit concerned. I'm surprised that they didn't go for the morph. But I guess what's the thought process there? You don't
10
have to take it right
seconds
now, and
remaining.
you're like it might be there later. I mean, I don't know. If you're
5
Alliance, do you ban
seconds.
that
I
out
think
now?
you really want Tiny as a 1 these days. I
Okay.
think that's where I
Okay.
want it. And then there's still the idea of 2
Turn to
as
pick.
another one, and then 4 I think is like the third thing that I want for Tiny. So
Right.
I don't think I'd want to open with like Tiny Morph, right?
Yeah.
Because then the Morph has to be mid.
Yeah, that's true. That's
know,
true. Okay.
I'd rather just like chill, let things go. I mean, you've got ET, so
They
it's
ban out
fine,
the
and
morph.
they do ban it out, and that's fine. Just because
10
they ban it doesn't
seconds
mean that OG
remaining.
made a mistake either, because there's just like the draft just goes down a different
5
path. They just want to
seconds
say,
remaining.
yes, we recognize that is good,
Yes.
but it's even better when it's later. So let's just get rid of it now.
Alliance's turn
Hey,
to
how's it
ban.
going, mainstream? Hope you all are having a great time out there. I don't know if they can still hear us.
Can you guys wave at us? We can see your faces in the bottom.
I
So
don't
if you
think so.
hear us, I want you guys to wave.
Dude, we're causing trouble. I know it's going to
This
happen
is how
already.
I need to know, though.
No, they're
How
not.
else will I know?
I don't know. It's fine. All right. So what do we have else here?
10
Tidehunter banned
seconds
out
remaining.
along with the Bat Rider and the Morphling. I mean, that's the
5
only one that
seconds
really
remaining.
scares me right now if I'm Alliance. You don't really need to worry about the
OG's
Willow now. You
turn
don't
to
really need to
ban.
worry about many of the other heroes. The Deuce have banned out.
Many of the others.
Well, like
done.
there's nothing that's like immediately apparent that comboed with these ones like freak me out.
Yep. I'm so hot on Medusa. I think this hero's sick.
Okay.
It's got banned 2 games in a row now. I'm very
10
disappointed.
seconds remaining.
I think I have it for some of my predictions. I think she looks absolutely
5 seconds
terrifying. I think she's
remaining.
basically like Gyro, but a little greedier. So I think that she would definitely fit the way that OG are playing. But what about the Clinks? Is there any reason not to just potentially go back for that and like at least consider it with a tiny mid? Or it could be Tops and Clinks. He also plays that too. So if they're like ET wants to stack, that's his
Right.
life.
So the only thing that sort of makes me wonder about that is that if you are going to be playing like, then do you have Sumail play a more active Tiny at that point, or do you have Clinks play a more active Clinks? It doesn't feel like that's
Alliance's
necessarily a
turn to
great
ban.
role for him. I don't know.
I think Sumail really likes those active carries where he can be a little bit more involved too. Like I don't think that they're just locked into like, oh, I'm gonna go farm camps
Yeah.
as the one and stuff like he did
Yeah,
as
that's true.
the Clinks.
True.
I do worry as to why he was playing so much techies though. I really hope that doesn't come into anything.
10 seconds
That was very
remaining.
concerning.
I could see that being
5
dangerous.
seconds remaining.
Another death probably ban. So really bringing back a lot of the same heroes and then just something a little bit annoying to play against in the Mirana, and out comes the Pangolier. So a hero that has been nerfed recently, and then got another nerf with the Echo Saber change too. So it's not bad. I mean, Echo Saber's still good on the hero. It's just not quite as good as it used to be before. But there's question marks, I think, of this hero because very flexible
10
across the
seconds
roles.
remaining.
But is it still good enough with all these nerfs?
5 seconds.
I mean, it causes some chaos. I will say, I was wondering if they're just going to Bloodseeker, and they do. God, that's, yeah.
I love how
That's
fast they just did that.
Snapfire afterwards. Okay. We were talking about Snapfire earlier.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
The damage amp on those kisses is going to be deadly. The natural order combo together with it, that's pretty nice. And then they go back for the Slardar. When you were talking about heroes that you were excited to see, this is one of the ones that I was thinking of that actually sounds kind of cool.
Well, it's an IO, so
Yeah.
that's always pretty cheeky.
Actually,
right?
it's a Slardar, but
Well, thank you.
No
Yes, it's an
problem.
IO lineup where you can jump with the Slardar
10
and zip around
seconds
together
remaining.
true.
and get a lot done.
So to me, at least, I
5
feel like
seconds
that's the type of
remaining.
hero that you really needed in the lineup from Alliance, right? You've got Chaos, you've got a big, strong carry in the Gyrocopter.
Mhm.
You needed something to start the fight, and it needed to be able to be like not mess with the tangos rolling, so the Earthshaker or what have you, but also be like a strong hard disable, and that fits perfectly.
So currently they're most likely set to be FNG 5 Pango
Ooh.
with the IO playing with the Slardar in lane and Gyro is the one paired up.
Alliances
The other
turn
thing
to
that we
ban.
saw that we were talking about a lot in the pre-TI pub scenes,
Mhm.
the IO with the Pango with the shard on the IO. You remember getting some stuns with the
okay,
rolls
all
through.
right, yeah, true.
That could be pretty cool.
Also, it could be a core IO with a position 4 Slardar. That would actually work really well with how the core IO functions.
And then
'Cause-
Gyro 4?
No. Gyro will be the 1. The
Oh,
IO
okay,
will be
got
the
it, got it,
3.
got it.
The Slardar is the 4. Because the
Okay.
whole idea of this IO 3 is that you pick some 4 that, like, I saw IO Bloodseeker, right?
Right.
The Bloodseeker plays as a
10
4
seconds
because you can, like,
remaining.
zip around together, and Bloodseeker has really useful spells.
That's interesting.
You remember how the
5
core IO used to
seconds
work with Helm of the Dominator
Yes.
and the Creep? Slardar would be your Helm of the Dominator creep. He would actually function exactly the same
Okay.
as, like, a Centaur. It's actually true. It's just an upgraded version.
Dude, I don't know if we'd be having. I don't know how I feel about S4 IO. All right, Clinks is back.
I think that's the play. Like, it just looks good. They just played it. You know they played on Sumail and Thompson. Don't back down. Go right in there.
They did. They
Mm.
went in. Oh, now if there's any benefit here, it's that Alliance have
10
changed up their
seconds
draft
remaining.
from last time. Like, we'll see if it ends up working for him this time.
5
I like a
seconds
lot of what
remaining.
Alliance is doing, but you're kind of greedy in a way, right? Like, IO Gyro want to farm, get their levels up, make all that fun stuff happen. Slardar needs a Blink Dagger. Pango can be active early. I feel like maybe you need somebody that can play with the Pango. We're assuming it's Pango mid right now, right?
No, I think it's Pango 5.
You think it's Pango 5? All right.
Yeah,
never
I think
mind
they're
then.
going to pick some other mid.
Okay.
That would be my guess right now.
So then what would be that type of mid that you would want? Maybe a puck?
They already well, it kind of depends on how they want to play.
Right.
Personally, I think that it'll probably just be the 3 Slardar and the 4 IO.
Okay.
And they'll probably just go for like another like active sort of a mid. Yeah, like your puck or something. Like, I mean, look at the bands like Storm Kunkka, that sort of idea. Void Spirit,
will win.
Ember Spirit looks possible. That lane sounds kind of awful though. They need someone that can kind of handle the idea of the Clinks there as well. I was looking through how well Clinks has been doing in the pub scene lately. He's been struggling against some pucks, in terms of mid heroes, some
Okay.
Shadow Fiends.
Ooh, Shadow
Because you're
Fiend
just
sounds
like
cool.
out farming in a sense.
I wouldn't mind Shadow Fiend at all. What about one of those heroes that contest the stacks? Does Clinks just take them too quickly that you can't even do that?
I mean, there's heroes that could do it, but let's go back for the Queen of Pain. And where is she going? Wait, we just have to wait it out here.
Okay,
It
I
will
like
be
that
limped.
way more.
Okay.
I like that way more.
All right, so it
Tops and
is
tiny.
no surprises around the way, I guess. Well, except for, I guess, the question of who's taking it, Thompson or Clinks, or
Right.
Sumail in terms of the tiny. So, yeah. I think with the Queen of Pain coming out, that
Dude,
That looks
look at
alright.
Motel set. It's like a transformer hand. That thing's terrifying. I'm gonna grip you. I'm coming for you.
I'm going to grip you and I'm going to rip you.
Oh man, we sounded a little bit like Mr. T there. That was
Tosses them
dangerous.
asunder.
That's right.
Can he DMCS?
Probably.
I am Mr. T.
You
I
know.
don't know about you.
You really aren't.
Oh, nuts.
I don't think that.
I'll call him up and ask him if it's cool.
Okay.
You know.
You do that
Maybe he'll let me be Mr. T.
for a day.
Change my branding.
Wear a giant gold chain.
Think he'd send me one?
No,
He's probably got extra laying around. I can't imagine he only has one giant gold chain.
that's true. Although to be honest, I don't think that he always goes out wearing those clothes. Although it was stylish.
You know what? I think he probably does.
Okay.
Yeah. It's probably fake gold, so it's lighter. Like, he's
Cool.
probably got the real gold for the good stuff, but
Yeah.
his everyday carry is just fake,
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. You guys want to talk about Dota instead?
Let's get into it.
That sounds
Game
pretty good.
number 2, OG facing off against Alliance. Alliance trying to come back from
that's a lie down there. It says MVP last match. That's false.
Oh no.
I got an issue with that one, Valve.
Interesting. So apparently we have those predictions coming up every game. So I'll need to redo that console before the next one, so you don't see that little pop up there. Apologies to all the fine folks out there.
But don't forget to do your predictions.
That's right.
That's always good, right? You guys want to get some stuff.
True enough. So the quick run out by everybody, and Seb going to do some high fives, dropping down the pins. We had a very interesting level 1 that happened last time, where Alliance were able to completely zone out OG and almost take down everything, which would have been pretty awesome.
Yeah, they went up with 3 of the 4.
Yes.
So that was pretty good with the deny on 1. Kyle has clearly paid off Sumail, because I know he planned on doing this.
Dude, and it's freaking Kyle's out there tweeting about it, too.
Yeah.
This is what happens. He's like, all right, Sumail's like, all right, I'll spam your voice line if you tweet good things about me dunking as Michael Jordan. That's literally what happened.
That's quite the trade. I mean, to be fair, he did dunk on last game.
That
did
true.
happen.
Might happen again in this one, depending upon how it all goes. Sumail starting the game with a bunch of branches, has a stick to go as well. And we'll see if Alliance can come up with the answers, because it was definitely a struggle last time around. But I don't know. I have some hope, particularly with this Slardar IO lane.
Yeah, I think to me, there's a lot more weight, even more on S4. Like, I think he played really well last game, and up until those 2 clutch moments, but like, at least he got to that stage, and then you, it's tough because you have to play off basically just Echo, right? Like, you can do your Blink Fishers and everything, and other than that, he's essentially a vehicle for the Morphling. But the Slardar, no long cooldowns, right? Doesn't have to worry about that, and it should make it easier for Limp to play Dota, which is really important. Because last game he had a very hard time transitioning that farm into actual usefulness for the team on the Lena.
That is going to be obviously very important. You know, I think some of that too, running around with the boots of travel first, it's sort of what you feel like you have to do, but needing to make those plays. And it's hard to do it into the Tidehunter as well. Oh man, I really hope that we don't just have those predictions come up all the time. But if we do, that's perfectly okay as well. As the missile is going to go out, and the quick kill in the missile too. Nice little shredder value.
Every time they change, perfect, good stuff. Lanes, probably the most interesting one, I guess, would be the mid lane between like Thompson and Limp, right? This idea of just like, will Thompson push it too far, or will Limp, right? There's definitely an opportunity there where you're like, you try and get too close to space for a scream, think you can get the finish after all the whittling down, and suddenly you just get blown up by Tiny, and you feel like an idiot. You know, that tends to happen to the Dota players versus this one. Excellent denies here from Limp. I mean, the guy is good at laning. Like, there's no doubt about that. Obviously, his mid and late game sometimes leaves something to be desired. It's a bit of a classic for him, but his laning is sick.
Definitely one of the strongest ones in the game, and will hopefully be able to keep up the good performance that we've seen so far from him. And likewise, Thompson has basically done what his team needed him to do every time, it felt like. And down bottom, getting a little bit of pressure on to S4 with No Tail, keeping those big punches in with the ET Spirit.
Oh, this is such a fun hero to play in lane. Like, ET it's like 2 different heroes in some ways. Like, I feel like there's so much about the hero in the laning stage that you have to learn as much as like a normal hero playing an entire match of Dota. Because there's just so many shenanigans you can do with this hero. With your Spirit, between like pulling the waves and like stopping them from pulling the waves by throwing out your Spirit, and then if you get the stacks, you get your bonus damage that you're throwing on top of them. For some reason, you can trade like nobody else at level 1 and level 2. Like, look at him with the aura in this. He's fighting 2 heroes.
Yeah.
That's 2 heroes for a Spirit, guys.
And it just doesn't matter.
He's done the
just
math.
So strong. And has the salve afterwards if things get a little bit too dicey. And in the meantime, up top, a very different scenario, but you can see that OG can kind of do a similar bowling strategy, but mainly by virtue of like throwing out this blood right and basically saying, you know, if you want to get these last hits, if you want to contest for ours, you're going to take some damage for it.
Yeah, FNG's actually so slow that he can't get out of the blood right. Like, he just got stuck in it by casting it right in the middle of him. He has to be running like right away when it happens, and Seb even running in there trying to contest his courier, nearly gets it.
Careful, careful. Limp. Trading some hits there, keeping the punches now onto Thompson.
No Tail, got stunned, bottom.
Chance, and getting there, first blood.
The bashes are there. He got a little too bold, trying to protect Sumail.
Wait a minute. More punches coming in now onto Sumail. The body blocks coming in on from the IO. Can they find themselves a second trying to get the answers? S4 down low. S4 gets the final touch and trading the aggro over afterwards. No Tail's angry about it. Wants to see if he can get some retribution, but won't be able to happen.
Great little micro spacing there from Hanskin between the blocking, but also getting in range of the tower. Because you saw Sumail was trying to get a trade there, and he almost got it on S4, even through the healing.
Radiant's top tower is under
Lots of
attack.
action early on here. The creep wave did end up getting ran through, so Seb will get there just in time to get some more of the last hits. But you can see a very scrappy battle amongst these lanes. Alliance starting it off, though, with 2 kills on top.
Nico Baby obviously had a bit of a rougher start last game. Kind of similar here as well. Already a gap starting to widen between him and Sumail.
Ooh, tops in. Water rune. Bottle dead.
That's
Limp.
That's 3 daggers. That is a lot of damage.
Ooh. Okay. So Limp, after the frustrations, not being able to
top
find
lane.
kills, as up top as well, going in all the way onto FNG, able to find one.
Nah, it was huge. All that battling, helping out Seb, obviously, right? Gets himself
Yes.
the move speed bonus, so he can just chase down onto FNG, and you know that once he's gone for the swashbuckle, there's no way out.
And another round right there, you can see of Saksa dropping the little shredder, killing the missile, getting some nice little gold income from that, and then salving up afterwards. We haven't really talked about that much, but there is already a couple of stacks being built up by the IO here into the dire triangle. So that's going to be a nice little chunk of change later.
Yeah, only gets the 1, unfortunately. Not quite able to get the second. That's fine. Got the Ancients. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Ooh. Seb taking some damage here. Slowed down. Looking for a finish. Can they bring him down all the way, though? Yes, they will. Nico Baby gets the kill. 4-1 start. And down bottom, also looking for more. No Tail in trouble. Gets bashed, gets killed. Another one.
Threw out the tip as well. Nico Baby. They're answering back in game number 2, and S4 is just terrifying. With the gloves of haste now, and this bracer just keeps on turning up the damage. And the problem with ET, of course, is that you don't really have a choice. You kind of have to just keep throwing in the spirit and trading, because once you give up that fight, then they're just going to hit Sumail. And like his gold's not going to look like this, right? It's not going to be a 32 last hits like he is now. So even though it kind of looks like No Tail's feeding a little bit, it is important feeding.
True.
Nonetheless. And he even gets another stack onto the small camp here. So he's boosting up his damage. And okay, never mind. He's a little bit early.
Happens.
Dire
Scan
are
now.
scanning.
Recognizing there in the area, and Thompson was able to bottle the arcane, so Limp realizes that's happening. Does have level 6, almost level 7 now too, waiting to see if Thompson comes back and is going to contest for anything here as more damage getting thrown out up top. FNG down low, Cookie afterwards,
Cookie.
a couple more punches. Bloodright forces FNG to the right-hand side, and with the salve up
Jukes.
afterwards, down low, Sonic Wave not on the mark! Oh, but Seb's still going to go down. He hit onto Saksa, though, and Nico Baby chased down. Doesn't have quite enough mana or time.
How
onto
is he
that
still
Cookie.
alive?
Well, goes for the deny. Not quite going to be there in time. Limp again, making huge rotations in this one. And Thompson also up here, but not able to connect.
That delaying by Soxa almost got Thompson a kill. That would have been unbelievable.
S4, down low. S4 gets the kill, though. Sumail wants to finish him off with a little bit more regen. It's not going to be enough. Hanskin backs out as well. Dude, it is a brawly game here in this number 2.
It's not over.
More?
He went for the combo on Nico Baby, but they threw the missile on Thompson to make sure he wouldn't get the follow-up after. And No Tail even throws out the tip to S4. Says, haha, nice trade. All that for me.
8-2 in terms of the kills, but still the looming threat. Top net worth is Sumail.
You know, it's happened again. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
Like, he's, sure, my support's feeding, but you know why he's feeding? He's feeding me, all right? You might think that you're getting the kills. He's the one who's getting rich. Sumail's absolutely massive right now, and Nico Baby just kind of struggling. He's gone now to the mid lane to fill a bottle.
Radiant's
That's not what your carry player wants to be doing.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great, does it? I mean, again, there's a nice chunk of change that's built up here with the ancient stacks eventually for this gyrocopter, but you need to be able to get there and finish him off. And if you're not careful, you lose a bad fight. Suddenly, maybe Sumail can come on in there and try and sneak him away.
It's all they're thinking about that right now, right? Like, Hanskin just planted there for so long to get those stacks. Nico Baby's going for the stats build, no rocket barrage or anything, so he just wants to hit stacks in a while here. Meanwhile, No-Tail is just hiding down bottom, trying to get caught by S4. S4 does not have a Quelling Blade, so it's not super easy to catch where No-Tail is right now. Does ping out exactly where he's standing, so he knows.
He got the natural order debuff on him.
Yeah.
And that was what signaled it, so they know he's there. And Limp is going to go find him. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Quick little jump in. Slept, but can't walk
He doesn't
past
have
him.
TP either.
Oh, no. Giving him the tip. Yeah, there's no room there. Queen of Pain's model's just a bit too big.
Up top as well, though, FNG tries to get a jump out of the blood right, not able to get it. Silenced and done.
The chase down is there as OG able to find one in exchange. Thompson in Invisrune, but is Limp able to be killed? Sox is here, has the cookie. Toss, big combo. Limpto gets the blink away. Barely able to escape from that. And S42 will manage to get out. Wow, what a combo. I can't believe he was able to get out of there.
S4's turning up. TI time, making the saves.
That's right.
Helping his ally out. Now, of course, that means Seb's a madman right now. Every time someone else is getting a low, but FNG is feeling safe enough to show under tower because there is no rupture at the moment.
Okay. Safe, safe, safe. They were able to clear out the large camp for Nico Baby, but haven't decided to take on those Ancients yet.
Wow. Okay, all right, good, good, good.
Thompson's
pretty poor again.
Yeah, he's not having a great time on this Tiny.
Well, I
He's
think
got
they're
handled.
just doing it again.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, this is what they want. This is the Thompson is I think lowered himself in terms of farm priority for this this series at the very least.
Well, and it's interesting too because you're starting to see like the differences in style. And is this 4 Protect 1 going to end up working as Seb getting rolled on a little bit? FNG missed there at the end. Avalanche toss. Thompson. I mean, this is pretty bold of him. Takes off that corrosive haze and then the back away.
It's so interesting because I feel like, I mean, this has always been how they played, right? It's not
Yeah.
that, but I just feel like it's been pushed to a further extreme. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I feel like Thompson's usually like a little bit closer to the other two.
Relocate in. Toxa.
Oh, the Vools?
Oh,
they couldn't
well
do
played,
it.
Sumail.
Oh, he got it nice.
Yeah, he was able to get there in time and will be stomped, but then the relocate's going to pull him back. So they don't get the kill. Nice deny comes out there.
One of my boys, the Vools, to do it. You know, I know you love the Vool assassins.
I do love the
Big fan.
Vools.
Yeah,
Fools are pretty cool.
they'll get a couple kills this event, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Thompson taking the top tower right now with the help of a catapult, though, and doesn't look like there's going to be a contest here from Alliance. We are on the item waiting train. So these are all the problems that you expect from the Earthshaker. Unfortunately, they also get bundled a little bit towards the Slider as he needs to wait for that Blink Dagger. In this game, however, he does have the IO. So that is something where they can at least try and create some plays and opportunities utilizing the relocate, as well as just the general speed.
Oh, Sumail.
These cookies.
Yeah, there's no way out of this one. Nico Baby just gets demolished there. Throws out one more cookie afterwards.
He question marked as he walked into the Earth Splitter.
Are you kidding
Okay,
me?
to be fair,
Dude,
to be fair.
TI, he was going to die no matter what.
No, to be fair, he did tip him in lane.
That's true.
He tipped him in lane, all right? That was a taunt to get bodied, true combo.
Dude, to be honest though, IG started all of this. There's some things going on. There's a little bit of saline flowing in the bloods. I don't have Peter here, but in spirit.
S4 gets a lot of space up top,
Ooh.
though. This kind of stuff you need.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, that's a ping.
Wait a
That's
minute.
like,
They
oh.
know. They know.
This is so dangerous when you just can't farm them with anyone else. Like,
Oh, God. This is dangerous.
dude, they're coming for
Dude,
these.
this is looking really... If Alliance lose these, they're going to lose the game, it feels like. They know that they have to show up and fight this one.
Sumail's just, like, drooling.
He's so ready. No Tail going to get caught. Is there another question mark coming out? Down low, S4 dead. Now Alliance trying to find themselves a little bit of a turnaround here. Seb is running away from the missiles so quickly. Let's get barely able to back out and keep Nico Baby from dying, but will he end up dying himself? The right clicks come through. Thompson diving under tower gets the finish. The easy tag comes out. Seb just still running around like a madman. The only one left is Nico Baby, and look at your Ancients. Oh my God, are they going to come take them all?
Oh, Thompson's getting that one. He's like, nice. I've been so
Oh
poor.
my
Thank
God.
you. Now he can finally get over top of S4 on the net worth chart.
Dude.
Man, those are a target. They want to get some vision in there, knock down the tier 1 tower, and that's going to make it a lot less safe for them to go there. And look at the circle from Alliance. FNG saying we need to secure our triangle right now.
Yes.
Like, that is our bank. That is our chance right now to try and get this gyrocopter somewhere relevant.
Yes.
We cannot lose that.
Well, and the thing that's interesting about OG also is that they're just going into fight. Like, Sumail's not coming to take them. He's farming his own stuff and saying, we're going to go and, like, just stop you from taking them and cause chaos while Sumail keeps farming. Like, that's what it feels like. They're not actually even, like, fully committed to taking them themselves. They're just wanting to stop Alliance from doing it.
They've scanned, too.
Yeah.
They know. Oh, no, he's coming. He's coming. He'll make his way over here.
Well, that's... I mean, even if he doesn't, like, this is all great, I think, for OG still.
Oh, good ward.
Nobody's doing anything.
From Sox as well. Sees what they're doing. All right, they're going for it.
Now they're trying to take him as quickly as
Cookies?
possible.
Kisses?
Go, baby. Gotta be careful. Moving in. The big steal. How many come out? Oh, a couple there for Sumail, but they're trying to force the fight. FNG, he's getting roll. Is it going to be enough, though? Thompson down low. The kisses afterwards. A good chunk of damage on Earth Splitter from No Tail. Does so much damage. Gives him the high five. Oh, let it be so and let it be said. OG just absolutely wrecking another huge win. Dude, how much damage did that Earth Splitter do?
That was so nasty. Thompson tossed S4 up top into the Earth Splitter as that went off there, too. That damage has got to be all Earth Splitter.
Oh,
that was 3 heroes just getting cracked in the middle of that thing, and that not really something you look for as the level 1. That was the big damage.
Oh, another round here as Alliance. They need to come up with answers. They didn't lose all the Ancients, but it feels real bad right now as they'll get stomped yet again by No Tail.
It's such a similar situation the last game.
It is.
Like, they've got this gold lead on OG, and now we have these big item timings that we sort of need right now. And that's going to be a BKB for S4. He's got the blink, right? He can farm his way there with kills to bring the rest of his team back into this game. And here's that replay. You can see Nico Baby, actually, he does all right. He gets a little bit of gold from this, but so many of them get stolen.
It's true. And devastating play as the roll came out, and then, of course, as you were talking
Look
about,
at that toss
in just hits onto everybody.
And it makes Seb so fast, right?
Yes.
You're getting a max HP percent minus off for a Bloodseeker.
True. There was a relocate gank that we missed while that was happening.
That's
Thompson ended up getting brought down. So certainly not the end of the world.
He got relocated and stunned, and they right-clicked him, and he died.
Yes.
There's the recap, guys. I got it.
Nailed it. Atos down. Skin in some trouble. S4 backing away as well. Looks like they're going to be fine. So
I like this, the triple crown build. This is how you win 3 TIs, all right? So he's sending a message with his item build. The triple crown, Atos into Veil.
That's good.
Like,
that's good.
That's genius. Seb's on a whole other level, all right?
He's
this guy
PMing
operates
with his items
yeah,
now.
Like he says, we've done taunts, we've done sprays. Has anyone done items? You guys drop your items? I'm just going to buy them thematically.
Oh, that's so good.
God, his brain's so huge.
He needs to buy
and all that with just one eye.
That's the way
How
to do it.
does he do it?
I don't know. That's the pirate man indeed. It's a pirate life for me.
Avast. Do you think we should just approach him with pirate terms if we see him?
No, I don't think he would like that.
I think he's laughing.
I don't think we should approach him. He's going to kill us probably. Everybody that shows up
You'll
in
look
front
like
of him
that.
dies.
Yeah, they get Atos, they get silenced, and away they go.
12 to 14, 16 minutes in, and a 5,000 gold lead. And Alliance, again, you know, nothing's impossible. Teams make mistakes. It can happen. But right now, Sumail is 4,000 net worth ahead of the next highest in the game. And guess what? That's also his teammate.
Oh, and Sox's cookies have been so good. He makes this look broken. Like, this isn't a hero that I would say is widely considered to be, like, mega strong or anything at the moment, right? Like, she's had her times in the meta and everything. But so many of these cookie plays in the early game were just absolutely stellar.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because, you know, just taking that one value point Little Shredder, getting that Solar Crest afterwards, this could be good, though. Can they bring them down? Sonic Wave connects onto both. The relocate coming forward, wanting to find the finish. Will they be able to bring down Sumail? This is the kill that they need. They take down the Snapfire, but also get the Clinks. That is exactly what they need. Earth Splitter off the mark. OG have to be careful.
Yeah, there's a big temptation for Alliance right now because they know that everything's been spent from OG, right?
Yo, that was huge. That was everything that they needed and a little bit more. It's now a 3,000 gold lead.
Look at Thompson.
I mean, you don't have. This is all the net worth
was
already
so
gone.
Greedy, dude.
Thompson is crazy and gonna pay the price for it. OG again, a little bit too big for your britches here.
He was thinking like, if I see them though, I can blink away. I'll be fine. He was almost right, but gets a bit of a bad blink there. And, picked off there. And that lead is just getting absolutely sliced out. And I love this. No cooldown Dota. No Echo Slam to worry about. They just instantly smoke. They want someone else. They're trying to catch OG when they're a little bit like tilted. Not necessarily mentally, but more like, oh, we don't have quite all of our tools available. And they got him right on that bounty room.
Knew where he was going to be.
Counterplay?
Finds the finish. Sumail thought about running in there, has the cookie, has the Mortimer's Kisses even.
They want someone other than FNG. FNG looks a little bit free, I think. And, well, in the end, that might mean they don't even get him.
Oh,
No, he's dead.
Okay, Atos done.
Yeah.
Give him the whip.
He was a no matter what dead.
Yes.
They were kind of hoping for, like, the and one kill.
Right. And that ends up being a little bit weird too, right? Like trading support for support, but I guess again, if you're trading and you're behind, it's going to be beneficial. In Alliance, this is all time for Nico Baby to farm and start to try and catch up to Klink's. Like this early acceleration, this like rapid growth that you see, and Klink's getting where he needs to be is good, but if Gyrocopter starts to catch up, that's a problem. This hero is dangerous.
Takes so long though. I mean, he is getting there. Now, obviously, it's massive when you do get the Ags, but right now he's in trouble. He has to be relocated out, which means, of course, that it's a sacrifice, but it's one that Hanskin's willing to make.
Yes.
Definitely don't bring him back with you though.
Didn't even go all the way back to
Hanskin?
base.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was kind of a little bit worried there.
You know, make a joke saying, I'll bring you back.
I'll do it.
Don't think I won't. You better buy that BKB. They've got it done now. So yeah, going in towards that Aghanim Scepter next. And S4. Again, this was the big timing that they were looking for last game, was all those BKBs from Alliance that they just never got the chance to get. Now the question is, can OG put the screws to them? Can they try and like close down the map a little bit?
Yep.
They don't have the same access to Roche that they did have last game. And like, or rather, they didn't get the early Roche that they got last time game. And so, you know, it's getting a little bit dicey here.
Yeah, there are definitely some issues once again with like spell immunity and everything though. Like this idea of just like how valuable is the BKB, right? You know, OG have some tools that can still punish you, especially they can just like potentially leave the fight, right? They want to just like rough you and run away. Seems like they definitely have ideas about itemization in mind to their heroes.
5-man smoke. Sumail gonna run forward. Has the DD reveal here. Ah, yeah, they see him. And Stomp's going to come out, has the Atos connecting, and dead FNG, but that's position 5.
Thompson's hunting.
Looks like rest of Alliance should get out. S4 and Limp. Again, there's a relocate potential here if they find the wrong heroes. And now they're going to go into Roche. Oh, this is nice from OG if they can get this.
Solar Crest. There's so much minus armor right here.
Yes.
This thing is just gone.
S4, do you dare? I don't think so.
I would hope not.
It'd be cool, though, to see a big play.
Limp lurking nearby.
Oh, this could be a kill, maybe. Relocate on top? What do you think?
Yeah, with the obs being there, it looks very tempting. Almost looks like Sox is kind of big. I think Limp is wondering where the rest of OG is.
Right. That makes sense.
Doesn't want to risk it. Obviously, that's what happened last time, is that they were starting to make the comeback. They made a couple bad attempts on pickoffs that weren't really safe, and they lost both of them and kind of lost their momentum back into the game. Speaking of momentum, that's very good, gold-wise. Get some more stacks back into our Gyrocopter here on the side of Alliance. They're going to feel good about that.
After that warm-up game, it feels like Limp is definitely on the right track this time. 5, 2, and 6. Had a much better early game, and then has transitioned that into snowballing for some kills. Potential here. Soxa spots him, but they jump right away. Sumail got vision on him. No Tail tries to go for the stomp, but the BKB is out. Now seeing if they can bring down No Tail, but the turnaround, Sonic Wave, they kill off Soxa. Roll through, FNG in some trouble, tries to live. Hanskin keeping him alive, has the relocate away in a second and gets him out. Man. Blink away from S4, so the Atos not going to connect. OG.
Wow, that was nice.
Man, close, 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 but it is going to be pressure onto this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Hanskin using the Holy Locket charges, though, just to actually get the save there when FG had to jump through with that Rupture being on top.
Definitely not out of it. And in the last couple of minutes, you can see the efficiency of farming from Alliance. It's brought it down to less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. But it is a tier 2 tower taken, and now the outpost. And with the Aegis in hand, OG, they're the ones that are still in the driver's seat, as we do have a pause.
Shame.
Some issues here. The shame from No Tail. Always a shame when a pause comes out.
It looks like we have a shard there as well for Sumail.
Oh, very interesting. And it does look like, at least for the moment now, it's going to be a pause. We'll have to see what ends up happening.
We could do a camera and get rid of the predictions. That's what I was thinking.
A camera?
Like, come to us, and then we could do the...
Oh, yeah.
If you want to get rid of the thing, or if we have like a weight screen, we get rid of the predictions on the side for everyone.
We're going to have our producer help us out here for a second. Oh, you're so wonderful.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, sounds good.
There's so much behind the scenes stuff that's happening that we just love to have happen.
It's okay. Yep. Go for it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
One light's good.
I just need to make sure that I get the proper input in there because we want to make sure the predictions are good. We'll let you know.
This is TI after dark. All right, guys. We only have one of the two lights on. All right, you're getting a special look behind the scenes here.
Exactly.
Now, what you guys don't know is that when we're not on camera, there's actually a monitor right here. I'm telling you guys all the secrets. Okay, you came to the right spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, we totally fixed this issue. So when the camera goes away, I have someone who runs over here and puts a monitor back on top of the table. That's the lengths we go for you guys to have the best broadcast possible.
The best ones that you
like
can
Lyrical,
possibly have.
Trying to remember as hard as he can what the console command is right now. He's just going through. He's just like, what is it? A prediction?
It
Hide?
won't let me do it.
It won't let me do it.
Because you have to have done it at the start of the game. Otherwise, it stays there forever. So
really
I think we're going to go back into the game
Okay,
now.
we can go back into the game now. And this was a pointless exercise where I made our producer work for nothing.
You did a good job.
I know.
Oh, man. What a time. What a time to be alive.
Just know I did it for you, everyone.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that you did it just to make life harder.
I just wanted to see my face a little bit more. That's all.
That's true, too.
I'm very vain. Why do you think I keep having so many children?
Is that vanity?
Yeah, I think so. That makes him.
It's like the world could use more of me.
Exactly. And how can I achieve that? I mean, it's not quite. It's only half of me. Like,
right.
Yawn. But anyway.
We're going down a rabbit hole that we don't want to go down.
Okay,
here.
how about back into this beautiful game of Dota? Because this one's really tight. This is a very hyped game. And what do we have left? Right now, we have 3 minutes of an Aegis left on Sumail. They just claimed that top tower. That feels very good. What would you like to do right now with 3 minutes of Aegis? Probably cement your vision and take the tier 2 mid would be a good goal, I would say, as OG. That sound about right? Make sure that your next Roche is going to be really easy.
That seems reasonable.
Play the top side of the map. Keep control of Roche. Those are good goals. You know what I'd love to see? I'll tell you. I'd like to see a gem from OG. Because I think they're doing great. But the main problem, the way you lose these games, is when the enemy gets some very good vision. And look what Alliance have done. This vision around the triangle is actually very nice from Alliance. We saw the attempts on the relocates, right? These are predicated off of having deep vision.
Yes.
So you get a gem, you eliminate these opportunities that they try and go for with the IO plays.
I guess the other thing to think about with this one, too, is, like, where you want to go with, like, do you need to think about forcing high ground? Do you feel like you sort of win the late game scenario regardless? And that's going to be something of, like, how quickly do OG want to try and keep this pressure on and all that good stuff. But it does look like they are ready to get back into this game and just waiting for the AOK. Sumail says yes. And we are good to go. Again, the grudge match continuing. And in these instances, you know, the difference between going 0-2 and going 1-1 is huge in the group stages for both teams. Like, going 0-2 means it's pretty freaking hard to get into the upper bracket, I feel like. And 1-1, you can still keep those dreams alive, obviously. I think even with 0-2 you can, but it's pretty unlikely. And likewise, if you go 2-0 at the starter groups,
feeling good.
Easy peasy.
That's where you want to be. That's it. That's all you had to do.
Just keep doing it.
Just win. You know, that's always the easy advice.
If you win, then you win TI. Sumail.
Chase down. I mean, he's fearless right now. Like, if you can't get a good objective, forcing a bad fight is always a good goal with an Aegis, right?
Oh, wait, did it cancel it? Oh, he didn't have TP. Oh, he's in trouble. TP out. Relocate. That was weird.
Easy.
He wanted to make sure that they got Nico out of there. So Hanskin will die. And it looks like they also managed to TP out with the Queen of Pain. So Io, going to pay the price. Ends up being brought down in the end by the big bad Clinks. Think we're going to see this hero banned a couple times?
Yes, versus OG. After these two games, 100%. Win or lose this game, it still looks crazy the way that they're playing it, right? It just seems to be like the perfect carry right now.
FNG.
I love that he can clear the camps without needing to stack, but he can still farm stacks.
Yes.
So like you can see that he's utilizing this this loss on the 15% by just like clearing the camp sometimes at the minute mark. But if a support's going by, they can still stack it up for you, and it's really easy to farm.
Rooted. Ruptured. Gonna BKB try and TP out, and S4 will make the escape. But you can see OG putting the screws right now to Alliance, closing out the areas. Right now, Alliance don't feel like they can fight, particularly with the Aegis almost going to be reclaimed in a minute and a half. So how much extra damage can they get in on OG before that Aegis expires?
You know, that's an interesting thought, too, is that now they can actually see that, right? Like, we know that they have the timing these days.
Oh, go baby. Get healed up afterwards. BKB comes out. And then the back away. Oh, Sumail almost able to connect there. S4 going to throw out the Corrosive Haze. In the meantime, Limp just continuing to farm, trying to get in towards that AC, but it's another Tier 2 tower down. And that's all of them across the map done.
That's goals. That you know, you can be completely happy with this Aegis. And they have time. They have a full minute.
This is OG though. I don't know if they're ever completely happy unless they're in your base. And that's one kill inside of it.
All right, don't look. Let's guess FNG's deaths. I haven't looked.
6.
I was gonna go 7.
Okay.
All right, what do we got?
9. All right. That's his lot in life right now. But look at this. OG just going up high ground. I mean, again, this is 30 seconds until Aegis is going to be reclaimed, but they're getting in every little bit of action that they can in the meantime.
And we talked about the minus armor. Look at the plus armor they're just throwing on top of them, right?
Yeah.
Even nice. I love the solar and medallion. It's so cheesy looking.
It is. It's super valuable, and when you've got a Slardar in the game, it's what you need.
They got the Daedalus courier.
That's important.
That's awesome. All right. I guess he wasn't that close next to it. I mean, I guess 800 gold is not that far for Sumail, though, to be fair at this point, with the speed at which he's farming.
This game is looking very hard for Alliance, but you can see that there's some avenues here, some ways that they can get back into it if they can get those items online. And Eco Baby has the Aghanim Scepter done.
I think the shard on S4 is a really cool tool, because one of the problems is that you're seeing he has to initiate on Sumail in some of these circumstances, and he's always going for the Corrosive Haze and then crushing. Because if he doesn't have his bash prep, that's kind of his only choice, right? Because he doesn't want to just get away with invis or like have to worry about it after, and obviously they need the damage at this point because he's so tanky. So you get the shard, and that way you get the guaranteed ultimate on top of him right away.
It would be really nice if we could see Alliance try and go for a play before Sumail's courier comes back. Like, he's, what, 5,000 gold up right now?
They actually just scanned the dire triangle, and it was green.
Okay.
But Alliance are in there right now. So this could go a little poorly for OG.
Whoa.
S4, wait, team? So
Thompson?
alone right now. What?
He is mega in there. Just
they're trying to relocate, but it's too slow.
And like that, Limp, he's going to get Abba tossed and killed, and this was the fight that they had waited so long for. And it's just not going to happen for him. I mean, they're going to relocate out of here. Don't even get the kill onto Saksa. Oh, man, that was just a little bit of miscommunications happening.
Limp just got slept. He got slept into Avatos, and he just died.
Oh, man.
No BKB. That's the disaster mode right there.
S4 was in, and it was just not in the place that he needed to be for that fight. They had just finished this Aghanim
Here's the
Scepter
thing,
done,
is
too.
they had that ward, right, in the Radiant jungle, and they were all smoked. So good thing OG didn't buy that gem and de-ward that, or Alliance wouldn't have felt safe trying to make that play.
Oof.
Another reason I'm here.
Wow, 10,000 gold. And again, it's like these moments where you sort of build up this anticipation of something that could end up happening. Finally a fight where it goes well for Alliance, and then
look at that.
Just falls through their fingers.
The Aghanim's on Seb too.
They're getting all the items now.
He's had a fantastic game.
He really has.
You know, he's been extremely high in the net worth through the majority of this game. Only recently has Thompson actually had a chance to like kind of make his own way back up there, because Seb's sort of been like less involved on the farming side, not as present like in the lanes. Whereas like Thompson gets up to the Echo Saber, now into the full-on Aghanims too. I love Tree Volley.
I don't know if that was a double smoke or not, but regardless, the smoke, they don't have S4 in it. I don't know what happened right there. Now Sumail comes out, finds Limp. It feels like it's falling apart. Can they blow up Sumail? BKB, run away. The tree volley goes out immediately. They have to freaking TP out of there. Hanskin's going to be controlled. They take down S4. Now seeing if they can find the kill on the IO. The missile is going to chase down out of there. They managed to get out on the IO at the last second, but just nothing going the way that it needs to be right now for Alliance. And OG looking clean as can be.
Look at Sumail. He just stands so far back and lobbing this into the towers.
What an interesting spray to drop down there. As Oh, man. OG looking for the tier 4 towers now, what, 15 seconds away from everybody being back alive on Alliance. It feels like they haven't even gotten the chance to take a fight. They know that there's no BKB available on Nico Baby. He just has to sit there and take it, relocate back. Limp gonna get Ava tossed, gets the blink away, but the towers are falling. OG throwing the tree volley into the fountain. Where's the answer? Alliance don't have it.
They're not done, though. They want to keep fighting. They're smoking out. They see an attempt here.
Oh, God. Is it going to work? I mean, they just blink away. Alliance, nowhere left to go.
1 second for
volley
BKB.
is died. Oh, he just drops. No BKB available. Literally Murphy's Law of Dota happening right now for Alliance and OG. Are they going to be able to back out of there? Nico Baby trying to chase in. Can they take a good fight finally? Soxa down low, tries to pull them out further. But Alliance, have they done enough? Can they do enough? The right clicks come through. Sumail blows him up. Nico Baby down low. They break the tether. It didn't work. Thompson was able to jump in and snag him. Oh, what a play coming from Thompson at the last second. As they chase in, looking for more. Seb continuing to find him. They only lose one in that snap fire. The mass tips come out as there's still some salt in the veins from earlier in the season. OG looking to end this one emphatically.
There were some moments there where they were close in that team fight, but Thompson just absolutely shredded any hope that they had at the end there with the big plays. And now the chase down continues. This kind of looks like a little bit of a beatdown at this point. They're still going to buy back on Nico Baby. Again, not going to give up. They have the heroes with some potential, of course, right? You know, you never know what can happen with a gyrocopter. You have the IO. Some Rapier Dota, perhaps, a little bit on here. But I'm a little surprised that they're still playing this out. I'm not going to lie.
There's not a 0 at the end of that number down there.
No, it could be a while until there's a Rapier, for sure.
True.
But Alliance clearly saying we want to play to that. We're not going to give up yet. Even almost looking like they want to smoke here.
OG are going to be the ones that smoke, and ready to head on in. Or head back towards the Roche, because in all that fight, I mean, so there is a Roche available.
Yeah, they're going.
Alliance. Smoke breaks, right. S4, good crush, onto 2, and ruptured, and in trouble. Cookie tries to back away, S4's dead again. He has been on the struggle, and now the chase forward, slept. Another round of the Earth Splitter comes through, trying to roll out, do what they can. FNG, there's one shot coming out from the Clinks, hits the roll on to Seb, but nothing else left in the tank, as it has just not worked Alliance's way in this game number 2. OG, the last couple of minutes, it's just fallen off a cliff or risen up a mountain. As OG turn their sights back onto the Ancient now. It's going to be a long day of Dota.
Yep, they want to hurry it up.
Yeah, they're feeling ready. As the Ancient is getting ready to fall, Alliance still not willing to back out of this game. Want to give it one last go. As Nico Baby runs in, Sonic Wave afterwards, dies to the right clicks. Nico Baby in trouble. He too will fall. And there's some GGs happening eventually in the end. As OG gonna end this one 2-0. Very, very solid performance.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stuff here from OG in both games. A very clear strategy and frankly, not necessarily a very complicated one. They just play very good Dota. That's right.
Well, what else can we say about this one? Just looking through some of these stats, the graph, I mean, it always kind of felt like, I mean, there was moments where the game was getting played and there was like a battle happening, right? But by and large, like once you got to those couple of big fights, and specifically that, like once they got Roche, it just felt like the game was so impossibly hard for Alliance. I felt like Limp played a much better game, though. I think that he was kind of a standout for a while there.
I would say he did. I think that, unfortunately, a lot of the same problems seem to persist. I'm like looking at the lineup from last game. Isn't this the exact same issue? We have supports with, sure, there is Pango ulti, relatively weak stun. And then you have Io, who, you know, has different, obviously Io's still a very strong support, you know, with the stun or not. But it felt like S4 kind of got put on an island again.
Yeah.
I thought this would be like more like, oh, we're playing together and we're doing stuff, but it felt like their idea of like, oh, the slider jumps in and we relocate, that's not realistic with like the timing it takes and how much burst damage there is on OG. Like he quite literally would blink stun 2 heroes and he would die before there was any follow-up.
Yeah, it was rough. And maybe you could think like, okay, Limp could be there to ready to fight as well, but it was a very tough game overall, and I think OG came in with a great answer to it. Sumail Clinks, go ban that thing, people.
Yeah, that is clearly they have a way for them to enable Sumail in this early game, and it's very frightening. I think Thompson is playing so well. He's reminding me of like super major time mid one, right? Like back on Secret where he was just all around the map, like Aeon Disc, Ember. That's how Thompson is, right? Like his net worth is in the middle of the chart. He is not anywhere near the top, but he's just making action happen all over the map and targeting those heroes where he doesn't want those other cores to catch up to Seb and to Sumail. He wants them up there. He wants to pull them back down in the dirt with himself. He's like, I will be poor, and you will be poor too. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if this is a strategy that they continue with a lot of the time, or what else they have in their little bag of tools.
Well, that's going to do it here for our first series of the day. Again, it was a good one, OG versus Alliance. Play styles being defined, games being completed, Cap
Balls
doing
being
high
dunked.
kicks over there. It was great. Yeah, balls being done, very well done. But for now, we're going to a quick break, and we'll see you all on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. That's right. We're going to be taking over for the wholesome duo of Lyrical and Trent. You're going to have to deal with the dirty duo that is myself and Kyle. We're going to be covering the next match, which is Vici Gaming versus Fnatic, which I think is going to be pretty interesting. For me, anyway, Kyle, I feel like both of these teams have a pretty big question mark on them. No pun intended to whatever that last series was with OG and everything. Not intended whatsoever. For me, Vici Gaming and Fnatic, I just don't really know where they're going to end up. For me, like Fnatic could end up being like 13th through 16th, or maybe they're a top 8 team. I honestly don't know.
That's a lot of variance there, Cap. You're saying they might, if they really perform, be top 8. That's a bold statement.
I mean, do you disagree? Do you think they're placed much higher?
No, they were in my just trying to not be last group, I think.
Okay.
But I would say heavy underdogs. They were kind of middling throughout the season. They had to reverse sweep TNC. They were down 2-0, ended up taking it in the SEA qualifiers. Vici, I think, probably the most consistent Chinese team throughout like what feels like the last half decade. But if you looked at there were some power rankings like Vici, nobody has them top 4. But nobody's got them, bottom 8 either.
Yeah.
They're like pretty much that guaranteed 5th through 6th almost is what it feels like.
Yeah. It's definitely, for my money anyway, I feel like this team is entirely based around Old 11. Maybe not playing around Old 11, but I feel like their success or failure is very dependent on their offlaner. Because Old 11 has just been this way for like years now, where he can excel at the highest level, but at the same time, he can kind of feed a bit. He used to be one of my favorite offlaners coming out of China. In fact, it was my favorite offlaner until about 2-3 years ago when I kind of made the decision that I was just like, okay, I can't have you, if you're going to be a top 3 team in the world, I can't have this inconsistency in performance that he has, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's a really good point. Offlane traditionally has been the role that allowed for the most volatility.
Yep.
But I think things have changed a bit, especially because the diversity of the hero pool has opened up so much. So you just really have to be more consistent. I feel like if there's any role that is allowed to like take more risks nowadays, it's actually more the carry. Because if you mess up as an offlaner, remember back in the day, like Darkseer Spirit Breaker, you're diving tower 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
You mess that up nowadays, like you've just lost.
Yeah, the lane's over for you.
5 seconds remaining.
And we see Silencer come out. We were talking about this in the green room with Owie. He's not sold on the hero. I, however, big fan of Tiny. I think ET was picked, for me at least, as the most picked hero at this tournament. I think it's just unbelievably strong. You think about the components of top picks in TI, almost always they're multi-role, multi-lane. ET is a 3, 4, or 5. Theoretically, could be a 1 or a 2. Honestly, you can play wherever you want, but removing all armor, removing all magical resistance. Like this is a mechanic that just isn't fair. You sit on towers, similar to like the Wyvern of old, and you're an incredible laner. What do you do?
if you combine taking away somebody's base armor with this Weaver who's already outputting tons of physical damage, and then he's got the bugs on top of that, it feels like a pretty nasty combination and a potential, like, great for team fight, but also potentially really strong lane winning one as well.
Yeah, and I look at this and think, Weaver ET, that's going to be something we're going to see together. Silencer, Tiny, Tiny, another hero that we're going to see quite a lot of in this tournament. I played a bunch of Dota leading up to TI, and I had the luxury of supporting Paparazzi, now Eurus, of course, and Ame on Tiny, and these guys just absolutely dumpstered games. We saw EG pick it twice already, I believe. So,
do you think it's? I had it as my most banned hero because I thought at some point it would just prove to be too successful that it would be elevated to a ban. But do you think it occupies that territory? Top ban, top pick, that area?
I think we'll have to see. We saw OG play at middle.
Yeah.
I think if people realize that it's like equally effective as a 1 or a 2 or maybe even a 3, then yes. But a lot of teams pick it and it's a carry, and it's a carry.
Right,
and that's what you open with. And I think by the time we get to day 2 or 3 of the group stage, it'll have been figured out enough that it's going to be something you're almost daring the enemy team to pick.
Sure, sure. A lot of bans are more versatile heroes, right?
Yeah.
Or heroes that are so OP that You just don't want to leave him in. Earthshaker, Monkey King both operate as support and core, right? Though I haven't seen a whole lot of Earthshaker support in pubs lately.
Yep. It's more of an offlaner now.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of Morphling too. It's been a really interesting opening series. I actually enjoyed having the first one off just because I got a shot to watch all the games, see who looks strong, see what's going on. And neither one of these teams, of course, have played their debut yet. This is it. And I think Fnatic going to have something to prove. A little bit of fun fact. So was talking to the director of Fnatic yesterday and learned some cool information. Notably, of course, they're coached by Sunby, who did all of the drafting during both DPC seasons.
Okay.
Jabs requested to captain. It was DJ throughout the year. Jabs wanted to captain, and he wanted to draft. And that's the man in the captain's chair throughout those qualifiers, and he's still obviously there today. So Sunby, of course, one of the more storied coaches in Dota, will obviously be helping him prep and supporting him, but it will be Jabs clicking the buttons and he who accepts ultimate responsibility. A wild story, really, of how this team came to be at this stage, considering, Chuan was off lane, then the CEO, Moon, was replaced by the board. Death comes in to play off lane. Chuan moves over to mid, and I actually got the chance to play a bunch of games with Death as well. Spammed Lycan. So Fnatic actually banned it out. They certainly recognize the power of the hero. This guy would have 2 items slotted, but still be winning my team the game. So much love to Death for the MMR.
I think the biggest reason that we are probably doubtful of Fnatic is that, initially they're coming from what is a very strong region qualifier.
Yeah.
Right? It's like you look at China, for example. I actually thought that qualifier was pretty weak.
Yep.
Watching that qualifier, because all the good teams qualified.
Yeah.
It was either eHome or Elephant.
And that was the final.
1 and 2. Fnatic, obviously, Southeast Asia only getting 1 team in before the qualifiers in T1 meant all these strong teams were left over. So initially, it's like, oh, Fnatic, they should be pretty good, but they didn't do very well at Dota Pit.
No, definitely not. And I expected TNC to take it, to be quite honest. And for the first hour and a half, it looked like they would. And then all of a sudden...
It looked like a 3-0.
Yeah, I can't believe that, to be quite honest. And it's a good sign, especially with the circumstances around how they played that final. But if you can come to TI kind of knowing, look, think about what we went through to get here, right? 2 years of grinding. You're still in the qualifier. You're down 2-0. Most teams just falter. In fact, I looked through. I couldn't find another instance where a regional qualifier winner dropped the first 2 games of the BO5. I cannot find it.
Yeah, reverse sweeps in Dota, in best of 5s especially, are pretty rare.
Yeah.
And I feel like they've only big ones stand out were final games, right?
Yeah, it was
IG versus EG this year.
Nigma versus Secret at Mad Moon 2 years ago. And then, of
Okay.
course, the legendary DK comeback.
Yeah, the best of 7
best
comeback.
of 7. Yeah. 3-0, they went to lunch or something, that hour-long
they had
break.
an hour-long break for lunch.
Yeah, and this hero, this is a Puyo special. The Spectre, especially combined with the Tidehunter, is one of my favorite combos because your team fight is just seemingly unstoppable.
5 seconds remaining.
And you're very complimentary. You want to pressure a Spectre lineup. Well, Tidehunter will happily accept that, and Spectre can just be split around the map. But more importantly, this is a natural Manta buying hero against Rubik and Silencer. Highest reach of any carry, and you're just going to pop immediately onto one of these guys, and Jabs and DJ are going to have some serious trouble.
What do you think? Where's the Weaver going in this situation? Because when I think of Old 11, he is a go-win hero. He's a go-win player. He's a Bat Rider. He's a Mars. He's that kind of player. Is this a 3 Weaver, or are we putting it into 4 position with a 3 Tide? Is it a mid-Tide Hunter? Like Thompson did at TI? Was that TI 9 or TI 8? One of those.
Well, earlier today, even.
Oh, did they play mid-Tide Hunter earlier today?
Yeah, he played against Lena and really interesting.
Oh, yeah,
build, the
that's
phase
right.
boots drums.
Yeah.
I think it's possible, but I probably prefer it on Old 11. I think you can also move the Weaver to a 4, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's
But
actually
then that means you're dependent on the whole Aghanims build,
yeah,
right?
but
Is
how
that good?
cool is that though? Because think
Okay.
about it, you can time reverse. That's not what it's called. You can reverse time.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Time lapse.
Sure. On your Spectre, who outputs tons of damage with like Blade Mail perhaps and the dispersion, then you just troop full health, and now if you kill him, you're actually just killing yourselves. That's a combo.
Okay. So you're pretty much saying it's hard enough to kill Spectre once she's doing a bunch of damage
Yeah.
back at you. If you put her back up to full health, then you're going to have a problem on your hands. Fnatic are picking a last pick hero for them that is a hero that typically doesn't run out of damage. So I like that idea. It adds in a silence against Weaver, which they already had Silencer on top of that. So the Silencer is actually going to be having a very fun time with that combination. A lot of people have tried out these lane duos. Silencer plus AUI was telling us about Drow.
Which is sick.
My personal preference was 4-position Silencer with Night Stalker because it actually made the Night Stalker silence do something during the day. Plus, it's a nice frontliner for you.
It's actually okay. So this is time. I wanted to talk about the importance of Ori for this Vici Gaming lineup, and he's going to just try and demonstrate that right off the bat with SF. This is my favorite hero, and I consider hard counter to Death Prophet, not just in the lane, but in the game. High burst. Death Prophet wants to drain you. Well, you catch a triple nuke, you can't heal through that damage. And later on, if you catch an ultimate, first off, it's incredible burst, but if you get feared away, all of your drains dissipate, and it's a super easy way to disengage and kite the exorcism. So I'm a big fan of this pick, and I think, for Weaver, I'm a big fan of this as well. I think Vici Gaming's lineup just looks terrifying. The natural power spike of this SFBKB helps get your Spectre engaged. Like, this is something back when Maybe and FYAMI were all playing together. Like, this is this old school LGD lineup that we would be used to seeing in like 2017, 2018. And I just really like what Vici have. Fnatic, I think, need to take some serious tempo advantage to take this dub.
Yeah, I haven't actually thought about because SF was always good against Death Prophet, right?
Yeah.
But I've never thought about the fear aspect just being one more reason that like Death Prophet got changed, added in the Spirit Siphon. Now SF has a fear, so he just continues to counter every step of the way. We are going to be having a Jabs Rubik, so that'll be nice to be able to see. Of course, never going to be able to see the DJ Rubik again, I feel. It's just a hero that just kind of needs to be in a higher net worth priority, right? So that legend of old is perhaps a little bit dead, but still, Fnatic. So you're saying they have to take pretty fast tempo? I mean, they are going to be outscaled by a Spectre no matter what, but there is serious cooldown issues on Vici Gaming, right? Like, they have this amazing team fight: Ravage, Requiem, Haunt.
Yep.
But they're all long cooldown abilities.
Indeed, but I think this is why I feel Vici are, like a lock for top 6, but not top 4.
Okay.
In a lot of people's predictions. Like, they have an incredibly high floor, but their ceiling might be capped because this is the Dota that they play, right? It's just solid. It's well crafted. You have a lot of natural synergy, specifically when it comes to damage reduction, but also minus armor and damage amplification within their draft. As you said, really strong team fight, but it is exploitable if you play up against a squad that has more pace than you. They can't really take Ancients that effectively. Yeah, sure, Tidehunter, but if your Tide is taking Ancients and then you have a Spectre, like, who's actually getting things done on the map? And Weaver ET aren't exactly great at rotating or making moves, whereas, of course, Rubik is the ultimate ganking hero, especially with the boots first. So be curious to see how it plays out. I'm just hyped, man. It's just so cool to watch TI just because of the Dota. Like, it's just so good. And it's just nice. I'm enjoying myself. You got to remind me if I don't talk for a while that I'm supposed to do a job here, not just vibe.
Well, I've got an additional job that I'll also be trying to focus on. Apologies ahead of time if the observing is not up to standard. You're going to be hearing that from a lot of the casters here. We've been living the good life, We haven't had to do observing for ourselves in a long time, so we'll, I'll try and do my best.
Yeah.
I'll try and do my best.
And no matter how bad it is, Cap, no, I am not going to replace you. And trust me, viewers at home, you do not want to see my camera work because it is shoddy. I can't even do my own camera work on my own stream.
VG Gaming did start off with the 3 bounty runes. Nice already. DJ getting a 2-man Arcane Curse, trying to get that harassment in.
Yeah, both. Weaver PYW starts with the stick. Old 11 will grab his ASAP. Very critical against a tiny silencer lane. They do quite often spam their spells.
And then bottom lane is Jabs playing Rubik alongside Death is Mars. DY comes in, snipes the courier, gets a little damage onto Jabs. Helped out by the Spectral Dagger slow as well. He's going to commit for this one, and he is barely going to get that one hit to finish him off. Either way, probably would have gotten the kill. Nice first blood for VG Gaming to add on top of the bounty rune advantage they already had. It's a very good start for them.
I mean, that's a balanced hero right there, Cap. And one of the main reasons you're going to see Elder Titan quite a bit. All this late game potential, super high damage output and amplification, but your laning phase is nuts. I think you might be even stronger than an Undying. And legitimately was a dagger from Poyo and some smacks with the briefcase, and that's the end.
You just get 100 to 0'd.
Like a boots first Rubik too. Like that's the other thing. He can buy boots and still outrun anybody.
Yeah. And then our mid lane matchup, Ori versus Chuan, which we do have, let's see, where's our SF? 10 and 4 compared to 6 and 2. So Ori is really dumpstering this matchup already. So if it's a counter later on to the game with your abilities to be able to blow up the Death Rob at 100 to 0 combined with the Fear, it's already starting off very poorly for Chuan.
It's just an unwinnable matchup, you know. Ori shows up, spams nukes to outlast hit you. Death Prophet doesn't really output too much damage pressure in the early laning phase. And then SF has souls. And suddenly, even with the nerfs to Necromaster, you know, he's sitting at 64 damage. Chuan is 62. So a better attack animation and better scaling in that sense.
Sentries all over the place. They do manage to find the kill onto PYW. Fnatic certainly kind of needs some of those kills because it doesn't feel like these lanes are naturally going their way. You can see the Tide beating out, canceling the Salve with the Gush. Very nice. But this is a lane that's naturally going to win, right? Tide Weaver have good synergy, minus armor combined together with a lot of physical damage. And when Tiny doesn't have the tree, then Tide is going to be able to outlast hit him a lot of times.
Yeah, and also a 0 armor hero against effectively almost pure physical damage output in the laning phase. The early Geminate and Harass from PYW is going to stack up, but then of course,
yeah, sure. deny the Sentry. That gives no experience and no bounty. I think a large part of the problem that just comes down to the fact that they're playing Silencer, right? Like the 5-position Silencer does not win your lane for you.
No, it does not.
Yeah, compared to DY over here, who is making Jab's life total hell.
Even stacked out. I love how you know, one of the only 5 positions that just leaves the hard camp open because you plus 129. Like, what even is this?
Yeah. Spear back, Poyo-Yo. Actually pretty low here, but Death may be beaten down. Telekinesis and DY is going to be forced back. They do pull the creep wave over, so if they have regen, which they do, DY's got a salve he can give over to Poyo-Yo. Should be able to reset.
I'm surprised he played so aggressive on the Spectre, though. If he got that spear, I think he might just die. He was at 127 HP when he got salved. And now, oh man, Ori's level 5 middle as well, Cap. Like, this lane does not get any happier for Chuan, especially now that he has the boots disadvantage.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on how well Ori is able to bully there. I want to talk about the support duo of VG Gaming. I feel like they've been a story for this entire year. It feels like they are one of the best support duos in the game right now. I feel like so much of this team is based off of PYW and DY and the success they've had as supports, just winning lanes and then being able to rotate the mid lane, help out Ori. Every single time I watch this team, I'm like, damn, these supports are doing so much work. And that's why I think they pick heroes like ET and Weaver, heroes that naturally scale up a bit. Old 11 may just be running down DJ here, as he does have a mango. He put it out from the backpack and is able to consume it. And hell, Raven's actually still pretty low, so he's got to be careful too. There's still a swarm ready to go.
Yeah, I like how old he's saved 1,200 gold, and they're still dumpstering this lane. Like, one of the biggest faux pas, I feel, and it drives me nuts if I see people do it. But he might just be thinking, you know, could I switch this up? No, he'll go for phase boots. But I was thinking maybe he just decides like, wow, I'm huge. I could get an early HOD. I could like rush some hood, but no. He'll go right for phase boots, which will make him terrifying because until he's level 6, like Raven is a now 2 armor hero because of the agility treads.
Yeah, and that armor goes away real quickly when he gets gushed, when he gets put on a swarm, and they'll just force him out of lane again.
Yeah, he needs 6 to even be able to stand here, and with phase boots, Old 11 should be able to just like take him down. And I'm looking at jabs. Like somebody has got to change the laning phase because Vici will very comfortably sit in a 1 core per lane scenario indefinitely. As long as you let this game stay static, Fnatic, Vici will take it, and that's concerning. Top 3 net worth, all 3 cores of Vici Gaming, and it really doesn't get easier unless they can make some moves.
Well, both supports are kind of roaming around. We saw Jabs kind of occupying the mid lane for a bit, and then I think they realized that Poyoyo has kind of been left alone for a bit, so they're going to try do what they can to him here. He does have a Fairy Fire. He's going to have to pop it to try and stay alive here. Here comes Ori to be able to bail him out. Not quite fast enough, though. Poyoyo still dies. Death is certainly going to lose his life. Maybe they can catch Jabs as well. The Stomp is going to be too late, though. Teleport out. Gets them away. That is certainly a success for Fnatic. That was a huge rotation. They still got the kill that they were looking for.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that Poyoyo goes down there. Suffering a bit. You don't see many carry players pick up raindrops, but if there was a lane to do it, I feel like it would have been this one.
I'm surprised Tuan isn't popping Exorcism, right? He sees the SFTP bottom lane. Surely that's the time to pressure this mid tower, right?
Yeah, but he maybe just, you feel that Vici, they've all gone missing from the bottom lane. They're going to be heading back up towards you, and the danger of utilizing Exo is that you're then just, I don't want to say like worthless, but it feels bad.
Sure.
You don't actually output any threat, and against an SF, it means that for the next 2 minutes he just outfarms you considerably because his hero's better. And yeah, you want to use the Invis. He's going to go right top.
Looking for this kill on Old 11. But they need more than just Tuan to be able to kill. Raven's going to cut over, and they're going to initiate. Old 11. Is he going to hold on to Ravage? I think he's just going to accept his death. He will. So Exorcism gets that kill, and we'll see what else they do with the Exorcism. Doesn't look like they want to push that offlane tower, so maybe he'll just farm some neutrals. Let Jabs try and pick up level 6 mid lane.
Like this build on Ori too. This is my favorite way to play SF. You see a lot of guys going for the bots, Jules builds, but this is the way I think that in this patch you want to play it. Like brute force. The new shard was buffed. Makes your right stronger. Ooh.
Raven, he got surprise stomped by DY, and that just allows a massive TP rotation. They even pop Poyoyo the Exorcism, maybe just because he didn't feel safe bottom lane anymore. So he's like, okay, time for a lane swap. I'll come up the top lane, be a part of the kill, so you can push down this tower.
They're 5 heroes.
Yeah. Take this tower fast enough, and they may still be able to defend maybe bottom lane. I don't know if they ever want to return back to bottom lane, though. I guess PYW, if he had TP, he could go down there and like swarm and just kind of like be annoying and get experience.
It's pretty dangerous, though. You're looking at a Mars, right, with Arena active. Offlane towers typically do get abandoned, and if you're Vici Gaming, it's all about just making that first move. Do you overcommit a bit? Sure, but again, we talked about it, the draft, the scaling power. You're comfortable just trading time. You know, in a 50-50 scenario, you're winning because your lineup is going to scale so much better.
And that's kind of like Vici Gaming. That's been their story for most of the year, right? Has been the fact that I feel like their drafts always or typically outscale their opponents, but they don't play like their late game drafts. They play pretty like 5-man balls. So it's pretty much like, we're going to take team fights against you, and if we win those team fights, we also outscale you. In a way that like the fact that all of their heroes in this game will scale up does allow them to play less greedy when it comes to farm, because just naturally, if they get experience, they'll still feel strong.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like I'm thinking to myself, you know what? The Fnatic, they're not out of this by any means. Like, it's an even game, but I'm trying to think, like, how do you make moves? Like,
yeah, how do you use this next exorcism to like get an objective somewhere?
yeah, it's going to be that right there. The Blink Dagger picked up on Mars. It's just scary. Like, I think, you know, you want the mid tower with Exorcism. Yes, but you're playing into Ravage. You're going to have Spectre Haunt up in 40 seconds. And this SF is very strong. You know, maxed out souls, 80 bonus damage, plus the Dragon Lance and Power Treads. So if you try to go for him, especially now with ulti skilled, you're in some serious trouble if you don't 100-0 him. Because just that fear, we talked about it. You know, suddenly everybody flees from your own arena, and he stands there and nukes whoever he wishes.
So that's definitely got to be a clean execution for Fnatic, and that is public enemy number 1, right? Like, they have to 100-0 the SF at the start of a team fight, and then the rest of VG Gaming doesn't look so scary because their primary damage dealer is gone. Spectre isn't going to do that much just yet, though it's not going to take very much for him to come online, right? He's going to go that Aghanims build that we've seen. He's not going to go multiple Falcon Blades, which we've seen a number of people do, just the one.
He's rushing Aghanims.
Yeah. Straight for that Ags. I guess in a way, because he's got both Weaver and Tidehunter, that allows him to come online sooner, right? It's like damage amplifiers, all that minus armor.
That's really interesting. Is that a thing people have been doing? I haven't seen
Yeah,
that.
the Ags rush, yeah. Though Falcon Blades, I've seen people, like I've seen Spectres get like 2 Falcon Blades and then go Aghanim Scepter. It's, you know.
It's certainly a good item. Like, you know, your biggest issue is that with no Haunt, you have downtime, right? Well, suddenly Spectre, you just find somebody, and it's especially effective when you consider Rubik and Silencer just feed to him the entire game. So you see them, and suddenly you kind of turn into a PA almost.
Yeah. Means you've got both team fight and extremely good pickup potential, and as you said, no downtime for the Spectre being involved in team fights.
And just, I love how, like, they're playing so conservative too. You know, PYW just ulted just to be safe, and Poyoyo was like farming under his tier 2 tower. Like, they're just very content with the pace of this game, and you know, everything's ready for Fnatic. They've had Exorcism for quite some time now. Arena's ready, the Blink's ready, Silencer ult ready.
Yeah, it does feel like in a way you're like, I know you don't want to blow ultimates unnecessarily, but it does feel like a shame when you're like, I could have global 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And you know, like, the game would be the same. We just aren't really making use of these big abilities. They are going to be going for the Shadowblade build onto Raven, so expect the full Silver Edge crit first hit.
Yep. It's also just a necessary tool if you ever want to kill a Spectre. Removing Dispersion is certainly necessary.
Yeah, the Silver Edge is going to be really valued because Tide as well, right?
And I'm also, you know, I love TI because there's these questions you ask about efficiency throughout the year, and then at TI everybody does like what the math would tell you. In this case, Poyoyo, we saw a lot of like 204 builds, right? But that second point in Desolate, taking the bonus damage from 18 to 32, it's most value. And suddenly you're a real offensive threat.
Yeah.
You don't just max Dispersion like Farm Lane. Now you can actually get things done. Tide, mid, care.
They're going to try and go for the Tidehunter. And sure, he can Ravage, but again, Old 11 is left all alone. He's going to pop the last second here, and we'll be able to steal it. Uh-oh. Look out for that one. I don't think this is a fight that VG Gaming can take any longer. Fnatic finally managed to pull the trigger and get the objective that we've been kind of waiting for. And that, I mean, the reason we were concerned is that net worth was building up, right? VG Gaming was up 2,000, all of a sudden less than 1,000 off of one move.
Yeah, that was exactly what they wanted. Jab stealing Ravage also somewhat secures the next 2 minutes for them.
Yeah.
You don't want to play into that. Now with the Shadowblade, hell yeah, Raven, like, you know, let's get aggressive again. Yeah, you don't have Exorcism, but you don't necessarily need it. Like, you have Ravage. Oh, we'll see. I mean, hey, 4-4, 15 minutes in. A slow game. We've discussed the concerns because I'm looking at Ori and I see him closing in on the BKB. That's the big fear for me when I look at Fnatic's lineup, because we discussed it. The fear effectively stops their team fight in its tracks. And yeah, time to smoke. They are not under award, so we'll see where they end up going. Arena up in 15 seconds. They'd love to find Ori. They will.
This is a big, big kill. Ori gonna be surprised as the smoke is gonna land right on top of that SF. I almost feel like that's I I feel like you could kind of see that kind of move coming, you know?
Indeed. And hey, maybe just a little too fast for Vici to recover. Be careful on PYW, but he'll be fine now. Love the Veil build on DJ. Ton of spell damage on his draft. Ghosts function as spell damage, so one of the very few ways you can help out your Death Prophet's damage output. I guess minus armor still, but either way.
Well, Raven's going to love it as well, right? Adds even more to his combo. And Fnatic, they're going to get into a really good swing of things for the next 10 minutes, right? I think it's all about, like, how much can they accomplish? How many objectives can we take? Can they get that first Roshan successfully, for example? Are we going to be able to take control of the enemy triangle, which they're already doing, and will manage to kill DY? Fnatic picking up the pace a little bit, and you can see Vici Gaming not looking for fights right now. They're waiting till the next BKB. Ori, once he picks that up, maybe Vici Gaming can fight back, but I still feel like it's going to be difficult. They're probably just going to have to give up this Roshan entirely.
Level 12 on the Death Prophet too, so it's really nice timing.
Yeah.
And well done by Fnatic. This would be a huge win for them if they can take it. You're going up against a near consensus top 8, top 6 team with a lot of question marks, and you're going up against what is effectively the bread and butter of Vici Gaming. You're on a bit of a clock, but so far, you know, the big objectives. The mid tower into a big kill on the enemy mid hero, delays the BKB, and now right into the Roshan. Hey, why not a fight if you can find it?
Vici Gaming forcing some rotations and cleanly getting out, it looks like. They may even... They're going to try and go back in with that arena going down. They are going to actually pop the ultimate. Spectre's going to join them for this one, trying to go for death, but Raven interferes with the Avalanche, and Vici Gaming are going to kind of reset here, maybe try and finish off this tower.
Yeah, they just hit the power spike. The BKB from SF arrived. It would have got there mid-fight had it begun, and the Aghanims on the Spectre up and running, so...
I like the fact that they're not scared. You know, like, okay, you took that Aegis, but it cost you Exorcism. We've got this BKB. They're not afraid. They're not going to give up map just because they know, as you said, with this BKB, they are capable of fighting back.
Also, DY with the Veil, I feel so vindicated. I bought this item in all my games, and I got flamed, and I see every single team buying a Veil.
Yeah.
It's like, who would have thought 18% damage increase for 1,500 gold would be a good thing? Wild stuff. Either way.
You know what's funny to me, Kyle? Is that I feel like you're really good about understanding the mechanics of damage in Dota, but you're terrible at understanding spell mechanics around each other. And I just kind of like, I don't understand how that works. You're so good at being able to understand the mechanics of damage. What happened to spells, Kyle?
There's just so many spells, whereas damage is very rigid. There's only 3
it's
types.
Universal, right?
Exactly.
Okay. That makes sense.
Damage is, you know, I remember talking to Insania about this, where he talked about how this speech I used to give back in Han about damage and damage mechanics was something they still use. And I was like, damn, I forgot about that. Why wasn't I using that as a captain and pro player? And now I'm only remembering what I already had said. But it's too late, I've retired.
Yeah, you had to watch OG use those damage mechanics to win TI multiple times. Old 11, I highlighted that just now. I was like, damn, that's a BKB Tidehunter. He's not afraid of being broken anymore. In fact, he's going to use the Ravage right away, and it's not looking too hot for Fnatic. They've got to start retreating, but Poyo is going to be right on top of them. Jabs being run down. Is Spectre going to jump to them? No, actually couldn't, I think. Oh, no, he could. Global Silence is still up. Fnatic may actually try and go back in. DY steps a bit too far forward, and Fnatic look for that punish. They get one. 1-for-1 trade-off so far with the Exorcism being used. Old 11 getting a little greedy there, trying to farm neutrals on his way back. They're going to pop the SF ultimate. The Requiem does give a fear that is just enough to get Old 11 out of here. Long-range treat toss is not going to make it.
And Jabs has Blink Ravage still, like really, really quick. You can see why they like Rubik in this matchup. Historically, you know, picking Rubik into Tide, never a bad thing, but not many players have the skill to be 2 for 2 on the snag.
It's also easier now, right? Because they changed Ravage where the tentacles go out slower, but they go out farther, right? That was a change that happened a few patches ago. So that actually makes it even easier for the Rubik player than it was previously. PYW doing a little bit of scouting here with the support Weaver. Just seeing if they're setting up for this tier 2, and indeed they are. DY and Ori. Oh, they're going to be spotted by the arena, and Ori BKB TP out immediately. Old 11 cancels his TP in, and they just get a kill onto DY and presumably control of this bottom tier 2. Vici Gamer are going to try and trade out, though, and we'll see how Fnatic responds to this. Do they want to give up this damage onto mid tower? Seems like they are content with just a little bit.
That was really nice from DJ there, covering the SF BKB with an immediate silence.
DJ tries to pull some of the creeps off the mid lane and immediately is going to be jumped by Poyoyo with the Aghanim Scepter. And that wasn't the full-out ultimate.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
This, so far, so really, I think both teams going to be content, right? You just took Outpost bottom on Fnatic. You still have the Aegis for another 20 seconds. And, ooh, maybe a kill on Weaver? Indeed.
Well, they do. Very nice.
Like, you've lived through what I would have considered the hardest phase of this game. Like, the BKB Aghanim's timing for Vici's course. And, and you've come through unscathed. The 1,000 gold lead, that's not so bad. And you do have your Tiny closing in on his BKB now. It's always nice to be the team hitting the BKB timing second, assuming you haven't like lost total map control, and it's actually Fnatic who have acquired more space.
So BKB 1 on Death, BKB 2 on Chuan. I'm presuming it's coming out now because he looks a little poor. Yep, BKB number 2 is here. So yeah, they're going to hit a huge window here. Blink Dagger trying to be built up by Old 11, but he is going to be found by Raven. This BKB does allow him to split push against the Tiny.
It's a really nice choice in retrospect, because you also wanted some way of cleansing silence. And Lotus is more expensive almost than a BKB, so yeah. Does feel better, plus the plus damage.
Get out of Mars Arena as well. Ori caught before he could get off the BKB. Pops it now, goes to the Requiem, but the BKB on Chuan allows him to stay close, but the Invis, the Shadow Blade, allowed him to be able to get away. They didn't have it into catch. Now the Ravage are going to be used, and they just blow up the Death Prophet. Turning onto Death now. Death looking to be able to push them away, but they're not going to slow down this march. He is going to be run down. Poyoyo picks up the double off that team fight. A very smooth initiation there from Old 11. Just sets up a great team fight.
Oh yeah, but that's all PYW. Like, as this chaos is forming around the Shadow Fiend, yeah, the fear not necessary, but PYW, he found jabs. Immediately, there comes the Shadow Step from Poyoyo. That's a dead Rubik. Suddenly BKB's fade, and all of a sudden Old 11, yeah, he's ready to rock and roll. If we can run, we can run it back. Beautiful.
Yeah, we can actually,
yeah.
we totally forgot about replays. We got the production.
They get jabs. PYW, like, he saw the Rubik, and he just starts to gun for him. The Haunt's already gone out, so while this is all happening, there's jabs dead, and suddenly BKB's fading, perfect Ravage timing from Old 11, and there's nothing you can do. DJ, maybe he could have silenced there, but as soon as Ravage is activated, that's that.
Yeah.
So...
And the fact that Ori had a Shadow Blade and was able to get away, right? Yeah. That was kind of, it felt pretty bad for Fnatic. The fact they committed so heavily to him.
Can't you just BKB and run out of the arena as well?
Yeah, he did, but he also got away from the Death Prophet and the Ghost.
True.
Because he was pretty low, and then he just goes invis, and it's Chuan's BKB and Exorcism means nothing at that point.
How did he get healed? Was it just a stick that healed him? I thought somebody had a mech, but no, he just had a maxed out stick. Okay.
Jabs. This is the life for these two supports, right? They have no natural defense mechanisms. Jabs and DJ, Silencer, Rubik, they're just going to be food for this Spectre all the time. So if they ever show, there's a chance of them getting Shadow Step assassinated, especially now that you've got the Manta on Poyoyo.
Yeah. That's just such a huge item. Of course, your illusions do utilize Desolate, so these lone supports get just absolutely obliterated. And it's also a method of cleansing yourself so that DJ's ultimate is no longer super effective against you. It can be really annoying to play Spectre against Silence because you pop Haunt, but then you silence, you can't actually leap in on anybody.
Yeah.
Will no longer be an issue for him. Next Roche, though, going to be really, I mean, I can't believe first to 10 is still up in the air, by the way, 25 minutes in.
9-9, 25 minutes in, 4,000 net worth lead. Pretty close game between these two. Their opener here at the International. How do you feel like new Tiny scales up into late game? Because obviously it's what we've been talking about. It's been played as carry. It feels really good in the mid game, and it still scales well late game. Do you think it's actually good enough to be for them to be able to contest Spectre 45, 50 minutes in?
Definitely, but I think they might have to play a different style of game. Like,
Okay.
Tiny is most fearful, I feel, when you're split on the map. Like, you kill a tier 3 in like 10 smacks late in the game, and I think that that's something they could utilize here. But the real issue, Dota nowadays feels like, how do you start the fight? Can you kill anybody off? Feature Gaming, you have no trouble hunting Fnatic supports. It's a lot harder for Fnatic to find a kill on either the Weaver or the ET, and they obviously just have insane damage output throughout the fights. Just the Spirit Vessel from PYW, super effective once these BKBs fade on these high HP heroes like Tiny, or heroes that require sustain like Death Prophet as they now smoke forwards. Roshan up in 20 seconds. This could be huge.
They're going to break smoke. Jump in. Old 11 fakes the Ravage there. He just blinked blind. Does get broken. Is going to pop the BKB. Resetting him for a bit. Or he's just going to try and focus down the Death Prophet here. Death Prophet
Careful.
keeping a bit of distance. Will manage to get some exorcism damage onto Ori. And Ori is dead. He committed a little bit too much to that Death Prophet. And Juan played it pretty nicely.
What timing.
Yeah, that's beautiful. DY tries to enter. Oh, there goes the Ravage. Old 11 is in now. Poyo immediately jumps onto the back line. Jab's going to be first. Juan and Raven, they're both low. Poyo jumped out actually for a second. Back in. Juan is going to be finished up. Raven, he's going to be next. Turns around, realizes he's dead. His BKB is going to wear out. Almost killing the Weaver, but it wasn't good enough. Damn, that is the second time now Fnatic have won a team fight, or thought they won a team fight, and then Old 11 still jumps in. They still take a great team fight.
Yeah, Zai, he's always said it. What characteristic do you need to succeed in Dota 2? You need patience. And that was perfect. They have no SF, but it doesn't matter. They have Elder Titan Tide.
Yeah.
That was such a nuts combo. Death dies in the Roche Pit. Just unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely good stuff, and we should be able to see that one again.
Either way, it just, you go back to live. I don't even know what you're supposed to do there. The Manta as well from Poyo. Like, he just killed jabs in the duration of the Ravage, and then they can chase for more. And they have so much vision thanks to the Spirit, the bugs, the daggers.
Have a taste of that Earth Splitter. DY jabs puts it to use to get a pick off there. Nothing major, but maybe when the Tiny's back, they'll try and do
actually
something. I don't know.
That's a crazy spell to steal on Rubik because of all the spell amp you get.
Yeah. All right, let's try this again. See if we can get a replay of that last team fight. There it is. The jump in Ravage. Beautiful. Nice fast reaction from Chuan to get the Yule Scepter off, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, like you saw, like 3-man Ravage, 4-man rather. All the bugs come out, and yes, you lost SF, but the key components were gone, right? Like, there was no silence and there was no BKB. So the counter initiation from Fnatic, like, it just isn't possible.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get any easier, unfortunately, for them. Now you have the Hyperstone on Poyo. He's enormous. And Tiny, you know, another really cool, maybe this is the answer in a lot of ways. You know, you have 30 armor right now, thanks primarily to your ultimate on this this big rock, but Desolate is pure damage.
Yeah. It is really interesting that he's just going for just a Hyperstone by itself. They pop the global, but Ori just BKB TP's out and is safe. So he's just going Hyperstone just for the attack speed of getting more Desolate hits in, so he can just blow up these supports. And then he's going to go a BKB, which should be timed well around his Aegis expiring. So there's going to be no moment of weakness where Fnatic could potentially take the game back. And then Fnatic at this point in time looks like they really need a bit of a miracle here as they're down 9,000 net worth. I don't know what that means. And win probability 91% to the favor of Vici Gaming.
That's going to be tough considering as well, Vici Gaming, they were actually the ones that knocked Miracle out of the direct slot to TI. When they beat Virtus Pro in the lower bracket of the Any-Major, they meant they guaranteed they were in. And to get to TI, Nigma would have had to finish top 3. They didn't.
Yep.
And Miracle, of course, will not play at this year's International. He's not here, but smoke out. DD pop, they'd love to use it. Silver Edge available as well.
Okay, so this is the point where you play a little bit more of a split pushing game, right? Raven cutting a wave. That's all he's doing here. The rest of Ichi Gaming did smoke to kind of meet Poyoyo as he goes to push out bottom lane. They have double damage on Ori as well. So anybody they ran into, they would happily take that fight, but no such luck. Fnatic are pretty well holed up inside of their base. It's just DJ who's gonna... it's not usually the support silencer that goes and cuts a wave, but I guess he's the most expendable man at this point.
I love the itemization so far from this lineup. Not going for the Aghanims on Weaver, just a Lotus to help with the silences. The early Shivas after BKB on ult 11. When do you see BKB on Tide? But it makes so much sense in this game. And the Shivas just for the regen limitation as well. Combined with the Vessel, you know, this Death Prophet, only 2,000 health. The Paladin Sword does not feel that durable, especially since you're just getting burst down in these big ultimates. 11k gold lead already for Vici, even with just one extra kill on the board.
DJ just pushing in waves from the trees with his Veil, Arcane Curse, and level 10 talent, but unfortunately it's just small little things that Fnatic can do because it doesn't feel like they can take a full 5-man team fight. While they still have the Aegis intact, the Shadow Step allows them to be able to jump on a jabs here at the top lane. Now, they still have the Aegis, so Fnatic are very cautious at taking a team fight or trying to kill this Spectre. They just give up jabs and leave it at that.
That's the right move. Yeah, even if you're able to kill Spectre, he did it at the right timing. 30 seconds to go. So you really want to commit. You're going to take so much damage from Dispersion, and then he's going to just respawn as the rest of his team arrives.
And he's got the BKB now. That's why he is just jumping every chance he gets now. Jumped mid, immediately came back, and will be able to fight top. If Old 11 can catch them with the Gush and the Shiva, is certainly going to be able to slow down Raven a lot. They do not have a piercing disable to be able to catch that time.
Really nice play. Vici, we had said it was 11, now it's 13, just exercising control over the map. Scotty going to be the next choice for the Spectre. He really just has a casual Hyperstone. Boss move. Taking the Outpost. Shrine. Wait, Outpost. It's Outpost.
Yes.
I knew that.
Shines were
they were
last TI.
Yeah, 2019.
Juan caught outside of the base, maybe forced to use his BKB here, which even that, just using BKB feels really bad for Fnatic, as that's now going to be on cooldown for 65 seconds. Just means Vici Gaming are going to be fearless in taking any fights. You can see what they're doing. They're slowly corralling Fnatic deeper and deeper inside their base. This bottom lane is getting pushed farther and farther in. Soon there's going to be nowhere for Fnatic to go.
Yep, and I love that, you know, the Satanic now complete on Ori, so more and more methods of removing the global silence. And so, you know, DJ, his net worth is not exactly ideal, so his main purpose is that big ulti of 5.25 second silence. Nobody's really going to have to sit through it, but the one thing I really like watching Vici do is you notice that they're always playing enemy side of the map. The closer you can be to the enemy base, the more mobile you are, the easier it is for you to cut waves. And this is the first time we've actually seen them cover a wave on their side of the river. And they've done a really nice job of just forcing Fnatic into their base and exploiting their advantage to gain more net worth. And now that Roche could be spawning shortly, they're going to resume circling the pit. As Fnatic, I think, prepare to head out.
I was about to say, because they were doing a great job of keeping top and mid very pushed in, but as you said, they're going to start playing a little bit more farther back on the map and playing more towards Roshan. And potentially going back in to catch somebody out from Fnatic, making sure there's no vision. You can see the map very dark for Fnatic. They're just going to go for kind of a blind smoke up here, see if they can reclaim their triangle. Even scanning for it, because again, you could see their map is just super dark. All they see right now, okay, the SF is top, meaning they're probably somewhere in our jungle.
It's the right move, but they need to get some kind of vision up. You can see, look at the strategy from Vici. A trio of wards all controlling this top part of the map, and Fnatic are beelining for it. So you're gonna have to be very cautious. I like this move. You know, cut the mid wave, try and bait into your vision. That's the play.
Yeah.
They do get the smoke out.
Got these nice wards, and they are going to be breaking upon it. The Ravage going out, not really catching a whole lot. The BKB successfully getting away. It's just DJ who's going to die. BKB TP out for one. Jabs, he'll be able to get away as well. So all in all, I mean, they lost their silencer for a Ravage. I feel like that's the best you can hope for if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I don't know if that means they can actually take a team fight, but
it's something.
it's okay. It's something.
It's just so
You didn't
hard.
lose the game yet.
Yeah, Fnatic have not played a bad game by any means.
No, I don't
It's
think
just
so.
that one fight in Roche, right? You
Yeah.
give the Aegis away to the Spectre, and suddenly there's just no good moves. It feels like you're playing into this massive team fight, and Poyoyo has all this global mobility. Yeah, no haunts, but the Aghanims is ready.
I don't know how many times you played against this Aghanims Spectre, Kyle. It is suffering when you're
Yes.
behind because you can't split push. Like normally the play is that you're at least able to split push, but Shadow Step is always up, so you can't actually do anything to gain yourself some sort of movement advantage. Locking him in, trying to go for the stomp. Self-Yules into no BKB.
Oh.
Didn't have it yet. It was on cooldown for another 3 seconds, and now Fnatic, they've lost their Death Prophet, and they cannot take this team fight anymore. DJ is going to die again. Raven trying to make his way back. They're actually going to be able to go back in with the Solid Earth Splitter. So much damage onto Old 11 and Poyoyo, but it's not enough. They've run out, and now they may be losing more heroes. His death broken, so much damage from that SF. Dagger slow, PYW did not commit for that kill, but Old 11 and, well, actually Poyoyo is the one who gets it. Old 11 dies trying to get it.
Nice plays. I actually really respect that from Jabs. Captain of the squad. They're down 2 heroes, but they make this crazy call to reinitiate with the stolen Earth Splitter.
Yeah.
They almost turn things around, but that's the kind of play you have to make in this spot. But
It's a recognition of where the game's at, right? 98% win probability for currently for Vici game. You have to make some pretty big Hail Marys,
Yeah.
right? And it looked pretty sick. Honestly, if they had, you know, a little bit more gas, maybe they could have killed someone.
I actually think, so DY was level 17 when he had used it, so he only got level 2 Earth Splitter. If it was level 3,
oh yeah,
then suddenly the Tide Hunter of Old 11 would have just 100% died, and maybe things could be a bit different. But you can see the power of the Ravage is that even if you get just BKBs, because the Spectre Aghanims cooldown is so limited, they can just go right back in before those BKBs come back up.
yeah.
And there's plenty of disable on the side of Vici. Like, they will find kills. Wow, that's fast. They're going to try for
Yeah,
it.
it dies so quickly, and Fnatic is just not going to be there in time. Just to make sure the Spectre ultimate does go out, you give the Aegis over to SF Cheese for Spectre, and what was the third item? I didn't see it. See, we got a shard on Weaver.
Ah, that's nice. Yeah.
Oh, refresher.
That's,
Refresher shard for Shadow Fiend.
yeah,
That
but
was
the Weaver shard's actually sick in this game. Not for the Geminate spreading, but because Swarm now will latch and reveal invisible units, Glimmer
Yeah.
Capes suddenly got nerfed.
Telekinesis into the combo, but the Ravage interference. Old 11 was ready for it,
Refresher.
and this is Fnatic trying to go for the last Hail Mary, but it is blocked down immediately by Vici Gaming, and they should be able to quickly dismantle the rest of Fnatic. Very nicely played by Vici Gaming. It just, I feel like they've been so disciplined. The fact that they were even sitting behind the SF in that situation says a lot about how controlled they were
Yeah.
playing this game.
And it's just, man, the itemization is just terrifying. You know, Solar Crest, AC, Shiva's Refresher Shard on the Tide. Like, there's just so many auras, a Moon Shard complete on Poyo. Like, they're just too damn strong. Even with the Witchbane now as well, so he has the self-cleanse to further make DJ's life miserable. They're just nailing these T4s.
Last hold here for Fnatic, and it's not going to be with a full 5 either. Raven is going to be caught by the second Ravage coming out from Old 11. They gave him the Refresher Shard to ensure that they would have one last good team fight before they finish off the throne. Earthsplitter's going to make sure Raven can't even get outside of his fountain and may die there if he doesn't keep retreating. Poyoyo going to focus on the objectives here, and we should be looking at a GG unless Vici Gaming end up running into the fountain entirely.
It's just too much damage.
DJ gets like 2-shot. Raven gets on top of the Weaver, but you can see he can't even 100-0 him, and that's just going to be it. He gets obliterated by the damage of Ori. And that is going to be it for game number 1. As you said, like a pretty close game, pretty even throughout most of it. Don't feel like Fnatic played poorly. I'm not a big fan of their draft so much. Again, it felt like the Silencer didn't do a whole lot for them.
Yeah, it just was kind of game planned against by Vici. It felt like, it didn't really look like they were ever under pressure. Maybe they lose the first T2, but it just didn't really seem to matter. And that's the Vici we expected to see, right? Very solid. You understand the lineup from start to finish, what they're trying to do. They played clean. What was the score? 9-9 at a point?
Yes.
It closes at 27-12. Like, that is Vici in a nutshell.
Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. I was just looking at some numbers. What do we had? 23,000 damage by Ori's SF. That's pretty good. I feel like the fact that they could rely on both Ori and Poyoyo to be able to like carry the later parts of this game, just that's Vici Gaming. For me anyway, I feel like that's just them. That they will always draft in a way to be able to outscale their opponents, but they're still going to be taking 5-man team fights against you.
Yeah, I think the BKB timings were pretty critical.
Yeah.
Like, they were actually the ones that had made that first big aggressive move as 5 when they had the BKB Tide, BKB SF, Aghanims on Spectre. So their actual power spike was earlier, and it made it really difficult for Fnatic to utilize theirs because the BKBs come up later.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, every team fight you're going to take, there's an easy just cancel button from Vici. Just pop BKB, run away, use Fear if necessary. And we saw just the patience of Old 11. Again, like every single Ravage is coming that like re-engage portion of the team fight. Not even really bothering to do anything on the BKB pop. So just in general, really nice play. Well done by Fnatic, but like this is TI. You know what I mean? You can't just be good. You got to be great if you want some wins.
All right, well, we'll see whether or not Fnatic can do better for going into game number 2. We're going to take a short break. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Vici Gaming versus Fnatic Game 2, where Vici Gaming did manage to take Game 1, but it was relatively even, I would say, for the first 15, 20 minutes. But ultimately, Vici Gaming and their propensity to be able to draft late game and scale just, always seems to pull out for them.
Indeed it does.
Indeed. Indeed it does.
I just think maybe Death Prophet's something to rethink. I know Fnatic and Trend are really good, they enjoy that hero. Sorry, I forgot to take my,
I know.
thing
I
off.
was
Like,
laughing
damn it.
at you.
I had one job.
Kyle's got some extra bling on today.
Yeah. But,
This is the lanyard that we're supposed to wear around all times
Yes.
to make sure everyone is they are who they are and
yes.
they are where they're supposed to be.
They actually said I didn't need to wear
Kyle's
it.
just demonstrating that he's supposed to be on broadcast,
you're
which
not
a lot of
supposed to
people
show the badge.
a lot of people question. They're like, is he supposed to be here? But oh, he's got a badge and everything to be able to back it up.
Had to pay extra for this one.
All right. Well, our draft is about to go underway, so we
Yes.
can go ahead and check out some of what Fnatic and Vici Gaming got going on here.
Are you're of the opinion, of course, casters don't even need to be on camera. We should just we could just come in, 4 or 5 picks in. Hey, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not going to go that far.
That's what you said earlier today.
I say that yes
10
for
seconds
group stage.
remaining.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, but for playoffs,
5
yeah,
seconds
I want to be on
remaining.
camera.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like like traditional sports that you don't see the commentators hardly at all. So that would make me a little sad
Indeed.
because
What would be the point of getting suited up? Huh.
fame grubbing.
Well, I got told yesterday.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with Sumail, Insania, and Effie.
Yeah.
And they all said that I have a
10
very
seconds
nice
remaining.
side profile. They're like,
What?
5 seconds
I
I-
thought you were about to transition into you heard them say something about Fnatic or Vici Gaming, but instead it's about you.
we're going to get to the draft cap, but it's just started. But yeah, they say, dead on. It's like, meh. But from the side, I'm a very attractive young man. That's what they told me. And they promised that they were telling the truth. So shout out to the 3 of you guys. Big fans. My boy Sumail, of course, demonstrating that he is certainly back. And if it is not for Ame, I actually think he'd be the undisputed best player in the world. But we're getting ahead of
None of
ourselves
those
here.
are none of those are the players in this game, Kyle.
I know. We're transitioning into the players in this game. Notably,
Yeah.
I want to say Ori probably,
Fanatics
I think,
turn to bad.
you think about Vici Gaming. Will they be able to bust through the ceiling, finishing at top 3, maybe make a final? I think it's going to rest on his shoulders. Can he elevate his game, and can he look like the best player in China? Because right now,
10 seconds
I feel like
remaining.
it's almost undisputed that Ame is just like on some next level.
5
I've been hearing a
seconds
lot
remaining.
of mutterings about
Vici
Faith Beyond as
Gaming's
well
turn to
as
bad.
being certainly back. And on the side of Fnatic, a lot of the criticisms of the roster when they first put Jabs and DJ together was, these are both 4-position players.
Yep.
And
Yep.
DJ,
10 seconds
long thought of
remaining.
as like one of the best 4s in the world. He's playing a 5 silencer
5
that last
seconds
game, and
remaining. Fanatics turn
I
to
felt
bad.
like he really did all he could. At a certain point, like, your hero is just doesn't do anything. So I'd love to see Fnatic try and set up their supports to succeed.
Yeah, it is really interesting that they've maintained this partnership for the last, at this point, 3 years, right?
10
I think
seconds remaining.
this has been going on. I have to imagine this is something
Turn
that
to ban.
DJ himself must be happy with. Like, he must really want to be able to be a leading voice, and he feels like he can do that better from the 5 position or something. Because yeah, I mean, this guy was. We watched him for years and years and years,
Turn
right?
to
Going all the
ban.
way back when he started off in Korea.
Yeah, he's been around. It's wild. It's the same when I look at Insania. It's like I always think of him as this like little brother, really young 20s player. He's like 27.
10 seconds.
DJ.
remaining.
Is he really? 27?
Yeah. We're all so
Wow.
damn old, man. All these guys that we're
5
watching even
seconds.
then.
Yeah, when you
remaining.
first met Insania, how old was he?
I think 16 or 17.
Yeah.
Yeah. First time we casted together, I think I was
Yeah.
20, and you might have over what, 28, 29?
I am about to be 31.
Oh, I thought you were 36.
Can't even pull that on me, Kyle. I look very young for my age. Thank you.
Did you know who won't be young for his age in this game?
Turn to
Whatever
ban.
poor soul gets stuck playing Monkey King against Venomancer, that is an incredibly unpleasant experience, especially if you find yourself laned up against him, unless you can get real far ahead. But I'm a big fan of the Storm early pick.
Well, this is probably a support Monkey King, right?
Yeah,
That's
assume
that's
so.
what I'm
Seconds
presuming
remaining.
anyway. So you can still swap your support around. So
5
you know you
seconds
just
remaining.
swap supports based off of where you think the Venomancer is
And-
going.
How does Mage Slayer affect Veno? So if you're debuffed and you pop ulti, the whole ult does reduce damage.
Yeah, I
correct?
believe so. It doesn't. I don't think it it doesn't magically like he popped ultimate and then you hit him with Mage Slayer. I don't believe that'll just like all of a sudden slow down some of the damage. So
Yeah, that'll be pretty key. And you always need to have.
we should probably explain what we're talking about because I know a lot of people are maybe tuning in. You guys haven't been watching Dota all year round, right? And Monkey King. Maybe if you watched like 2 or 3 years ago when it first came out, like Bobica very famously was playing support Monkey King. That support Monkey King as a
VG
4 position
Gaming's
is kind
turn
of
to
back.
pick.
And the current build is Mage Slayer, which is this item that
Fanatics
reduces
turn to pick.
enemies' spell damage.
Yeah, and very effective, obviously, against heroes like Veno, even like Tiny.
Yeah.
And you combine that, though. So, Quap against Storm, I have lost as the Storm in this matchup many times, but it is still
10
a nice hero to
seconds
have
remaining.
against something like a Veno. The ward spam makes it incredibly difficult to play any
5
kind of Blink
seconds
Dagger
remaining.
initiator, so you need to have something that has reach, just based around their kit naturally. So Monkey kind of supplies that as well, but you can be a little dangerous, zip through, cut trees, suddenly Monkey falls to the ground stunned. That's also
Some
something I've
potential
done.
anti-synergy that we have to keep our eye on. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but a big fan of this Quap hero. I think Puck getting nerfed pretty much into the ground has helped her resurgence.
I believe I
strong
put
laner.
Quap as my highest win rate hero for
That's,
TI,
that's
which
a bad guess.
I think it was a bad guess considering the fact we're already seeing so many Quaps.
Yeah.
Usually the play is you want a hero that is low key that only gets picked 5 or 6 or 7 times and has 100% win rate or something close to it.
Yeah, no, Queen of
10
Pain,
seconds
it's just,
remaining.
I think, too early.
VG
Although,
Gaming's turn to pick.
one point, though, we saw Alliance do this. You can always play it as a 4.
Yeah.
They
Not
did
sure
lose,
if
though.
I totally believe that, but
Either way, I like the Bane Luna. Luna, especially with no Dusa, which is one of the Fnatic specials,
10 seconds
you need
remaining.
something that has the ability to clear Ancients.
5
I
seconds
probably would have
remaining.
preferred something like a Terrorblade here, just because I think Luna can have a lot of trouble clearing wards, whereas Illusion heroes are, I think, just better suited to dealing with Veno, since you risk nothing, shove lanes even into wards, no big deal. We shall see how it plays out, because even into a Quap, like, you need the early BKB. Oh, that's terrifying.
there it is.
Like this VG lineup is
Ooh.
already spooky. Bane, Monkey, you really just don't do anything to
You
Lycan.
do nothing to Lycan, yeah.
I mean, you've spent a lot of time with a man named William Lee. What
10
does he always
seconds
tell you?
remaining.
Beats Storm. Well, he says there's a lot of
5
things that beat
seconds
Storm. He picks it
remaining.
all the time, but he thinks it's terrible, always needs buffs. But
He says one or two things, right? Obviously, stuns is always the go-to, but the other one that is probably underrated is making it so Storm Spirit just can't actually pop somebody.
yeah,
Right? He wants to be able to zip in, 100 to 0 somebody, zip back out.
yeah, and Death Ball, like push,
Yeah.
sustain. What do you do if you jump into this VG lineup, especially if there's no Orchid online?
So this is looking like Veno. What are we looking at here? Is this
10
Veno support?
seconds remaining.
It could be
Because I feel like I thought this was like in 3 and Tiny 1.
5
based on the
seconds
last
remaining.
draft. I think if you think about the archetype of the Vici Gaming role
VG
setup,
Gaming's
Okay.
a
turn
Veno
to
4
ban.
makes sense. Kind of similar to the Weaver in the
Just
way
a
that
scouting support
Yeah.
that gets information for you. Okay.
really strong, I would imagine, with Lycan,
Okay.
perhaps. But we shall see. I'm not quite sure. It could also be a Quap for the same
10
reason.
seconds remaining.
And they put the Veno.
Could be Tiny 4, Veno 3,
5
mid quap,
seconds
safe lane
remaining.
Lycan.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's like. I'm pretty sure there's an old 11. Like Lycan is an off lane hero now.
Yeah, I
because
think so too.
end of the day, your farm is the same at 6 minutes when you have HOD, and your item build is always the same.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's more of this complementary carry than the hero you actually want.
So have
as
you
your
ever
win
played up
condition.
against an Echo Saber Deso Lycan?
That's true.
It was scary. It's scary. I don't know if that build's credible,
10
but I will just say
seconds
it's
remaining.
scary.
The thing about it is that just, of all the heroes that can utilize the
5 seconds
offlane
remaining.
Lycan build, Lycan is the best. In terms
Yeah,
of
yeah.
creep control and this minion push. A lot
Wait,
of
I'm sorry.
heroes can buy
Say,
Echo
say,
Saber.
say that again. Say that again.
I don't remember what I said. I
You
never
said
looked back.
the best hero to utilize the offlane Lycan build is Lycan.
I've been hanging out with Synderen for 3 days, man.
VG
It rubs off on you.
But you're saying the best hero to utilize the Helma Dominator, Helma
Yeah.
Overlord build. Is
Exactly.
Lycan. Okay.
Exactly. And everybody that you can buy Echo Saber on a bunch of carries, and it's going to be just as good.
Night Stalker. That is that's a
10
hero
seconds
that has
remaining.
been on the rise. I think I watched it
5
lose earlier
seconds
today
remaining.
though. But I feel like the last 6 months, Night Stalker's been creeping up, creeping up. Earthshaker. All right, I really got to see who's picking what here. Okay, PYW and DY are going to be supports. Earthshaker and Venomancer. Okay, you called it, Kyle. All according to plan.
Yeah. The one thing will be the 5 Veno. So that was maybe a little surprising, but it does make sense if we assume this is a double melee offlane. That's that's the dream for Venomancer, right? And especially against the Night Stalker, for the early period, you're going to be very successful at harass, but got to be cautious. Like, this Veno hero is so slow. If Jabs gets enough stacks up to proc Jingu, and Death just rolls up with a Void, like, Veno just dies. So they will have to be careful.
Yeah. This certainly looks like a match that is going to be heavily based on the laning phase, right? Because we got Quap versus Storm Spirit mid, where if this Storm Spirit doesn't get dumpstered mid lane, he can actually have a really good time killing Venomancer and Earthshaker a lot in this game. Night Stalker is naturally a snowball hero. Lycan, very snowball hero.
Very shiny game as well. Double Arcana on Vici. Triple Golden Immortal on Fnatic. You can even see them glistening in the background.
They're rich.
Look at that. Vici, really same concept. Just a very balanced draft, right? You look at it and you just think, yeah, I dig it. This is all
okay.
stuff we've seen before.
You're going to have to explain that because they don't necessarily have a lineup that is normal, right? For position, like support Earthshaker and support Venomancer. We've already talked about how both of these heroes have traditionally been run as core, right? Earthshaker lately has been played more as an offlaner. Venomancer is typically core, usually offlane. So what do you mean when you say this is a very balanced draft?
Well, when you think of Quap, you don't really provide any tower pressure. So having a hero like Lycan, like Lone Druid makes a lot of sense. And then you have Tiny, who really wants like this other playmaker in the mid lane. You have an Earthshaker to play with your Quap. This is legitimately... I was eliminated from TI5 playing Storm against Quap Earthshaker. Like, this has been something that people have utilized for some time because Shaker blocks the bottom lane, so he secures this solo XP safely for his Lycan. He'll have no items, but he's going to farm in front of his tower. And then an Earthshaker just off-map forces Chuen to play incredibly conservative as the Storm. You're free to go check bottom room, which means Quap can control top. Like, it just flows very well. And then you have a Veno against with a Tiny. Like, that's just, God forbid you get a toss back onto the Veno, Gale, boom, tower range. That's a kill, no matter what.
That was pretty interesting. Fnatic had double nighttime vision heroes. They had Night Stalker and Luna. So that is also a very small bit of synergy that they have together, is that Eclipse actually does turn it into night. So Night Stalker will get some benefit out of that every once in a while. But they were both utilizing their nighttime vision to be able to control the ward game in mid, which Vici Gaming did not buy into. They never placed a mid ward that was scouted out by the Night Stalker or Luna, so it didn't ultimately result in anything big, but...
Yeah. That was really well done, and I love that. I mean, this is what I mean from Vici. It just boots first Shaker, no regen. You block the first wave, it creates a double wave, and you pull the second. So he's going to block easy camp, he's going to drag this over to his Lycan, and there's really, you know, it's not as if Fnatic are playing this poorly, but there's just, what can you do? He blocks both camps. I love it. Like, what can you do here as Jabs? Yeah, you would dumpster this lane if they were playing the lane, if they were playing Dota against you, but no, this is... just max mechanic abuse.
The offlane has always been the lane where you're going to have the most lane mechanic abuse possible, just to be able to try and make bad lanes go better. And Vici Gaming doing that very nicely here. Top lane, I'm not sure if it actually did get pulled. The lane is pretty far back, so I kind of assume so. This one's going to be a little bit more straightforward, though, right? DJ. Just playing games here with DY, a hero that usually dominates playing 1v1 against supports. I don't know how Bane does level 1 and 2 against Venomancer. I imagine later on, once you get Brain Sap level 2, you really start winning that matchup, but it might be level 1 Venomancer is somehow stronger.
Well, it's just that the trading is going to be Veno favored. Like, Bane likes to be able to just smack people and always win the health war, but Veno can just hit you, back away real quick. Even Bane getting 2 attacks off, that's still going to benefit the Veno.
Yeah.
And the danger is that because there's a Tiny, if you tank too much damage, then you're hit with a Gale, Poyo runs over, and you're actually just dead as the Bane.
Old 11. Nice little escape. We also saw Chuen kind of pull over. Does get Fisher blocked this time around, but he realizes... earlier, when he was in danger in the creep wave pushing over, he pulled it to the left of the lane so he wouldn't get Fisher blocked. But now that the creep wave is in his advantage, it's pushing into Ori, he doesn't mind getting Fisher blocked because he'll just man-fight the quad.
Yeah, he's doing quite well, though, really, under the circumstances. Like, this is not a pleasant lane. The personal experience with, like, you are very scared. But he's doing an admirable job thus far. It does.
They're gonna jump. Rotation coming out from Jabs, and they actually jump onto Poyo here. They're gonna be able to get these stacks up, but he does not have Boundless Strike, so no big nuke or stun coming out. But the double melee lane is gonna be forced back, and they're gonna switch things up, put the Bane back to bottom. They're just gonna follow this Venomancer around, because as you said, they do not want to have the Venomancer matchup against double melee heroes.
Indeed, and really interesting that so Shaker secures this bottom lane for Old 11, and then they move DY down here. So a much better laner. So you kind of get the Lycan to a point where he's formidable. He'll have the Helm of Iron Will arriving now, and then now you bring your Veno. So trading is now very annoying against both the Wolves and the Poison Stain.
Yeah, level 2 Wolves versus level 1 Wolves, there's a massive difference.
Yeah.
Right, level 2 Wolves are actually so much more useful. Level 1 Wolves feels like they're just kind of food that you're going to feed to the lane. So, yeah, this is pretty interesting. I like that.
And Tiny, you know, it's getting closer to nighttime, so what happens to the Veno? Well, he feeds. However, an Earthshake with the Tiny, much more formidable. You can pull the lane back, and you just play more conservatively. So not really trying to get aggressive or harass at all, just trade.
Storm Spirit is just going to start playing jungle. You see Chuen just like, okay, that's enough of that. I don't want to play the lane anymore. Ooh, looks like Jabs got caught for a second there, but you start getting to the point where Quap is just too hard to beat. Didn't go for a 3rd level of Shadow Strike, but if he did, that's where you really start dominating Storm Spirit.
Yeah. The lane ward, I think, was more impactful than we gave credit for at the start. You mentioned the nighttime, how they guaranteed that they would have that vision advantage mid lane, it's very helpful for a Storm.
Mm.
It will be level 6 on Quap now. I don't know if there's going to be time to get a kill or anything off it, though. Storm actually first to 6. That's very nice.
The fact that Ori's just like 1 deny actually kept him from being able to get level 6 on that creep wave, and maybe he could have rotated, maybe he could have pressured Gwen a little bit better, but not the case.
Oh, and he rewarded for himself, too.
Yeah, did you see what happened? He TP'd and instantly placed the ward, so I'm not even sure if Ori would have been able to click on his inventory fast enough to see that he had a ward.
Yeah.
I think he like shift queued it up.
It's really nice.
6-minute rune, so important for these two, especially for the Quap. If he wants to rotate onto these side lanes, it's going to be haste rune, and that means they're going to be able to keep up with Ori, and they're going to be able to bring him down, especially with the rotation coming in from the other side of DJ. First blood goes to Fnatic.
That is huge. I love that. Controlling the runes against Quap. Like, this is how you shut the hero down. He's got to snowball, and getting the first blood just like cherry on top. Just a haste rune would have been considered a W. And this is the benefit as well of the Fnatic lanes, because they're ahead top, now pressuring Tiny.
Yep, getting some good damage in. The Boundless Strike, turn around and offering him a hand. Bit of a high five, but Fnatic taunting Vici Gaming as they take a pretty big lead now.
Yep.
2,000.
Like this new it's similar to how you want to play against the Timbersaw. Like, yeah, you get level 5 max reactive armor. Well, just leave your carry to free farm and leave him alone, and that's exactly what the plan is here for Fnatic. So they get kills on both other lanes. Sure, you lose your Bane, but I don't think you mind that at all.
No, certainly not. It does leave me to question. I've just been looking at DY and going, okay, like, what now? You know, because we saw how the supports rotated of Fnatic, and they had a big impact in being able to secure that rune. And my question is, what does this Venomancer support do at this period of time, where he doesn't have the levels of wards to be able to be like a forward position that becomes a core just yet? Like, what do you do in this awkward period of time? Where do you find your levels? Because that's what he needs, right? He needs a lot of levels.
I mean, theoretically, he could start jungling. It's what,
Yeah, but he's only got level 1 wards.
It's a very common strategy in European MMR games, however. If you don't get your role, you can pick Venomancer. Level 1, just level 1. Spam wards, camp the Ancients, and I've seen it win more games than lose, which is quite sad, really.
You know, I'm convinced. You remember when Save did Jungle Huskar?
Oh, yeah.
We had that happen during the DPC, and I think the people that I play party queue with hate Save. Absolutely hate him. Because I try Huskar 4 position all the time.
How's that go?
It really doesn't work. I've lost so many games trying to make that work because it's you know, I'm just like, oh, it looks so cool, but
it always works once.
It's
right?
It's fun and
he soloed
experimental.
Roche in that game. Like, now that people know how it works, it's just not the same story anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, yeah, credit to Fnatic. You know, they dropped that first game, but I think that they certainly felt confidence either way. Still a little weird for me. I know he's been doing this throughout the year, but you know, I look at DJ playing Bane after Silencer. I'm like, is this Fly? No, it's DJ. Like, it still blows my mind. But
yeah, it's because we're old.
True.
We're old and we remember Vanilla Major.
Yeah, the game-winning Enigma.
Yeah, yeah.
That was still one of the more epic comics. Was that against Vici too? I feel like that might have been. Was that LGD they played against in that match?
Oh, I don't remember. I have a bad memory for Dota games.
Yeah, that was literally 5 years ago, so I think you can be forgiven on that. HOD is coming out to Old 11 though, so this will be significantly more useful like in moving forwards, but see how this plays out. Rune control has just been excellent thus far from Fnatic, and I love the Soul Ring build as well on the Storm. I think this is the way you want to do it. I've seen Sumail do it when he plays Storm. And yeah, DY is just taking jungle. I dig it.
Okay. It's going to be a little slow with level 1 wards, but bit by bit, he'll get there. Rune is Bottom lane, Arcane Rune for Ori's Quap. That is very nice for him. If DJ is not careful, he may fall victim to this, as they're actually going to go for DY here, and Ori says, see you later, bud. We got the farm we wanted, and Old 11 is taking bottom, so there's no need for us to try and fight back. Death actually did pop Dark
Just
Ascension.
to push top. Like,
just
he
to do damage.
Yeah. I don't mind that, to be honest. It's better than just holding it, and it's giving them the ability to potentially trade towers. Although, yeah, Old 11 a little bit faster as a Lycan.
I especially, I'm okay with it because he'll have it back up when daytimes.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's this huge egregious weakness. They have to be careful for 30 seconds, but then they're going to have it back up. They'll be able to turn it nighttime if a fight should arise.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Good point, man. Old 11 Max Wolves has the Ghost. This is a very scary wolf all of a sudden. However, the sacrificial lamb in this game so far is Poyo. He is still not level 6. We
Yeah,
are
what's
9
going
minutes
on
in.
with it?
The top lane was just was a disaster. After the death, he TP'd mid, filled bottles, stuck it out there for a bit. But I think you were on point. Like, the Venomancer doesn't seem to have a purpose in this game. Your other support, a Shaker for PYW, is also quite passive. And, you know, I think they counted on Ori being able to control tempo a bit, but he just did not have the lane.
Look at him.
Is under attack.
He just pulls the creep wave. He's like, I know what you guys want. You want my mid tower. And sure, you can take it with wolves and stuff like that, but I'm still going to make it as difficult for you as possible. That is a boundless strike, a bold one. Jabs immediately dies afterwards. As all of Vici Gaming is around mid lane right now. They really want this mid tower. They've prioritized this objective a lot in the past, and it seems like they are continuing with this strategy here at TI10.
Yeah, it's the right move. This is going to open up the jungle now for the Lycan Veno to try and exert some more map control. Really just trying to win in the EV off the map. Like, theoretically, Vici Gaming can out-farm if they can control more areas. This makes it a lot more difficult for the Luna and Storm to find space. Lycan ult popped. They get nothing out of it, though. Nice TP.
That's not great.
Radiant are scanning.
Now the immediate smoke.
Yeah, if they catch Poyo here, though, I'm not... Okay, they do have the Storm Surge they could zip in. If they catch Poyo in a decent position, they drop the ward to be able to get Vision too, and they still don't catch him. That feels really bad. That's a second difference, right? They catch him in the open area right here. They sleep him. Storm can zip over. They can probably 100 to 0 him.
Yep. DJ really wanted to use grip. That would have been the dream usage.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Off away. Jabs getting some information here. They're going to still try and go on Poyo, even though they know that it's not the same anymore. Death does manage to get the kill on PYW in top lane.
I really like that, though, from Fnatic. Like, that go bottom, like, it's the feint, right? Like a
Yeah.
boxer. You throw the jab so that they don't see the hook coming, and they just go top. Now slow down the Shaker blink. And it's just, you know, it's another usage of the Dark Ascension, sure, but you actually really want to be using it off cooldown. Just because if 50 bonus damage, that's significant. You're going to farm a lot faster. You got the kill, and there's still a Bane now who's had some time to de-ward a little bit, still has grip, so you're trying to control enemy jungle because Vici Gaming are certainly going to go after yours. Very scary for the Storm, though. Is there an Orchid up?
Storm taking the hard farm. Just catching what he can bottom lane. Does have a TP. But he's going to have to zip TP far enough away from Poyo. Not a problem. And as you said, the Orchid's still not up for Ori. They're going to go PYW again. DJ spots him. Nightmare first. They do not have any sort of darkness. They could try and go for the Fiend's Grip and see if they can kill him here, and they will.
Yeah. I like that maybe you could have saved it, but I think you just get the guaranteed kill.
Yeah. Still at 1,400 gold for this Earthshaker. Would have had it pretty quickly, considering the timing, but now actually dying twice is going to delay that pretty significantly. We probably won't see Blink Dagger till 16, 17 minutes in.
That's a big issue for Vici, because their Quap is behind, their Tiny's behind, neither of their supports can make plays, so they're just farming the map, but slower than the Luna Storm.
Yeah, the fact that they're not able to make any moves on the second daytime, that feels pretty bad. Because this Night Stalker, the Night Stalker build that's currently going around with this Echo Saber, sometimes you go Blink into Overwhelming Blink, sometimes you need a BKB a bit faster. I am also a huge fan of the Shard. I think that Shard is actually very good.
Yeah, I would agree.
But you just need to give this Night Stalker more time. He doesn't do that much in the first nighttime. He's more of a farming offlaner than he used to be.
I'm so silly. Of course it's.
Oh, it's against Lycan. Holy
Yeah,
shit!
duh.
Yeah.
I was like, it just finally clicked, like, because they did pick the Night Stalker into the Lycan.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Shard timing is sick.
You know what's funny is I literally played this Night Stalker versus Lycan. Or no, it was Beastmaster actually. I picked it against Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Or I got counterpicked. But I said, don't worry, guys. I'm going to get a Shard later on and a Blink Dagger, and I'm just going to eat his Ancient every single time.
Yeah.
I'm going to get on top of him, silence him, and eat his Ancient.
And the only
And I
heroes.
was playing with some NA pro, and he was like, that works?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's nighttime.
Exactly. It's actually insane because killing the Ancient is almost impossible. Clinks can't eat it. Doom can with like a talent way late in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, Night Stalker Shard, 20 minutes in, suddenly this huge timing for Vici that he's still working towards just straight up disappears. And it's
Yep.
a 20-second cooldown on the Shard as well, so
Yeah.
Orchid.
And on top of the fact that it just also is a super nice farming mechanism, we'll watch Poyo die. And maybe Ori, okay, he knows Monkey King's here. He's just trying to figure out which direction he should be going around now. He does have a haste rune, but he's got to be careful of. Ooh!
Oh.
Blinks just before the grab. Jwen, if he managed to get that one, then he's going to get potentially grabbed by the Bane.
Orchid was unfortunately still on cooldown. Otherwise, that's a definite kill. He needed to go for the pull first. Maybe if Jabs waits just a little bit longer, could be secured, but
Haste rune, he's going to run out. Death. Can he catch up to him now? Boundless Strike first. And with that Echo Saber hit, he is just dead, I think. Ori really pushed for far too much there. Now they've got a Fiend's Grip on PYW again. He does have the Blink Dagger this time around, who's coming out to him. But still, a third death for PYW. DY is going to get cleaned up here. Jwen is going to be able to jump, but he doesn't have that much mana left. The Night Stalker needs to try and bail him out here. He's coming. But he's trying to body block, but it's not good enough. There's just too many units there.
there's the threat of the Lycan. He's just like, I'm sure he's pinging. Guys, 4 more minutes. I can take care of that for you, no problem. He went to Blink, as you stated. Very good against the Quap Veno as well. But this is looking just very nice for Fnatic, and Raven is enjoying the hell out of this game. 180 CS.
Oh yeah, I haven't
60
looked
minutes.
at him, honestly.
We haven't seen him. He assisted with the kill top on Earthshaker, but he's just living in this top dire jungle, occasionally rotates to farm Ancients or Ancient stacks. Very happy so far, and I believe closing in on the BKB, no. Yes.
Honestly,
Has
Kyle,
BKB.
I think Vici Gaming has a very small chance of winning this game. Because
Yeah.
I think a lot of this game was predicated
Yes.
on Old 11 here, and knowing that he's going to get countered so heavily, I honestly feel like they only have like a 20% chance to win this game. If,
That
if
might
this
be
keeps
generous, to be quite honest, because I think you're completely right. Look at his inventory. If you remove the HOD, he has a Quelling Blade and a Tango. That's it. That's all he's really providing. It's a Vlad's, theoretically, but the main point is like the Shard on Night Stalker with only a 20-second cooldown means that you just never have a creep. And it's, what, plus 200 gold?
So for
No,
me, it means
250 after the change.
I think they need to get a lot done in these next couple of minutes as Vici Gaming. If they can potentially win this fight, oh, we found the right one! Cut down the tree. PYW, though, immediately getting silence and no ultimate as a result. DY does manage to get off his right in the middle of some units. Death, they're going to toss over Old 11, but it's still not enough. Fortunately, Ori gets the long-range nuke to be able to finish that one up. They do get a Fiend's Grip onto him. Old 11, Avalanche covers him for a bit, but without any boots, he's very slow, and his ultimate was just coming up. Pull back, Fnatic retreating around this tier 2. They might have to give it up. But ultimately, not a terrible fight for them.
It would have been much nicer had Jabs been able to get his ulti off. Unfortunately, dies beforehand. But really, just both teams. Like I'm impressed with this series so far. Didn't really feel like there was a close one in our opening set. You know, all 4 were somewhat one-sided. All 4 were 2-0s, but
Yeah.
we run this fight back. Yeah, good initiation. They found the key target. Shaker dies. I think Death makes a mistake here. If he runs right, I think he could potentially still live, but he runs through everything. He's tossed on. Quad ulti finishes. Like, he's just running through Veno wards. It's so tough to play the hero against Veno.
Yeah, and as we head back into the game here, we did have just PYW dying again. They almost lost DY as well. It was just kind of a small poke from Fnatic, nothing major, because they don't really need to do a whole lot, right? Like, they are still totally free farming on Raven. They've got this well-timed BKB that he used on the last team fight. He's going to go for Scotty next, and give it another minute, and they'll have the counter to Lycan. So,
Do you go? Is that what you want? Into Tiny. Okay, I can see it.
got off the shapeshift just before that silence. And he might actually be able to do something here. He has no mana. If only his rest of his team was like ready to pounce, this I think would be a pretty good fight for Vici Gaming. But Fnatic just playing around each other. Jabs, what you doing? He's got a Diffuser Blade. He didn't actually go for the Mage Slayer build. Very interesting.
I mean, it is quite nice against Venom.
He's going to jump onto him. He's going to inhibit him.
Oh, he had blinked.
Pop the ultimate. Yeah, he blinks, so he's going to be slowed down. And he just got burned out, but there goes the wand in time to be able to bail him out. Not a bad attempt there from Jabs. It would have been insanely good if he could have just soloed the enemy mid laner.
That's a bold play, but wow, just looking around. The thing is, Shard is coming. Like, it is the next item up, 10 seconds away.
Whew, Fnatic win probability 86%. We weren't wrong.
Yeah, you were about. Hey, I don't blame it. I look at the Vici lineup and just think you need to outplay. You need some kind of sick initiation. Somebody's got to die right at the start. Blink Tiny, Blink Shaker, and obviously the Blink Orchid on Quap. So find a kill immediately, probably onto the Storm, who does not have BKB yet. But there will still be problems with the Luna, and there's the Shard. It's here right away. He even saved the gold for it. Good luck, Old 11.
Dire are scanning.
They're going to smoke up. They do have some vision up here where they are currently smoked, so the smoke's going to break on each other. Raven actually spot. They managed to get that mini stun, almost catching Ori inside of that silence from Death. They're going to look to be able to cut up the rest of Vici Gaming here. They actually smoke to try and hide themselves away here. Old 11, he's going to pop his ultimate and turn around and fight whoever he sees. That's going to be Jabs first, spots him. Poyo comes in, but Raven immediately popping his BKB. They do not want to fight into this Luna if they're Vici Gaming. So Jabs ends up going down. They turn around and actually should be able to blow up PYW pretty easily. The two supports go down. Old 11, his shapeshift's going to run out here. In fact, it doesn't even matter if his shapeshift runs out.
Whoa.
The Fiend's Grip held him in, but he actually got away. Thanks to the avalanche of Poyo now with no BKB. And Orchid, they're blowing him off the Sonic Wave. Vici Gaming actually win that fight. They didn't even need the buyback of PYW. I think they just straight up out-executed Fnatic in that fight. What? How did that happen?
I honestly don't know, but you want to know something absolutely nuts? They did that without an HOD creep on Old 11. Like, he legitimately just didn't have one. He's like, oh, you want to eat this? No worries. I'm just not going to use one. So you could see Death even was like a little lost. He was looking for what he wanted to eat from the Legion, but there was nothing there to do so. Maybe a bit of an early BKB from Raven. Also didn't pop the ultimate. And they just reinitiate. I mean, you know, shout out Poyo. That was pretty much all him. Like, a 3-man combo, interrupts the grip.
Yeah.
And Lycan survives somehow, but did his job, which was run in and tank all the damage and spells.
Yeah. 11's going to go AC next. For him, BKB soon for Twins, so that may make things a little bit better for Storm Sphere. They also got a Vambrace if he wants that. So they're going to look for that triple BKB timing, but similar for Vici Gaming, they now have a BKB on Ori. And BKB is going to be up next for Poyo, so. And, you know, I always think about this sometimes. It's like, somebody watches Dota for the first time, they're like, this BKB item, it must be really good. A lot of people buy that.
It's such a part of Dota, though. Like,
Yeah.
all like heroes are balanced around BKB.
Yeah.
You know, abilities that What was the one? I can't think of a great example.
Oh,
but
Jabs, you're dead. Sorry, buddy.
He's totally fine.
Oh, he actually may be fine. You're right.
Yeah, come on.
Simple TP away.
Carry the TP. We've learned that at TI-10, the importance of TP.
Yes. It's very important for every team to have TP. Not just some of them, Kyle. All of them. It's only fair. PYW, go!
Whoa.
Just jumps in, immediately Echo Slams, but a silence covering it. Death does allow Raven to be able to get off his BKB ultimate. He is a little bit low, but Old 11 is not going to chase that down. Zed turns around and goes for Twen here, who with his last bit of mana, going to make a jump away. Jabs trying to cover his retreat here. He gets a little bit more mana, enough for maybe a small jump, but it's not going to get him out either way. Jabs actually turns around and tries to kill PYW, but this is a suicide run to try and get a kill, and he doesn't even get that much. Vici Gaming win the fight again.
Now they're right into the Roche pit. How are they getting these dubs? I legit don't know. Like, I guess just killing off the Night Stalker, right? Because suddenly Old 11 goes from a 0 to a hero. His creep is untouched, and just, oh, not to mention the AC timing. That is pretty significant. +5 armor to your team, -5 to the enemy. Quite possibly the best aura in Dota 2 that's purchasable in the shop. I mean, great silence used from death, but he caught the Gale, and he's just dead. And Raven survives, but can't sit there and auto attack. Way too much damage taken. And I believe that Venomancer ulti hit 4 heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think some of it is... So, last team fight, they got the initiation on Fnatic, but ultimately, what did they initiate on? DY and PYW. They killed the 2 supports, but they didn't kill any cores. This time around, Fnatic is the one who gets initiated on. Similar situation, they can't touch the cores. Like, they can't do anything to this Quap, Lycan, and Tiny. Now, I imagine things will change once they get BKBs on Fnatic. They did have theirs on Twen last team fight. Maybe this Night Stalker BKB can help things out. I feel like they just should be. Is Raven just not able to get good damage in because of the Lycan Wolves from his Eclipse?
A bit, but you know, it's also maybe just like it feels like he should have more net worth, right? When you consider how good his game was going, he did go. That is something. Look at the talents he chose. He went for the Lucent Beam mini stun instead of the glaive damage.
Oh yeah. When you're free farming like that, yeah.
It also you're playing against all these units.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I feel like the glaive damage is the whole point of your hero in this kind of game.
Yeah.
And either way, like you want to see him like 2-3k gold ahead of the game, and he's just not there at the moment. Scotty coming up shortly, but oh, Aghanims, Old 11, next item, huge fan. Huge fan. He's gonna turn his Tiny into a
Stone
wolf.
Wolf. Yeah. That's pretty metal, right there. PYW getting picked off. Scouted. They did pop Darkness for that, so. Death sees the TP out. Eat the creep, 250 gold. You could do that every 20 seconds if it's nighttime. Again, if it's daytime, you can't eat Ancients. You can only eat regular creeps. So that means that the Helm of Overlord is a little bit more resilient in that regard.
Tier 3 items will begin to start dropping. Watching to see if anybody catches some lucky RNG.
Speaking of items, don't forget that you too can get item drops.
Yes. Link your Steam account to your Twitch account and receive treasures, items galore.
Bell didn't even ask us to do that. We're just sellouts for free. It is pretty cool though. I got my item already.
Oh.
Orchid caught. Twen is going to be forced to use his BKB, and he almost chopped down that tree.
There are really cool other things.
Whoa!
Whoa!
How did he jump before that scream hit him? That's crazy. Raven committing for this tier 2. If he's not careful, if he doesn't control this, he may end up getting comboed. The Nightmare self, BKB up, Eclipse. What a turnaround from DJ, allowing Raven to be able to get away and get a kill. And they get out on both of them. That was sick. That was naughty. Well played, Fnatic.
That's nasty. Like, he actually got the sleep off, which prevented some of the damage from Shaker, and then boom, the grip.
I think it was
TP.
mid-toss, too,
Yeah.
so I don't even think he took toss damage. That was all around excellent.
Indeed. You know what else is excellent? Some of these voice lines. Our hardworking teams
All
and
right.
talent have put these into the game.
Uh-huh,
So-
So if you like this cast,
yeah.
you don't need to like or subscribe. Just purchase the voice line, perhaps. 17 to 11.
I will say I do respect, if you look, all 5 members of Team Fnatic are also supporters of Team Fnatic. And Vici Gaming with the same. I dig it. I like to see it. You saw throughout most of the lead up to TI, everybody was rocking fandoms from other squads. But it is the time for Team Unison to win. All the chips are down. Only a 2K gold lead. Aegis, 30 seconds remaining. And, you know, end of the day, Fnatic are a bit behind, but Lycan does fall off, as does Quap. Oh.
Oh, DY. Very nice. Fast reaction from him. Twins just heavily committing to kill this Venomancer. I'm not a fan of that. He's low on mana. This is not good at all. It's support Venomancer, like...
The first zip, okay. The second, sure. The third,
That's just egregious. That's just too far.
and the problem is, like, it felt like this was a great storm. Like, I don't think that Twins played poorly, but his net worth tells a different story. He's 9-3.
Oh, they got him! Fiend's grip before he could blink away. DJ.
Huge.
Hey, playmaking 5 position. He's on it. He's on the case. Defensive nightmares, great Fiend's grips. They've kind of, remember they delayed that blink dagger for so long. Nom, 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 nom.
That feels good. And yeah, I think DJ so far is the star. Bottom net worth, but certainly not in terms of game impact. He has been feasting in this top jungle. I believe responsible for 8 of the kills that took place in the area. And oof, the win probability has dropped off, but Fnatic still hold that.
I
even
mean,
with the net
look
worth
how
disadvantage.
far the net worth had to be in favor of Vici Gaming for it to be even.
Mm-hmm.
They had to be up by 5K for Dota Plus to be like, okay, this is an even game. And as it starts creeping back into the favor of Fnatic once again, it seems to be backing Fnatic more and more. But who knows?
Yeah.
We don't have a ton of data, I would say, so far on this carry Tiny in this patch for Dota Plus. So it could just end up being wrong.
And we'll say DJ, I think that whole kill top came down to he has a psychic headband in addition to the Aether Lens, so some pretty nuts cast range. And here's the thing, is this the real deal? Aghanims on Old 11, Wolf Bite. You get shapeshift. Well, the cool thing is that the target gets lifesteal, and they share it with each other.
Yep.
So you truly become a pack of wolves. This is really effective with heroes like Tiny because you just stay alive. You can even see the Moon Shard for Tiny. So kind of banking on this idea that the sustain and added damage of Lycan, so you know all Tiny really needs is this attack speed. So no defensive items necessary. He's just going to smack people. It is also quite nice that there's an AC on his ally so that he can just go full in terms of the right-click damage.
Yeah. And the fact that like they're both durable heroes means that there's no chance of one of them being bursted down or anything, right?
Yeah.
Like they're going to survive. They're going to keep right-clicking. They're going to right-click a lot. And it's going to result in a huge boost in HP for both of them.
And I gotta say, I can't imagine, you know, if you haven't been following Dota for a while, looking at you, Melk, and Merlini, if you're in the cast, like, imagine looking at the Lycan Aghanims and thinking to yourself, wow, what the heck
let's
is
not
that?
disgrace Merlini's name here, all right? That man still grinds Dota.
Well, I just meant maybe they hadn't seen the Aghanims. This would surprise them. These typically weren't so complex back in the day. Just be like, hey, your ult does more damage. Oh, grip.
Grip, but it's immediately silenced up by Ori, allowing him to get off the BKB on Poyoyo. Fnatic,
They're out.
ult, just fast retreat from most of them here. Death is going to be the one who is going to die for that. There's the blue wolf.
Dude, It's terrifying. The thing about it is that Tiny is such a recognizable model. When you turn into the wolf, you can kind of lose track of the hero, and he hits a lot harder than Old 11.
413 damage.
With the ability to crit.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nom nom. 1100 damage, just like that. Oh, they're going to catch him, though. Pull him back in. Hold him in. Raven coming in with the Eclipse. Is that enough damage? It is. So Poyo a little bit too far. Like, he just went up into the enemy triangle by himself. The rest of Ichi Gaming were not ready for that. They didn't have Shapeshift. They didn't have Wolf Bite.
And no BKB on Tiny prepared.
Yeah, that's
not advisable.
Is a man who's played at TI several times.
A couple times.
Does the pressure, does the pressure hit you hard right away? Like, when you first day group stage, you're like, do you feel the pressure even though you're just sitting in your team room and stuff?
I'd say not as much. I think main event, certainly it hits. But group stage, I think, is more excitement. If anything, you see mistakes like that. Not made out of hesitancy or nervousness, but just maybe get a little skittish. You're excited.
Yeah, you want to fight. You want to keep going.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense.
And this is unfortunate timing because Fnatic, they have access to the pit. I don't know if they want to make a move for it, but they do have 30 seconds of a 5-on-4 advantage. The power play, will he be able to get an edge off of it?
They have Darkness coming up in 12 seconds, plus full nighttime coming in 20 seconds. It's good time for them as they're going to start off leading, pick off on a DY. Ichi Gaming, no response from them. Potential pick up on Jabs here as they managed to knock him down right as he jumped from that tree.
Ooh, the sleep immune on the dagger.
Very nice.
And into the pit. 30 seconds on the power play. Benno does have buyback, however, and the shrine was not taken.
They're going to pop Darkness.
Wolf Bite.
They've got good vision of the incoming Vici Gaming, but Death is going to be jumped first, and he just gets bursted down by that Stone Wolf that came in. Raven is going to be forced away from the pit here. They're going to buy back immediately on Death, but this doesn't feel good. They use their Darkness for that. It's still going to be nighttime, yes, but that clear vision was supposed to be a big advantage for playing around the Roche pit.
It's just this time, oh my god. He has a free Daedalus, effectively.
Yeah.
Plus the hasted move speed. Like, this is a terrifying combination. And you're starting to feel a little spooked, I think, if you're Fnatic. You need this Aegis. It's a 1-carry draft against what feels like 3.
How do they lead this off? How do they take this? Can't wait forever. Invis rune, nothing big, nothing like a double damage or an arcane rune. That would seriously change how maybe the team fight is played.
I really like this shard pickup on the Quap as well. A little bit extra damage, but the silence, really key if you want to catch the Bane or the Monkey.
They're going to try and rush it down.
Oh my god.
Jabs is here. He's ready to go for the Boundless Strike. They're going to try and interrupt this one. They jump in. Can they grab it? Oh, the grab up. He does manage to get it. Jabs, no way. Gives the Aegis right in front of 2 members of Ichi Gaming. He'll die inside the pit, but for a worthy cause. Raven turns around, fighting up against Ori as he was looking to chase after the support of DJ. Jabs dies the second time. Fnatic ultimately managing to deny the Aegis the second life to Vici Gaming is a big win. The shard does go over. Looks like Lycan is going to take it.
Okay, that's the wolf starting to spawn in the waves, right?
Yeah, I don't think you want to give that to... Yeah, okay, they passed it over to PYW, so now they have the Earthshaker one. Much better for team fights.
Oh.
Turning around, does manage to chain set him up a little bit. The Eclipse going down, but unfortunately could not keep Ori in place. Thanks to the Force Staff coming down from DY. Poyo, a different matter though, but they're running out of damage. Poyo, the last little bit, Raven's able to get it, but now he turns around. It's just too much damage coming out from Ori. Nice stun from PYW, controlling up 2. Can they get out Ori? They cannot. He's going to die. Mass TP's out. No stuns available from Fnatic, but it was double buybacks from Fnatic that managed to allow them to hold on to that team fight in the first place.
It was. Raven, I think, could have saved his. Like, he died right as they finished the kills, and he just kind of buys back to arrive. Maybe he was in XP range. It's a very expensive maneuver because he's really just the sole source of sustained damage in these fights.
Yeah.
Chuand is playing like a good game, but I worry that he's just too far behind.
Yeah.
Like Orchid, BKB, Bloodstone, you know, they'd love to have a Shivas. They'd love somebody on the lineup to be able to pick up an AC, but I don't even know who does that on your team in this game.
It's interesting. Jabs, I mean, you're talking about the multiple cores. Jabs is trying to turn into a serious core. To fuse the blade BKB, he's going to go for a Scotty. Was thinking about Aghanim Scepter as well. AC next for Death. I think part of the problem is this Night Stalker's not scaling as well as we kind of expected it to. Is that he's just dying first in a lot of these fights, which is surprising considering he's relatively high armor. Obviously, he's going to have a lot of HP for a strength hero. He's got BKB, but it feels like every fight he just jumps and is kind of dead.
And you can also feel like, look at Raven's build, and I understand why he, like, there's a lot of defensive items. Scotty, Silver Edge, like the MOM, the Dragonlance, now going for a Satanic. You know, typically we see Daedalus a lot earlier. Even a Butterfly in this kind of game, forcing MKB on heroes like Tiny and Lycan could be effective.
Oh yeah, Tiny doesn't like building MKB, and then it also would have helped early against Lycan and his summons, right?
I always fear, like, Silver Edge, I think maybe just, not unnecessary, but it's just tough. That is a very expensive item on a hero that doesn't really get too much out of the guarantee.
Oh, we caught him! PYW, patient, waited it out, ends up catching Twan as he goes for that bit of a split push. A big kill for 75 seconds like that. That is easily a tier 2 and possibly a high ground poke to see what happens. Oh man, they went Scythe now. On to old 11.
I like that. I like that quite a bit. You just needed catch, right? And all of a sudden, like, you certainly have damage. I mean, Poyo, look at this. He's just getting buffed up now by the Triceratops. He is smacking things. This is why Tiny is so terrifying.
Frenzy, 75 attack speed. People forget about this ability a lot. Jabs is going to try and hold. Oh, okay, they're actually going to go for it. A buyback, jump in, Sonic Wave going out, but it looks like they're going to surround Poyo and bring him down. And once the Tiny's dead, they can easily take the rest of this team fight, I think. They're not going to let him escape, are they? DY, TP's out, Boundless Strike available. Oh, just a half a second off the mark there. PYW gets away as well. Ultimately, a buyback that only kills the carry of Vici Gaming. But now they're left with no buybacks on 2 of their heroes, or 3.
This has been such a great game. Like, both these teams are disengaging incredibly well. We saw Fnatic do it, you know, in the top lane a few times. That's nuts that Vici only lose 1 hero. They're fighting, they're fighting. Can we save the Tiny? Can we save the Tiny? Nope. Okay, everybody get the hell out of there. Both Quap and Shaker survive with barely a few frames to spare.
Yeah.
Let's see. No Aegis anymore. Can we check all the items, Cap?
Yes,
go
sir.
to my storied observer. Okay, tier 4 is not really claimed yet by Vici. Telescope on DJ, that could be sick. It's probably why that grip actually was able to land. It was pretty much from another continent. And let's see, Jabs closing in on the Scotty. Surprised he's going for that. They already have the 1.
Yeah.
And let's see. Like, AC on Death is going to be really big. As you said, the Hex on the Lycan. Lincoln's finished now on Ori.
We also have some of the talents, right? We've got a spell block on Ori.
Oh, wow. Double Lincoln's. He's not getting gripped anymore.
No. And then we'll also have the 32% chance Shapeshift Critical Strike on Lycan once he gets 25.
Does that affect bitten targets?
I believe so, but I could not swear to it.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I would.
I cannot say I've
Think
tested
so.
it, so. I mean, it just...
No, it does. 'Cause it says granting them shapeshift properties.
Yeah.
So,
so you get the shapeshift properties. The question is whether or not, like, the talent is involved. Like, whether or not that talent transfers over.
Yeah. It's like one of those things that's like, you know, oh, you should know that, Cap, but like
No, I'll be honest. I actually think our audience is pretty accepting that if we don't
like,
know that.
there's so much to know. You know, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
well, we could have tested. Like, you know, you just don't realize till you come to TI that you're going to need to be testing how do shapeshift properties work after level 25, especially like, you know, now, you know, if Knoxville's here, be running numbers on how hard will Tiny crit if he gets the double attack off now with post-satanic
Yeah, if he gets
upcoming.
double crits. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Double crits on the Echo Saber hit?
And what if it's
Pretty
like
sweet.
now Frenzy? It's like, what are the DPS numbers really getting to? Any other 25 talents that are huge? 2 toss charges. That is sick for Poyoyo. He legitimately just kills everybody now in the duration of 2 tosses. Veno, anything crazy? No. More Fisher range for the Shaker. That's quite nice. And Fnatic.
Wait, I'm sorry. That talent is 320 now?
Was 350 in the past, right?
Oh, okay. All I knew is it just wasn't 320.
Yeah.
Scanning.
It's an odd number.
Overload attack bounce is pretty nasty. Trans damage will be significantly increased. Has the Aeon disc. I actually think that's a necessary pickup considering how, like, that death top kind of taught him a lesson. Like, wow, I just get nuked down easily. This is
Yeah.
bad for us.
For sure.
And Luna, he's all in for the Eclipse damage. And he is going for a butterfly. I really like to see it. I think it's a little late, but if he can pick one up, that'll be huge for his team.
Fnatic sees it. And again, they're going to take the support that is offered to them. DY will die here. Death quickly
Gem.
takes that helm of
get the
the
gem.
Overlord. They did not grab the gem. Old 11 does manage to run back and grab it. So it's returned safely back into the hands of Vici Gaming. Nothing major given or lost.
Old 11 so far this series has been very, very good.
Oh, yeah.
And talk about a player who's been criticized for being inconsistent. It does feel like he has sharpened his blades in the run-up to this TI. Still unbelievable. If you are new to Dota, $40 million on the line in this tournament, over 18 to first place.
Dire are scanning.
And that hangs over the heads of each and every player.
They've got
in
really
this
good
match.
vision on VG Gaming. They see these heroes, but they're going to try and grab them. Jabs, too fast for him. Managed to jump down from his tree. I think they knew Raven was over here as well. Didn't actually hit him, though. They're going to chase, but if they don't catch anything, this is going to be Shapeshift and the Bite used. And an opportunity for Fnatic to take a team fight with it being nighttime. All they have to do is just be careful not to lose anybody here.
And things are a little tough right now. If you go to current net worth, you can see one of my concerns. Current gold. Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know what button that is.
Look at how much gold Raven has saved up. You know,
Mamma mia.
that's a full item. So yeah, he's top net worth, but it is a little deceiving because he's not that item ahead yet, like it appears on the charts.
Yeah.
I should really learn the hotkeys so I can help you out. Hang on.
No, my hotkeys are custom because for me, most of the time there's only 4 that you need.
Gotcha.
CS, GPM, net worth, buyback.
Credit to your camera skills. I've been watching, and it's maybe 4 out of 10 in comparison to JJ, so not bad at all.
I'll take it. If JJ is JJ 10 out of 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
If JJ's 10 out of 10. I'll take 4 out of 10. I aspire to be 5, but you know.
Well, this is the 10th spot of the game. Roshan spawning momentarily. One fight. Both teams claiming their side of the river. They're going to go.
Trying to grab, trying to blow up Old 11 first and foremost. Death actually makes his way to the back lines to make sure PYW doesn't get a jump in, but they do not get the kills they were searching for, and they've got a full-out retreat, and they're catching up to him. You could see the Wolfpack is in force. They jump forward, grab Raven. Raven, sight, Nightmare gets off the BKB, and he turns around fighting up against two Wolves. The Eclipse, can he actually do this? The battle, the shapeshift, that is not going to be good enough for VG Gaming. A full-out Fiend script on a Poyoyo means that they lose this one. Fnatic now just going to be able to run down what heroes they can. PYW is first. Looks like DY TP'd out. Ori is unspotted. Fnatic, this Roshan is theirs.
Unbelievable. They just turned and fought the safety and sanctuary provided by the Wukongs, I was terrified for them. You see 2 hungry wolves chasing, but they just straight up turned and fought. The Satanic used by Raven, he just tanked the damage.
And now
they
Raven,
kill everyone.
he can commit his gold.
Yeah.
Right? If they get an Aegis, he doesn't have to worry about holding on a buyback or anything. He can get his butterfly. He can start looking at where do you even go from here? Do you actually what do you go from here? Do you go Moonshard?
Yeah. I think
And
another
just try and keep slot efficiency.
quick point about that last fight too. They had the
Yeah.
AC on death. Like that item is so helpful to them because you're at a 10 armor disadvantage until you can equalize.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But I think maybe just chased a little far. Like the Shaker didn't even get off a spell, right? Like was not the ideal team fight.
Yeah, he really didn't. What happened to him? Because I felt like the 2 wolves were drawing everybody's attention. So how did PYW not get anything off?
Oh, it doesn't want to jump the BKBs, and then there's a Wukong down,
Yeah.
level 25 at that. So now all of a sudden, Jab's like, maybe you even keep pushing here. We're going to see. They have very strong line. This is scary. Okay, wow.
Fnatic, calling it that. Just a tier 3. Which, honestly, for VG Gaming is probably pretty fortunate for them, because we've all seen, once a Luna starts hitting the barracks buildings, the glaives start bouncing around, it's so hard to take that team fight.
I will say also, there's a lot to be said about the talent choice of this Luna. The BKB on Tiny had faded that last year. Oh,
What a big jump for Twin! What initiation of practical ravage that has followed up from the Wukongs, and that's just it. VG Gaming, they've lost this team fight, and unless they've got buybacks, which it looks like 2 of them don't, this may just be the game flat out.
Oh my.
Holy crap. What?
Wow.
Oh,
Aghanim's from
there it
Roshan.
is. That's the MVP ward right there. That is the MVP ward. VG Gaming did not know that they were being seen. And we may just be seeing the end again. They're going to buy back here on the Tiny. We'll see whether or not Fnatic wants to hit the tier 4s.
Oh, hell yeah, they do.
And force this out of VG Gaming. Maybe they're going to play it slow. Raven's like, okay, I'm going to do it.
It's a 5-on-3. Just hit the buildings. What are you going to do now?
Ori, he's going to jump forward immediately. Satanic being used by Raven to deal with that Orchid. The tier 4s are going to get cleaned out so quickly. They've got to buy back now on Old 11. They're going to buy back now. Raven immediately trying to retreat. If they could stop him somehow, it would be nice, but they're just going to have to let him go. After all, he's got the Aegis, and yeah, we can go ahead.
Yeah, run that back. Really
Yeah,
quick
I want to
before
see
we-
that team fight again. That was so sick. That initiation was amazing.
Yeah, and they now replace a ward outside. So just trying to keep vision in the critical parts of this map as we run the just again, they have vision. 4-man Ravage into the 4-man Silence. Everybody goes in. Chuan just so much damage, and then the enormous Wukong just they kill everybody. Like the Scotty's coming into play there. And is there a shard on the Storm now? Yes, there is. The damage output, you suddenly have the answer to the Vici Gaming teamfight initiation burst. Because if you get off the Aghanim's pull into the overload, like suddenly that's like Nightstalker Luna, they're certainly going to get hit by it.
Yeah.
And suddenly you're just blasting people with massive amounts of AoE magic damage.
And the fact that Jabs is built himself to turn into a core allows him to be able to follow up that AoE with good hits of himself. They're going to find a jump here into the triangle. Once again, a 3-man grab. Twin just keeps it up here, pulling them back into their doom as the Wukong's command ring is so hard for them to get out of. Ori may be the only survivor of that. They're going to buy back on PYW, so Juan's going to be careful here. Make sure not to jump too forward and get caught. Raven, meanwhile, battling mano-a-mano against Poyo-Yo, but now a second man has entered into the arena. Chuan is going to try and help out Raven. Raven with a bouncing glaives. It looks like he's going to be losing out this one, and now they're going to mass buy back on Fnatic to see if they can bail out the second life of Raven. He's going to be in trouble, though. He doesn't have anything to stop this. No BKB. He's just going to be whomped on. Poyo-Yo with the ultra kill, and this game just got real interesting, Kyle. Fnatic will not have buybacks on any of their heroes.
Wait, what?
If Raven commits.
What happened? What actually? Okay, I guess Chuen, a little bit of a miscue. He got Ori, but there was an immediate buyback, and then suddenly the Storm was in no man's land, and they get reinitiated on PYW coming through. But what happened in that fight?
I think BKB Satanic was used as well by Raven, and Poyoyo was allowed to just disengage, so they kind of waited that out. I think they were really realizing they have to like kind of poke at Fnatic and get back out because... Oh, jabs. Tossed up again and again, but he's going to be caught. Interrupted by Chuen. They managed to get off the balance trick, but the BKB out from Poyoyo allows him to escape from this. Okay. I didn't even realize Ori was still in there.
He wasn't. He blinked in.
Why did he blink in? What do you mean he blinked in? Everybody else was leaving. Okay, Death, they're going to try and turn around and kill him. One toss. Do they have another one to be able to finish him off? They don't need it.
No buyback.
The damage is too much. Jabs. Jumping down for the trees. Poyoyo, he's still got a little bit more of this wolf form. He's going to be slept. Somebody wake him up. He can finish off Jabs. Whoa, there's the jump for PYW. Stopping the Fiends. Grump immediately gets targeted. Back over to Poyoyo, who's doing the battle out with Jabs. He wins that one. But the Storm Spirit, the Raven, they're going to force staff him over to the other side of the Fissure to see if they can stay onto Poyoyo. And Juan's not letting him get away. With the last sliver of mana, he will spell the doom of Old 11, the doom of Poyoyo, and the end of Game 2. Fnatic lock it down. And this series is a tie.
Oh my god, I don't know. Oh my, what an insane ending sequence. Vici Gaming, like, they did a great job kiting the Wukongs, and then all of a sudden, Ori's in the middle of it, he's dead. Then they're trying to get around, they kill off the Nightstroke with no buyback, but they're just outnumbered. End of that game. Well done by Fnatic. What a series. The first tie that I've seen after our opening 4 all went 2-0.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Crazy, crazy game. You could see it there from the graphs. I mean, Fnatic was favored so heavily early on, but they managed to claw back at a very critical point. We were talking about how Fnatic was just going to roll over them once they hit the Night Stalker timing, but they managed to get good team fights. All of a sudden, it was a little dicey for Fnatic.
Whoever placed that ward, I believe it was Jabs from the trees.
Probably, yeah.
Sets up Chuen to make, like, the play of his current TI career.
Yeah.
One of our rookies. What a performance. What a series. They walk away 1-1. This group is looking fearsome, but head held high. I think these are both teams that have a chance of breaking upper bracket just based on what we saw so far. I think the drafts from both sides were solid. Some learning definitely possible for both teams, but just fantastic, Dota. God, it's fun, and this is just our first time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this going in, setting kind of like the story of this series. We said Vici Gaming was probably expected a little bit higher than Fnatic, just purely because Fnatic's performance at Dota Pit was so disappointing, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like that, that's the thing about TI. You really have no idea to what to expect from these teams because we have usually a month of time where we have no information on these guys, and a lot can change.
And shout out to Fnatic. They've been here for a long time. Talking to Eric, the director of their Dota 2 team, they showed up like 2 weeks even earlier than they'd expected because they thought they might have to quarantine. Then they showed up. They're like, no, there is no quarantine. So they've just been boot camping and grinding in this region for weeks. I've played like 15 games with Death, and it goes to show you just never know what to expect. Shout out again, the support duo. I think DJ and Jabs really stepped up in this game specifically. Both with the warding and the plays. I mean, Jabs is looks like a mid player out here. He of course was the carry player for Fnatic the last time they were here at TI. He has downgraded himself, but upgraded himself to captain, and 1-1. Wow, yeah.
Yeah,
All
great
right.
series, great series. TI is off to a great start. Cannot wait to catch some more, but we are going to have to wait. We're going to have a break before the next series starts.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to more Dota 2 action here at the International as we get ourselves ready for another series. It's going to be Evil Geniuses versus T1. I'm Gods. Joining me is BSJ. Are you excited for this clash? SCA versus NA, but a bit of SCA on both sides as well.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm actually really looking forward to the two playstyles. We got EG, who's very heavy on the laning stage, an emphasis of like snowballing that early momentum, and T1, who's more about like stalling the game for 23 Savage to eventually carry. They usually pick like a buffing type hero that's going to make their late game the be-all end-all. So it's going to be, can they make it over the hump? Because EG is known for kind of running people over if they're going to win.
Yeah, and both these teams played a little earlier today. You catch some of those games. There's obviously a lot of games, but
yeah, EG had a good start, 2-0.
Yep.
T1, on the other hand, did not have a good start, 0-2. Looking at their drafts, pretty much like sticking to the game plan. T1, they had the IO gyro, so they had like the whole late game plan going. They had the Luna, so they're pretty much the standard hard carries. The difference is, though, we saw EG pick Razor for Arteezy.
yeah.
So they seem like they were picking Nature's Prophet carry at the major, and now they're picking Razor. One of the few teams that's kind of going with non-traditional carries.
Yep. I feel like the last time I saw him play Raze was at that Singapore major where things did not go too well, but glad, they still have faith in it. They still believe. But yeah, it's interesting because I feel like, we talk about EG and being such a heavy early game team, but Arteezy's more traditionally known for that late game farming.
Yeah, it's weird. Ever since they changed up their roster to what it is now, they've seemed to be more like they've ditched the old Arteezy. The funny thing is, I feel like the meta is more for Protect 1 now than it was back when he played that way, and now they
And
don't
they're not
play that
doing
way.
that.
Maybe they're just like
Yeah.
hipsters, We're not gonna stick to what's considered normal.
Well, here we go. We're going to get ourselves into the draft as we'll see what emerges here. Obviously, there's always a lot of talk about the TI meta. What big heroes? I feel like there's a few that are emerging as top most picked, most banned heroes, but outside of that, maybe it's still a little unclear. Every team bringing different ideas.
Yeah, it's the second round
10
is where it gets a
seconds
little bit
remaining.
unpredictable, but as of now, I'm keeping an eye out for Weaver, Tiny, Monkey
Geniuses
King every
turn
single
to
game,
Yeah.
and I was wondering if Monkey
That's-
King was going to get banned here, because there it is.
Those do seem to be the big three every game. I think we can maybe start including Io in that group.
Yeah,
ET, another hero I feel like I've seen, there we go, in like more than half the drafts. So there is, a kind of a clear, okay, these are the best heroes in the first phase, and then we'll see what comes out second phase.
so the idea that T1's going for, it looks like, is between Snapfire and ET, you have a lot of like toss-out magic damage that you don't have to commit really hard to until you see the right opportunity, and I think
Yeah.
against Io, it's really scary to have this all-in commitment. Go like
10
if we
seconds
don't bring him
remaining.
down before the relocate comes off, we've kind of just wasted all of our damage. So I like
5
what their
seconds
concept
remaining.
is against the IO opening.
I think something that was kind of underrated I saw with the Snapfire 2 was OG when they're playing it into a gyro. Obviously, there's no gyro here, but maybe you're expecting an IO gyro. Is the little shredder just instantly killing the homing missile in lane? Makes that spell useless in lane.
Yeah, I saw that a few times. I guess it could just be a block pick. Could just be as simple as that. And I think EG is that since they base their lineup so much on the lane, like that Razor pick that we saw earlier was just a lane
10
dominating pick.
seconds remaining.
That could be as simple as like we're not going to pick gyro, even if IO gyro
5
is the
seconds
ideal
remaining.
pairing.
What do you make of the storm? It's EG's.
It's Hobbit. I mean,
Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of EG fans who love to see it, and there's probably a few having some not so nice flashbacks.
it's been 6 years at this point with Bulba, something like that. He still will pick the same stuff, and he's gonna make you prove that you can beat it. And T1, I feel like T1 is not a team that adjusts to what other teams are doing. They much more do their own thing and say like this. I feel like both of these teams are the plant your foot in the sand and just say this is how we're gonna play the game, and you're either good enough to beat it or you aren't. So that's why I think both teams will be sticking to their comfort zone.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
I would say, as far as comfort zone, EG's not really traditionally a big IO team, though.
True, Crit is.
If you go way back, maybe with Crit
Yeah.
to his previous teams.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll do like a duo offlane scenario, but does Fly ever play it? I
10
don't know if I've
seconds
ever seen a
remaining.
Fly IO before.
I'm sure I got to imagine he's got a few games clocked on it, especially
T1's
since
turn to ban.
at least previous patches I was more a 5 than a 4. But
I wouldn't be surprised if they just run like a setup 5 that could be laned
Okay.
in the 4, like a Bane or a Disruptor
Yep.
to go with it. But they do have decent setup already for the relocate with the Storm. It's just wonder of like how long are they willing
10
to wait
seconds
for the carry
remaining.
matchup?
Yeah. That's one thing I would say, we're seeing a ton
5
of this
seconds
flexibility with
remaining.
heroes. Like, we're going to pick this hero that, like, this Monkey Weaver, Pengu, we've seen this potential core and then play it as a support. I feel like Fly maybe as a 5 is not quite, doesn't have that super flexible hero pool. Like, I don't see him as the guy who's going to play a 5-position Gyro or Pengu.
I think he might be like the
Evil
best,
geniuses
least
turn
flexible
to
player in
ban.
the world.
Yeah,
You know,
I like that. Yeah.
Like out of all the players at his level, he has like virtually no flexibility in his hero
Yeah.
pool. I do think they're setting up for a Sven though on the side of EG. It's
Okay.
good because the bonus armor against ET's spirit or aura that removes the armor, and then it's a pairing for
10
Io, and then they
seconds
banned out the
remaining.
Medusa, who's traditionally a pretty bad matchup for him.
Yeah.
5
And you like
seconds
Sven against
remaining.
what the two heroes you're seeing so far?
Yeah,
from
it's just
T1,
plus armor against
Yeah.
effectively putting you to 0 and then little shuddering you on top of it. So I think that's... It might suffer in lane, though, because they did reduce Sven's base armor, and they've
Okay.
been consistently nerfing his laning stage with the damage on Stormhammer and the base attack time as well.
When it comes to ET, we've seen core ET early today, but I think a bit more the support. Are you?
Yeah, it was actually EG that picked the core ET.
Yeah, Ice.
Ice
That's
Ice
right.
Ice was slapping with that. He had the Echo Saber Ags with the magic immunity.
Yep.
I don't necessarily like it against heroes like Storm because the whole idea is that you get the spirit off and then it comes back to you and then you have the magic immunity. But Storm kind of prevents you from casting your spells in the first place whenever he jumps you. So
Yep.
I think it's probably just going to be a 5. That sets up for a strong laning carry like a Luna.
We'll see what that Arteezy hero's gonna be, as well as what T1 have in mind for their carry pick.
Turn to ban.
Morphling game
Oh,
bat.
Morphling would have been
yeah.
good too.
Morphling Medusa. Maybe still indicating, EG can of course still pick that gyrocopter. I don't think
That
you
is
know,
true.
Mentioned that Snapfire little shredder mechanic, but I don't think that means gyro is something unpickable. It's just a slight little nuisance come the laning stage.
Okay, so they banned so much setup. Look at all those.
Yeah.
They are not
Fly
letting
heroes.
That is a lot of. I think those are the 3 heaviest stunning supports in the entire game.
Yeah. At least from the 5 roll, maybe. Maybe there's like a Nyx or something in there as well.
10
But,
seconds.
yeah, that's
remaining.
something EG is at least lacking and going to need either from their other support or from perhaps
5
Ice's
seconds
hero.
remaining.
Wouldn't be too surprised by like a Tidehunter for T1. They have been picking. So far they've picked Cuckoo's hero last. They picked Nightstalker last in both of their games.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Nightstalker against Io. I feel like they need a hero that either pushes lanes and sets up the rotation that way, or actually stuns the Io. Which in this case they're going for the Puck. This is a matchup, the Storm Puck matchup specifically, has really gone back and forth. I feel like Puck was the breadwinner 2 or 3 patches ago, and now I think it's kind of
10
flipped
seconds
because
remaining.
Puck's been nerfed and Storm's been buffed. But it gives you an automatic, like, we're going to cast
5
this
seconds remaining.
spell on you and then follow it up with our volley. Because right now it's like ET snap. You're not going to be able to land your spells on a Storm. But with the coil, they absolutely can.
Well, there's a Tidehunter picked, and it's on the other side. It's going to be an
Yes.
Ice Tide, most likely. I think maybe Fly's played it once or twice at various points, but we'll see where that ends up. Gives them some more control, but it's that one
10
big
seconds
team fight
remaining.
control. It's not like a reliable, okay, we're going to go for a gank and have that stun to start
5
things off. It's
seconds remaining.
we're going to win those big fights.
It's a combo breaker, I think, because right now T1 has a combo. All of their heroes individually, like Puck's not going to dish out the damage, and ET and Snap are not going to be able to hit a target that's not locked down. So
Yeah.
if Tide's going to be the guy in front, he's the dangler. I get to use that word right away. He's the sponge. More accurately, he's just a sponge. His whole idea is like, I dare you guys to go on me specifically.
Yep.
If you don't go on me, I'm going to push the Ravage button, and it's going to disjoint your combo. Oh, there's... Okay, so
Now there's-
ultra combo breaker.
And really, yeah, I mean, T1, you mentioned their playstyle. It's kind of sit back, play for late game, but they also like having that big team fight typically, which is going to be, okay, let's get the 4 protect 1. Those 4 are going to be the big kind of synergy, whereas the 1
10
is
seconds
23 Savages.
remaining.
This is the hero that takes us late game. And
Right.
yeah,
5
Silence is back in the
seconds
meta. That's a
remaining.
hero that I feel like disappeared for a long, long time.
I think we might see like the first Slark. I don't think I've seen a Slark so far. But right
Ooh.
now, I think Slark's looking really nice for T1. It's just the issue of damage in the mid game if they go for something
Yeah.
like that. They might just have to pick a heavy hitter like the Luna.
but then you're the problem is most carries don't like having Tide in their face, and they don't have a way to get him out of the carry's face right now.
Evil geniuses turn to bad.
Okay. I'm not a fan of this pick because it lanes very poorly against Tide.
Yeah, that was
Tide
what I
will
was wondering.
absolutely free farm this lane, so it's really like they're doubling down on this combo, and the fact that Spectre eventually builds a Manta is really nice to deal
10
with the silencer
seconds
like breaking
remaining.
her portion
Yep.
of the combo. But like
5
once Storm
seconds
gets
remaining.
BKB, I feel like their combo is unreliable, and they're kind of all in on it. Is what I'm concerned about.
You mentioned when it comes to clash of playstyles, though, this is kind of what you're describing. This is T1's playstyle, though, where
Absolutely.
they're looking for the late game. They say, we don't care about the lanes. EG's usually the opposite. They're the ones who love to have these strong starts, these strong lanes, and they're just going for that big late game power of the Spectre. Because, yeah, Spectre against these two supports, he just eats them up.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
So
EG lacking any way to kind of take objectives right now.
yeah, I think both teams are playing purely for map control. There's virtually 0 tower damage amongst both teams so far.
Yep.
I like the Night Stalker ban because
10
first off,
seconds
Kugu, like we said, has
remaining.
picked it both times for himself, but also because
5
they
seconds
needed a way to
remaining.
ignore Tidehunter. And so Night Stalker's silence being undispellable because it's like an AoE aura. If there's some other Doom might be a decent option, but that might be like causing
to
them even
ban.
more stun issues on the side of T1. But I know SEA and China lean pretty heavily towards Doom more so than the other regions. But it hasn't been very popular.
Interesting. EG ban Razor. Does that indicate something they might be wanting to pick? You mentioned the Sven earlier,
Could
or
be Gyro.
10
Gyro,
seconds
yeah.
They
remaining.
picked it against Gyro. It is a very hard anti-carry. And
5
as of
seconds
now,
remaining.
they don't really have a hero to kill Razor, oddly enough. It would have laned really well against Tide or whatever they're probably going to pick carry. I think Sven stands out to me still. Silver Edge builder against the Spectre. That matchup used to be not so hot, but any hero that naturally builds Spirit or Silver Edge will do pretty well against Spectre.
yeah, T1, as you mentioned, saving that last pick for the offlane. Maybe it's like an SEA thing because Fnatic themselves like to sometimes save Death's hero for very late in the draft, like set him up for success, having that good lane matchup, and we're gonna find out what Arteezy's hero is, and yeah, Cuckoo gets the kind of the counter pick, so to speak.
I'm curious now because the Luna Sven seemed like the
10
prime candidates for the
seconds
IO. Is Gyro like the hand me down here?
T1's turn to ban.
Oh,
It's Troll. Okay. It's almost like T1 wanted them to pick Gyro because they left that in the pool.
Yeah.
They have the IO. Everybody's thinking Gyro, at least on some level, and
The
EG
Razor
do
ban
not go
makes a
for
lot
it.
of sense now because if they were considering Sven or Troll, both of those are very hard countered by Razor.
10 seconds remaining.
And Troll, I imagine he's going to build a Silver Edge. That's worth considering. He also
5
gets bonus
seconds
armor from
remaining.
his first spell, which is important because most Agi carries are all base armor, which gets 100% removed by the ET. He's going to build BKB early. Because Tide lanes really well against Spectre, I think EG's always going to be a team to double down on the lanes. Like, if they know they're already at the advantage, they will lean towards more lane dominators. Troll's one of the best carry laners in the entire game. And now my question is, what can you pick off lane that's going to get out of the laning phase? They go for the
You may
Doom.
now select your heroes.
So this is, it's all going to be T1 is going to cast their spells, right? It's going to be this 4 or 5 seconds, and is the Silencer Global or Tide Ravage going to disrupt this? If it does, I'm leaning heavily towards EG. If T1 manages to start each fight killing 1 or 2 heroes, I'm leaning towards them because they've got so much, like, just burst the one guy or remove one guy from the fight in their kit.
And it feels like somehow if they get into that kind of mid-game where, they've got this Doom offlane feels kind of greedy, but if Spectre doesn't get crushed in lane, if Doom manages to get some good farm, yeah, if he just starts a fight with a, BKB Doom on a Tide, suddenly that's EG's team fight kind of disappearing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think his target will always be the Tide because if he dooms anyone else, the Tide's going to counter-initiate with the Ravage. Even if he has BKB, the Doom alone's not going to be enough to finish off whoever he's getting. And there might just be too many targets for T1, because like Tide's combo breaking, Silencer's combo breaking, IO could potentially relocate the Doom target. So a T1 has one of the best late game execution of team fights that I've seen. coming into TI. When I watch them win their games, I'm just like, wow, these are team fights I feel like they have no business winning, given the fact that they are usually down with their late game lineups.
Yep.
But so I think if there's a team that could piece it together, it's certainly them. But it's a tough one.
Yeah. And Storm always feels like one of those heroes that you want to execute this perfect team fight. He's going to be zipping in, zipping out, getting the back lines, kind of wreaking havoc. You mentioned, yeah, the IO saves crit. When he played on his former team, OG, he was a huge IO player, made those kind of plays all the time. So we're going to see how things unravel here. It's a big series, EG 2-0, one of the favorites here. A lot of people have them in the top 2, top 3. A lot of people even predicting, hoping this might be the year that Arteezy can win TI. And as for T1, one of the big hopes of the Southeast Asian region, only one of 2 teams here representing SEA, although you have got SEA representation on numerous other teams. They're 0-2, so this is, it's time to turn things around, even though you do play a lot of series.
I haven't seen my voice line a single time, and I guess
both teams.
Both teams now.
There we go.
There you go. I think they know I'm casting this game. I appreciate it, guys. Your PayPal will be submitted later. So let's see. It seems like the offlane builds nowadays are all about sustain, and you see Ice Ice Ice. He originally had the Ring of Health queued up after starting items, but he's actually going the Orb of Venom. So he's thinking they're going to be really aggressive down here. Maybe since he has the IO, he's thinking that his itemization can be less geared towards sustaining himself and more so ruining the Spectre's game. And I think if he's disruptive, Ice Ice Ice, which I can't think of a better player to fit that role in a game, I think then Arteezy will eventually just take over the net worth charts.
Yeah. It's been interesting to see him play on EG, because I feel like, EG, the story has just been this cycle of offlane players, and it feels like usually the offlaner comes in and has to adjust to EG. Ice Ice Ice, I feel like it's the first offlane to come in, and the team adjusted to him. He didn't change his playstyle.
Yeah, we were talking about the way Arteezy used to play as a carry, and it feels like he's much more involved with the team early on. And with T1, I feel like they're the old EG. The way they play. We can expect 23 Savage to be the guy that's given all the space on the map.
Well, very excited to see this mid matchup. Carl versus Abed. 2 very high MMR mechanically skilled players. Abed, the player who left the region to join EG, and we're going to see how he can fare against the Carl Puck. And it is kind of that iconic mid matchup, which you kind of suggest maybe goes a bit more the way of the Storm these days.
Yeah, it's just because mid lanes become more and more farm heavy with the small camp, and how teams how mid laners are saying, like, it's not even worth trying to deny under your tower. I'd rather just stack the small camp and farm it. And Storm fits that narrative a lot better. And also, Puck's just been nerfed a bunch of times.
Well, an early first blood, the Gush, a level 1 kill from a Tide IO. That is a good way to get things kicked off here. And this is the lane that you were worried about as far as how the Spectre does against Tide. It's also the support ET off to a rough start.
Tide's, he's just one of those offlaners who's only weak in lane if the carry scares him. And so heroes like Spectre and PA, who are pretty low damage early on, usually Tide is allowed to kind of just do whatever he wants in lane. And Whitemond's got a lot of space he's got to make in the lane individually. We were talking about, like, as the map begins to get farmed later on, but the Spectre does so little to Tide in lane that he has to carry the weight of basically 2 heroes, while Savage is going to be farmed.
And it doesn't feel good when you're playing against the IO. Like, you harass him down to half health, and he's just tethering with this headdress. Like, they're going to naturally heal back up constantly. So sometimes it feels a bit futile to be just constantly harassing in that lane.
The thing is, if T1 is, like, in a playable game at 15-20 minutes, I think their ability on the map are just terrifying.
Carl, nice fill of phase shift. He's still in a bit of trouble here. 1 or 2 more right clicks, forces a fairy fight. Can he get it with the disjoint? Carl gets away narrowly just as his bottle arrived. Abed very close to getting the kill. Could imagine Carl maybe knew his limits there, but I imagine he was sweating a little bit.
That was very close.
Yeah. Having to do just that tiny little orb jaunt away to dodge the auto attack.
Zephyr actually forced a TP away. That's that never feels good as support, right? Especially if you have to go back to base because you run out of regen. Now you just have no TP. And TP's now 100 gold. You'd only get 1 of them. Yeah. They're expensive early game. And he also knows they don't have one anymore, which means the double slow lane from Fly and Arteezy is much scarier for him.
Yep. Well, so far Doom not able to really do a whole lot. Arteezy just free farming away. You can see the CS count there, 18 and 3. Storm having a field day in the mid lane, so this is the EG laning stage that we've constantly seen. They're just a team that loves to bully their opponents when it comes to the laning stage.
It's a matter of how greedy is EG gonna go once they get the expected lead, because they have so much pick off every time they just cast their ultimates. I think what's gonna be important is that T1's gonna have to get their own farm, but then just use their cooldowns to kill somebody who's in your face so that you can farm more. Use the Doom just to make a little bit of space. Use the Spectre Hunt. Use the Coil. Use the Snapfire ulti.
I mean, as a carry player yourself, you see this Spectre obviously playing against this IO Tide. Is there a point where you just have to leave this lane, or can he kind of stick it out and get a bit more here?
He just has to build to sustain. Look at his items, right? He's not even going boots yet. He's just going stat items with a wand. And the idea is the lane's often going to get pushed into your tower. ET is going to make sure he prevents the big camp pull. And as we see, the lack of TP costing Zephyr there.
Just, like you say, the double slows, and they just right-click him down. That was a pretty straightforward, easy one, and they're even getting some additional harass onto Cuckoo.
He feels pretty good, though, because he's out-leveling the troll, and the lane's now underneath his tower, so it's not like the support death is actually costing the core anything. That's when it's, disastrous.
Yeah.
But I think 23 Savage should be fine to just kind of chill underneath his tower. Yeah, Ice will control the lane, but you're seeing it now. He's actually pretty even with him, 17-5 to the 16-4. So he's chilling. It's just a matter of, how are they eventually going to kill the Tide? Even if they doom him, will they be able to bring him down with the IO behind?
Yeah, you can look at the scoreboard, see a 2-0 EG lead, and you can see, a bit of a CS advantage in a couple of these lanes. A third kill now, but the goal difference is still under 1K for now. That could change as Ortiz looking to get a second kill up here. Zephyr gets chased down. Fly with the double kill. Not giving anything to his carry there.
I wonder how he got caught on Cuckoo. I wasn't expecting them to make the aggressive move there. It's just such a game of survival for T1. I think if they overextend a few more times, they could be in some serious trouble, because a lot of EG's damage is just very, what I would call, convenient. These heroes don't do anything special. You just win trades with Anchor Smash. You win trades with the Whirling Axe mischance from Troll Warlord. They're not going to have any heavy investment. It's pretty much consistent trading in favor of EG, while individual ability usage in favor of T1.
Constant battle mid as Abed's keeping Carl very, very low, but there's some backup. Zephyr comes in for a little salve here.
That salve is clutch, because both heroes have kill threat on each other. And
it's right before this 6-minute rune. I imagine T1's like, we want to get this puck a 6-minute rune so we can make something happen on the map. ET camping the bottom one is...
I like these moves by the supports on team.
Yeah, they really want to make sure they get this rune. It's going to spawn top of double damage, but Fly is there ready to take it. Wanted to leave for the storm, but didn't get a chance to do so as Carl decides not to go for any kind of aggressive Dream Core play. Probably doesn't want to commit that just on a silencer kill.
Savage is chilling underneath his tower alone, so meanwhile, as long as nothing in the side lanes negative is happening, they don't mind committing this many supports to the mid lane.
It's Tide, though. There's just nothing you can do. Tide and IO. There's Sustain, Ring of Health, Soul Ring, plus the IO Tether. Has that Headress going, so it just doesn't feel like they've got the damage to push this Tide out unless they get some kind of big TP from Puck or Doom.
And we are seeing the carry meta, though. Wand and Falcon Blade.
Yep.
That's the idea. Mana regen, stats, and some damage. And the whole idea is to just stand your ground and hit some creeps.
I don't know if Spectre was the same, but I saw Ortiz on the troll. He just got it before his boots, so...
Yeah, no, Spectre got it before boots. She doesn't have boots yet.
Oh, there we go.
Spectre specifically has such serious damage issues in the lane that it makes so much sense on her. Even though she's like a movement speed-based hero, if she's catching up to you and hits for like a wet noodle, it doesn't matter anymore.
You can see there, top 2 net worths are on that T1 side. Doom, of course, with that gold boost always coming in from the Devour, but yeah, Puck is out farming the Storm fairly significantly with that small camp.
Rotation is huge, right? I think the fact that it looked like Abed, you saw the way he was playing, right? He was committing so much to bullying Carl out of the lane, and then they just come back with a salve, make sure Abed doesn't get the rune, and now I think it's hard to see because we weren't watching it the whole time, but I imagine he committed a lot of resources to make that situation happen, and this is completely negated by that rotation. So that's really good awareness by T1 to kind of just slam that door.
Definitely
Arcane Rune.
It's been a very passive game from T1, but you look at the numbers and where things stand right now, the fact they're down 4-0 and they're even on gold, and you got to feel at least pretty okay with this. We talked about how if they can get into the mid game with, just farm their items, hit their timings, like this is fine for them. So we're not seeing that kind of EG just overrunning them right now.
I want to see Carl and Cuckoo connect. They've got the coil with the
Okay.
Arcane Rune, and they've got the Doom available. Whoever gets caught by that will die.
Do you think there's do they want to connect around the mid lane, top lane, or is it a certain hero they want to be ganking?
I think Doom is an offlaner that doesn't like to move unless his lane sucks, and he's free farming. So I'd like to see them connecting to him, but he's actually going bot.
Yeah, no points in the Ravage. He's still level 5. Ice. Gets the tether from Crit and will actually get away okay. Well, it's not the connection you were hoping for.
Yeah, the problem is that their damage is lacking. The supports are level starved, like they're level hungry, I'll say. Both supports need a lot of levels to do the damage that they need to do, and we see Zephyr, he's making use of this rotation by getting levels mid, but as of right now, Spectre's a hero that would rather you fight away from her so she can join you if she wants with the Haunt, and Doom is like the scary hero where nobody's laning against him. Maybe their idea is that Ice is the pressure creator, so let's shut him down.
Yeah.
They just had no damage.
And now, one of the things that you mentioned, lacking damage and support levels, both teams giving the supports the mid lane. So Abed seeing the puck come bottom is like, okay, I'm going to come too. Global Silence comes out, but Carl gets the silence off before.
He was phase shifted during the silence. That's clutch. I have to imagine he thought of that, because Storm didn't do anything to threaten him yet. So that's really good awareness.
Right now, T1 kind of keeping the status quo, continuing to farm. An Abed rotation bottom doesn't lead to a whole lot. While Puck, similar story, did actually, he went to the jungle, farmed a double camp, so he's back farming lanes as well as neutral camps, hoping for a 10-minute rune to spawn top. No such luck. It goes the way of Abed. Just an illusion rune, though.
Good against the silence, but other than that, doesn't really do much. Ooh, massive stack.
Juicy.
That's going to be his Midas.
Yeah. Always nice to clear up a stack around, ideally earlier, but getting all those neutral items all at once, so nice little boost as well. Ravage coming out bottom. They want to get this 23-7 Spectrum with the Abed zip in. They will do so. White Men in some trouble as well as Abed dodges the stomp with the ball lightning. Zephyr's showing up. Can he kill anyone with the kisses here? He's looking for Crit here, but Crit dodging it so nicely. Gets clipped by one at the end. He doesn't manage to get away. Very close, but a nice TP in from the Snapfire to turn this around, get 2 kills on the EG supports. As we're going to see a bit of a force from Cuckoo. Still has the Doom here. He's holding on to it for now. Didn't find an opportunity to go in. He was a bit too low there. Probably didn't want to commit. And Carl going to back off, continue farming himself.
Yeah, the only issue with that for T1 is that was a 4v5, where they had 5 and EG only had 4. RT's has been hitting creeps this entire time, and it's crazy to me. I don't feel like Carl has been farming all that much based on what he's been doing in the game. He's been active, and yet he's still the #1 net worth in the game. So this is just crazy efficiency. I'd almost have to watch this back to see how he has such high net worth. But EG putting a lot of pressure on this bottom tower, and they're just not afraid. You see it in the way they're playing. They're not necessarily Ice is not playing exactly a kill hero, but he's diving behind the T1 with half health.
Yep.
Against T1. I feel like I did that unintentionally.
All right, T1 saying wait. Wasn't looking for mercy for the Snapfire. The T1 tower will go down, and this is, 11.5 minutes in. Pretty late for the first T1 tower to go down, but it just wasn't the game plan for either of these teams, really.
Yeah, this is definitely the least tower damage I've seen if you add all 10 heroes together in a while. Troll eventually does tower damage, but with the way they reworked TPs a couple patches ago where you can TP much further from the tower, it's difficult for any hero that has to be melee range to ever siege towers in the early game.
All right, TZ continuing to farm towards that Maelstrom now as the treads to go with it. And it is EG themselves kind of matching T1, playing a bit of 4 Protect 1 themselves, having Arteezy just continue to free farm away on his side of the map in the jungle.
Yeah, the way these 4 Protected ones operate, though, is very different. Trolls, get 1 or 2 items, time to go, while Spectre's how long can we make this game last?
Yeah.
He is queuing up the Ags. I would be curious if he eventually goes for, a Radiance or a Scotty, where his purpose is to remove the IO sustain from the picture. But as of now, looks like he's queuing up the standard items.
Yeah.
He's got the Ags into Manta.
I mean, you mentioned the importance of playing against like the silence and stuff for the Manta, so.
Yeah, Ags nowadays on Spectre, the game's just too fast. You can't really wait around for Haunt to be available, and that's why pretty much all the Spectres have elected to go for Ags. Also, the dagger talents make her feel a lot better. The 5 seconds at level 10 combined with the 100 damage at level 15.
Yeah.
You farm pretty decent because you're one-shotting range creeps now. It just feels a lot better. I've only played it a few times myself, but I can see why these players, it just feels good. As a player, you just know it feels good.
And with the way Dispersion works, just an item that tanks you up is always going to feel nice.
Yeah, just raw stats. Any illusion hero, too, benefits from stats pretty heavily. And EG, I think both teams are okay with that. As a carry Spectre, you're fine to like come in real quick and get a kill with your Haunt. And then on EG side, you're fine if they use Haunt to kill a 5.
Are you feeling the state of this game favors either team right now?
T1 is in a much better spot coming out of the laning stage than I thought they would be.
Yeah.
It's a matter of who makes the next move, and if EG gets like tier 1 mid in the next like 3 minutes, I think the map's going to shut down for them very quickly. But if they can manage to kind of just hold the door and keep their area of farm available to them, I really like what the state of the game for them. I think the status quo favors them right now. EG smoked up. They seem to agree.
What's going to happen with this one? They want to strike before some of these perhaps BKB timings. Kuki with the Midas, you know, typical Doom build, but isn't quite online just yet. 14-minute rune going to come out. Arteezy even looking to join the fight for this one. They go on the puck and they hit him with the global silence as he comes out. He gets caught by the last word. The Doom is there on Arteezy.
He's ranged
Cookie isn't going to catch anybody there as Kuku is charging in. The Ravage going to zone them away, and Doom in the front lane does not have that BKB. Arteezy getting incredibly low here. Is he going to die? He gets helped out by the tether. That's going to keep him alive.
Oh,
but instead it's the Storm. Storm goes down as the TP out from Doom keeps him alive. And Arteezy, the kisses! Oh no! Can he get him one more time? It's close! He manages to barely... Oh! Death from above. Zephyr snipes Arteezy. And T1 win a huge fight.
Arteezy was probably walking away there thinking, you can kiss my ass. And then he literally did kiss his ass and he's dead now. That looked painful.
It looked beautiful for like the first 4 that he dodged, and then the final.
Really well played by T1. This is exactly what they had to do. I was just like, just hold your ground, guys. They committed everything. Even without the Haunt, they were confident to take that engagement. They got the spells off on the crucial targets. The fact that he got doomed in ranged form on our team, it just feels so bad. So really good awareness that I think he probably just swapped in order to cast ranged whirling axes. The coil got off as well. Usually the problem with Doom is that they walk away. Crit had also tethered another ally, so it was on cooldown for the majority of the Doom. He wasn't able to sustain him through it. And that just feels really bad if you're Troll Warlord against Spectre and now you're suddenly like about neck and neck, while your other 2 cores on the Spectre side are also doing very well.
Yeah. I imagine Arteezy, when he's kind of sitting in the front lines there, is expecting a bit more in the way of backup. And he's probably also, I mean, we talk about Doom targets, you normally think Tide, Storm. Troll, you wouldn't think of, like, top priority necessarily.
I think at this stage in the game, he's really their only damage, like their sustained damage. It's like you're going to use Ravage on Tide, and Storm's got a limited amount of mana, but if they're locked down, the Troll's going to be the one dishing it out.
Okay, I see. I like it. And EG have to now consider that. You can't use the Troll as the dangler. I believe that's the word in the biz.
That is the vocab, yes.
Yes. Gotta put the Tide out there.
Yeah, the thing is I think they can afford for Arteezy to get doomed or coiled, but I don't think they can let both happen prior to him disengaging. And the fact that Carl was also able to get the coil off right as the Ravage came out, I think was the difference maker there. He does almost have the Orchid on Abed. The thing is that Carl rushed a Yule Scepter, and he's already got the Witchblade on top of it. So I was concerned about the Yules because Puck's early and mid-game damage is lacking, especially with all the nerfs, but now that he's also got the Witchblade, the Yules, the downside of it, which is that you lack damage, is completely negated. Yeah.
So far, this is feeling like a bit of a statement game from Carl. Like,
it is. Yes.
To every team out there who's going to watch this replay or see, you know, regardless of the outcome, they're going to see this and be like, wow, Carl's Puck. Yeah, we might have to, you know, put some second phase respect fans onto that one.
The crazy thing is, I think if he had died at level 3, where he had that slight maneuver to live, this game could look completely upside down to what it is now. Which is just crazy how little things in Dota just add up.
I'm sure as a mid player, he's played that matchup almost 100 times too, and knew that he was not going to die there. Nice jump onto the ET. That's going to finish him off.
I guess you can like fade away as you attack through your ball lightning. I didn't know that's how that worked. They do get the mid tower, but it was not cheap. They lost a lot of heroes, and it took them committing a second time grouped up where they're not farming EG's style, where they like to turn that laning stage advantage into farm, but usually you have to get the towers first. And that delayed process has allowed Cuckoo to get his BKB.
Here come T1 smoked up, but Arteezy, I feel like he's got some of the best map sense of...
There's nobody showing.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
He's not getting caught down there. They do get him with the scan, but doesn't look like T1 want to be making the move into that enemy triangle right now. They decide against it. They've got the BKB on the Doom, which is perhaps why they considered that aggressive move, but they're respecting what EG can do, and perhaps also realizing what happened last time may not come so easily. If if you throw everything on that one here, if they do get tether saved, relocated out, that can be a problem.
This is a huge item from Zephyr. Support Snapfire rushing a Lotus Orb against the Orchid as well as the Global Silence. That's massive, honestly. On anybody who they commit onto, you just put the Lotus Orb on, you cancel the Storm Pull. Yeah, it doesn't like stop the Ravage or the Troll, but overall, I think it just makes it way easier for every hero on T1 to play the game.
Yeah, only 200 gold away from it, assuming he's disassembling his Arcane Boots. So
yeah,
very early timing for him.
You know you're like in control of the game when your support is allowed to just farm the dangerous area of the map by themselves to complete a crucial item. Usually you're like, okay, let's wait for our support as we give them the hard camp, but instead this time, now they're probably going to look to connect here. They have all their ultimates available. This Lotus Orb timing's pretty huge.
And hasn't come at the cost of like really any of the other cores getting their farm too much. Like, yeah, Spectre's number 6, but that's just the pace at which Spectre sometimes farms.
I'm kind of down for Spectre to be in this spot when you have a hero like Doom. Spectre plays more like a ganker with the build. He actually went Manta first, by the way, over the Ags, which I don't mind because of how many silences there are.
Yep.
But also Doom, he is like a carry-esque offlaner. He's going to play very greedily on the map.
EG going to charge forward with Fly on the Silencer. He's baiting a little bit here. They get the silence out, but defensive maneuvers there. The global silence now from Fly as the BKB Doom on the front lines doesn't have a chance of dealing with him. Gets the Doom out, takes out the Tide with the Silencer. No Ravage in play, and EG have to just walk away with their tail tucked between their legs.
I think EG have underestimated how expertly T1 goes about playing the map defensively.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have to adjust going into Game 2. I'm not even trying to say like Game 1's already over, but I think EG thought they were going to be able to play their normal style of win the lanes, invade, and the win lane part happened, and then the invade part kind of flopped. And now we're seeing T1 just like kind of do whatever they want with their ultimates. And I think this Force of the Roche, it seems nice, but because you have like the Manta from Spectre, pretty high damage with the Desolate, but they have all of their abilities on EG except for Global, while T1 has nothing.
Yeah. And with the Manta, the Yules, and the Lotus, it doesn't feel like the Global's the big spell necessarily. But looking for the backlines here, they throw out the Ravage to secure the Aegis. Arteezy going to guarantee they pick it up, and 23 Savage could be in some trouble here. Gets back to the high ground, gets pulled back. Abed, can they finish off this kill? And you betcha. Spectre goes down. He made a ballsy play going for the Aegis snipe, and it did not pay off. Great Ravage to secure the Aegis. And EG's not done. They're chasing. They're looking for more. Puck on the backlines takes out the Silencer, but will he pay for this with his life? But doesn't really have the damage or the mana for this one.
He might be going
And
down.
yeah, he doesn't have the Aegis. Luckily, a tether comes in from the Io. Crit going to look to bail him out. Carl's still fighting, and now with Cuckoo showing up, he gets the stomp. He's doing some big damage here. Abed healed up just enough to stay alive.
Who's killing who?
The Orchid onto the Puck. He's going to use in a couple of seconds. Is he going to be okay? It's going to be close. Gets the phase shift. Doesn't have a blink, though. Needs to Orb. Waning Rift's out of there.
Holy
Orb to the
crap.
lockout. And he's out.
This guy's good.
Oh, you love to see it. Carl showing off some of that SEA Dota mechanics there.
I feel like if we wanted to show like the recap of like deciding plays of this game, it's the level 3 play by Carl and that play right there. Like, if he dies either of these times, like if he dies the first time, he's definitely dying that time. And if he dies there, this game could be unrecognizable as well. because you're at a stage where you have the momentum on T1, but both teams have ridiculous like map play. You know, we have IO on one side, and then you have Spectre, Doom, Puck on the other. You know, just whoever shows by themselves is gonna die. So whatever team controls the map is naturally gonna have way more control because the supports can afford to show by themselves because they don't really care about dying to like a massive combo of abilities.
And you see it there, like Zephyr's just like, I'll just farm the lane in plain sight while my, my core Doom is just chilling.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of off-map play from the cores in this game.
EG themselves, when they smoked to the high ground, it was Fly running in first, willing to just throw away his life. Probably had buyback for a buyback global play, but supports are the ones that need to use their body for vision. If you don't have wards, you just have to sometimes sacrifice yourself.
And they've got the Centaur Stomp on Doom. They're probably just going to find the Silencer.
Oh, I bet, yeah, he just pulls out of there. Throws out an Orchid, and I believe he realizes Fly's fate. They still got an Aegis, EG. This Troll, maybe not the Aegis carrier they intended. They just probably wanted to make sure they picked it up. Not a bad one by any means.
Yeah,
but
you'd 10 times rather have Storm have it.
Yeah.
They definitely, it was a pretty panicky situation. Scramble for the Aegis. And T1 still looks like they want to go.
Yeah. Nice ice, good reactions. Gets out of there.
Did he see them, or was that just game sense?
I think the smoke popped before he blinked in.
Yeah, it's one of those situations he's probably like kind of ready for it, and then he sees you, so he reacts.
Yeah.
Oh, but Arteezy on the other hand.
Whoa.
I don't know if Aegis means
Got an
anything.
Aegis, but the IO. Okay. Oh no! He tried to relocate him out, but he died.
Wait,
Where
what?
he died?
What?
Where did he die? He lost the Aegis. He died in the fountain. I guess the Infernal Blade damage or something. Some damage killed him, and he just died in the fountain and lost the Aegis.
That might be a matter of like server ticks.
Yeah.
Like how close that was. I feel like he died outside of base.
Okay.
But it registered when he's in base because we've seen that before, where you TP home.
I think we can take another look as what.
Yeah, that's worth looking at.
We'll get the mechanics nerds on this one.
Okay, so
See exactly what happened. It kind of happened a little too fast there, but
okay. So they Oh, the coil snap was what
oh,
killed
okay,
him.
Got it.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, okay.
That's a
Understood
good chunk
now.
of damage. Yep. Okay.
Understood now. But it still shows it outside of base, which is interesting because I guess that's where the damage instance
Yeah.
occurred.
It's not until he's moved that he dies.
Huh.
Yeah, if he died there, that would have been very bad for EG. I mean, the game state is, either way, however you look at it, not particularly good for EG there. Anytime it feels like T1's getting that execution off with this, just any Doom on any target, like, yeah, Tide is great, but it feels like Storm, Troll, there's a lot of targets, but as long as you get one, the fight can go well for them.
Now, whenever all the spells are available in the game, it totally favors T1.
Oh, Carl, as he pushed things a bit too far here. Yules is off the Orchid, the Global Silence is there to follow it up. And that penetrates through the Yules Scepter.
I'm learning some interesting mechanics that I wasn't confident on before this, that you cannot Global Silence a Puck who's phase shifted, but you can Global Silence somebody who's Yules, so that's interesting.
Yep.
He has to be careful with popping that Yules too early, then. Maybe he gets a secondary way to remove silences even, worth considering, because of how many there are.
That, like, BKB even, who knows. But for now, once the Ag Scepter, which is, of course, fantastic playing against Troll, Storm, who are going to have these BKBs. And EG taking over this bottom side of the map.
And Troll will punish you if you ever lose a core like this. Lose an entire tier 2. That was a full HP tower. This is necessary for EG, though, to even be in the game. I feel like T1 still drastically in control of this game.
Yeah, and it doesn't really... Oh, I love how Crit does it and Zephyr's like, well, I've got that one too.
I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah. Abed paying homage to his SEA brethren, the other SEA teams with the Vietnamese lines. And yeah, I mean, for T1, they feel very relaxed with how they're playing. Like, there's no pressure on them to make moves. They're making good moves, but they're happy to just play this slow and keep farming as well.
Definitely seems like it's been cat and mouse where T1 is the cat somehow, even though they're like a satiated cat.
Honk gives him some vision. Cuckoo follows it up. Arteezy's already got the BKB off. Earthsplay to follow up is not going to do anything, and Arteezy, through his ultimate, is going to find a puck here, but Carl gets out of there for a little bit. Crit trying to save Arteezy. Nice relocate out.
That's clutch.
Very clutch, right After the Trolls ulti had worn off, he was doomed. He was
they
in
gonna fight?
all
I think
sorts of
so.
trouble.
I think he's bringing Arteezy
And
back.
I think, yeah, T1 deciding SSI checks things out and realizes, okay, they've left.
That, honestly, I wish he had just blindly ravaged there, because that would have just been one of the funniest looking things I've seen in a while. But
That's something SSI would do.
it really is. Arteezy didn't get a single bash on Cuckoo there. It was really unfortunate for him, because I think he would have managed to bring him down, because he had all the fervor stacks on the Doom, and then he first hit bash the puck right after.
You mentioned cat and mouse, and I got to say, the roles have definitely reversed when 5 T1 ultimates are on cooldown. EG are hunting.
I feel like net worth doesn't mean all that much this game as long as the game's close. It's so much about cooldowns.
Yeah.
Because when all the abilities are available, T1's in control. When nobody has abilities, I'd much rather be EG. And in this case, they still have the Ravage and the Global Silence. What's
Fly
happening here?
almost went down to
the Ag Spectre.
yeah, the mini horn. Almost a solo kill there with the Manta Illusions, it looks like.
Yeah, you have to be really careful. I learned this. So when you use the Ag Scepter and you kill the person, you can't. The illusion that you took the place of, leave. It disappears.
So you're
So
stuck
you're
there.
Yeah, you're stuck
yeah.
there. So you actually have to leave ahead of time.
Oh, this time around.
This is what exactly just happened.
Oh no.
Is he out?
He's got TP.
Okay, that
So
was
you-
exactly what just happened.
So it's like you want to go back to where you came from and leave your illusions to finish off the kill.
Yes, and if
ideally.
the problem is with support, sometimes you actually kill them so fast that you don't even realize. I think that's what just happened there.
Yeah.
So fortunately, there was nobody else around that time around.
I feel like Spectre this tournament is going to be like the hero these support players have nightmares about.
It always is. There's no positioning when the hero can just push a button.
Yeah.
It's very expensive, or it's very costly to find out that the opponent has a ward when you're against Ag Spectre. You usually find out by dying.
We'll see where Carl looks to go. Has the X queued up, but holding on to the money for now. And we're certainly thinking about Roshan buybacks. It's kind of that crucial stage of the game where T1 have their ultimates back now, and you mentioned this is where they're in control. This is when they want to make the move, and they're going to smoke up with Force. Spectre able to farm and push out lanes, can always haunt on in.
Tide's got a refresh.
EG themselves going to meet this, with the refresher Tide.
Who's
Can
jumping
they
who
blow
here?
up someone like the Puck? That would be huge for them. Size. Smoke going to pop. He doesn't want to commit anything when he sees the Doom, perhaps knowing that he can BKB quickly. You definitely can't rely on a Blink Ravage on a BKB target. They get the Doom out on Arteezy. He needs help. He needs that IO save. The mech is there. Crit healing him up a little bit. There's going to be the first Ravage. It catches at the Doom. That manages to pick him off. Now the Global Silence keeping things down for now as EG throw him up in the air with a Ravage. And Size has perhaps won this fight as EG Arteezy. He gets off the ultimate. Healing himself back up a little bit. The chase is on T1. Haven't got the outcome they were hoping for. Not ready for the refresher Tide, and they're going to lose 3.
I don't know exactly what happened there with the coil, but when you have the Spectre Haunt, that has to be used to scout out crit. Because if they manage to pick off crit there, Arteezy's 100% going to go down. And the coil was used on, I believe, Abed, rather than crit. And although it's like a core storm, I think crit's actually more important in this case than anyone else on all of EG, to make sure that relocate does not go off, or at least even just the sustain. Because he's got Holy Locket mech. That's like
Lot of
1,000
heal.
HP.
He's playing around with an Ag Shard as well.
Oh, that could be really frustrating
Yeah.
for Spectre or Puck, or even Doom, who tries to blink in and get the stun off. It makes the tether stun. The old tether, the classic like 5 years ago tether. It's a 1.75 second stun. Against a hero like Troll, you could just die full of 0 if you get stunned by that.
Relocate down bottom just for some farming.
It's really important. This is really nice. That means you can kind of just play top with the entirety of EG and never have to worry about coming bottom again. And Titan Sliver as well.
Against the Doom, we saw last fight, just biding your time for that Doom to wear off is just such a crucial part of this Trolls game.
Yeah, magic resistance is also amazing against ET, who removes all of your base magic resistance.
Do you think the Doom priority needs to change now that Tide has this refresher? Because we've seen
Yes.
Doom almost exclusively on Arteezy this game.
Yes, I do believe that early on in the game, it was more important, but now, unless you plan to catch the IO, you either have to get Troll and IO. As we see, Carl attempted to coil Abed, actually, but he missed. That's the one thing that scares me about T1's lineup. I don't think you can afford to miss any of their combo, because they just have so much combo break on EG that 2 out of 3 portions of the puzzle are not going to be good enough. As you see there, Arteezy narrowly surviving.
Nice SIs. Timing that first Ravage perfectly to clip the Doom. Not sure if he meant to blink and catch more, but it worked out fine because EG caught T1 completely by surprise with the second Ravage. But more than anything, it was just keeping that troll alive.
I think it's not. You're not even like expecting to catch anymore. You're just like, if you guys are sticking around to try to finish off the troll, I will get you with this Ravage. So it's covering all their bases, like kind of just guaranteeing safety for his carry.
Yep. Yeah, Spectre jumping in or something could have maybe been the killing blow. Looks like EG are going to be ready, but T1 just making sure everything's working on their voice comms.
He's sticking with the Paladin sword, Arteezy, as opposed to the Titan Sliver for now. He might be swapping that out since they recently found it.
I mean, you're playing with Io. Obviously, amplified healing, always great, but...
What is this? A game of some sort?
I'm skeptical of it being better than Titan Sliver,
Yeah.
but he does not have a source of lifesteal, and Troll does generally love having lifesteal. I mean, I like his build. I like Arteezy's
Casual
build here.
Sange.
The casual Sange, yeah. Into Satanic. Your job is to stand your ground because there's no running from Puck Doom, and you've got the IO to help you do that. And even if... Oh, he's got the... Oh, never mind. He's got the whole Sange and Yasha. I thought it might have been just a casual Sange.
Oh, that's... yeah, that's probably where he doesn't want the Titan Sliver. He's already got the status resist, so...
Yeah. Oh, and he is going for the late Orchid. We've seen Echo Saber disassemble on Spectre into the Ags, then Orchid, because you had the Oblivion Staff, but he actually just went for a late Orchid. It's pretty good here. Even just making it so you can Orchid the Io, honestly, just to prevent him from tethering, could be good enough.
Zephyr, TP's out. Hiding in the trees there is Crit and Arteezy, just making sure all these lanes stay as pushed out as possible. Carl hasn't really grown on his puck. He's holding onto a lot of gold here. Hasn't quite been able to get to that next big item just yet.
Looks like he's deliberating, but they've already got the Doom with the Shivas queued up. I imagine you almost always want to go Shivas on Doom because it helps you lock on to whoever you Doom, and also usually you beat Doom by sustaining, and the Shivas with the 25% heal reduction aura helps you out there a lot. So yeah, he does get that. I doubt Carl will go for a second Shivas.
Also will help boost his mana pool, which, you know, probably wants a refresher at some point if this game does drag on, maybe even as his next item.
Yeah, he doesn't need much time for that. He's a Doombringer with Midas and a Quickening Charm.
Yeah.
So very nice item for Doom there. Basically a second Midas with the way it works with the Devour as well as the Midas.
We'll see EG play that map starvation game. They've got the Aegis now. They've got the ability to keep T1 bottled up in their base. Bottom lane's the one place where T1's able to kind of poke their noses out, send a support to go push. They do not seem to have much interest in trying to take a fight to EG right now.
That's the beauty of that relocate bottom that EG did earlier, because now T1's the one that has to go push bottom, because the only way to take EG out of their triangle is to force EG to go bottom, because you don't feel happy walking high ground into a global plus Tide plus Aegis. So it just gives EG control of the map because T1's now the team that's forced to go bottom. So it's little things like that that EG does really well that sets themselves up on the map. And I think T1's acting accordingly. I don't think they have another choice now that they're down by 6K and there's the Aegis on EG. They don't really have like a clear target to go on. Troll's kind of the one they've been committing on to so far. I don't think Abed's ever going to present himself either.
EG did go for a little smoke to try and see where they could maybe find a pickup on the map, but T1 playing very good around their kind of lack of vision, just really doing the bare minimum to push out these lanes as far as showing themselves and committing.
Looks like 23 Savage is being annoying. He's forcing them to react. He agsed Mantha and just instantly left, and Crit was forced to untether Arteezy and tether onto Fly just to make sure he stays alive. But yeah, this is what T1 does best. We were talking about the stall game. You can't get away with the way they play if you don't avoid those types of smokes, because that's exactly how teams like to end the game. That's like an in-the-game smoke from EG. It's kind of fishing for a big kill, and if you give it to them, you're in some serious trouble.
speaking of, end the game plays, this isn't maybe kind of, well, not end game item. We see a Lincoln Sphere now picked up for the Tide Hunter. That's going to make this Doom's life a lot more difficult getting that ultimate off.
I want to see if he can time it. If he can get somebody to pop his Lincolns and then refresher. Block the Doom. It's going to be the first time for everything. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen a refresher and a Lincolns in someone's inventory. Except for the people that are from Dota 1, where they learned how to be efficient was to buy 3 Perseverance.
Yes. That was, you rush Perseverance on every hero.
Yeah.
That was the old school build.
Yeah, back
Perseverance
when they get 10
Radiance.
damage. Yes, exactly.
It was a Medusa build.
I don't think it was a Tide build, though.
No. Here you go. Another little poke coming from 23 Savage. Both teams just posturing around each other here. Cuckoo sees OT's in the front lines, but doesn't want to go on him. Storm Abed zipping in here, but he gets caught. There's the Doom coming out. They get the coil as well. He is donezo and doesn't have buyback. That could have been a buyback opportunity since they committed a lot to kill him, but without it, EG probably just have to back off.
Abed's slightly overextending, and you can just see that even though EG's up by 6K, how scary T1's lineup is, right? Like, he overextended for a split second, and he's just insta-stomped, insta-coiled, and just dead. So they've absolutely got the firing power needed to bring down targets. Obviously, the Aegis really puts a damper on T1's ability to do so. But we're just seeing here what this Aegis' impact in this specific game is. Whenever you have a Doom in the equation, Aegis always goes up in value. And once this Aegis goes away, which
it's gone now,
yeah.
yeah.
I think
got a couple minutes.
EG's always going to have to be very scared when that Doom is available.
Yep. We are seeing that T1 don't want to overcommit on RTZ lives. They've, it worked for them great throughout the early game, but last fight or two, they throw too much on him. And if he gets bailed out by Crit's IO, then that's where the fights have gone a bit south for them. So
Timeless Relic for Storm, of course.
Has the Storm got the Ags? He headed there, I got to imagine?
He's headed there, but he ain't close. He stopped. He took a pit stop for the Bloodstone and lost some charges there. I really feel like the game changer is this Elder Titan in the late game, because he just makes every core paper if he's actually alive. Now the question is if he can actually stay alive, because there's some scary damage coming out from
Yeah, that feels more maybe like the spirit with the magic resistance, but getting close to someone to get rid of their armor is a tough ask.
Yeah, just get like BKB Axe, honestly. That's all he needs. Aesthetics cap. That's a big one, because that gives you status resistance, 40%, which I believe applies when you get the spell casted on you. So like if Doom was casted and you have the cap, I believe you will get 40% resistance on the Doom itself.
Okay.
So that's something I will find out for sure conclusively through this game.
That sounds nice. Timeless Relic on both sides, by the way. Puck's got one as well, so.
Nobody's taking it, so maybe it doesn't work that way. Or maybe they don't know either, kind of like me here, and they're just like,
they don't want to figure out in middle of TI.
I've got a little bit less invested in this mystery.
Yeah. Carl just playing very aggressive on the map with the A on Dis, feeling like he can push the limit of his hero a bit further.
Yeah, they don't have any dispels. Actually, they don't have Axe Troll. Yeah. They don't have any dispels for the Disc. So once he pops that, he will for sure be able to disengage from there, or just cast all of his spells and kill somebody with the Axe Coil.
Reaching that 40-minute mark soon. Tier 4 items all out on the map, and here's especially these carries, these cores, they're hitting that kind of max item status. Big Doom coming out. They're going on Arteezy's Troll. Is the Eye going to back him up here? There's the first Ravage looking for a second, but the Earth Splitter does a lot here with the coil on several, but Abed, he's still alive for now. He's in the front lines just doing all kinds of damage here. They're taking the Doom. Arteezy is just, he is full health. BKB Troll, unstoppable, and that fight went awful for T1.
That was such a cool play from Zephyr. He blinked in and used the shard on Snapfire to push Arteezy out of the coil, and I swear, he was like 50 units from the edge of that coil, and it would have killed him. And, man, it's like Dota's so cool for that, but it seems pretty depressing that you can be like 50 units of a coil breaking from a carry dying compared to wiping you know?
Game of inches.
It's crazy.
And that's where, you go back to you mentioned, a couple patches ago where Puck was like the mid-hero. The hero felt at its best and strongest when you had that synergy with something that can break the core. We saw it a lot with the Tinies, the Earth Spirits. They're trying to make it happen with the cookie there, but couldn't quite do it.
That's definitely a ultra poor man's, poverty, homeless version of the Earth Spirits and such. But yeah, I respect it. They knew they needed every little ounce of damage that they got, and that Paladin Sword plus Satanic plus Io, it was barely enough. So what do you know? Arteezy gets it.
I mean, great game. This is neck and neck, 15-16 on kills. EG get themselves another Roshan. They got the last one as well, but that does not necessarily change the state of the game too much. It does give them a bit of an edge, some breathing room, but we saw T1. They're very good at just playing it safe and keeping up on farm to a certain extent, even when they're playing into EG with an Aegis.
I feel like EG, with this draft, really tested T1 saying, we know you execute really well, but just how well can you execute? We've got so many ways to prevent you from finishing off targets, and you're seeing how close it is, man. It's crazy that it's so much like it's just one little spell here or there on either side. One guy misclicks anything, the saves or the actual combos themselves.
Yeah.
Even just what if Zephyr goes for a Veil or a Kaya or something, just something that gives them an extra 200 damage. Could that make the difference? Probably. What is he? Oh, he's killing the creep wave. Interesting.
Gonna get punished for it.
Was that really that desperate of a situation? It might be. He's saying that mid creep wave's worth his death.
He's pinging those 2 melee creeps that slip by, so he's saying someone needs to get him. The ET trying to, but
honestly, I respect that. You got to know your worth. And creep waves at this stage in the game that represent the high ground push can mean a lot. They can be worth a whole lot. So that's what he's saying. 23 Savage might be in some trouble.
Oh yeah, they global silence after the Manta. They throw out a Ravage as well. They're committed and they're going to get this kill. No buyback as well. He gets caught with his pants down as Arteezy. Ice is going to go for the refresh plate instantly. Has the refresher as well as the refresher shard. So, Ravages galore from this Tidehunter. That may be the call for the high ground now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was all meant to buy time for 23 Savage to represent some sort of pressure somewhere else for EG to address, and they addressed it. They more than usually you'd call necessary.
It's like the first big mistake we've seen from the Spectre this game, but it is a costly one. Doesn't have buyback, and looking like it could be at least one lane of Raxia going the way of EG.
He's got leveler too, so
yeah,
a lot of damage.
Carl looking for a creep wave, I believe. Not gonna find it. Arteezy will finish off both melee and range tracks, make his way towards top. Cuckoo just trying to bait out some spells. Not gonna achieve a whole lot there as they continue to try and delay. Using the ET, the stomp is there, the kiss is raining on down. Arteezy getting a little low here, but he's got the sustain. No chance of killing him through the Satanic, and Cuckoo got stunned as he jumped in. Was that the tether stun?
Oh, the tether stun, yes, the tether stun.
He got the puck.
We
Has
talked
the
about that
Aeon Disc.
earlier.
Okay, he gets out of there with the help of the Aeon Disc, but I think it was Doom as well getting caught by that one. That is problematic for him as EG going to find themselves taking a second lane of Rax here, uncontested.
Now, all the viewers at home who haven't watched Dota in like 5 years, and they're like, how are they blinking into this tether stun? The most powerful part of that shard is tether hasn't stunned for like 5 years.
Yeah,
so these players aren't used to getting stunned by a tether. So it's really hard to be like, oh yeah, like even though you know it, like how many times have you blinked into a tether?
They want crit, they jump in the eye, but he's got a cheese there that heals him up instantly, and now the Ravages from Ice. He'll turn and blow up the Puck as well as the Spectre, who still does not have buyback. And this could be it for T1. Cuckoo desperately trying to go in and find somebody on the backlines, but EG, they're all fully healthy. And Arteezy, eye on the prize, going for the Raxia. This will be the Mega Creeps as Abed jumps in with the Axe Vortex, catches out 2. The follow-up is there, and the Earth Split are going to be absolutely useless as EG will kill 3 and secure themselves game number 1. A really back-and-forth game, one where we saw moments of brilliance really from both teams, I feel like.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3 small plays. I mean, they ended up being large plays, but going the other way, this game would be day and night to what we just saw. So I'm thoroughly impressed with T1 with their lineup of how they are able to get out of the laning phase, and then I'm also impressed with EG and how well they were able to execute their combo breaker. They drafted for it. Both teams had a clear plan, and I love games of Dota where you're like, okay, we've got this plan, very obvious. This plan, very obvious. Who's going to execute better?
Yeah, definitely a good sign of what's to come, not just for Game 2, but the tournament as a whole. These teams both look to be on their A game.
Yeah, this is a great series. I'm looking forward to Game 2.
Unfortunately for T1, they need to get wins, though. So playing good Dota, having close games against EG, one of the best teams at the tournament, that's not going to cut it. They're 0-3. EG flip that around. They're 3-0. So we're going to see if T1 can pick themselves up some Ws as we head to a quick break and get ourselves ready for the second game of this 2-game series. We'll see you there. And we're back. BSJ, game 1 a wrap. We're not quite ready for game number 2. Teams getting their breaks in. Looking forward to game 2. We're just talking a bit. I mean, good signs for EG, obviously 3-0. What have you seen from them so far in their 3 games?
Just different heroes, I would say, is my emphasis. Arteezy's played Tiny, Razor, and Troll that game.
Yep.
I think the biggest thing about EG in the past has been that they get figured out. You know, they kind
Yeah,
of just run the same thing, run it back, baby. You know, beat us again, and then eventually, when they get to top 4, people beat them.
Yeah, and it's crazy because they get criticized a lot. I mean, Bulba, the coach, gets criticized a lot, but like they're getting top 2 pretty much, well, both majors, and it's like, well, almost any other team would be super happy with that.
Yeah, I think it's like taking a leap of faith, though, because it's like at some point, I think everyone takes they use certain crutches, that keep them up. And I think for EG, the way they draft so consistently is almost a crutch in the sense that it does, since they're so good, like individually, they're going to get top 3, probably top 4 if they play that way. But if they want to win the whole thing, they're going to have to step it up in terms of versatility.
Yeah. And the other thing for me to remember is, this is a group stage. I think this is where everybody experiments a bit more. I still maybe expect EG to narrow down that hero pool come playoffs.
Yeah.
Like when they're on the main stage in a, game 3 decider, up bracket, lower bracket, whatever it is, they're going to stick to maybe their more predictable draft.
Yeah, but maybe people won't know what that predictable draft is
that's true.
until the semifinals, for instance.
Yeah.
Rather than going into it, they're prepared for exactly what to expect. But I mean, like on the other side, we got T1 who, we were talking about. We really liked the way they played. They got out of the laning stage really well, and they had some really nice execution. But like, there's no grades in Dota. Like B or A or whatever they played. You lost. You're 0-3. You're at the point where if you don't start racking up some wins, you're almost guaranteed to go lower bracket, potentially eliminated. One team from each group does get eliminated entirely from the event. I don't think they're going to be that team. I think they're definitely better than last, but this is a type of team where I think they're going to need some momentum. I did with players like 23 Savage, just the young guns who, let's be honest, they feast off of confidence.
Outside of Cuckoo, it's the player's first TI.
Yeah.
I mean, for Y1 and Zephyr, the first time Indonesian players have been at TI. I mean, it's a big deal for them representing their country. And yeah, it's a group stage. You're not playing in front of a crowd, but it's a ton of pressure.
And I think every loss compounds that pressure pretty drastically, right? Because every loss is another win that you'll have to get back to 50%. So it's like suddenly that, okay, now we have to win 3 games in a row. Okay, 4 games in a row. More and more seemingly impossible feat to accomplish. Yes, they've faced some tough teams so far, so you have to take that into account. But I just want to. I feel like there's just not the whole picture based on what I've seen from them. Like they've got a lot of the good parts that I think a lot of teams don't even have. Like tier 1 level play on certain aspects of their game. But even just like Carl going for the coil on Abed on the side while Arteezy's doomed, they're like not judging properly that this is how many resources we have to delegate to killing this one person. And that kind of stuff that's going to cost you games, honestly.
And I'd say also for T1 fans, don't despair. Like there have been countless times where teams have started at TI and gone 0-6 on day 1. Didn't OG have a terrible day
OG at TI.
They went 0-6 on day 1?
They barely made upper bracket by running a 6-0 and going 8-8 or something in the group stage.
So it is completely okay for a team to have a rough or even terrible day 1. Obviously, it means you have got to get those wins back, but it's not necessarily. It's what's the better thing to do is look at how they're playing, which from what we saw in that game is okay, they're playing good
promising.
Dota. Yeah. They're not looking like a team where you're like, it's a little worrying. I mean, there's some teams I think where we haven't seen that same high level play at times, and there's some teams playing with a stand-in. Like Astra, I have a lot of concerns about because they have got a last minute stand-in. For T1, it's like they've got their team here, they're playing good Dota. Maybe they need to refine some things, figure out their strategies.
We mentioned so much about team fights and little things that went the way of EG instead of T1, but the fact is they had a 6K lead and they went for the Roche, got forced out because Tide managed to respawn, and then they just took it for free as EG because T1 had used all their ultimates on the first team fight, and handing an Aegis to a hero like Troll against Doom, I think that allowed Arteezy to like get the farm he needed to get back in the game and actually dish out enough damage and also like feel comfortable on the map. So like even that play alone, I think if you remove that, they probably would have won that game. Which, you know, it seems easy to say that in Dota. There's a lot of things that happen like that, but I really do think T1 was one or two things going their way from winning that game.
Alrighty, well, we've got ourselves a game to draft as
10
we
seconds remaining.
slowly try and figure out what is the TI meta. We've mentioned some of the big heroes at
5
various
seconds
times, the
remaining.
Weavers, the Monkeys, the Tiny, which is still in the pool, but, you know, this is still early days. There's still a lot to be discovered when it comes to the TI
T1's
meta.
turn to
I was going to say EG first picked Tiny in their series earlier, so I don't
Yep.
think they're going to stray away from that now. Arteezy
T1's
legit has
turn
played this
to
probably
EG.
30 times this patch in his pubs. I actually studied him in order to learn it. He loves his split pushers, and Tiny isn't the traditional split pusher, but if you leave him alone on a tower for like 4 seconds, it's dead. You know, like if you're trying to group up
10
and siege high
seconds
ground,
remaining.
and there's just a Tiny hitting your tier 3, he's gonna kill it faster than your
Evil
entire team
geniuses
trying to
turn
siege.
to battle.
So they actually respond to this with a tree. I don't know if that's the intent of stopping the tower push aspect or setting up on Tiny in the side lane. So the way that Arteezy plays it is that he clears creep waves, and a lot of flash farming hard carries will go from creep wave to creep camp, you know, back and forth, looking to
10
accelerate the
seconds
GPM.
remaining.
But because Tiny has so much kill threat, and he also doesn't want to get initiated
5
onto
seconds
because of how much
remaining.
kill threat he has if he jumps you, he plays a lot in the trees on the side of the lanes. And I think Tree is probably the best hero in the game to catch this in order to set it up, right? And then IO to follow you up with whatever carry you have. So T1's approach to this is like directly addressing, they're assuming that this is an Arteezy Tiny. And I think it's a really cool, like I liked their conceptual
T1's
approach to the
turn
IO
to
last
ban.
game with the Snapfire ET. And they've got I really, they had a clear plan, honestly. I like it a lot.
Something as far as T1 goes that we're seeing again, which I'm curious to hear your thoughts, is they're picking their support to it. First two. They did it last game, they're doing it again here. And it feels like EG has a
10
very different
seconds
idea where they're
remaining.
generally picking at least one of their cores in the first stage.
It might be 2 cores here. Probably
5
is 2
seconds
cores
remaining.
for EG. That's in the past. I've heard captains talk about 2 supports early, even though in pubs you often get your 2 supports at the start of the draft. It can be really
geniuses
dangerous because a
turn
lot
to
of core
battle.
heroes, they feel really good if you see both supports because you know, like right now, for instance, if you're a carry, that if you buy Manta on
T1's
EG,
turn to
you'll
ban.
feel good. Yes, they've already got Tiny. I'm just giving an example because like neither IO or Tree does anything to a Manta carrier, and most of the Manta carriers can find the IO, so something like the Spectre, right? So it can be dangerous, but I think if they've picked their carry, it doesn't
Evil
matter as much
geniuses turn to ban.
because the carry role punishes the support picks first, I think, the most. It is interesting, though. Both
Turn to
healing
ban.
defensive supports, but yet they have a lot of map presence, which is odd when you think about it that way.
I'm curious to see where T1 head with this.
I think Gyro.
It has been the go-to other than last game with EG. But yes, there's been
10 seconds
at least like
remaining.
4, maybe 5 IO gyros so far. In
It's
various
just good
games.
against Lycan,
5
too. You got the
seconds remaining.
flat cannon for the Zoo. It's not terrible against Tiny. The Tiny combo, you know, he combos you down to like 20%. You Satanic back up.
Something I really like that Fnatic did, and T1 have done multiple times, is Night Stalker, but into the Lycan, the Shard, being able to eat the Ancient creep. It's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. The Sven would probably be good, too, for T1. They definitely need an AoE carry, right? And they've elected to ban the Troll Medusa as the 2 that they think are the most troublesome.
Yep.
And Razor is probably more of a mid-hero they're concerned about, but it definitely removes Tiny from the game if he gets that static link off on you.
Well, T1 thinking things through heavily now on their 5th ban. They're going in deep into that reserve time. Probably also thinking about what their picks might be. And so they're going to be going right into it. So they ban out the AA. Double healing supports obviously makes a lot of
saying
sense.
Gyro. That says Gyro so hard.
Yep.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Axe.
Oh.
I don't think Axe is very good against Tiny for like on paper. I haven't actually played the matchup though, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here.
Is it Is it still the carry axe we see these days? It was
No.
all range
It's,
for a while.
it's definitely off lane. That stuff's dead. I don't think you can run that anymore with the Manta Shard build being
5
not
seconds
what it is
remaining.
anymore. The Shard is now, I think, every time you counter Helix, you cause damage reduction. I think that's like you make the person do less damage. I believe that's what it is. Let me just confirm this. It applies a stacking debuff for 6 seconds of minus 20% attack damage.
Okay.
So I imagine
So
it stacks probably 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. And then it said it also increases your chance after. It's
Yeah, it
done
increases
creating.
your chance for counter Helix.
But
But
yes.
the old one, for people who weren't here throughout the year, made it so you attacked
5 seconds
your
remaining.
attacks countered or procced counter Helix. So people would be going Manta Shard. Your illusions would also proc it, and you could pretty much kill people full to 0.
Seeing Axe being like one of the best hard carries in the game, and it was one of those things where we'd see and be like, oh, they're looking to maybe play fast and early, but no, the hero would actually scale like 50, 60 minutes. as
Yeah,
well.
it was pure. The thing is, spin is now pure damage, so there was no counter to it if you were like a Terrorblade, for instance, with high armor. And Witch Doctor really nice against all of these lane cutters. Anybody who relies on backlining cutting the waves and then barely escaping because they have like that
10
extra tankiness
seconds
from a
remaining.
Vanguard. He just makes it so scary. You get that Maledict on you with a
5
rotation from
seconds
either your
remaining.
4 or your mid. And Tiny is a carry that's great at helping hunt these type of heroes. And that's why I was a bit concerned about the Axe. I like picking Axe when the opponent carry isn't going to go mess with you. You're going to go cut the creeps, and you're expecting them to just be content getting their farm underneath their tower. Something like a PA or like a Slark who doesn't want to go on you because they'll take more damage from the spin than they actually dish out. But in this case, Tiny, like most of his damage is pretty far range. The tree gives you 350 attack range. I don't think you're within range of spin when you do that. So I'm a little nervous for them here with this Axe pick. Axe is a feast or famine offlaner. He forces you to attack him. So if he's behind, you just kind of die.
Yeah.
But there's the gyro.
It felt like they're trying to do maybe a bit of what EG did to them, where it's like, okay, this IO plus
10
tanky
seconds
pesky
remaining.
offlaner, let's like try and really bully the lane. But that's where EG I
5
think
seconds
that plays into
remaining.
EG's strength. They're like, okay, you want to pick a strong lane, we'll pick a strong lane too. We're gonna get Witch Doctor. Like EG know how to play these strong laning stage games, but we'll see if T1 can execute it, because that is potentially going to be a make or break kind of part of this game, is how that laning stage goes for this Axe.
I am super skeptical of the Axe, and I love being wrong because that means I learned something. We don't highlight the fact that I'm wrong. We highlight the fact that I learned something. That's the important part. But the Axe itself, I just think Tiny will, like, yes, Tiny has 0 base armor, so he can kind of get prone to be ran at, but Witch Doctor is one of the best, like, don't run at my carry supports. You can either go for the Voodoo Restoration or just the Maledict cast
10
combo.
seconds
And
remaining.
then Tiny actually protects his 5 really well compared to other
5 seconds remaining.
other carries. So Axe usually feasts on the 5 by battle hungering them, and it doesn't seem like he's going to have that option in this game. But maybe with the IO sustain, he'll be able to rush a Vanguard with like very few items, which will allow him to get to that threshold of not actually being threatened. I want to see EG pick like a Leshrac. What else comes to mind? Like a Pugna, just a hero that once they get 6 rotates to the Axe's lane and just kills them like very easily. Very low investment.
So like heavy magic damage is what I'm kind of hearing between those heroes.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking for them. They have decent lockdown, but they probably need a playmaker. They actually banned the morph, so they really think this is a mid Tiny. I see no reason for EG to rotate this Tiny, unless I really don't understand this Axe Tiny matchup that on paper seems okay.
Maybe it is okay, but just, morphling into
10
Gyro and
seconds
morphling into
remaining.
Axe, I feel like that was one of the heroes that had more success against
5 seconds
Axe
remaining.
playing the offlane just always.
It's good for its own game, but it's not good at shutting down the Axe's game, if that makes sense. The Axe would be able to cut creeps
true.
against the morph. But yes, the against the gyro is a good point. I think that's just too much. The flat cannon with morph is terrifying.
Yeah. I feel like all these IO Gyro games, it's like, all right, we got the IO Gyro now, just ban morph. It's like you're just following your checklist, regardless of what they have.
I like the Kunkka ban from EG. Definitely seeing Carl play that. It's just nice against Lycan to have another convenient way to clear the summons.
Yeah.
EG is going to pick first here. I guess Doom can target Ancients when he gets the level 15 talent, similar to Night Stalker Shard. I think they're pretty much gearing up 100% for something that's going to counter the Lycan, which T1 has been doing the Night Stalker, but that would mean that the Axe is mid or something, which I don't think they'll do.
Yeah, it doesn't sound too great. The puck from game 1 still in the pool, but
Invoker would have been great. Very annoying for Axe. The Cold Snap plus Earn, Quaswex.
Yep.
Great hero for rotating on the Axe when he's
10
cutting.
seconds
They
remaining.
need that hero, 100%. Yep. I want to see this hero and be like, that guy's going to rotate and kill Axe.
5 seconds
6
remaining.
minutes into the game.
one hero we haven't talked about, Mirana. Crit playing the Mirana. You happy to see that?
There it is. That makes so much sense to me, the Ember Spirit, out of all the heroes, because out of every hero that rotates and kills Axe, Chain's Arrow, baby. That's like, that's as a tale as old as time, that one. That's a classic. When they picked the Mirana, they actually didn't have very good setup. So this explains a lot.
5 seconds
They had
remaining.
something. They had this in mind, clearly. I think they might have been planning this the entire time, with based on the fact that they had no setup.
Well, now Carl gets 5 seconds. They have no reserve time at all to figure out what he wants to play mid against the Ember, and it's going to be the Bat Rider, a last pick Bat too.
Wow.
Should be going mid, and that could be a tough matchup for Abed, I feel.
This is going to be an insanely snowbally game, because
one way or the other. No.
Yes, one way or the other. The thing about Ember and Bat is they're both heroes that if their hero can sit on top of creeps, Bat with Firefly on, Ember with Flame Guard on, and like push the wave and then go invade after that, they just like take over the entire map, right? Bat especially once he gets Boots of Travel. Ember usually when he gets like Orb of Corrosion plus Maelstrom or some damage item that pushes him over the edge. And whichever hero is able to do that is going to take over the game. The thing about Bat that's interesting is all of his individual matchups here are really good. But if he gets like maledicted or just runs into like 4 creeps and gets chained, he's going to die. So he needs to have like Boots of Travel BKB to be the potent threat that he needs to be. But if he gets to that point where he's allowed to Firefly into somebody and just like nobody has a way to remove Sticky Napalm, which is the way that Bat Rider does all of his damage. And he will be dishing out metric tons of damage. So that's plenty of space for T1 or 23 Savage on T1. That hero farms insanely fast. Gyro's one of the fastest farmers in the game. If they get to that point where Bat Rider can freely roam, I can't really see what EG can do about it. But then on the other side, the Ember Spirit threatens the same thing with Tiny farming on the backside. So the carries are going to be at the hands of their mid laners.
It sounds like you're pretty happy with both teams' drafts and how they rounded things out.
Yes, both teams got the necessary tools. I'm mainly concerned about Cuckoo, honestly. I think Axe could really struggle. I wonder if they're going to do something fancy to enable him in the first minute or two just to get off to the start that he needs.
Yeah, and that's really one of those like TI meta questions. Like it's like, is Axe viable right now? Like, can you play this hero? It's just something that hasn't really popped up, hasn't felt that good. I've been following all of the pro player pubs and I have not seen much Axe. So time to find out.
I'm telling you, Witch Doctor is like the most griefing 5 for a hero like Axe. Like as Axe, if I play against Witch Doctor, it just sucks, man. Like if I've seen somebody already pick Axe and I haven't picked 5 yet, the Witch Doctor, you just love it because you're like, my job in this game is for him to call somebody, and I'm just going to maledict him, and he's going to feel really bad even if he survives the initial onslaught of damage because he will tick down to it.
30 seconds to battle.
What's the WTF?
I'm curious too. What's that about? Good luck. Oh, Hopping. I think he's...
I guess that's some slang or something.
I think... well, there's another SEA Dota player called Hopping. Maybe
really?
Maybe that's what it's about. I don't know. He's not here at TI, but there is a Filipino player called Hopping.
Ah, I see.
But not entirely sure. It looks like T1, they sent 4 heroes top. It feels like they're trying to maybe get the right lanes or something, but now it does look like Axe is headed towards bottom.
They're going standard.
Is Arteezy denying a bounty rune? Oh, sorry, Ice. He's playing the Lycan, not Arteezy. Cheeky little play as EG get 2 out of the 3 picked up bounty runes.
I believe T1 is bracing themselves for this bottom lane as I look at Cuckoo's items as well as Zephyr's.
This is me. Every time I watch ISSI stream, he plays offline, he just goes Bracer first item. It's like, regardless of hero. He wasn't even playing a strength hero to buy Bracer. I was surprised last game on Tide, I was like, okay, where's the Bracer, ISSI? But But,
Yeah, it's interesting because he had the IO that game too. You know.
Yeah.
So you think if they're going for the sustain lane, their idea was headdress with him going damage items on Tide, while T1's got a similar duo, and their idea was double burst.
We'll see how this lane unravels as Fly going for the level 1 Voodoo Restoration, triple Mango Clarity, so they're going to have all kinds of... It's sustain against sustain, and we saw last game how good the Eye can be. Top lane, Ice just gets poked down. First blood goes the way of 23 Savage.
He did miss a few creeps under tower, but Whiteman's actually going to do a great job here of dragging the creeps back outside of tower such that the lane is not going to push.
Nice.
There is a creep drag behind tower by Crit, though. So a little bit of shenanigans going on from both sides.
Yeah.
A little lane creep equilibrium manipulation.
And those denies they're not getting back here as bottom lane Arteezy goes in with the cask on a Cuckoo. The tether sustain, he salves himself and then loses it. So a lost salve there from Zephyr. As Cuckoo just going to try to tango himself back up. A big wave pushing in towards him though.
This is one of the best ways to deter aggression in the early game. By intentionally shoving the lane into their tier 1 like this. It's going to set up the pull of the small camp by Fly, and it allows Arteezy to be by himself because for the majority of the time that he was alone, the offlane duo were both level 1, but now that they're both level 2, he's going to back off a little bit. Lane's going to be reset, and IO acts. Like we were talking about how aggressive this lane sounds like it wants to be, and they're just not going to be able to do that super early because of the fact that EG shoved the lane so hard.
Interesting crit. A lot of roaming from his Mirana, poking around the mid lane, maybe looking for some couriers, looking for an arrow with the Searing Chain set up, or just to deny some water runes. So very active from him early on, feeling like Ice can just do fine on his own on the offlane Lycan.
Yeah, as long as the lane's near Ice's tower or even remotely close. The thing about Lycan as an offlaner is he doesn't help the 4. You know, what does he do to make you more powerful? And usually if that's like a question you can ask yourself and the answer is just nothing, then the 4 position can just leave.
Oh, he's going in. He's got a 3rd courier. He got 1 earlier on. He's going to get 2 down bottom.
That's a lot of gold. That's 300 gold between the 2 couriers for his entire team across the board. So
yeah.
that is not to be underestimated.
I mean, yeah, especially this early on. That's looking at a couple of creeps per player. Nice little find for him. Abed, the Flame Grate should be okay here. As Carl just, you know, doesn't want to play too aggressive when Crit's been missing from the map so often. You get hit by an arrow onto a tower or something and suddenly things can quickly turn around on you.
Oh, I didn't even notice the skill build from Abed. It's 2-2-0. With the arrow set up on mid lane, narrowly dodging it. That would have been a disaster.
Mentioned how this could be a bit of a tough one for the Axe. He's done fine so far in terms of last hits. He's getting pressured a bit by the damage output of the Tiny. No points in the Maledict to worry about, though. And
but the benefit of the IO is that he didn't have to buy himself a bunch of regen, which means he was able to rush the Ring of Health. And thus, if he can get to that Vanguard without dying, his game will be smooth sailing, at least for the time until he gets his blink. But salve used.
Yep. I mean, that seems that's good for them. I mean, if you're burning through Arteezy's mana pool, suddenly that kill threat goes away.
Yeah, he doesn't have any stick charges, so that is one of the last times he'll be able to use that avalanche.
It's like T1 finally getting a bit fed up with Crit's shenanigans, trying to keep tabs of him a bit more. Tree and Protector rotating in to say enough is enough.
So he is going for the stats build on 23 Savage.
Mid lane, I believe that was the Searing Chain's arrow.
He was underneath his own tower, though. A lot of extra armor.
Has the Bottle Fairy Fire, so yeah, he seems to be in too much danger, but they are still playing around this one, and Crit Bottle charges between the right clicks. He's going to turn around and get the kill on the Mirana. Is there a Sleight of Fist? Ooh, just out of range. That was close.
That is deja vu. We saw that in one of our games earlier.
Yeah.
It was nothing to say diving Quinn and going for the Sleight of Fist, and it misses by like an inch. Meanwhile, Ice does drop top.
Yeah.
He's going for the stats build on Gyro, though. It was quite a hot build last patch that fell out of favor, and then they nerfed Flat Cannon to be more mana at higher levels. So people felt like most games, unless they have the IO with the Gyro in lane, that they didn't have enough mana to cast Flak and Rocket Barrage now. So people are going back to the stat build. The idea is that you're playing like a Dusa for the first 20 minutes of the game, and eventually you'll be a Gyrocopter. But that's what people have been doing, and it makes sense against Lycan. His sole job as a Gyro this game is to allow his Bat and Axe to be aggressive and defend his tower against the Lycan as long as possible.
6-mate rune coming up. Both sides want it. Crit trying to secure it top. It spawns elsewhere, and he's going to look to leap away.
He's only got one leap
charge.
left.
Yeah, getting slowed down here, but does get some help. A Lycan Wolf coming on over. Imagine it was thinking, okay, I got some backup, got some body blocks if you need it. But it was a DD rune, I believe, that spawned bottom.
23 Savage is the one living the dream, though. 38 CS, absolute free farm. Lycan's not looking to pressure him anytime soon, so he can just honestly, the tree can just spend all of his time stacking. Whitemon just gonna play for the efficiency game.
17 denies. So TZ keeping up in terms of the CS, 34 on the Tiny, so still having pretty, both sides carries having a good game, but that really speaks to how tough this game has been for Ice's Lycan. And it doesn't feel like the decision to roam around in this Mirana has really paid off for EG. He did get those couriers, but outside of that, hasn't found those kills with the Searing Chains.
Yeah, the awkwardness is there wasn't much to do top for Crit, so he kind of had to go all in on getting something done mid, and like you said, that just hasn't happened. That narrow escape by Carl may not seem like much because all they lost was a Mirana, but he's been dedicating pretty much all of his resources in terms of lane impact to this mid lane.
Yeah.
So the fact that, like, what we're seeing that death cause is the net worth disparity between Arteezy and 23 Savage, because 23 Savage is not spending any resources combating heroes, which means all of his mana, all of his itemization is geared towards accelerating his farm. He's spinning flat cannons to farm, he's buying items that make his flat cannon do more damage, and we're going to see the first lasso come out.
Yep. Just the support kill, but
That's
happy
fine
to
with me.
throw it out. Yep. Not killing an Ember when he's got those Remnant charges, so...
You don't feel the need to kill Ember because he has gone for the Sleight of Fist Chains build. You can play for the efficiency game on the Batrider because you will farm faster than him if you're not killing each other.
Okay.
Which he's going to do, he's going to stack it up, going to get an Invis rune, probably just going to use it for mana. 23 Savage. Going for the Crystallis, the casual Crystallis, but for the Axe. Feels pretty good. 35 damage for, like, if you're ignoring the crit because the crit doesn't apply to your flat cannon. For 1,900 gold. It's honestly very cost effective.
See how long he can stick around this top lane, as it does look like EG are considering a bit of a movement towards it. 3 heroes headed on up there. They're going to find Whitemon instead.
Crit's not on point this game.
Yeah.
He needs to spam more of that really cool keep a PMA line, I think, that he's got. Seems to be a little bit flustered with this arrow casting.
Yeah, correlates arrow accuracy.
Yeah, it makes precision go up.
Not a hero he's particularly well known for, the Mirana. Like, think of like the NADPC, there was a lot of Quincy crew, MSS loved to play the Mirana, but not a hero that we saw crit on all that often.
Yeah, Moon Meander also likes Mirana a lot
Yes.
as well. But crit's more of the Tusks, the Earth Spirits.
Yep.
On the other hand, this is like right up T1's alley of support. It's like the way they play the map and the idea of like babysitting the map for their cores. You know, just we're gonna protect towers. We're going to play our own game, farm up our own items. You see Carl jungling, and you see 23 Savage jungling while the supports defend their towers. This is par for the course for T1.
Yeah, they love giving Cuckoo these good games. So he's such a high impact player. I mean, he's a mid laner who switched to the off laner, and if he can have a good game, I feel like a lot of T1 success is kind of tied to him. Even though the overall big game plan is to, let 23 Savage farm and play for the late game.
They are splitting Ancients, though. Normally 23 Savage would want these Ancients, but Batrider nowadays can farm Ancients. He is going to spend his time sticking those things up.
Yep.
Should have to get 10 holes charges before he can Firefly, because his Firefly is only level 1.
And even though he didn't die mid, he did get pushed out of the lane. He's a full level behind Abed, who is, level 8 and a half, so he needs this farm as well as XP, it feels like. Even though the Ember doesn't have the farming build, is doing well here as T1 look to mount a defense at this top
love
tower.
this rotation by Kuku.
Yep, he TPs on up, they take out Fly, they get him with the dunk. But Whitemon will pay the price for this one. Cuckoo very tanky with his Vanguard. Can he find more? Maybe wants the Helm of the Dominator creep. Another missile will chase down Ice.
Has been killed.
But I believe everybody has scurried away too far for T1 to really chase down anyone else.
So Carl's got his Boots of Travel now, which is so important for his map presence. It allows him to get crucial kills on cores without ruining his own farming game, because he can TP to fights, but he doesn't have to TP to this.
Have they got the damage for this one? No.
Cuckoo, though.
Ooh!
Oh, even pump faked it, too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. So Abed had to use 2 of his Remnant charges to get away from that. Is going to get a bottle refill, though, by Fly. Arteezy doing a lot of damage to tower bottom, but Carl is going to be able to rotate to this. Still has Firefly available. And they have Treant Protector to heal these up as long as they don't lose them. They have so much tower damage between the Lycan and the Tiny. I can't imagine he can out-sustain all of this damage across all the lanes.
Similar to game 1, we're seeing 2 teams not looking to, like,
Radiant
you know,
structures are
put their
fortified.
foot on the gas and, like, you know, charge at objectives or charge at the other teams. They're playing this more slower, methodical, farm-oriented game.
Yeah, it's interesting. Whenever I say Gyro played like this, I imagine like 90% of the map farm that's safe is geared towards giving it to him. But the fact that Carl has been being greedy to get his Boots of Travel, which is standard on Batrider, it's not like he's misplaying, is causing it so that 23 Savage is second in net worth to Tiny, despite having pretty much a free lane.
This is cool. Ice. You see there the Wolves blocking the Ancient stack, blocking both camps. We saw this Singapore Major. I mean, he's seen it a lot with him when he played a lot of Nature's Prophet, and he would always do this with his treants. He micros them to block the enemy Ancients, or at least block them from being stacked. That is a lot of gold being denied from T1.
That's super annoying. You don't want to be like, supports can't deal with that, right?
Yeah.
Like, they won't kill the wolf in time, so you'd have to be a core preventing that from happening, which is just not going to happen. If I'm a core and you're telling me I have to go protect my own Ancients by killing some wolves that give me 20 gold, I'm going to tell you to screw off.
Yeah.
Even though it's for my own good.
And that clearly is the game plan, is to just play this slow game where we're farming, playing the efficiency, farming our triangles. So it is heavily paying off to deny your enemy's gold while securing your own goal. That is a great way to play this game.
I'm not sure who out-carries who between Tiny and Gyro if they both get a lot of farm.
Here come the Wolves again. They're going to be a little bit late this time, but you can see the idea was there once again. Even not blocking the camps, it's giving them good intel, because this time around, EG are going for a smoke play. They want to get aggressive. And they see...
This is the 5-head play. Don't block so that you smoke into them farming it.
Yep. I believe T1 are reading this movement, though. EG themselves, they didn't block it because they get to farm it. Arteezy. Haven't seen too much from him. All right, there we go. Crit's getting back on it.
He's going to land his next arrow, guaranteed. I'm going to keep track of it for you guys. Don't worry, I promise you. If it doesn't work, it's because he didn't apply the promo code correctly.
Okay, they're going to throw out the Overgrowth. Should be a lasso to follow this one up. Have they got the damage for it? No, they don't need the lasso.
Nice.
Well,
That's really nice.
Well played by T1. Chaining it perfectly. Oh, they found the relocate. The Wolves were there. Arrow catches them. Didn't need the setup.
Like I said, guaranteed to land. So, consolation prize for EG.
Yep.
At the same time, though, somehow they're up by 2K. I guess it's just the map efficiency that they're going for, like by stealing the Ancients and getting the Ancients. Clearly, that adds up a lot.
And we saw it the one time. I don't know if I may have happened several times. I feel like we never really saw that stack other than the one time the Batrider farmed a triple stack.
So T1 is farming on a lot of heroes. Cuckoo's getting his Blink Dagger. Carl's going for his BKB. And, you know, Gyro's Gyrocopter. He's going for the Ags, but he's going to be farming for a little while. And suddenly we've got a Tiny with Shadowblade. And just to do some quick math, the Shadowblade gives you 175 damage. He hits for 240. So that means if he hits you twice, that is like 640 damage. Plus the Avalanche Toss combo. You know, let's just assume that's exactly 680 damage.
Okay.
That was just a random number. That's a lot of damage is what I'm getting at here.
That's some NA, man.
And A lot of heroes on T1, if alone, will die to that. Honestly, all the course, I think RTZ plus even just like a sleight of fist would be good enough to finish them all off. So now they're going to have to play like the buddy system while they're all trying to get items, which is going to make things a bit awkward. And if they bleed 1 or 2 more kills, it's going to bleed into more and more kills the way heroes like Tiny work.
Feels like one of the issues that we're seeing for T1 is there's just not enough farm to go around. Like,
Yeah.
Barrel's like, I kind of want to farm this triangle, then Gyro's like, no, I get priority. So instead, they're going to go for some kills. They find another opening to go an Ice up top, and he gets taken out. Yeah, there's not enough farm to go around, so at some point you have to make other plays, and they're going to find a kill there.
I don't think EG cares about that. Like, what would Ice be doing otherwise? He was pushing top lane. That's pretty much his job in the game, and he's just going to respawn and push top again. So what this is doing is T1 is buying more time to farm. So EG doesn't care about that, but T1 is very happy to have that extra minute of space that they get from that.
Fly getting some nice deep wards down with the help of the Moonlight Shadow. Tucking himself in. Does not have a TP to get out, so we'll see. Looks like he's going to be able to scurry himself out of there undetected as EG, continue to maintain this gold lead. It does feel like T1 don't have that hero that can safely push out these lanes. Like, every time I see their close farming, it's like, okay, they're in the jungle. No one seems to be able to do what we saw last game from, like, the Snapfire, where it's like, okay, I'm gonna just go and double nuke a wave, and we're good.
Yeah, we're seeing how Arteezy's playing, right? Most of the time when he's not hitting lane creeps, he's just sitting invis and Shadowblade, hoping to catch somebody out of position. And you have to imagine from T1's perspective. You know, if Carl's considering showing himself on a creep wave, what if there's an invisible Tiny there? It makes you second guess every little thing you're doing on the map, and you'll hesitate to farm creep waves that you would otherwise feel safe to farm, and that will naturally eke out just a little bit of net worth lead over time for EG, but it has stagnated. 23 Savage is farming quite fast. He's got the Ags now, feeling pretty tanky with the stats build. Got like that extra 200 HP or so.
Yep.
So I have that burst. Cuckoo not really feeling like he can do anything maybe, or doesn't have to do anything with his Blink Dagger because he's got it now, but he's kind of just still doing the same thing. They got the kill on Ice. But since then, he's been chilling.
This Fly Vision game, he's just got sentries littered around this dire jungle. He's got the Observer Ward, he de-wards there with the help of his Courier. May pay the price for it, but similar to the Ice kills, he is probably not really going to cost EG a whole lot by going down here.
He aggroed the jungle camp in order to have the creeps hit him so that he would spin more. That was really cool. He like went out of his way to stop attacking Fly to draw out the aggro of the creeps.
Also, they killed the Io, so EG getting a support of their own
and a tower.
Yeah, they are finding all the good trades on this map, it feels like. Up to a 3k gold lead. They're down on kills, but not the number that's particularly important right now.
I really think the difference here is that both teams need to push waves, and the fear is like the threat of the kill threat of both teams. Like you have the Lasso plus Axe Call, like pretty scary. And then you have the Tiny off map with the Mirana. Both very scary, but Lycan can push waves safely with his summons. And Tiny is incredibly tanky. You're going to have to dedicate like 3 or 4 heroes minimum to killing him. And EG just kills towers really fast. Like if they ever get to the tower itself, despite the tree armor, Lycan Tiny, that is about it. The most tower damage you can have. We talked about last game having virtually none. And now that just has netted a 3-for-0 tower lead for EG, despite T1 having the Treant Protector, who's usually meant to keep those tier 1s alive.
I think T1 getting a bit fed up of losing this economy battle. They got to be feeling frustrated having their camps blocked, these wolves just constantly scouting them out, preventing them making plays, blocking their camps. And they try and make a move bottom, it just doesn't connect, and while that's happening, EG's just walked their way into the Roshan pit now.
It's honestly pretty genius by EG that they are just playing for the objective pressure, because the thing about T1's draft that I'm seeing is lacking is that they don't have objective threat until Gyro gets a bunch of items. Until Gyro's hitting really hard, they can't take Roche efficiently, they can't take towers safely, and every time EG forces a rotation from T1, you saw them take mid tower earlier, now you see them taking Roche. Both teams are farming about the same amount, I think, but there's just objectives for EG. That's pretty much their entire net worth lead, and there's no easy way for T1 to get objectives, and so every fight they take will be on their own side of the map, which means they're kind of having to fight their way out of this containment that EG has, And if you're always on your own side of the map taking fights, that just never leads to objectives of your own.
Yeah. Yet to take a single tower at 20+ minutes in, despite, you know, having some kills, having some top net worth on a gyrocopter, they just aren't able to put together that move or that play that will open up the game. Now they've got to deal with an Aegis on Ortiz's Tiny. He's really the big threat, the big carry of this game, at least for now, it feels like.
They have a timing, though. Batrider BKB coming, Satanic on Gyro coming, and Axe BKB a little bit slower than those other 2 timings, but they're coming. So that's, I mean, it's just a matter of T1, how much time do they need to buy?
No.
What are they waiting for? How many of these big items do they think they need in order to make the play to change the status quo of the map right now?
That one gets slightly scattered out, but Crit doesn't have any good way of catching him. No Yule Scepter or anything. Has got the Spirit Vessel, so that's going to make life that little bit trickier for these healing supports of T1.
They don't want to bleed. The T1 has said they've had enough of towers that they've given up.
Yeah.
Even 23 Savage inconveniencing his farming in order to defend this, as he does have the Satanic. He is the strongest core on his team to defend towers at this point. Axe doesn't feel comfortable getting initiated onto. The whole point of that hero is to go on them. And Batrider, without a BKB, I think he just dies to a single Searing Chains. I think that will be full to 0 for him if they have the arrow follow-up. But he's got the BKB now. Going for the Shard. Philosopher's Stone on Bat feels pretty good.
Oh,
You're pretty much never attacking.
Poor supports. They're like, yes, Philosopher's Stone. Oh, okay. Never mind.
You can have my hand-me-downs
Yeah,
when the tier 3s come out, says Carl.
I mean, he's not had the easiest game just because there's not been much farm on the map for him, is it? Arrow finds the Axe here, but no follow-up. Cuckoo will be able to walk himself out of there.
See, he realizes that he already cashed in on the previous one. He's landed 3 arrows since, that he now has to refresh the arrow accuracy count.
3 charges, just like the
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Crit, for showing people the way. As Grove Bow on Gyro. That's a nice item.
Very nice. Yep.
Let's see. What does Tiny have? I believe he always chooses
has a
Fey
Fey
Grenade. Yeah,
Grenade,
he
yeah.
always chooses move speed items on Tiny because the hero lacks mobility. Holy Locket on Witch Doctor. He's got the Yules plus Maelstrom on Ember. Just a little bit of item catch up here.
This is feeling like the more classic EG game. Like we're gonna just farm you out. We don't care about kills. We'll poke at objectives, force a rotation. It's the starvation Dota. But here come T1. They're fed up. They get a Blink Call initiation onto Crit's Mirana. And EG, the second they see a 4 or 5-man smoke gang towards them, they'll sacrifice one and go farm elsewhere on the map. They're happy to give up 1 kill as long as it doesn't lead to an objective, as long as they continue farming.
The way EG's lineups always work is so fascinating because their heroes individually always function better than the opponent. And T1 knows this, so they're trying to force these 5-on-5s. But now T1's separated.
That's a relocate back in. Jump in from Abed, finds the eye on the backlines here as Cuckoo does get helped out by the Living Armor. The flak just spreading on out here. Have they got the damage? I don't believe they do. Toss coming up, the Gyrocopter in some trouble here. He's been left alone. Can he heal himself back up? He needs the IO support as well. He is healing. He's doing a good job here, but it's just not quite enough. The damage isn't there. Even with the tether, he's keeping himself alive, but his teammates are just falling one by one as Ortiz gets an ultra kill. Can he get the Rampage? He need to cancel a TP. He won't get the chance to do so. He gets denied the Rampage, but EG convincingly win that fight.
I didn't see if Crit landed an arrow, but clearly he did because he's refreshing just in case. He might have landed 3 arrows worth of a 1 arrow, but I don't know if you can give EG Tiny.
Yeah.
This hero is a skirmish hero. You pretty much never want to take direct 5-on-5s where both teams have 5 heroes to start the fight. That was such a cool move by them because what they did was they knew T1 had to make a move. T1 made the move. They found somebody on EG. EG just ditched them. Like, they just said, hey, Crit, you're dead. See you later. And then T1's not just going to sit there holding each other's hands, so they separate, and EG immediately punishes that.
Yeah, and they run at them so fast. You've got this Aghanims on the Lycan now, so the Wolf Bite onto the Tiny can just be so powerful here. As T1 getting very low, that Ember chip and harasses. You can't run when there's this Ember in the game.
So, only thing I can imagine that's scarier than a Tiny, like, killing you is a Tiny that crits, like, 70% of the time for 200% damage. trying to kill you here, as we see that exact thing
It's,
happening here.
Yeah, you see this wolf running at you, and you're like, wait, why is he stunning me? What's going on?
It does make him melee. We were wondering about that earlier.
Okay.
So Tiny, even with Tree, you don't see him holding it, but he still has all the bonuses of Tree, but he is the melee range.
Yep.
So it's not as broken as it theoretically could be, but the fact that Tiny hits for 360 and then you're making him crit almost every hit is
And you've got that
terrifying.
movement speed, so you kind of make up for the lost attack range.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of Tiny just go for this Moon Shard. And Gyro and Tiny nowadays kind of carry in the same way in regards to eventually their be-all, end-all is to stand still hitting buildings and dare you to go on them. And just say, we're going to dump out so much damage when you go on me that if you don't go on me now, you're going to lose all your buildings. And Tiny seems to hit that threshold like 10 minutes earlier with like 5,000 gold less than Gyro needs, which seems to be the problem with the hero and what makes him first pickable for EG in the draft.
EG flipped on today. They are having a fantastic day of Dota.
Does it
Flawless.
feel like T1 has messed up? I don't feel like they've messed up.
It feels like a very strategic defeat so far. It's not over yet. They're looking to mount a defense of this tier 2 tower, but the Batrider just gets chased down by the Arteezy Wolf Tiny. They are just getting herded back to their base.
Wait, is he melee or not? I can't tell.
Yeah, he's
That
looking
looked
pretty
pretty
melee.
far.
Triple kill now. This time, can he get the rampage? He gets back to the high ground on the Io. The chase is on. Abed wants to finish him off, but he gets nice, well and truly back to safety there as this is feeling pretty hopeless for T1. They just felt like they couldn't do anything this game. They were up like 8 kills to 4 and just nothing happening, but this one has not felt particularly close.
I think this game's actually over. Gyro's dead for 30 seconds, and
EG think it's over. They're
know,
hitting tier 4s. They're going for throne.
if you weren't aware, Tiny will kill your entire base in 30 seconds.
Yes.
That's cool.
Well, you've got to defend your Ancient, and
They
T1
are not going to.
cannot. GG is called, and EG secure themselves their second 2-0 of the day. They've still got one more series to play, so it's good to play 3 series on the day where you're playing your best Dota. As for T1, I'm not sure if they have another series today to play. I know EG had 6 games, but they're going to at some point need to just reset because they're playing decent Dota, especially game 1, but it feels like maybe strategically these other teams have figured something out that they haven't.
Yeah, coming into this game, I liked the approach of both sides, and I didn't see any clear screw-ups from T1, and that just tells me that EG's draft was, strategy was superior in this specific game. I feel like the first game was a lot about who out-executed who, and I feel like EG just didn't mess up, really, and T1 tried to take the openings that they had. They farmed up the items they needed, the BKB, the Satanic. They had the Axe Call, they got the initiation, but EG would give them a Lycan kill, right? Top lane. They'd give them a Mirana kill, and then just back off. And T1 was losing consistently on the map and then not getting enough every time they went for a play. And EG, that's just textbook EG.
Yeah, it was just very clean. At no point did it feel like they were under any pressure, but we'll see what you want to do. Well, I mean, last thing I'll ask, Axe, yes, no? Do you want to see more Axe? Do you feel like this?
I mean, not against Tiny. I feel like Tiny kills you before you kill him, even if you call him.
Okay.
It sounds super... if Tiny's not a hero you want to put yourself in front of. You kind of want to kite him around and force him to use BKB or even just a combo defensively,
All right. Well, that does it for this game. We've got another fantastic series up next. Secret versus Beast Coast. Europe versus South America. Secret, I believe, 2-0. They crushed their first series against Team Spirit. Beast Coast, not too sure. We'll by the time we come back, we'll hopefully know. So we'll see you guys then. More Dota 2 coming your way. And here we are back again. We're getting ready for Secret versus Beast Coast. It's the TI-10 D stream. BSJ. Oh, sorry. that was not a reaction to seeing you.
I was about to say, so it's that bad. Huh? Jeez. It's only been one series, man.
You know, we got a few more to get through.
Yeah,
it's going to be we're a bit behind schedule, but we're getting back thanks to EG with the...
Thank you, EG.
Yep, thanks, EG. Oh, the game one, not that short. That was like a 45, 50-minute game.
Yeah, it was
but,
back and forth.
Very enjoyable games. We've had some close ones, even though there's been a lot of 2-0s. Something that you kind of thought might happen a bit.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. Is it a good thing or a bad thing when there's a lot of 2-0s? You know, because that means like the good teams are convincingly good, but does that mean like the underdogs aren't necessarily stepping up? You know, what exactly is causing it? In the case of the first game, I don't mind when it's a 2-0, meaning like T1 got outmaneuvered at a few points, but it was a very back and forth. Like a few things really had to go EG's way, but in the second game, it really felt like EG was just the better team.
Yeah.
And I think we're poised for a similar situation to potentially happen here with Team Secret versus Beast Coast, as Team Secret is 2-0.
Yep.
And Beast Coast is 0-2 coming into this series.
Secret played against Spirit and Beast Coast played against... was it a Chinese team, I want to say?
I didn't actually take their opponents down. I should have. I have their drafts, but I don't have their opponents. Putting me on the spot here. I think it was IG.
Yeah, I mean, the viewers
or
are...
VG.
It's what this isn't one of the things I'm calling you out, or anyone is, I think.
Yeah, I think it's VG. I think they played against VG.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 games going on at once. It's craziness here. We're trying to watch on 4 different streams. We're trying to get ready for casts and whatnot. And, you know, there's 3 other streams going on right now with results that we don't have a clue. So, but yeah. Secret, funnily enough, right after their series, when we came up to get ready for our cast, Puppy was just in a pub game. He's like, yeah, we just won our first series of the day. I'm going to go play some Spirit Breaker. So that was his warm-up for this series. He said, we don't... I mean, I imagine when they saw the groups, they did all their prep for today in terms of drafts, and Puppy didn't feel like he needed to do any more. He just wanted to stay warmed up.
Yeah. Puppy generally doesn't pub all year, and here he is. So TI, clearly a big enough occasion for him to step it up. Nah, I mean, as a captain, as a 5 position and competitive who's been playing for like 12 years, Puppy just doesn't have to pub all that often. I feel like mechanically, I envy him. You know, how is he so good at these like micro heroes and stuff? And I'm like, I think the average mortal has to practice.
Yeah,
consistently. And I guess he's scrimming, right? But usually that's what pubs are for, is to like brush up on your mechanics. And it doesn't feel like he has to do that. But Spear Breaker, definitely a hero that you need to practice going into.
Practice those bashes.
Should hone that 17%.
Yeah. He always strikes me as someone who could be like a very talented core player. Like he's just that skilled.
Yeah, but I don't think you can replace his captain.
Oh no.
That's kind of
that is a huge rarity in Dota. He is, you know, in that group, very small group of maybe 2 or 3 captains of just like best captains of all time, and also just best captain in the game right now. Like he's up there, top 3 at least.
Now, with the way the meta's getting played, which is very fast-paced, skirmishes all over the map, early tower pressure from heroes like Lycan, I'm personally surprised we haven't seen as much Nature's Prophet as we have seen so far. There has been, I think, this is the first one I've seen.
I saw one. I think maybe Secret. Did they have it in their last series? When we're watching, while we're waiting, there was like a.
Yeah, they did have a Nature's Prophet today. Actually, it was later on in the draft.
5 seconds remaining.
It was offlane with a 4-position Monkey King. So I guess pretty similar with the Shaker.
Shaker, yeah.
I mean, Tusk Silencer already making Shaker's job in the game pretty hard. Silencer, combo breaker, or Shaker alone is his own combo. Echo Slam into Fissure.
And when you see Tusk and Beast Coast, it's not necessarily a support. We've not been thrilled about the double support pickups, but Whisper loves to play this offlane Tusk as well, so this could theoretically be a 3-position hero.
Yeah, we've seen it. The Echo Saber build. I don't know how I feel about it. There's just like certain carries where we saw PL from Secret earlier against it. If you just don't die to the Tusk,
5 seconds
the Tusk offlane feels kind of underwhelming. The whole like purpose of the kid is that he just one-shots you full to 0.
It seems like a laning stage specialty, but then after the laning stage, if you're not snowballing, it's problematic.
Literally. That one never gets old. You know, as a pun man myself, there's some of them that you always find yourself circling back to, and that is one of the archetypes for sure.
The best is like you just kind of walk into them. Like it's like I didn't plan on it. As soon as it happened, I'm like, all right, let's roll with it.
Yeah.
I'm going down that line.
Okay, so they ban out the Lina. That's Nisha special.
10 seconds
A
remaining.
lot of teams have prioritized Lina, but Nisha particularly.
5
does
seconds
love that hero.
remaining. Team secrets turn to
Also a
battle.
lot of pressure. I think you want a hero that conveniently, like, shoves lanes, but also plays off map a pretty good amount. That just walks to the Nature's Prophet lane at some point, where the Nature's Prophet's going to be consistently pushing your tower, consistently making you put your body there in order to defend it, and then one of those
10
times you're just going to randomly die to
remaining.
Alina. You know, that's the kind of hero that you want to pair with it, I think.
5 seconds remaining.
Seeing some more bans coming out. I do want to just take a few steps back, look at, bird's eye view. Team Secret, I personally feel like they are coming in like intentionally as underdogs, and like to me, I put them on the same tier as EGLGD. Like to me, those are like the 3 favorites here. I think we saw such a year of dominance from them during 2020 when they won like 5 grand finals in a row 3-0, and I think this DPC they just kind of chilled a bit.
Yeah, which is weird. Usually they're super tryhard all year, and then they kind of flop a little bit at TI compared to what you'd expect. I mean, flopping for Secret was like 4th. Like compared to what they performed during the year, it's all perspective. It is a flop, but this year, I expect Secret to get top 5 personally.
Yeah.
I would put them as one of my favorites with the caliber of players that they have, and they have not expended all of their success during the season.
For sure. It feels like, there's a very different mentality coming in, and also the player and team that's knocked them out for like the last 3 TIs not here. Kuro has been Puppy's undoing for many TIs in a row, so that bodes well for him. It's kind of like you just keep getting knocked out by the same guy.
What's a Superman do when Kryptonite's gone? He takes it all, man.
So it could be different. Yeah, and I think for Secret themselves, I think even top 5, top 6. I think they're at least expecting top 3 or something. Obviously, any team in that elite group once is hoping for first place, but I feel like another top 6 for Secret that isn't what they won't be happy with that.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy with anything less than top 3, maybe top 2. But Beast Ghost, on the other hand, is this not the exact same roster as Infamous?
Yeah, and it's one of the teams that's like stuck around the longest. It's been and that's what's great about the DPC is like suddenly we're seeing this stability in regions that weren't usually known for stability.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm just because I'm almost certain, but they have not looked convincing on LAN. Both they first didn't show up to the first LAN, so that's an easy way to not be convincing, and then they didn't make it out of the group stage at the Animajor. So Beast Coast 0-2 so far. Haven't shown anything at LANs this year. They've shown that Hector can be one of the scariest farmers in the entire world. They play the 4 protect game as good as any. Last series, we saw him be on the Naga and the Sven. They did come up short on both those being 0-2, but he did get farmed. So far, they see the carry matchup already. They have a lot of space makers, disruptive supports, Silencer as well as Tusk. Timbersaw as an offlaner, his whole job in the game is pretty much to make space for the carry, whether or not that's pressuring the opponent's tier 1 towers or protecting your own. Against heroes like Nature's Prophet, you can kind of just be the wall that prevents him from getting your towers. In theory, he's nice to protect your towers, but I like him more against Chen, for instance, because Chen goes to a tower and he's committed. He's got all of his creeps there. On the other hand, Nature's Prophet just says, oh, I forced a Timbersaw to TP, I'm just going to go somewhere else. And they look like they've demoted it to 5 Prophet or mid Prophet.
It's either been demoted or upgraded. Yeah. Which way are we going? Definitely something Secret have played. Oh, they play in all 3 core roles. Like Nisha plays it, Matu plays it, and I plays it. So
yeah, it's almost certainly a carry Ursa. Hero that's been underwhelming, I would say. It has been a stack meta for a long time. They did nerf stacks, which buffed Ursa slightly because he definitely never farms them. You're no longer going the Battle Fury build of old. Being the hyper carry, we're almost always seeing the Diffusal Blade into run at you, secure the early Roshan. It's really nice if you can skip the Morbid with a hero like Nature's Prophet who has summons to tank the Rosh for you, because you'll kill it really fast. You're also meant to shut down the Timbersaw early, so he has a clear purpose in the game. And they go for Sven, who in theory is nice against Prophet because he clears the trees, but Team Secret's entire lineup kind of just says whoever puts their body in front of this trees is going to die. So I almost would have liked a hero that doesn't have to put themselves in the lane, but that's not the case here. So
5 seconds remaining.
if Beast Coast falls behind even slightly, they will get absolutely ran over. But they have very greedy heroes on Team Secret. They all need like that first item. Darkseer needs that first item. Ursa needs that first item. Nature's Prophet, wherever he goes, will need at least something. So Beast Coast, I think, functions a lot better with just levels.
Yeah. It's not one of those Darkseer games where it's paired up with like a really aggressive 4 that's looking to put pressure on it, feels like. It's a Darkseer that's looking to farm.
Turn to
Yeah.
ban.
Earthshaker's more about securing the lane rather than dominating the lane. And they ban the Ember Spirit.
Well, yeah, as far as Beast Coast, you're thinking just going to be offline Timber. They are going to actually play the Tusk as a support this time.
Yeah, I don't... Honestly, I've seen some
10
5
seconds
Timbers.
remaining.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking more
but
like mid-Timber.
I don't think he'll... I don't think Timber is a hero that gets countered and then you put him mid. I think he's more of a, oh, they picked Kunkka mid? Okay, fine, I'll put Timber mid.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like taking a crucial role out of the game on Timbersaw when he gets countered. The hero, it doesn't make you feel better to like dodge the lane. Ursa honestly doesn't lane against you very well. It's just once he gets level 7 on Ursa, maybe even level 8 or 9, he starts to chew through you and represents that kill threat.
5 seconds
They ban the
remaining.
Invoker. Okay.
Well, Beast Coast will have that
Beast Coast's
final pick of the
turn to
draft. No
ban.
DK, no Ember. Have you felt like from your games and just watching games you watch, like that having that last pick of the draft is a big advantage still these days, or not as much?
People were commenting that first pick got heavily buffed because in the second round, you now get that Darkseer
10
pick, the 8th
seconds
pick
remaining.
overall, which you used to go to second pick. It used to be alternating. Now it's
5
first pick, then
seconds
2 picks
remaining.
from second pick, and then first pick again. But actually, in this case, sorry, Sven. So second pick has now been feeling more powerful. I'm like mixing up my two sides here. It's the fact that you have the 2 later picks to me that is so scary.
Yeah.
That Sven plus the response pick here. But honestly, I don't think I've seen too many drafts where it's just gotcha and you lose the game. I don't think a lot of the cheese heroes are very powerful right now. None of the Meepos, the Huskars, even Tinker,
10
who has a
seconds
really high pub win
remaining.
rate
Beast Coast's turn
with
to
the rework, so he doesn't have to buy Boots of Travel anymore.
A lot of the cheese heroes were also just reworked and made less cheesy, I think.
Yeah.
That's something I think Iceberg is like, okay, we can make Dota less, wonky. And some heroes like
Absolutely.
Meepo just aren't that good right now. Brood, same thing, kind of
10
being a
seconds
bit overly nerfed.
remaining.
When the
TA?
cheese heroes are good, they're you just pick them early.
5 seconds
Like when Brood's good,
remaining.
it's first 2 worthy. But yeah, and it's felt like that's been a trend maybe even for the last few years, where teams are just way better and overall, like they know how to draft. They don't get caught out by surprise by cheese picks.
It's amazing how hard it is to not get caught off guard, but if you get cheesed enough,
Yeah.
eventually you come prepared. I said TA, but then I see the Darkseer, and I immediately retract that statement.
Again, into the puck. What do Beast Coast want? They haven't got much time here.
Yeah, the DK's banned out. TA's kind of blocked. Just naming puck lane
It's-
counters right now. Okay.
Choose your hero.
They needed a Yule's builder. You need it against the Ion Shell Surge of Darkseer, which can both be dispelled. The Overpower of Ursa can be dispelled. You also want to Yule's him up in the air when he ults. And then you have the Silence from Puck. So a natural Yule's builder was definitely necessary. But I'm definitely leaning towards Team Secret's draft. I think Darkseer with a decent laning phase is terrifying. So my only concern is maybe those few early levels. I think Sven Silencer is way stronger than Earthshaker Darkseer, level 1 and 2. Like Darkseer needs that second point in Ion Shell. But if they can get past that, I think Secret's early game will just come online much faster.
Yeah. Something I feel like, especially the viewers always notice, you see Beast Coast draft and you're like, 3 melee cores. And they've got an Ursa, even Puck, like Dream Call, locking these heroes down. It's hard to play with all these melee cores into Secret's heroes to some extent.
Yeah. Earthshaker alone is scary. This is 4
Yeah.
melee heroes, all of which have to be point. There are like melee heroes in the game that don't have to be point blank range to do their job, and these are all heroes that Tusk has to be casting tag team. Timbersaw's abilities are all on top of him. Same with Finn and Void Spirit. Void Spirit's not some backlining mid hero, you know. So if they ever get caught vacuum 3 or 4 heroes, they will all die.
Yeah, there is a lot of combo potential in this Team Secret team fight. See there, we're talking about Puppy in his pub game. He's got that level 20 Nature's Prophet, so something he is well versed in. Whispers Timbersaw, a classic for him. And here we are. We're going to hop ourselves into game 1.
Good to be this good.
I haven't heard that one yet.
Yeah,
For battle.
I'm surprised. It's classic PPD. I love it.
Yeah, if you could name a more iconic voice line for who it represents, I don't think any of them do a better job.
I hope we see a bit more of that on the main stage. Not sure the EU teams are big PPD fans necessarily though, so maybe they won't be as on board the PPD spam. We'll have to figure out what the voice line meta is. You know, that's a meta in itself.
I think the voice line meta is how many languages can understand your voice line. Like the FE one is perfect because laughs are a global thing or universal thing, and then also like how many Dota situations can you say it where it will tilt the opponent.
Yeah.
I think that seems like a
30
really
seconds
important
to
aspect of the voice lines.
East Coast with an early invade, gonna come in, block some camps and everything. To deny some of that farm game. I think perhaps knowing that Shaker's going to be maybe spending a lot of time out of lane doing some stacks. I'm going to shut down those shenanigans.
It feels good to be this good.
It doesn't help.
It looks like maybe they're
The
dodging.
battle begins.
Oh no, they're just being aggressive. I got mixed up a little bit there.
Do you think it's tactical? Like they know, Secret EG, have had those rivalries in the past. Does he bust out the PPD voice line just for Team Secret?
Team Secret seems like the team that would just mute everybody on the enemy team regardless. They're not even going to let you potentially tilt them with voice lines. And Secret's doing something really cool here, where they know Timbersaw kind of relies on being inside the creep wave in order to get those reactive stacks up if he wants to go for that. Or he wants to use Timber Chain to hit you and last hits at the same time. So they're confronting him. They're poising to confront him before he even enters the lane. And right now, Schofield is mid lane, warding the small camp and potentially looking to deward anywhere else. So he's not there yet. It's going to give Matu probably a free creep wave, which in a matchup like this, which is kill heavy one way or the other, can make a game-changing difference.
Yeah, he just can't come out. Puppy's just chilling with Treants, has the Blightstone too, so I mean, Timber, not much starting armor, does have the Ring of Protection, but that's tough for him. Take a look at some of these other lanes. A lot of damage going back and forth in the mid lane. Chryslok getting very low there. And we're going to see how they look to salvage some of these lanes. I think Schofield already recognizing this bottom lane is going to be tough without the reactive armor. Is looking to pull these.
Look at what Puppy's doing. That is such a cool move.
Drags the wave with a Treant. So Schofield, it still moved the creep wave, but
It's the jungle lane.
yeah, the fourth lane. Have you heard the stories? And Puppy just trading right clicks with Schofield here. Has ice shots, but what a really clever stop for him. They are completely keeping Whisper away. He has hit level 2. It looks like he wants to grab the next wave, which he'll succeed in
grabbing
doing
the
so.
other way.
Yeah.
This is
I
clowning.
don't even want to look at it.
Oh, okay, he's taking it under tower. He's like, okay, you can have it. This is too inconvenient for me. I think he's going to wait till he gets his boots first. Oh, he's going Glove of Haste first. Okay. Ursa's a really weak laner nowadays.
Yep.
Ursa used to be such a lane dominator, so having a free farm lane like this on Ursa, you're perfectly content with this.
All that chaos going on there was a first blood up top.
Yeah, they used a vacuum because I leveled it level 2 instead of Surge.
Ooh.
It feels good to be this good.
And looking over at our mid lane, we have ourselves a Puck versus Void Spirit lane. So far, pretty even. Both now going to start going for some of those water runes. Puck, actually, no water rune for
It
you.
feels good to be this
Radiant's
good.
bottom
But
tower
he's going to
is
be
under
A-okay.
attack.
Nice job by Yapster to make sure that Nisha gets the bottle refill up top.
You'd think Whisper's busy laning instead of voice lining, but he's been dragging creeps about 80% of the time.
Yeah. Doesn't have to focus on the last hits quite as much when he's just running away. He gets a creep wave under the tower now. And good job by Tusk giving him this kind of solo XP. It's still a level 1 Tusk, but Timber's a hero that can really benefit from that solo experience. Back up top. They managed to chase down K1 Hector and get the kill on the Sven. So that's the carry going down.
This is a lane I said I thought they would win level 1 and 2 on the East Coast. Like, if they were going to pull ahead and dominate this laning stage, they would be winning by now, and they've fed 2 kills already.
Yeah.
So that's very concerning to me, because Darkseer, the thing about it is, can you kill the Ion Shell before it kills you when it comes to farming, right? And if you can't, then you're forced out of lane, which means that the Darkseer will free farm. He'll eventually take your tower. He's going to set up easy dives because he's got heroes like Puck that can conveniently rotate, a support Nature's Prophet that can TP behind your tower and summon trees. I think these early deaths indicate a very early loss of the tier 1 tower when the Nature's Prophet sees the time to change. Like, maybe the 5-minute catapult might be the time.
And a mid-hero like a Puck is a hero that's more than happy to get active too, I feel. So we could see that Puck make those plays to make sure you secure towers or even get some extra kills along the way. Doesn't necessarily bode well for Beast Coast just yet. We'll see if they can find a way to salvage things. If the Timber does get off to a good start in terms of getting that solo XP and some early items, he's going to be the one that needs to defend those towers.
The seeds of fortune.
Dire's structures
Oh,
are
a lot of back and forth mid here. Nisha's getting a little body blocked here. Chris Luggs, he's begging for that high 5.
Ooh.
And he thought he'd get past the tree.
Yeah. That look, I mean, it was one of those things that looks kind of bad, but it was probably just like a 0.1 second longer, and he would have jaunted over the tree. Nice solo kill from Chris Luck. He's a player that needs to step up if Beast Coast want to take a game or games off Team Secret.
They were already down by 1K at 3 minutes into the game prior to that solo kill, and we talked about the momentum that Secret's lineup has early to mid-game, as Stinger might be going down again.
Gets vacuum back in. Nice stun from the Sven just to save his support, but
okay.
Doesn't feel great. And yeah, the Iron Shell just constantly getting them low here. They haven't got any salves. They're out of regen. This is bad news for them in this top lane.
That solo kill was pretty massive is what I was getting at, because if they weren't winning mid, like I think if Chris Luck had died to Nisha, it'd be like GG.
Yeah.
Because they'd be losing all 3 lanes at that point. But now, we're feeling okay. I'm just concerned if K1's gonna have the space to farm the stacks that Sven generally needs in order to hit that crucial timing. Usually he gets his first item, and then he gets very quickly to a second item. And Schofield has been stacking, at least this big camp. He has not stacked the Ancients yet.
See if Void Spirit makes his way over there. Void Spirit looking for another kill, misses on the disable. He's going to make his way back out there. Not sure he would have had the damage to kill Nisha. He did have the raindrops out, so Chris Luck using up one of those astral steps, and Nisha looking A-okay here. Level 5 to the level 6 of the Void Spirit. Has to be a little bit careful for now.
Matus queued up the Mask of Madness after the treads. This is a throwback if he ends up going for it. I think it's been a couple years since I saw a Mask of Madness version. Puck guys again. Okay, it wasn't solo, but Tusk is not exactly a support you'd think that kills a Puck.
Here comes the move. We kind of talked about this potentially happen with the Nature's Prophet coming up top, and Yapster getting very low here. Does die to the creeps in the end here. Is the Iron Shield damage going to be enough to bring down Stinger, but not quite the outcome I think Team Secret were hoping for there. Schofield in the trees. Looking for Zai, who is going to go for a TP out. Can he get him with a snowball in time? No.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This has been a fantastic showing from Chris Luck so far, finding multiple kills and been a lot of pressure on Nisha's Puck, who has died twice now. Gets the rune as well, so the 50-50 exchange going his way. Tries the D ward, gets caught by a Dreamcaller. I don't know if they've got the damage here. I believe he should be okay. Yeah, Dreamcaller's going to be wearing off, and Chris Luck just gets himself out of there as Puppey comes TPing in just for the D ward.
did force him to pop the Arcane Rune, so it's not completely useless that they coiled him there. And they are going to threaten his tower. They brought him down to half, and now he has to be a little bit concerned, but really nice creep drag by Schofield to make it so the catapult will die. Really good awareness by him that his core just needs a little bit of help getting rid of that catapult. Huge amount of pressure represented by these catapults, but Beast Coast has thwarted them.
Even the top tier 1 tower is like almost full health still, and that's the tower.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, that's the tower you were kind of saying like you expect it to maybe drop early with that Nature's Prophet rotation.
Yeah, they managed to survive that dive where Yapsor went down behind the tower. And that's really important. When you have a hero like Sven against Ursa, very invasive carry, you need to protect your early towers. We saw what happened last game with T1 where the game was pretty even, and when they just lost their towers, eventually they got ran over, out-efficiency'd on the map. Oh, but Hector.
Yeah, he's just doing his thing, farming the jungle, but gets caught out with the Observer Ward and chased down. I believe that was the Shrine Ward scouting him out, and they use that to hunt him down as
It feels good to be this
Luck
good.
getting poked at will be fine.
Don't mind me.
This just feels so bad as Sven, where the opponent can walk into your jungle, and you don't know if they're ganking you or not. The thing about Darkseer and Earthshaker is they could just be farming a stack together with Ion Shell, and you just never know. And you don't want to like stop hitting creeps on Sven. You know, like maybe they're coming, but you kind of have to sometimes. And Hector, he's probably just going to retreat to triangle now, as he misses the stack. Ooh. Stinger, man. Ugh.
Yeah, they got one.
That hurts.
Here's, yep. Pops the God Strength there. He'll use that to clear through all those waves here. Is that back at top? Puppy. Oh, he's found a Curry. Says, forget Schofield. I want that Curry, and I want to start poking at this tier 1 tower. Over at bottom, Whisper trying to pressure the tower himself, but just the Timbersaw doesn't push particularly fast. He just deals with the creep waves and doesn't get too low.
You can tell Schofield's scared for his towers. Look at his skill build. He's got a 2-2-0 skill build as opposed to the standard max tag team. His job is to clear waves as best he can, defend his towers, peel waves off. Very fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen this skill build since the rework of the tag team.
And
going Veil. Interesting. Makes sense this game.
Chris Luck gets caught by a vacuum, but there's no follow-up.
So much pressure. Whisper's trying bottom, but he's just a Timbersaw.
Yep. And it seems like for Beast Coast, they're just trying to delay it as much as possible. It will finally now go down, but keeping up for a decent amount of time, it still feels like. Uh-oh. Chris Luck gets out of there okay. That was the Dream Call committed.
On Radiant side, you're happy to trade sides like this when you have an Ursa, because you're just going to take Roche the second Beast Coast puts 3 to 4 heroes bottom. And so Beast Coast is going to have to constantly be aware of that. I put that in the hands of Chris Luck, who's...
Nisha, double damage Void Spirit. Can he get the solo kill here? Chris Luck gets him low. There's no more Astral Steps, though, and he's going to be a little bit careful.
This is a good space.
Has got the Dissimulate still to maybe try and use that one to escape. Doesn't go to the high ground, though. Stays on the low ground. Gets caught by a Fisher here. I think he was trying to catch him by surprise and juke into the trees, maybe. But Secret didn't fall for it.
I think that's Roche. Yep. Mask of Madness is why he seemingly built it. He's only level 7. Usually you need a couple more points in the overpower.
There's the Treant's Puppy, microing them one at a time so he doesn't trigger the clap. This is some big brain puppy stuff.
They scouted out. Yeah, he has Snowball.
Know. Okay.
Wait to finish it.
Nice.
Oh, nice
Fissure just, yeah, if he went in there, the Fissure was waiting for him.
Look at that Sprout. That was a perfect Sprout.
Yep. This is become one of Puppy's best heroes as Schofield now in all sorts of trouble. There's a God Strength being popped somewhere. Chases on Schofield, does manage to get himself out of there. I believe they were pressuring this T1 mid tower, but Nisha shows up, and with the threat of the Dream Call, they've got to be a little bit careful here. After getting very low, he's got this Aegis, but he may just lose it if he's not careful here. Does end up going down. Great play from Whisper. Gets caught by the Fissure here. The follow-up from Nisha is there with the Dream Call. Catches out 2. I don't think they've got the damage to kill this Timbersaw. This is decent for Beast Coast. A lot of spells being forced from the Team Secret side, and they are holding their own, breaking the Aegis right after it gets picked up.
This is a level 9 offlane Timber to the level 7 Ursa, who was picked in response to the Timber. It's meant to be a counter.
Yeah.
I wonder what's really happened to Matu's game. I guess he felt the need to group up with his team early because he got booted out of lane. And that's showing. He's level 7 to the level 10 of Hector. That does not feel good at all.
I mean, you highlight Schofield Bill. I feel like he's just played such a smart game with how he secured the Timbers lane and since then just kept towers alive. Puppey does a nice sprout to get out of the ice shards, but still goes down top.
I remember during their run for 8th place at TI9, I believe it was, Schofield was one of my favorite players to watch. The word I use for him is pesky. He's just so pesky. You know, you're a secret. You know your game plan. Let's put some early pressure on these tier 1s. What the hell? This Tusk is 3-2-0 on his skill build. You know, what?
And it's unorthodox. Like, usually there's standard plays. Okay, the enemy 4 position playing this hero usually will do plan A, and if that doesn't work, they go to plan B. He's just doing, like, you know, he's on plan X. He's doing all kinds of wonky stuff.
Yeah, he's on his own little universe. And it totally makes sense, though. That's the beauty of it. Whenever people innovate, and then you just see it come into fruition in the way they play the game out, it's really cool to watch. It shows such an understanding of their role in the game. And the part of the reason that Hector has become so famous for being the fast farmer that he is that the rest of his team has gone through rigorous training of how to take care of the map 4v5.
Yeah.
Schofield putting on a clinic for you here.
Matu gets the enrage up before the stun comes in, but the ice shards block is there. Schofield holding onto the Walrus Punch will hit Matu. Snowball follow-up as well, and Matu is going to go down. Great kill for Beast Ghost.
Don't let him bait you, Matu. I have been baited by this Schofield man myself way too many times. And this is the first time I think I've ever seen a Tusk go first item Veil. I believe I have never seen that. And it's quite cool because they kind of have damage issues defending lanes and overall just before the Sven gets items.
Schofield continuing to poke the bear that is Team Secret, but right now they're not quite looking like a bear with how Beast Coast is having their way. Schofield will finally go down, but Puppey dies mid. That was Whisper getting a solo kill. Had the Yule Scepter and I guess making a nice little play there as he's now on the run, being chased down a little bit. Don't think Matu can do this on his own. Just be a little bit careful.
I really like the first item Yules. Most Timbers just default to Hood. Against a lot of magic damage, they have Puck, Darkseer, Earthshaker. It's not like they're lacking. But against the Ursa, I highlighted the need of Yules in the draft. And against the Darkseer as well. And he's immediately queued it up, knowing it's more important to dodge the damage than it is to, like, soak it.
Nice body tramp blocks from Puppey. Just a silencer kill, though, but... Yeah, his whole build, he's anti-Ursa. He's got the Halberd queued up second. We'll see if he does ultimately end up buying it, but he's making his entire game about negating what Matu can do in his Ursa.
Yeah, the Sven-Ursa matchup, if they could, like, ignore each other, Sven would benefit from it. But if the two heroes are forced to interact, then Ursa wins the matchup. And Whisper's like, I'm not going to allow you to hit my Sven.
You'll set up. Into the pull, and they're going to bring down the puck with the help of the Global Silence. Snowball in, looking for more. They get the punch. They get the... Oh, no! Yes!
Oh, my... I mean, we did say if there's a vacuum.
They were just about to get that like last right click to kill him, and the vacuum interrupted it. Holy cow. Ooh.
You can, like, feel that from the monitor, you know?
Yeah. That's the heartbreaking one for Beast Coast. If you're a Secret, you're thinking, hell yeah, that went perfectly.
This just reminds me in your pubs where you're like the mid lane and you're
another
struggling, you're dead.
Here it is.
And here's your team.
He looked so dead until that vacuum came in.
That's a highlight for the entire tournament right there. That is... Whew. Nisha says, I've now been killed by Chris Luck 3 times. Carry me. As Yapsor and Zai proceed to put the entire team on their back.
Yeah. The Team Secret team fight. Zai, he's 4-0-6, being in 10 of these 11 kills on a Darkseer. That's not a hero you necessarily expect that. And then you've got Yapsor in all 11 of these kills, 2, 2, and 9.
Something's got to blink.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
And that was indeed Beast Coast. They were dead. But
and it's the Team Secret line.
Yeah. Oh. Observer Ward going to find Schofield, just going for a D-Ward there, but now he knows exactly what's going on. Secret pulling ahead, 3K gold lead.
What the hell? We were just talking up Beast Coast and how they seemed in control, and then suddenly one vacuum, and that's just not the case anymore.
Yeah.
They both have halberds. I don't know how I feel about the double halberd. If you're Timbersaw, I don't want to say he's like ruining his own game, but he's inconveniencing his own game in order to make your game easier. I don't know how I feel about also doing it yourself, because Sven doesn't mind Halberd. It's a strength item that he benefits from the damage, but you don't want to buy Halberd.
Puppey, solo kill by Whisper. It's a bit of a deja vu here. The Dream Call is there, looking to catch him on the retreat. He still may be able to get his way out of this one. Doesn't manage to Timber Chain to the high ground here. Whisper doesn't want to go through the wall until he's got the Timber Chain.
That's easy farm. You can Timber Chain through that infinitely for that 5 gold.
Still being chased a little bit here. He's just going to go into the enemy base and TP out.
Of course.
Love it.
It feels good to be this good.
And Schofield again, caught trying to D-ward, I think. The same ward twice. He's committed to the D-ward job.
I said he's pesky. He might also be insane, because he has tried the exact same thing multiple times, and it has not worked any of those times.
It's the space for K1. It's like a bit of those, like, oh, we can joke about, like, oh, you know, he shouldn't die twice in the same ward, but it's like, he finds out where they are, and K1 is free farming elsewhere on the map.
You know, if you're in a pub and I was the Tusk, and my teammates flamed me, my response would be to ping the Sven's items.
Yeah.
Like, my Sven has all these items, because I'm up here dying.
Yep. He's
That's
almost
the natural response here.
3k gold ahead of the Ursa almost. He's put himself and his team in a position to, you know, go into the late game and win this game. The BKB time is going to be important, because what happened last team fight, you say Sven, yeah, he needs a BKB.
Desperately.
Well, Schofield, third time's the charm. Coming back into that same area, does stay...
Run it back, baby. Let's go.
He's near that observer ward vision. Perhaps he knows exactly the range of it. Feels like he's just on the edge of it. Like, okay, there's a ward there. Let's just stay right at the edge.
Yeah, he's the ogre for his team. You know, he's just gank tank extraordinaire. Just confirming, they are still there, guys.
Yeah.
Field report.
Meanwhile, ooh, what's happening here? Puppey got a bit of a... Oh, he blocked the Ancients. Okay. Smart from Puppey. Just TPs in, puts a sentry down to block that Ancients camp. Recognizing, you know, if this game slows down, even they'll de-ward it probably eventually, but if it just stops it spawning once, it kind of pays for itself.
Yeah, more than pays for itself. That's... Ancient camps are what? 170, 80, 180 gold? So, not including the XP.
Yep.
And it's very convenient for Nature's Prophet. He didn't have to walk there. He got to take the express route. He has the axe. I thought he still had to work on it. Makes it root.
Yeah.
And it also lowers the cooldown.
That can be pretty pesky.
For heroes like Sven, absolutely. You don't want to have to pop BKB for that. He's never building a Manta. I guess Satanic later. They did add the Dispel to Satanic. He'll almost certainly be building that.
Yeah, K1's goes BKB coming out. We'll see if Beast Coast want to make a play off this. They've already smoked. Sven likely going to look to sync up with them. They know this second Roshan is there with the Aghanim Shard.
That's huge for Ursa, because he does not want to spend 1,400 gold on that. But it's one
Yeah.
of the best shards in the game.
But Beast Coast, like, they're ready to fight now with this BKB timing. This is very smart of them as they jump in. They're going to find Puppey. Once again, he is not having a good time with this Nature's Prophet for the last couple of minutes here. And Beast Coast perhaps looking for more. Whisper could look to set things up with a Yule Scepter. Same for the Void Spirit. Can't get too close here. And Nisha's Puck has really been limited in what he can do this game. Can't really get near. If he gets caught by any kind of a Yule Scepter into the Aether Rim, he just dies.
Yeah, that's why they picked the Void Spirit into it last.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the heroes mid died of Puck Coil, but Void Spirit with just one item is absolutely terrifying because you can't phase shift out of it.
And if you can't rely on the... If they do catch him, they'll just pop the Global to stop Shaker from, like, counterplaying it.
Yeah. That's why they pick Silencer and a Shaker.
Yeah.
Beast Coast, the thing about NA and SA is they kind of learn from each other in drafting. There's a lot of one-to-one counters where you're just like, yep, they've got something to deal with that. They've got something to deal with that individually. And it's very different than a lot of like the EU teams who do this old game plan situation.
You don't have to Global for the Shaker. If you catch the Shaker, you get in with the Yules here. Nisha does find a support kill on the backlines. Chris Lusk is fishing. He's got the Yule Scepter. He just needs to catch Nisha, and Nisha knows that. Global Silence is there with the Snowball. They say, we've got the Remnant to follow up, and they'll burst him, blow him up. Nice buyback into the Global there, just to guarantee the kill.
Yeah, one of the most useful buyback supports because you have instant impact. You don't even have to be at the fight. And I think Nisha would have gotten away there, right? He would have been able to dodge the Snowball with phase shift into Orb, and he couldn't because of that.
Zai could be in some trouble here, but Chris Luck doesn't want to push his luck. Once you secure this Roshan, They know they got the Ursa down kind of low. He's on half health, so can't easily come back in this fight. But with the Shaker respawning, Schofield's just standing there like he's AFK, securing this Roshan. I love it. The tactical feeds continue. And securing an Aegis and Shard for your team, hell yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is
And this is how, as a spectator, we hopefully can convince you guys that deaths do not tell us how well somebody played that game.
Ooh, that's not a death you were hoping for.
Now that death, on the other hand, is more detrimental, I believe, than every death of Schofield combined.
Yeah.
As I don't think he was ever supposed to die there on
Yeah,
Spirit. Without Coil.
Stop looking.
Yeah, they're not. Without Coil, they didn't use Echo Slam. That's definitely just a overconfidence play.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world because K1's still farming, but now it's allowing Secret to just invade like they are, which when you have the Aegis on Beast Coast and a Sven that's looking like this.
Big one in, though. The Sven comes in with a BKB.
The Sprout!
Oh, the defensive Sprout. But now they come out of it. The counterplay's there with a nice Fissure blocking up the Sven, going to force him back. He Timber Chain's out of there, though. So they can just cut their losses at a Tusk. I imagine they'll be okay with this, but they really want to fight that one with the BKB.
That is a awful... Like, you'd think it's such a better... You'd have a better use of a BKB Aegis timing on a Sven, and he's going to get kited. The Sprout alone is going to be enough to be super annoying. He's already running out of slots. With the Aegis, he's already backpacking his Quelling Blade. And once he gets the Shard on Nature's Prophet, which he now has, because he went Treads, if he does Quelling Blade a tree, he's going to be stuck anyway because it spawns the treants on top of the tree that you cut down. He's going to have to go Ags, I think, on Sven.
For the mobility.
Yeah, I think you have to do it.
Bouncer. Caught a little bit up top. Nisha's there to follow it up. There's a force stuff, but no. Fissure's there to block him. Oh, okay.
That
Yep, sure. Drops the dunk to secure the kill. Can Beast Coast punish this? I mean, it's a big ultimate, but...
He has no buyback on Silence.
Yeah, and I think Secret know this. They want to force a fight. Great vacuum in a two-man fissure. Yapso blinks in, though. He's in a bit of trouble here. Gets taken out by the Chakram. They do get a support for it, but Secret probably not going to feel like this one's worth it as they lose Zai as well. Chase is on. Doesn't look like they'll get anything more just yet. Puppy's pretty far away unless they fish him out.
See that Timbersaw's level 20? What the hell? I guess he's
Getting
just
out
been
of
a part
control.
of crucial kills this game.
Yeah.
He's keeping up with a Sven who's been hitting creeps all game. Hector has 328 CS at 24 minutes into the game, and they're the exact same level. They are crazy out-leveling Secret right now.
Yeah. It feels like at this point, Secret, you know, not to flame Matu, just don't have that real carry here for the mid to late game. They're going to be relying on this big team fight combo that has worked for them, but like Matu can't just kill anyone by himself.
You have a lot of heroes that need to be comboed, and they're all very beefy. And I don't think you're going to see Beast Coast heavily committing to a hero like you saw mid lane. I think they learned their lesson. You know, you're confident for a bit, you're in the zone, and then you get Echo Slammed as 4, and you get it like, you know, you get the water splashed on your face, you wake up from the high that you were on, and that I don't think they're going to give them that again. So I don't know how they have enough damage to like distribute amongst all the cores of Beast Coast for Secret.
They have got those kiting plays. You mentioned the Sprout. Puck's going to have an Aghanim Scepter soon, so that's going to limit what this Sven can do. Here you go, Void Spirit gets caught by the Fissure from the trees. Does get off the defensive Yule Scepter. The Global Silence is there, but Zai tries to get him with a Greaves Vacuum.
That would have worked.
Just couldn't get the perfect timing he was hoping for.
So the thing is that Sven can get out of Puck Coil with Ags. So he is going it. Yeah. They like never go Ags anymore on Sven. It's kind of outdated after like Swift Link getting added into the game. Satanic just being a broken item for carries in general. Silver Edge also is an amazing option for Sven. But the fact that Sprout's such a massive issue and it's such a low cooldown ability, and then there's really no way for any carry ever to get out of Axe Coil on Puck, Sven one of the few that can Superman out of that Puck Coil.
Seeker going to resort to some pesky split pushing both mid and top. These guys have to address these lanes. They've got Chris Luck in the front lines. There's the vacuum. Two-man fissure. Yapsor follows up with the dunk. Catches out two. K1's trying to turn this fight around, but his BKB is going to be wearing off fairly soon. Hasn't really done the damage on the backlines. Whisper, he's taken out the Shaker. Can he find more? This Timber is causing all sorts of problems as Puppy's TP gets cancelled and Whisper wants more. Is there anything from Matu? No. TP's out. Mules was on cooldown. So it ends up being a slightly secret favored fight. Yeah, okay, yeah, 12 gold. XP going, I mean, pretty much an even fight in the end.
You knew that down to the penny, gods. You were like, that was a secret favorite. Yep, 12 gold.
But then I saw the XP and I was like, what's more valuable, the XP or the gold?
Is it 12 gold or 60 experience? You know, we could take a poll on that one. But yeah, I don't know. Like Secret, they executed that fight pretty insanely high level. Like that was a coil vacuuming them out of the coil into an Echo Slam.
I think we can take a look at here
And it's still
again.
an even trade. It does, PBD, it does. That's like as good as it gets for Secret, I think. And the fight's going even, so that doesn't bode
Whisper's
well.
just on the backlines doing like, he's the one dishing out the most damage. K1's just getting kited, and he's kind of the focus of so much of this Secret lockdown and control, but
You can't deal with this Timbersaw. You cannot afford to use your spells on this Timbersaw. He's got status resistance from the Halberd.
Yep.
He's got like 3,500 HP because he got that Bloodstone completed.
yeah.
3,500 HP.
Oh, here come Team Secret again. They're not done. They want to keep fighting. K1 gets gone on. Dreamcoil's there. The global silence to keep him alive a little bit longer. He's going to turn with the God Strength, but he can't hold his ground against the Matu. Ursa does get the Stormbolt out. Is jumping in his Chris Luck. Have they got the damage with the Remnant pull? They're going to take out Matu. Darkseer dead as well as Whips is going to go chaining on forward. Yapster's in some trouble here. Needs to find a blink out. Coast win another fight, getting 3 kills for 1. Oh, there we go. Can hear.
We're back.
We got Dota Sounds back. Hopefully you guys had us as well.
Don't worry, you didn't miss anything important. I was talking about what I thought about the game. So, 7k advantage for Beast Coast. Pretty convincing so far. The Ags for Sven. The problem with this Ags on Puck is I think you're allowing K1 to buy an item that's like addressing everything. Like it just
with the
addresses
Ags, yeah.
everything you have, and you're committing more gold to this everything, which means that his everything or his item that he's buying is effectively negating your 4,200 gold and giving him what he probably needed anyways. So I think this is a bit of an oversight by Nisha. Maybe he doesn't know how that works. Maybe he thinks they need it anyways. Not 100% sure.
It feels like they just thought, like, if they, limit what Sven can do in these fights, don't let him carry the game, then things will be fine. But it's Whisper every single fight. This Sven has only, been in 8 of these 19 kills. He's not doing a lot of damage in these fights, but he's soaking up all these spells, all these disables, the sprouts, he's just putting his body on the line to allow Whisper to just have a free game. And Whisper, Bloodstone, 17 charges, about to have an Aghanim Scepter as well. His damage output is insane. He's getting close to that 25 to some extent as well.
If you saw a support's inventory of Tranquil's Veil Yules, how many guesses would you have to take to get it to be Tusk? If somebody said, what support is this? I think it would take me at least 50.
Yeah.
Because I do not think that is a build I have ever seen before on Tusk.
Another, you'll still also just make this Ursus game that much more difficult. When we speak of it feels like both carries on both teams are just unable to dish out reliable damage in these fights, and it's the supporting cast where Beast Coast have had an edge.
I would much rather have a Timbersaw if my issue is damage.
Yeah.
Right, compared to a Darkseer. Because Darkseer enables his other heroes to do more damage. And in this case, usually you see it being the Iron Cell Surge making the carry do more, but it's more so just the vacuum for the coil as well as the Echo Slam, which is a flat amount of damage.
Yeah.
Compared to the right click of carries as you scale later into the game. As Timbersaw has 3,600 HP, I don't think that coil break combo is going to be enough to actually kill him.
Timber deforesting the top side of the map here. Finds Zai, still has the Yule Scepter.
That's the Yules.
And Zai, he can't really TP out. There's just too much damage. Man. He just gets annihilated. 18 charges now, and about to hit level 25. He was like at level and a half. When I said he's almost 25, it didn't feel like I was being that serious, but getting that solo kill there, he's actually about to hit 25.
Yeah, and he's going to take the whirling, the Timber Chain range, for sure. I don't think the whirling death attribute reduction does anything. Yeah, they don't have to have one strength hero, so. This was a third pick Timbersaw, which was addressed by 2 heroes in the second round by Secret. And it is proving masterful performance by Whisper.
Schofield dies again, but that's been his job for a lot of this game, as Nisha may pay the price to just get a support kill. This has been one of the best 1-9 Tusks I think I've ever seen.
I think K1 is getting carried this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't feel like he's playing bad in any way. It's just the way the draft went, maybe.
Have you ever played one of those pubs as a carry where you feel like you're doing your job, but you never really had to do anything to win the game? You're like, I'm not feeding or anything. I'm farming. That's what I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
But your team is just like winning the fights for you. They're like, obviously K1's playing fine. I'm just saying that the performance from the other 4 has been pretty insane this game. This is what I think Beast Coast, old Infamous, has to look like if they're going to make a deep run at TI, because this is exactly what they look like when they got 8th.
Yep.
And that was when they only could play Wraith King. So the team's come a really long way.
They've added a few heroes.
Yeah, they're a little bit more diverse than Hector Wraith King nowadays.
Yep.
So this is really cool to watch, especially since they had a little bit of underwhelming performances during the Lions this season.
Perhaps a bit of a reminder that Timber's a hero you just have to be worried about, because that hasn't really popped up all too much in the drafts I've seen. As we're going to see Ursa try and jump on in to defend this top tier 3 tower, but Matu already gets chunked down to half health. The Dream Call is there. Sven just going to break it as he runs back. And Whisper on this front lines, he's just unkillable.
Yeah, just go on
health.
this guy.
He backpacks the cheese. He's like, I don't need this cheese. I need the clarity. It's fine. They can't kill me.
Okay, he'll take the cheese over a soul ring at least.
Yeah. I like how he popped the clarity and he literally just got a second before the puck clicked him once. He's like, all right, don't need it anymore.
Hey man, if he barely has any mana to cast something to finish somebody off, we'll remember that 2 seconds of clarity. Sometimes you only need 2 seconds of clarity to know what to do in the game, you know?
Yep.
That blast rig, by the way, is OP here. I feel like the only way he's gonna die is to get hit by Ursa 8 times in a row.
Yep.
In a matter of 2 seconds.
It feels good to be this
And that's exactly what this item prevents.
No situation.
I always thought that neutral item was particularly brutal for certain heroes to deal with, and Ursa would have to enrage to remove it, which I feel like there's a lot of other things you're worried about enraging for.
Matu going to have to just play that sacrificial frontline role, try and set up that big team fight for the Darkseer Earthshaker. That's the last hope for Team Secret, but he's dying in the process. Gets healed up by the Greaves. There's the vacuum. The follow-up isn't there. The silence. They get Yapsor before he can blink. He gets picked off. No buyback. And Beast Coast have found the opening they were looking for.
Superman.
As they just go diving in. They're looking for more. They get the Remnant pull onto the puck. That's 4 dead. It's about to be 5. It's about to be GG, I gotta imagine. Secret getting bested by the top South American team. They won Season 1, got second in Season 2, and Beast Coast, they're not here to mess around. They're looking like they've just secured Game 1 against Team Secret.
This is my first pleasant surprise of day 1. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not shocked. I think Beast Coast is a solid team, but so far it's been a lot of 2-0s in favor of the team that you would think would win if you had to choose one. And Beast Coast put on a clinic.
Yep.
I think the only thing they're missing is a cape for Sven, like for proper roleplay. I think they've got everything else needed to have a clean performance. They're just chaotic, even when they're winning. You know, like what other team do you see winning and you just see a Tusk randomly feeding under the same ward 3 or 4 times? Because it's not random.
No.
But it looks like it is.
It's a little similar to what we saw, like, Ice on his Lycan dying in the top lane last game, where it's like, okay, he gets picked off alone, and it kind of looks like he's, you know, quote-unquote feeding, but there is a bigger picture that Beast Coast is seeing.
Bread and circuses. Bread and circuses. All smoke and mirrors.
Secret, it's TI, of course. You don't GG out. A 30k gold lead Mega Creeps, they're going to play it out. We've seen, I think it was last TI where there was like 5 Mega Creeps comebacks, and before that there'd only been like 1 or 2 in all the TIs combined.
I don't think Ursa was in any of those.
Probably not.
Doesn't seem like the type
No.
of hero.
But here we go. Vacuum, where's the follow-up? They need it, and it's just not going to be coming in time. They're getting the Void Spirit low, but even he's going to find his way out of this one as there's the Global Silence. The Walrus Punch to follow it up, and this is looking all over as Matu does manage to bring down 1 or 2 with him. The Void Spirit did end up going down here, but what's the answer for this Timbersaw? 27 Bloodstone charges. Whisper has a Hex now. He solo kills Matu in the fountain. He is just out of control.
He's the highest level in the game.
They have killed 3, though. It is 2 Beast Coast heroes versus 3 here, but it's the 2 you'd want to see. As yes, the
I
Whisper
don't think
Timber.
Whisper can die.
Yeah, he's in the fountain. He's not really dying. Maybe if he stays in the fountain.
Give him like 7 more seconds in the fountain. I think he'll go down.
Jeez. Rampage. It does feel good to see someone this good, Whisper, as he forces the GG and Beast Coast get themselves a 1-0 lead. Man, oh man.
The inner monologue of K1 during the end of that game was, "I'm helping," as he's hitting the throne.
Yeah. That last fight, he did more than the previous fights.
I'm just giving him crap, right?
Yes.
That was a pleasure to watch. Beast Coast, one of the funnest teams in Dota when they are in stride.
That was, I mean, it's the Whisper show for sure. There's no doubt in anyone's mind who the MVP of that game is. You know, I think maybe an honorable mention to Schofield on his Tusk for some of the stuff he was doing, but Whisper, 20-1 on Timber, like, it was just nuts.
This is a game they could have easily lost at like the 15-minute mark because Darkseer Ursa just runs at you with the first Aegis. And I think I'd also give props to Chris Luck because he solo killed Nisha and then killed him again with a gank and then solo killed him again. And I think if that bit of pressure had not been relieved, K1 might not have had as much space. Whisper may have had the need to help the team a bit more, so he wouldn't have been able to play his own game. Just a lot of little things. I think that went in favor of Beast Coast, and I don't think it's like a coincidence. You know, you say like a lot of these stars had to align for the game to work the way it did, but that's exactly how Infamous was winning to be top 8. So this is a nice game to watch because it means a lot for me for Beast Coast moving forward.
For Secret, do you think there's an element where it's like, let's go back to the drawing board, figure out something different for the draft? Like, do you think, how much do you say this is strategy or draft versus play?
I think Ursa just makes your lineup a bit all in. I think you're on a timer. You're never going to be content with nothing happening in the game, and maybe against a team like Beast Coast, you don't want that status quo. So maybe they'll consider mixing that up a little bit.
All right. Well, we'll see if there's any kind of mix-up or how things will go. If Secret bounce back, there's been a lot of 2-0s. I'm sure Beast Coast would love to continue that. While Secret try and continue their winning ways from earlier today. We'll be right back after a quick break with game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gods, he's BSJ, and we've got Team Secret versus Beast Coast Game 2. Beast Coast shocking us a little bit.
Yeah, pleasant surprise. It was good Dota. I don't feel like Secret played poorly, really. I think that Echo Slam kept them in the game. The four-man vacuum into four-man Echo, I feel like the game would have just ended maybe 10 minutes earlier if it weren't for that. So even a few things going against Beast Coast, and they still took it.
Yeah, and it's kind of almost fitting because in some ways the South American teams, they're always these wildcard teams, but for Team Secret particularly, like they've had a history of sometimes being upset and being caught by surprise. Like going back to like Kiev Major like 3 or 4 years ago, they lost in the first round of the playoffs and got eliminated by a South American team. So Beast Coast kind of continuing that a little bit here. Just group stage, still early days.
I want to look this up, but I'm almost certain that Secret was the team that eliminated Infamous at TI9.
Okay, so forget everything I just said. Secret doesn't.
For whatever
there's
reason, I thought about it
Yeah.
when you
I think
said
you might
that
be
they were
right.
cut off Bulgar, because I remember they gave them Wraith King
And they had
in
like,
every
a
other
plan.
series.
Okay.
And then Secret was like, no,
Okay.
not giving them Wraith King.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, I'm just confirming with the bracket because this is something that is incredibly relevant that I promise I'm not trying to be lazy, guys. I just only thought about it because he mentioned that they wouldn't get they would get. Yeah, they were 2-0'd Infamous.
2-0'd, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was after they had beaten Newbie as well. They were making a run through the lower bracket on the side of Infamous, so they were the ones that on the
cut it short.
Yeah, they were like, no, your Cinderella story ends with us. But Mars getting a first round ban. Now I respect that players having their signature heroes, but I don't think Mars is necessarily broken or anything, and I also don't think Whisper is like a one-dimensional player.
Yeah.
I view him as a very versatile offlane player. So
For
weird
sure.
ban.
And Shadow Demon first
10
pick?
seconds
That's something.
Totally
I've-
normal, yeah.
Totally no.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what they're going for here. Are they trying to set up like a Luna or a TB or something? Like,
Maybe there's something, they wonder if they're saying they feel like Team Secret's going to pick based on what's left in the pool and that Shadow Demon's good against it.
I have to imagine Weaver's of a strong consideration. It's been getting banned a lot, but they are going to ignore it, perhaps? Weird that they're picking Earthshaker when there's already a save in the equation. I think maybe Beast Coast predicted that whatever they pick, Team Secret will still snatch up that Shaker.
No.
So preemptively countering
10 seconds
their signature
remaining.
strat, perhaps? Let me see. Let me look at my drafts real
5
quick, because I
seconds
have Secret's
remaining.
drafts. They've only played 3 games, so there's just so much data to go off of.
Yeah.
But they had no Earthshakers up until that game, last game.
Ooh. So there's the deviation. Venge comes out second.
Makes it difficult to save somebody if they are swapped when
Yep.
they get stunned. So that's probably the idea behind it. And I'm curious if Beast Coast will go ahead and snatch up that Illusion Hero.
10 seconds.
Even
remaining.
though Earthshaker on paper is like good against Illusion Heroes, I do think TB is still
5
decent because you
seconds
buy like
remaining.
SNY, BKB, and you aren't necessarily clumped up around your illusions, and then you can reflect the Venge.
Venge, yeah. Get
Right,
that
so
aura.
they might even go for an early pick TB here, but maybe the hero's just not powerful enough. Maybe that's
Yeah.
the reasoning.
I feel like we're seeing pretty little. There's been 1 or 2 TBs, but not what it quite used to be. Venge does feel like a it's like that to me. This is them saying, okay, the Nature's Prophet didn't quite work. What's another kind of flexible opening 2 pick? Because we've seen the Venge play as a support. It can play in that core role with the Ags build, and to me, this is just a slight kind of tweak in the drafts from Puppy to try and fix things here for game number 2.
Yeah, we thought they might have to go back to the drawing board, and this is certainly a hot take, or a different take, I guess you could say, on what their game plan. Last game was very skirmishy based, I guess you could say. Low cooldown, and Venge is more about like long drawn out team fights, damage, minus armor. So they'd be seeing like SFs or Swardars or something like that.
Team Secrets
And they
turn to
instantly picked
ban.
the Storm, which to me is okay against Venge, because if she swaps somebody and they barely get out, the Storm can probably go finish them off. But you're also dealing with Shaker, who's a hero who can stun you from long range, setting up for other stuns, such as the Venge, that would normally
10
struggle
seconds remaining.
to connect against the Storm. But definitely a
5
Chris Lux
seconds
special. He
remaining.
needs a hero that can kind kind of just go deep.
Beast Coast's turn to ban.
Like we saw the Void Spirit there. It's crazy how Beast Coast, out of all the teams, they just randomly die on the map. You know, remember when Chris Luck was at the tier 2 top with 4 people collapsing on him?
Yeah.
And you just wonder how he got there. And then you look and see that the rest of Beast Coast is farming 3 lanes, so
10 seconds
makes sense.
remaining.
There's a method to what
Whatever
they're
it
doing.
is,
Yeah,
yes.
when you scratch your
5
head and you look around like,
seconds
okay,
remaining.
it kind of makes sense. I think with this Storm pick, it's also like, to me, when you talked a bit last game about, okay, what to do when you have that second pick, how you get the last pick of the second phase and the third, the final phase. That's the one pick where first pick has the edge, is that fourth pick of the draft, so to speak, where they pick Storm, because they pick it, then they get the bans. It does feel like a position where you want to pick a core hero that can have a high impact on the game.
Yeah, it's also covered a bit by the Shadow Demon. You don't
5
want to
seconds
pick heroes like
remaining.
Lina usually because they struggle against the lack of mobility that they have in their kit from the Demonic Purge.
Beast
Like they can't build
Coast's
Yules
turn to
anymore,
ban.
anything like that. Death Prophet, these heroes that generally lane dominate against Storm that I'm thinking of. Quap, pretty much the only one left that doesn't mind getting purged because of her innate blink.
Quap band.
Yeah, I'm saying like they're.
Oh,
they,
yeah.
I
Oh,
think
sorry,
they're.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
they're covering their bases really
I
well
see.
with the bans plus the 2 picks they have. Teams
10
usually have
seconds
very
remaining.
refined 1-2s. Like if they pick Shadow Demon, they have like
5
probably
seconds
across
remaining.
all their scrims maybe 3 or 4 heroes they've ever picked in this second roll,
Secret's turn to
and
ban.
that surprisingly Anti-Mage, Shadow Demon's kind of decent against him. You can disrupt him and get his mana burn. But Storm, very annoying to play, obviously.
So, and Team Secret banging out that silencer. I think with
10
with the
seconds
shaker that and
remaining.
how last game went, that is a good idea.
It just makes it so difficult to
5
play.
seconds
All the
remaining.
items
Oh,
Earthshaker
yeah.
wants to buy, none of them allow him to execute his combo against Silencer. You don't want to buy like BKB or Lotus or anything like that. You don't mind buying Yules, but you're not getting global, then Yulesing yourself, and then and then Echo slamming somebody. That's not how it goes.
Yeah, you need that instant response. So, we'll see what that last ban's going to be, and then we'll head into Team Secret's pick here. So they banned the Sven. Maybe feeling like, okay, Wraith King was last. Yeah, Sven is this TI for K1.
I think Wraith King is not as bad as he seems. They gave him a little bit of a buff, and his build with the Soaring, I've seen a lot of people go the Soaring build. It's pretty scary. They go for Lesh. Another hero that used to get owned by SD because he built Yules and you just can't Yules yourself, but a lot of Leshes are kind of just skipping that and going like Mana Boots, Eternal Shroud, Bloodstone, just items that you're going to tank and stand in place. But man, this
10
is the
seconds
prime
remaining.
Terrorblade game. If you're ever going to pick Terrorblade game, Beast Coast,
5
this is it.
seconds
We saw it
remaining.
earlier from LGD against Quincy Crew, who had the
Beast
Venge
Coast's
Lesh.
turn to pick.
So here it is, baby.
Oh.
Let's go. Terrorblade.
It's the prime Nyx Assassin game, I'll tell you that as well.
Yeah. Pretty good against the Lesh. I guess Venge, you can easily carapace her spells, and
Yep.
probably Shakers as well. They don't have any summons heroes. Those are
10
usually the
seconds
biggest issues for
remaining.
Nyx.
Yes.
Heroes that can kind of just throw stuff at you, and you have to defend yourself, but you don't feel
5
good about it.
seconds remaining.
So maybe they'll go for that, like put Venge 5, go for like Lycan.
Yeah.
Lycan right now looks scary to Shadow Demon Nyx supports.
One of the heroes I saw some people predicting to be like a most picked or most banned hero was Beastmaster, but that hero is nowhere to be seen.
It's too fragile in the laning phase, I think. I think the hero, if it gets off the ground, is really strong, but you have to have a specific situation for it to get off the ground. So if that's the case, it means the hero will never usually be early rounded.
It seems like the Lycan is just better and preferred by most teams. Like
It's
as far as it's
easier, I
the
think.
Helm builder, you've got the utility of the Ags build later on too. If you get the nice synergy, we've seen a lot with the Tiny.
You don't have to be with your creeps, I think, is the biggest thing. On Beastmaster,
Oh,
you have
yeah.
to be in the radius of them with your aura, and on Lycan, you can just have a dragon that hits for 230 damage, and you don't have to be anywhere near it.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
And they go Gyro, which I like a lot less than Terrorblade. As of now, I'm gearing him up to get swapped in and die. That's what I'm looking at for Gyro. It's very hard for him to tank these spells. Usually Gyro wants a sustain support, like Wyvern, because you still have your Ag Side Gunner going off.
10
Io,
seconds
anything
remaining.
like that, Oracle, but not the case. I'm just concerned of his ability to actually stand his ground. Okay, what are these rolls?
Core Venge, I believe, I'm guessing.
It could also be Core Shaker
Yeah.
with like 4 Shaman, 5 Venge. But I'm imagining it's 5 Shadow Shaman, 3 Venge, 4 Shaker. That's what would come to mind.
10 seconds.
There's a lot of lockdown and control from this Team Secret side. Shaker, Shaman, that's like 2 of the most
5
lockdown heavy
seconds
supports.
remaining.
No saves. I mean, they have Shadow Demon and
Team
Disruption,
Secrets turn
but
to ban.
they're gonna cast 1 spell on you. You're gonna get disrupted, and then it's either gonna be Fissure or Split Earth, or even just Shaman just insta hexing you after you come out. It's not gonna exactly feel like you got saved. You kind of just got your fate delayed.
It's like one of those games where like
10 seconds
something like a
remaining.
Legion commander with an Ag shard or something could be really nice to save your
5
cores.
seconds
They might have to
remaining.
all in that offlane save, like Legion, Abaddon, Omni Knight.
Yeah.
I've heard crazier things. It's not ideal though against Venge. Venge is so good as a combo breaker against saves, because the guy's just in your base now, rather
Turn to
than
ban.
on top of you.
Team Secrets turn to
Morphling
ban.
banned against Gyro makes sense.
That was the niche hero everyone was petrified of. If you go back a year or 2 as well, I think he won like some crazy number of games on Morphling in a row.
Yeah,
He had
that
like
was back when he had the attribute shift where when you were stunned. I remember Secret was just first round
10
picking it
seconds
every
remaining.
tournament. Free wins all around.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see what Secret to worry about here. Definitely some questions about where their lane's going, which is a good thing when you have that last pick of the draft, having that kind of flexibility. Probably a Matu hero picked up last, but we've even seen safe lane Lesh. Theoretically, safe lane Venge is not completely out of the question. Yeah, okay, it's out. Sounds like out of the question.
Yeah, the thing about Venge in this meta is her job is to kind of die. I think that's what makes her
Yeah.
good. And as a carry, as an offlane, if you're an Ags and you're still getting XP because your Ags illusion grants you XP, that's fine. But as an offlaner, that does not feel good. Or as a carry, I mean, that doesn't feel good.
I think this any scenario where you do that is like you've got the morph mid or something that will carry the game. But
Okay.
yeah, does it's a hero I've seen Zai playing pubs on the offlane Venge. So seeing him and Yapsro playing that
10
Venge Shaker
seconds
lane would
remaining.
make sense.
Yeah, I'm down for some Echo Saber Juggernaut here. Oh, Medusa.
You may
Against
now
Nyx?
select your heroes.
Against Nyx Shadow Demon? I feel like those supports are really good against Medusa. It goes incredibly well with Venge. Medusa loves Venge on her team.
Yeah.
The AoE minus armor, the AoE or the bonus damage on all of her split shots. It gives them the hero to rally around. There's so much counter initiation coming out from Secret. And it's just a matter of how well do these stunning heroes lock down the Nyx. Because if Nyx is removed from the equation, it looks like a really good Leshrac Medusa game. But with Nyx getting mana burns off, if he ever gets items, I think Beast Coast will be smooth sailing from there.
Is 4th position, so not going to be completely starved, but it's still a Nyx hero that just, regardless of position, is going to struggle to find a lot of farm.
I've got an easy prediction for this game.
Yeah?
If Beast Coast gets a Philosopher's Stone, they're going to win the game. That's my prediction. I think Nyx needs like Ags plus 1 item to actually do the job that he needs to do in this game. Ags Ether Lens kind of thing.
Yeah. Maybe even want to get your Shadow Demon in Ags, though.
True. Very true. The break does break Split Shot, even though it's a toggleable spell.
If they get Philosopher's Stone and steal Team Secret's Philosopher's Stone, they definitely win.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, you know, I will bet something of my life on that one. You know, like I'll my right arm. You know, if they get 2 Philosopher's Stones on Beast Coast. Now, just don't actually drop your Philosopher's Stone, please, Team Secret, because if there was the small chance that you still win, that would not be pleasant.
That's probably going to be one of the worst neutral
It
apps
feels
you could
good to be this good.
to
drop or
accidentally
lose.
give to the
Yeah.
enemy team.
You're the-
I
It
think
feels good to be
for
this
Whisper, Sand King's a really
Prepare
farm-heavy
for
offlaner that would prefer to not have to always be fighting. Obviously, he's great at just being a blink stunner for your team. And they don't have the best way of punishing that. Earthshaker Venge. Earthshaker needs to get blink. Venge needs to farm the Ags. So that window where Sand King may feel pressured to have to go do things may not exist this game. So we may be looking at 3 very farmed heroes for Beast Coast, similar to last game where Whisper's sitting on a lot of net worth, similar to Timbersaw.
Smoke in. Yaps are in position with the boots to get away, and well, they'll get a D ward out of it and probably have to deny their own ward here, but a decent outcome overall. What kind of a neutral outcome? Maybe you play the mind game and don't deny it, because Secret's going to be like, okay, they denied it, so we're not going to
30
sentry it.
seconds
So
to
you just
battle.
leave it there.
Yeah, early warding makes me tired whenever I think about it. These
Tired.
supports just do such finesse little things with their wards, where I'm like, man, that must have been like 1,000 games of just randomly placing wards and experiencing what people do, and there's just so many slight possibilities on such a seemingly simple part of the game nowadays. You know, back in the day, I feel like I could just drop a observer ward in lane or something. You know, call it good. That doesn't fly anymore.
Yeah. And those early game D wards, it's a lot of gold. I was talking to
XP
Jenkins
too.
about it. Yeah. I feel like Observer would give too much gold. It's kind of crazy how value sentries are. Like, even if you only get, like, an Observer with every 3 sentries, they still pay for themselves.
I am down for observers to give 0 XP and gold for the first, like, 5 minutes. I'm down.
Okay.
I'm down for them to do that because I think it should still be rewarding to deward, but it can actually decide lanes. As Puppy just gives them an ether shock to the face.
Wow.
Did he have a fairy fire? No, he didn't have like any way to survive that. He
Got
just
demolished. Double Ether Shock and some right click. I mean, Shaman, 70 base damage. You don't mess around with that.
yeah. Ether shock is 140 damage too. It's one of the highest damage spells in the game, level 1. 140 to the face. Something about like what he was doing there on Nyx, he just looked really confident. Like he's the aggressor.
Yeah.
You know?
I only caught the second half of. What's he? Oh, he's got his buddy. I saw 2 sticks. And I was like, what's going on here? I just bring his buddies. But yeah, definitely catching the second half of it. I was like, okay, this looks. I don't know how he got in this position, but it's not a good position to be in.
Yeah, I think at that point, if you try to run, you're gonna die anyway. So you kind of just commit, and it looks epic. You know, you're just dying as a man.
Yeah, run. You get forced to use all your regen and don't trade at all. But I can see, you know.
Well, I'm
you
saying
force-
like what looks better, you know, what he did or like walking away and
Stop.
dying.
I mean,
They both look pretty bad.
walking
alright?
away and living, maybe?
It's
Was
like,
that an option? Was that ever an option?
I'm saying at some point in that engagement, he realized that the only way back was in a body bag. So he took that route, and he committed, and I respect that commitment.
A free TP scroll. Right?
True.
Those things cost 100 gold.
He did end up using it immediately after, but the thought is there about the free TV scroll.
Yeah.
Oh, he might be
Stinger.
going down here. They're
Yeah.
level 2
He's
bench.
blocked. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Who's going down? Both are going down.
That's a Yapsor play right there. Yapsor 100% called that play. Hey man, we're gonna be able to kill the Shadow Demon. Maybe before you die.
Solo XP and gets the gold. Taking a look at the mid lane. Nisha not going to land the Split Earth. Could be not really in any trouble, but not winning the trade war so far. Chris Luck not going to be able to get to this water rune in time. That would have really hurt Nisha's lane, but Storm vs. Lesh, so far Storm with a pretty decent CS advantage.
He's owning.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not. I'm pretty sure this matchup's about 50-50. Have to consult Eternal Envy on that one.
It feels good to be this good. It feels good to be this
Or
good.
PPD.
2 mid lane specialists
Yes.
from and a mid lane specialist too. And
That means that, like, cream of the crop, yeah.
yeah. Well, Stinger coming on in, trying to see what's going on. Nice timing for him to come up here to stop the stacks from happening, but he may pay for this with his life. Tries to go for the bounty. Oh, he canceled his attack there. Was going for the deny, but didn't get it.
He
But
then tried to deny with his illusions, so
yeah.
he tried really hard, but at least he didn't have to pay the price of any
Yep.
retribution.
He stopped the stacks from happening, which in itself feels, I think, pretty good.
He's mainly got nothing better to do, I think, right?
He's getting in, blocking the small camp, and just being an absolute pest. Schofield's blocking camps. They're blocking camps all over the place. As Nisha's looking for the Split Earth, not going to find it as he cancels the animation. Constant harass war in this minute. 22 to 12. That is a big deficit. As K1 goes down in the bottom lane. Oh, playing too aggressive there.
Venge is a scary hero. A lot of damage from both heroes with the Magic Missile doing 180 and the minus armor of Wave of Terror. Interestingly enough, Zai might be leveling his passive soon.
Mid lane? No, they're just going to secure around. I was like, both supports rotating in. They're going to get the double water rune, I believe. They're at least going to stop Nisha refilling his bottle.
I'm going to keep an eye out on this. I think Zai is purposely not leveling his passive so the lane doesn't push.
Okay.
He wants it near his tower.
Yeah.
Cool. Because usually people go 2-2-0. He didn't take stats, did he? Okay, that would have looked really bad. And now he just takes the point and wave. You're making me look bad, Zai. I took time out of my day to recognize that.
Yeah, I'm sure thinks about another stun, but doesn't go for it.
Whisper's doing great top for a Sand King. Sand King struggles early levels usually. And even though Medusa's still winning by a few CS, they don't, like, Sand King's similar to Axe. He starts cutting creep waves, and they don't really stop him as compared to what we saw earlier. So he should have a pretty feels good start. He's already gone for the Soul Ring, which allows him endless sandstorms. Queuing up the Tranquils.
Chris Luck just hit level 6. And he's going to use that to ball lightning over the fissure. Get out of there, okay.
Whew. I have to imagine there's some small camps in there.
It feels good to be this.
Yeah, probably. But either way, that is a big farm advantage going his way.
Secret has an insanely greedy draft. Like Venge, farming off laner. Medusa, very farming safe laner. And Lesh, I would say his early momentum is based off of either him crushing the lane or his other heroes being like really strong so he can just like follow them. And so I'm imagining there's going to be a lot of do nothing from Secret. And Storm Sand King, also greedy cores that are usually hindered by their need to participate in the game. And I don't think they're going to have that. So I'm really leaning towards Beast Coast going into the mid game.
Yeah, they're just playing the lanes really well so far. The Gyro did die that one time, but he still managed to continue his farm. They've got 3 of the top 4 net worth heroes. They are looking for that 6-minute rune now. Puppey even rotating towards mid to try and secure it. Arcane rune secured for Nisha. Nicely done. They get the Hex on Chris Luck, followed up by the Shackles. The Splitter is going to be there as well, and Chris Luck gets punished for trying to steal the rune. Well played by Secret to bring numbers.
If you showed me that clip and you asked me to guess which mid lane player at TI did that, I would have probably guessed Chris Luck. He sees 3 heroes at the rune, and he's like, I don't think he's going to be ready for me to do this.
I was trying to think who else I would pick to do something like that. I'm like,
Chris Luck is consistently inconsistent about his plays, guys. Trust me, it's quite a marvel to see, and it works. He's at TI multiple years in a row, so I'm not going to question it.
Yeah, it's the crazy aggression and the wildness to it that sometimes succeeds. Similar to, I mean, it's like him and Schofield just have similar playstyles in different roles.
I think these guys are just meant for each other this entire game.
Yeah. And you can see, yeah, they've stuck together since that run, several years ago, and it's continued to work for them. Yeah, they didn't do that well the last major, but they've been a dominant force, at least in the South American DPC League. Getting first place and then second place.
Yeah, you know, and Dota teams are just like a relationship, you know, and I'm sure these guys think these other guys, they get me.
Yeah.
They understand.
And I'm sure there were times, you know, you have those low points where they thought about, you know, do we need to make a roster change, but they stuck it out.
Yeah, I think they thought about making a roster change, and then they went into a pub, and Chris Luck dove tier 3s, and nobody joined him, and he's like, man, I miss my teammates right now. And then they never thought about it again.
Yeah.
That was it. Yep. So it seems like the Gyro stats build is the way. Pretty much everyone's doing it. Ever since they nerfed Flat Cannon back to the mana cost, or not back to, but increasing the mana cost at higher levels, it just doesn't seem like there's an alternative unless you have IO. You just don't have enough mana to work with. And the alternative could be like buying Falcon Blade and a bunch of Clarities, but that's inconvenient. Yeah. So let's just not do that.
Epicenter? No.
Okay.
Well, that Puppey wasn't quite in range for the level 1 Bar Strike.
Another wonderful change that's happened this year for Sand King. One of the best quality of life changes is that Epicenter is a channel rather than or a cast point rather than a channel, so you can cancel it.
Shadow Demon goes down, but that does reveal there was a ward there. He got kind of stunned from the low ground fissure of Yapso, but definitely worth it because he uses that to invade the jungle and kill bottom and take some stacks there as Chris Luck rotates bottom himself. Kills
that
off
was
Zai.
a really cool TP by Chris Luck.
Can he get out of this one? Follow up Totem. It's going to be close, but Chris Luck survives his way through it with help from a rain drop.
Oh, bottle refill too. That's clutch. He needed that. He would have been screwed on the map because he TP'd bottom to get that kill on Zai.
And can they turn this one around here? K1 going to go walking on in. He has the homing missile. believe they should be able to at least get Yapster. He's got the Tranquil Boot, so he's pretty speedy. Nisha looking to turn. They start with the Split Earth. The follow-up is going to be there from Chris Lucky. Comes diving in. Scopefield from the low ground. Doesn't land the Impale, and the Fissure will help finish off the Gyro. Nisha just doing too much damage with the help of Yapster here. They've killed off 2. That was a 2v4.
That's Leshrac early game. He's got enough damage for everybody as long as he's protected, and Earthshaker quite the good babysitter at this stage. They're just scared to commit. Yeah, the Nyx can mana burn you, but it's just an annoyance as long as you still have enough to cast your spells.
Yeah. Even if that Impale lands, like, I mean, it was a hard one to hit. I don't think that changes anything. 1,700 damage from the Lesh. That's kind of demoralizing for Beast Coast when you have 4 heroes and you can't get a kill there and lose 2 of them.
And Shaman's level 6. Puppy. Ooh. Such a greedy support duo coming out from Secret. Like, their lineup is so greedy. I look at it and I'm just like, damn. Like, any of these cores with no farm just do nothing. Like, Leshrac needs farm, Venge needs farm. They all need farm. All these supports need levels and farm. And the fact that they're winning at this stage, I was favoring Beast Coast, but I just can't believe Secret somehow has a net worth lead with how greedy their heroes are.
Yeah. And now they are able to pressure the map with the early advantage of theirs. The Leshrac has max Edict, they've got the Serpent Wards, and while they pressure the map, of course, you've got Martu and Medusa who can just kind of sit back and farm, so this could bode poorly for Beast Coast.
Yeah, now that K1's been booted out of his lane, there's free towers all around for Nisha. He'll just walk at this one first, then walk at the next one next, which is mid tower. They don't have the best heroes for holding mid tower. Sand King's decent with Sandstorm, just sitting yourself underneath the tower, but Whisper's playing for himself top. He's not going... Oh, he is going Blink. Okay, I was confused for a second. He does have the Blink. Tranquil soaring Blink. They definitely need the Playmaker now, because the status quo, a little bit too much greed getting away with on the side of Secret.
Yeah. And they didn't even have to commit Serpent Ward, so this mid tower could be in all sorts of trouble. Even if they see a Sand King there, the Lesh can just go in the trees to Edict it down, and they've got great wards down bottom, so they catch Schofield, who is not going to find a way out of there.
That was a really nice fissure to buy the extra 1/10 of a second to make sure that Nisha's stun landed before the Carapace came out, because that would have just been really annoying.
Yeah. Would have got the kill regardless, but yeah.
It just saves the time.
Yeah.
Right?
And the damage being reflected, whatever it may be. Oh, the Serpent Wards, maybe preventing Nisha from edicting from the trees, but not going to matter all too much.
Stinger's rich. Deny those wards, puppy. There
he's
you
trying.
go.
Yeah.
Much better. Yes. He's trying.
Yeah.
Oh, not quite.
Nice done by Chris Luck to clean them up, get some gold for it, as they do hold onto their mid tier 1 tower, which feels pretty important right now. And despite how badly the last, maybe 2-3 minutes has gone for Beast Coast, they are still pretty even on the overall net worth difference here.
I'm just a bit nervous for K1 in the mid game. If Secret is allowed to get their items, it's much easier to kill him than it is to kill Matu this game. Because Matu's got a couple counter initiations, he's got saves with the Venge, and even though there's a Nyx on that side, on the other side, which seems annoying with the mana burn, I think Medusa will still be okay. I'm wondering if he's going to go the Manta Ags build, and the Manta Ags Ag Shard.
Yeah, the
which
shard
will shoot the shoot the snakes back out, get his mana back.
Yeah, I feel like that shard has made this Nyx matchup a lot more manageable.
Yes. You kind of get like a refund, you know? He can carapace you, I guess, but you still get the mana.
Mid lane, Secret rotate in. They want K1 holding on to defensive disruption, and once they see that Shadow Demon, Secret decide not to commit. They want to keep playing around this mid lane. Seems like they really want this tier 1 mid tower.
Yeah, he would have been a goner, but his own call down saved him. Zai on the Venge was slowed enough to not be able to get in position for the swap. As Whisper silently trying to invisibility.
Yeah, I imagine Secret have seen this play. He's had it for some time. Surely shown somewhere, but even if they know it's there, he's got to just find a play to make, and he's going to head towards this mid lane. Probably not the best target one to go on, especially when Yapso's in the trees with potential fissure, but they'll take what they can get. Running with the Carapace, Schofield.
Forced out wards.
Okay. Found that goal. But also probably just run away as Nisha shows up and Not going to be any kind of objective from it, but still a kill nonetheless.
And Venge, Zai having space to farm. This Ag's probably the most value 4,200 gold on any hero in the game of Dota. Thoughts on that? I feel like Blink on Shaker, 4,200 gold on Venge. I feel like these are some of the most per gold item effectiveness in the game.
Especially when you're looking at like later on, like when you compare that to, you know, for a carry to have that kind of impact this time has, like they need 20k of net worth.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, to have the kind of impact the Shaker can with a Blink.
It's just like once Venge gets Ag, she just never has to farm again, right? You just run at people, and most of the time, if it's a team fight, people purposely ignore you. They don't even want to hit you because it refreshes your spells, guys. I'm not sure if people are aware of that, but when you die, your illusion gets to cast spells, and they are separate cooldown from your main hero. So you get an extra swap, an extra stun. The stun hits for 360. It's no joke.
There's the Epicenter Blink initiation. They take out the Shaker.
And meanwhile, top, Nisha's chilling. They use the Demonic Purge, and he's all good to go.
Yep. Oh, Matu's pushed pretty far forward here. Grislux pulls him back with the Vortex. Have they got the damage for this one? Stinger doesn't have a Demonic Purge. And Matu will be okay. Not quite as close as I thought it might be.
Not going Ags, is going for the Scotty, which can sometimes backfire against the Nyx because you're just giving yourself more intelligence for more mana burn.
Disruption was there. They're going to hit a Split Earth. Nicely played by Nisha. May just be able to chase down Stinger here. They've killed Schofield, and they're just going to get both supports with ease as Nisha edicts down the Tier 1 tower as well.
This maxed Hex build by Puppy is owning
yeah.
against the Nyx Assassin. Absolutely owning. I don't think I've seen him carapace once when they're going on him. It's almost impossible against that insta-hex, because even if you were to carapace, they'll just wait until it runs out. So I guess that was the idea. They didn't mind picking Medusa into Nyx as long as they had the insta-hex from Shaman. Makes it almost impossible for Nyx to play. He wants to be able to reactionarily pop his carapace, and that's not the case here. He has one component towards his Ags on Schofield. That doesn't feel too good.
Well, Yups are completing the Blink Dagger. He's got the money for it.
We are going to find out, though, if my prediction will come true in the near future here. As the 17-minute mark approaches and Philosopher's Stone hangs in the balance. Will it be found? Will it be discovered by the Nyx Assassin?
He doesn't even have a neutral item. Don't you
Okay,
get 5?
there are 5 of those per tier now. Broom Handle. That's like a double damage rune for Nyx. He only hits for 67.
Let's see. It's armor, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's value, man.
Yeah.
You're CSing right now. Look at this.
Yep.
If he misses any of these, it's because he doesn't have the Broom Handle.
Dire's middle tower.
We're going to pay attention if anybody lives with like 40 health or less and he's hit them 3 times.
Runs into a sentry. The Blink Echo Yapsor deletes the Nyx, gets the Fissure onto the second.
Yeah, it's a sick Fissure.
It feels, I mean, this game not going anywhere near as well as last game, but this is kind of the Beast Coast motif, you know. Throw some bodies while K1 Hector farms, and in this case, Chris Luck also not there. It is the support lives.
My only question is, did they think going in, okay, he's acting like there's 3 heroes behind him, let's find out. Like, is that their mentality? Because if there's anybody behind Zai, that's never going to work.
Yeah. In my head, kind of with Beast Coast, is they're just like, you know, screw it, let's try, let's see what happens. You know, they're just willing to run and dive in. At the same time, you know, these are one of the best Dota teams in the world.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's much more.
Like, the way my brain operates, I'm thinking they're thinking, I don't believe you, Zai.
Yeah.
You don't have 3 teammates behind you here.
Calling his bluff.
Yeah, but...
Maybe it's like, and if he does, we find out, and that means we can aggressively
Hector's
farm.
farming.
He can, farm at the entire enemy top side of the map, etc.
Because if they go on him and nobody reacts, Hector's probably scared of a smoke.
Great 2-man Burrow Strike with the follow-up damages there with the cooldown as well, and Zai does have the second life. The swaps Matu in with the Stone Gaze. He's trying to get in front of K1. K1 doing a nice job not getting gazed up, and they've killed off 3. They got Puppy as well in the backlines here. They do lose the Storm in the end. That was
Whisper
Nisha
looking to
finishing them off.
reengage.
Yeah. Zai still has his Venge Illusion. Gets the Carapace out. That's going to take out the Illusion. The no detection for Schofield.
They're going to find Nisha.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Blink Burrow Strike, the Impale there as well. The damage is more than enough. Matu's in a 1 versus 4. Sand King incredibly low. Can he do it on his own? Whisper needs to stay in biz. They don't have the
He
dex
runs out!
for him. Oh!
The sentry's right there.
It was... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he ran just to the south of it. What a big kill to get.
Okay.
We need the fight recap with the Medusa. This is... Where's team fight recap number 2?
I'll look at it. Maybe it's on mine.
Oh,
yeah.
It's we got it combined. We got one of each.
Okay. So it's 17.
Oh no, I've got the
yeah,
second. I
yeah.
didn't see the first anymore.
Okay, so it's 1,800 gold swing, just those last 2 deaths.
Yeah. And they're trying to fight without this Medusa now.
And it's 3,400 XP. Wow.
I feel like Beast Coast just team fights so well. We saw it game 1. We're seeing it again here. Whisper. He was the man in game number 1. He's looking to be the man here in game number 2 once again, as he's just charging forward, hitting 2-man Burrow Strike after 2-man Burrow Strike. He wants more.
You're just chain feeding.
Another Burrow Strike coming on through. Zai with the swap out, but he's already dead. This is just his illusion. He will take out a Shadow Demon. That is just not going to cut it for Team Secret. They've given Beast Coast so much these last few minutes.
Okay. I was just curious what's going through Matu and Nisha's head to stick around there, right? Because you have Medusa Lesh, no reliable stun, the Venge Illusion was dead, both your supports were dead, and you're against, like, Nyx Sand King. You know, you're going to get caught. So it's interesting. I wonder what was going through their head to stick around. Definitely paid the price for it, as Whisper giving them the dropping the beats with that channeling and canceling Sandstorm. Yep. One of my new favorite things to do on Sand King when you've got nothing better to do. It's kind of like how, right? It's kind of like
yeah. Kind of play a game of chicken with yourself is just try and channel it longer every single time. See how far you can push it until you accidentally cast it.
You have to make sure you're within blink range of a camp if you accidentally cast it, because then you can just be like, guys, I'm farming. That's my philosophy, at least.
Yeah. Spoken like a true ex-carry player.
Yes,
you're an off-lane player.
Carry
now.
player stuck playing off-lane.
Yeah.
Yes. As Hector's got his BKB. Oh, Philosopher's Stone! We weren't even keeping track of it.
Did they have one?
Yeah, Nyx Assassin. He's got the Philosopher's Stone. Oh. That's like a 3-minute earlier Acceptor.
They did not get the double, though.
True.
I don't think Secret have one, at least not one that I see.
We need Secret to be up by enough gold where they're dropping items to taunt, and that will be required.
Whisper, Burrow strikes away, still being chased here. Nisha with the Haste Rune does manage to get away from the Split Earth. Yule Scepter as well, he's going to be fine. Whisper.
He's chilling.
Pushing his hero to the limits, and what's down here? It's Schofield.
That looks like a very standard Schofield death.
Yeah.
You know, so we talk about the dead lane being, you know, top on Dire, bottom on Radiant. I feel like if you look at Schofield's heat map and death map, it's all there. It's all there. Last game, Tusk, he was dying top over and over again. In this game, he's Nyx. Different hero, same game plan. Hector, top of the net worth, baby. You just ping that Acceptor, you ping the BKB, and you say, I got you, dog. Yep. As they committed Shaman Wards for that. And he's got the
money.
Philly. He's got the Philly, yeah.
You don't feel too bad about being dead when you go to Philly.
Yeah, that's adopted from Fogged. I believe him and Lacoste call it Philly. I don't know who started it. I think Lacoste actually started it. As he's camping on the high ground. Oh, they see him, though.
Jump on in. Sand King gets Hex before he can use a Burrow Strike.
Nice
the Vision
stun.
game. Nice disruption. Going to keep him alive a bit longer. Can he get out of this one? Oh! Yapster, he mistimed the Echo Slam. They do still get the kill as Chris Luck jumps the backlines, wants the Shaman, but has to be careful. Has to respect the Hex. He gets caught by that. He's in all sorts of trouble. Two-man fish from Yapster and Secret. They've got numbers. They want to chase. They want more. They'll definitely get Schofield here. Taking advantage of the high ground Observer Ward, and Beast Coast completely caught out.
Yeah, I think if Whisper dies, Beast Coast has zero chance to take fights. I think his Blink Stone is way too important. Because there's a lot of cast animations on Secret. Leshrac, all of his abilities have some sort of cast animation. Same with Shaker. Even Shaman except for the Hex, so that instant burrow can be very disruptive for them to cast their chain of spells, and when he dies, it's really scary for Beast Coast to enter the fight at that point.
It's kind of the same thing, yeah, the Nyx and Sand King. It's just like, do they stun first or does the Hex come first? It's like, whoever gets their spell first has such a big advantage in this team fight when there is none of that. Like game one, we had the Silencer. It's like, there's that counterplay there.
Yeah, I always like competitive Dota because you think of like supports that are really good against cores, and then you think, oh, but if they have this support to deal with that support, then it's okay. because you can't think about that stuff in clubs. So when you see it play out in competitive, it's really cool to watch. And the thing is, Zai, he has not progressed. He is going for the Ether Lens build, so he's going for more of a play around his spells than more like an aura. The other options are like Pipe or Vlad's, or you can even go like Shadow Blade if you think you need to be pick off, but he's obviously got a lot of that. So he's just choosing to make it so he can swap further. That seems like a decent alternative. Bloodstone completed on Nisha. Both teams getting a Nether Shawl on their mid laner. It's pretty value here for both sides. That magic resistance. Both teams, for the time being, are predominantly magic damage.
Yeah.
Eventually, Matumba Man and K1 will be hitting with physical. Are they going to force them back?
It looks like they're intent on it. They've got Serpent Wars, they've got Diabolic Deep, they've got a Medusa with an Aegis.
Okay.
And only Sanking here for the time being. They've got to maybe anticipate someone in the trees too. Yeah, Zai going to scout him out.
You can't show because of the swap.
Yep. And this tower getting chipped away. I believe this probably forces Secret back with K1 showing up, and yeah, the whole team's coming in. So some decent damage from Secret, and yeah, most importantly, I feel like they just force the entire Beast Coast team back to the base.
Yeah, that's the goal of that move. And now Beast Coast, did they not have a smoke? Because that's like the only logical progression from there, and they have one, but it looks like they'd rather just reclaim their shrine. Okay, save it for better times later. They felt like that may have been forced.
Yeah. Scotty Aegis Medusa, so
yeah,
it's maybe a little scary to fight right now. How close? Yo, Nyx has Ags. Okay, so we do have that big upgrade.
Once they get Lotus Orb on Whisper, it's pretty huge. Against Venge Shaman, it allows him to even just like Sandstorm in the middle of fights, and he won't get swapped.
Yeah.
Or hexed or anything like that. I mean, you'll still get hexed, but you know you won't get a chance to. Just a very, very good item in this game.
Round 2. They, I think, saw here as top lane. Like, okay, you're going to go push top again. We're going to keep pressuring you.
No Aegis on left.
Yeah, Nisha's going to be a little careful. The swap save is there. Potential Epicenter Whisper cancels that one for now. There's the disruption, making some Medusa illusions himself as Matu's going to be a little bit careful. Does get Burrow struck here. Does still have the Aegis player on him. Whisper getting sunned up, gets bailed out here, and now K1 goes charging with the flak damage. They take out Medusa once. Can they do it a second time? Storm still has full mana. He can come back in. He's got an Arcane Rune as well. Finds Puppey, and the Burrow strike.
Sick
Epicenter.
Burrow.
Huge damage on the backlines here. Nisha's trying to land Split Earth. He can't do so. Medusa, meanwhile, doing some good damage on the front lines. Got disrupted again, but they're just getting deleted. The Soul Catcher is doing so much here as Matu is so incredibly low. The Burrow
my God, again!
Whisper cannot be stopped. This man
carrying.
on the Sand King is just demolishing Team Secret. His two-man Burrow strikes this game, I feel like I've seen at least like 7 or 8 of them.
You and I said the exact same words, like unplanned. You know, we did not coordinate that at all. It just goes to show that like it only warrants one reaction when you see those plays. Like that's just crazy.
Yeah.
This man is so good.
It's so consistent. He just hits like 3 in a row.
Schofield was always my favorite player to watch, but I unironically think Whisper is their best player. I think he is irreplaceable in this squad. I think they're all honestly all irreplaceable, but Whisper, man, I think you could tell if Beast Coast is winning based on Whisper.
Yeah.
Like whatever he's doing in the game. If he looks like this, they're winning the game. Just like last game on Timber, he's 10-1 K to D. But these type of plays are just game winning.
Oh.
He had to do 2 of them in that fight. And Chris Luck also dodged the Echo Slam by Yapstor. He was kind of predicting it. He didn't react to the Earthshaker, but he was constantly zip-zap zooping all over the place and narrowly missed on Yapstor. So that not connecting allowed Chris Luck to go back to base and reset, which was crucial damage towards finishing those targets off. So a lot of little plays, not just from Whisper, but either way, pretty incredible. And we all know Beast Coast is going to win because they got the Philosopher's Stone.
That was the way you said going right now. So the last game where, we kind of felt pretty good about Secret's draft at the start and things started okay, but then suddenly Beast, they're just team fighting so well here in the mid game. Everything kind of clicking all of a sudden, like even just the basic things like Medusa, you get disrupted, those Medusa illusions just absolutely destroying the Team Secret side as well.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit concerned when they picked it against Shadow Demon. Like, you don't feel bad at all just
Yeah.
disrupting Medusa. Her illusions, like, Shadow Demon's illusions, I think are 70%. how much? 75% illusion damage. You're getting 150% damage when you get the 2 illusions. And as long as Medusa's locked down, they're probably not killing those illusions. So that's oddly terrifying.
And it's like, even when Shadow Demon shows, they don't really have that hero to jump. Like, yeah, Shaker has a blink, but you don't really want to, you can't just jump that one hero. Shaker's waiting to play that counter initiation, so. Whereas it's the opposite for Beast Coast. They've got multiple heroes who are happy to kind of jump in or jump the back lines, kill a support.
Yeah, I wonder if Venge Swap will negate this Nyx. You still keep him in Burrow Strike? But, or sorry, you keep him in his Burrow?
Yeah.
But the fact that he's not burrowed in like a safe spot anymore, maybe that'll be a crucial factor for them winning the engagement. But as of now, I'm just struggling to see, like, if you listed off a chain of spells to win a fight, I don't know what secrets are. You know, barring like a 4-man Echo Slam, which I don't think Beast Coast will give them because Sand King's always going to be in the back looking to blink. Chris Luck's going to be looking to zip. Oh, here it is.
There you go.
Maybe this is it.
Carapace, they drop the Servant Wards. Here comes. Oh, Puppey gets the Hex off quickly, but no follow-up disables there. Chris Luck now BKBs, takes out Puppey to start things off, and they have lost the Nyx, who will buy back. Chris Luck getting a bit low on mana and health, has to ball himself out of there. As the physical damage is a bit too much to deal with, as K1 Hector on the front lines wants to go on Matu. Has he got the damage for this? Doesn't look like he's been stunned up. And with the Zai illusion coming in and sticking around,
I'm going to shut up
he's
now.
going to go down. Schofield does get out of the sentry, gets away from the stuns.
Okay.
Team Secret find themselves a good fight here, hoping for Roshan, but still at least another 45 seconds.
That I was suspicious that might work, and Secret was very confident that that would work. The Lotus Orb even came out from Whisper, but Puppey willingly hexed himself. He's like, we got to make sure this Nyx does not Carapace. So it allowed Nisha to get like half of Schofield's health down by the time he actually Carapaced, which was pretty huge there. There's damage reduction from Burrow, guys. He's tanky. I think it's 40%. It is. I can't see it when he's in Burrow. Oh, it is.
You hover the axe, maybe? No,
50% damage reduction. It's a lot. 50%. That's double your HP. Daedalus on Matumba Man. No BKB yet. He is queuing up the shard and the BKB. He definitely needs those.
He's probably hoping for Roshan Shard, but
I don't think they're going to get Rosh.
Yeah, that's probably comes down to whether or not he's going to need the shard for a potential Rosh, but because for now, just work on the BKB, get the shot afterwards, and see what happens with Rosh.
Let the dice fall, or the cards fall, whatever that saying is.
Cards play, dice fall.
Okay.
I don't know.
Your
See how the
guess is as
cookie
good as
crumbles.
mine. Cookie crumbles. That's a Bruce Almighty classic.
Yeah. See which way the wind blows.
That's even more classic. Okay. So that buyback's going to hurt Schofield's item progression, for sure. Whisper going for the Eon Disc. He's just going to be like a meat shield for the team, except the initiation that Secret has, which is a pretty big item this game.
Finds himself a rune. Zeiss is fishing. He's happy to throw away his life. You kind of mentioned his job being the initiation with the, you know, he's got the axe, he's got the second life. He can always have more swaps later on to save people as well with the illusion.
He's a kamikaze, you know. He jumps in, you kill him, he's gonna like blow up on you, you know. That's exactly what he's going for, because you just get all your abilities back. That's a lot of damage. What is he needs that level 20 talent on Zai. I think you would take the magic missile damage this game.
Stinger gets caught out. A little bit out of position, perhaps. There's the epicenter. Burrow Strike follow-up. They've already killed up Puppey. Nisha can't finish off the Sand King because of the Yules, but does do so once he lands, and Sand King going to immediately buy back. Stone gets being committed. K1 in some trouble. He's just going to look to turn and fight with the Satanic.
That mana
Can't
burn.
quite fully lifesteal up, and yep, mana burn deletes Medusa's mana pool. The Echo Slam is there, but Matu, he's still so damn low, and K1 going to come in for the cleanup. Rocket Barrage takes out the Venge, and Yapso dies as well. Only Nisha surviving in the trees. Oh boy.
This is just an insane Nyx game, and we saw Puppey negating that early on in the game, but now that they have Lotus Orb that Whisper is using almost exclusively on Schofield, and then this axe, like, you're not able to take this Nyx out of the equation anymore. Yes, he ends up dying, but at what cost? As the second Rosh will be going to the side of Beast Coast, who's going to take the Shard? Sand King's Shard's pretty good. Storms is okay. I don't think Gyros is worth it in this specific instance. Looks like they're giving it to Chris Luck. And Scotty on Hector coming out soon. Battle of the Scotties. The only difference is that there's Nyx on one team and there's not Nyx on the other team. So after both heroes satanic, or after both heroes sustain the fight, I guess I'll say, one hero will still have mana and the other one will not. So I think long fights benefit Beast Coast pretty heavily.
Perhaps different story if they can kill the Nyx at the start of these fights.
Absolutely. Completely different story if they can.
Has the Aeon Disc queued up, which, yeah, the logical item to get after the Ag Scepter. He knows he just needs to stay alive in these fights. And
cue the song, baby. Stay alive. You can't help it. You just can't help it. There's no turning back.
One of the few songs, like, as soon as you say that, like, it's just in my head.
Yep.
I like it.
Hopefully not for too long. You know, you're not going to be in your hotel room tonight. Okay. First tier 2 tower going? Oh, no. We actually lost a tier 3 bottom. So.
Oh, yeah. This game has slipped away from Secret because, yeah, they
were
really
in control.
Yeah.
That Nyx Ags, I'm telling you, it was online just in time for that Secret push that we were talking about.
Yeah.
And it was because of the Philosopher's Stone. Game changer when it comes to Nyx Assassin specifically. There's very few neutral items in the game that I think can drastically change the outcome, but I do believe with Nyx Assassin, because the hero does so much with one item, but has no way of getting that item, Philosopher's Stone makes just a day in that difference. As BKB Amatama Man, so he will have 9 seconds where Schofield cannot push W on him and remove all of his mana. So that's good.
Definitely. This entire team screams like you need BKB on Team Secret, which is where, you know, Medusa's not a traditional BKB carry, but definitely against this draft.
Kind of just got to suck it up and die like 3 times first because you're in denial, you know? We've all been there, carry players, you understand. And then you're just like, well, it's time. I've been stunned for 12 seconds in a row by this Nyx Assassin. I will buy a BKB. He has the Enchanted Quiver too, which is quite a nice item on Dusa. Let your regular attack be queued up from further away. Hector, 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. That is a feature that players can see. If you guys were not aware, you have not, you know, you've been living under a rock or outside of under a rock because you don't play Dota all day. They did add that just recently. So there's no more, whoops, I died right as my Aegis expired. Unless you're oblivious.
Are you a fan of that?
I personally like it because it's like a skill thing that I don't think like adds interesting mechanic to the game, but there are the players that record at the time. Yeah. What about you?
I agree. I think it's a little, not gimmicky, but it's like knowing the exact second or whatever. I think it's fine to show.
Nice, okay. Same
We're on the same page, Yep. A little cheeky Lesh illusion, poking around. Swapping on the Nyx. He wasn't burrowed, but he's got the Aeon Disc. Can he get into the burrow afterwards? It's perhaps too late. He's been hexed now as well to jump in. Storm Chris Luck gets gazed up. Does manage to zip his way out of there. They're taking out Puppy. That's a lot of the disables. Nisha in trouble getting chased down by the Skadi. Gyro, is the damage there? Yes, it is. Beast Coast run through Team Secret once again. And no Stone Gaze, no BKB on Medusa for the high ground defense.
Schofield's Mr. President here. Get down, Mr. President! As Stinger's like disrupting him, Whispers Lotus orbing him. They use literally everything to save Schofield. And you can tell Secret knows, like, this guy has to die.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is the carry of the team fights. As Hector is the one just pushing the right-click button.
Yeah. Well, we're at the point where you can't just totally ignore Hector now.
No, this is the dream as Gyro, because the way you beat Gyro is focusing him down full to 0, and there is no way they can afford to focus Gyro here. So that feels really good.
Yep.
I think Gyro is the be-all, end-all carry in all of Dota if you can't afford to put 4 heroes on him and kill him. With the Nyx Assassin threat and even the Sand King threat and the Shadow Demon save, it just seems near impossible for Secret to play these team fights. I said that earlier, though, right before they won a team fight. So, you know, I'm just trying to make it interesting for you guys. This is me trying to do whatever I can to give Secret a chance to make the game interesting.
Aegis is expiring, so
we know that.
For Team
they
Secret.
know that.
Yep. And they're smoking around this time, so I know there's a little window. Do they go for that swap? Puppy was thinking about some kind of a play. Starts with the Hex. Just trying to
low.
bait out a reaction here. There's the Lotus Orb.
Don't finish him.
No. You got to imagine Beast Coast themselves are saying, yeah, we'll dangle him, but we're not going to commit. We're not going to get baited. Scofield's very far forward here.
It's not 20 minutes into the game anymore, Schofield.
He's got the Aeon Distill, burrows on in. He's baiting this one. The Storm, Axe, Vortex catches out 3 with the Burrow Strike follow-up. It's a huge triple kill for Whisper. His Sand King has been the hero of this game, and he continues to put up a hell of a performance.
Get your poggies out of the chat, guys. This has been... This is just such clinical play by Beast Coast for both of these games. Secret, I think they got caught with their pants down this series. They were not ready for this caliber of
K1.
Oh my god, again!
Another 2-hero burrow into a 2-man Vortex. They thought they had an opening, but K1 just satanics and chuckles it off.
He's just flexing on him at this point.
He's like, hey, you just hold me in. Blink, Echo, Yapsor
Okay.
takes out Whisper.
Okay.
Takes out the Storm, Matu.
Okay.
Have they overplayed their hand? I don't think so. They're going to buy back the Storm. I think Beast Coast are smelling victory here, so they're going to go all in. They're going to be a little bit careful, but they've got 4 down. They're going to force out a buyback, and Matu, if he dies, he's got a buyback, so maybe he can kind of keep things going a little bit longer. Zai swaps out. It's just his illusion, but he needs to keep this alive for the defense here. He doesn't want to lose it.
He needed that.
Yeah. Medusa would love those auras.
Oh, that's brutal. He's dead for 90 on Venge, so it's so important because he's like their disruption on their side.
Yeah.
And now, yes, Yapsor could fissure them, but if Matu walks up again, there's no Echo Slam.
They get
Even these illusions alone.
disruption. Oh.
Mana burn his ass.
Playing the objective game. Be a little bit careful. They did use and commit some buybacks there. K1 has his, but Storm definitely saying, you know, I'm not going in. They're respawning. Shaman, he's got all his disables.
Double damage top. Are they going to scout it? Looks like Kersluk's going to see it. Why not at this point?
Yeah.
You know, who needs damage items on Gyro if you just give him a double damage rune?
Kersluk says that's mine.
Oh, never mind.
He's
Jubaited.
got the, some overload bounces now too. It's level 25. And now time for some tier 4 items. They've got a few more to pick up still. East Coast get themselves a 2 racks advantage and a 22k gold advantage over Team Secret. Potentially about to 2-0. One of the top teams of the tournament, perhaps.
The aesthetics cap is like an insane item in certain games, and I feel like this is one of them. It's like a pseudo Eon disc, right? Like, it's not as good. But
Who's going to carry this one?
I have to imagine it's one of the supports.
Sanking with the Trickster Cloak. Psychic Headband, and what's next? He's still on the Philly. He's, he's like, this item won me the game. I can't part with it.
It's honestly, like, the item that I was talking about, the aesthetics cap, is so good that nobody's going to use it because they know that the game is already in their favor pretty drastically, and that would just be unfair. So, thank you, Beast Coast. We appreciate you in more ways than one. As Nisha is faking the Diabolic Edict, making the Leshrac duo a little weird jiggle there. He's very entertained, I guess you could say. That's why he's doing that.
For Secret, I see a relic queued up, and I'm guessing that means, yeah, a rapier. We're in that desperation territory. Down 4 racks.
I thought
Like
you were
Game
going to say
Medusa.
Radiance. No, this is definitely where you got to go. If he dies one more time, the game's over anyway. If you can say those words in a sentence, then you probably just need to buy Rapier.
As for Beast Coast, they may give him some time to get that rapier up. They're content to sit back, wait for next Roshan, I imagine. Play things safe. You're looking at, the 3rd Roshan, so Refresher or Aghanim's coming into play.
Yeah, K1's at the point where it's time to consume that Ag Scepter.
Yep. He's already playing Son's Boots, so see where things head as, yes, both teams will, little peace treaty for the time being. Definitely, I mean, considering how today started for Beast Coast, this is quite the turnaround that we're seeing so far from them.
Yeah, this is considered one of the harder opponents, at least going in. So. Chris, like, you're tilting me. I'm imagining it's pretty bad for Secret as well. Mira doesn't know what she's done, gods.
You don't think the PPT one's more annoying? More tilting?
Well, it's also really tilting when you're owning. Like, you actually are owning and you're using PPDs a lot.
Yeah.
The thing about the Mira lab is that you could just spam it when you're feeding and your team's
Yeah.
winning, you know, and you're still just as tilted. So. I think
It's more
the
multi-purpose.
Yeah, it's the potential of the PBD one. I think is higher. Better. I agree with you there. He's going refresher on gyro. I guess that's like for the double BKB eventually. The 7th
Got
item.
the slots for yeah. It's like
Yeah, he's going to
some issues?
consume the Ags. I guess he's waiting for buyback plus Ags.
even when he consumes the eggs, he's got an MKB. So I don't know whether refresher. fits
Yeah,
in,
it's
but-
7th item.
Okay, so it's, yeah, the old backpack one.
That's when you reset the fight, swap it in. Who does the Ags go to? Storm's already got one. Probably Shadow
Demon,
Demon.
right?
Yeah, that's pretty
Sounds pretty
gross,
good.
actually.
It's either him or Sand King.
If you break Venge and she dies, does she still get the illusion? Because it's tied to her passive.
Oh, they give it Sand King. I think Whisper's like, I've been carrying so hard. Give me this one.
Honestly, like he's landing 2-man burrow strikes when it's not double the length. So why not give him some length?
How many? Are we going to see more heroes in the Burrow Strike? Nisha. That's the Ag Shard, so we're going to see more and more split Earths.
That thing's annoying. But I don't think it's going to matter this game.
Each one just happy to stand outside of it. Do what he can. They're just happy to just chip away at this one. Maybe the swap in. He's not burrowed, but he's got the A on disc. Ball in from the Storm Spirit, getting the backlines. That's Puppey again. He keeps going down. Doesn't have that BKB or an
Nick's
A on
gone.
disc. Taking out Nyx, but he'll just buy back. The Stone Gaze being committed. K1 getting low, has a Satanic. Can he life steal up through this one? You betcha. Still alive, still holding his ground, still fighting. As Shaker goes down, multiple buybacks from Beast goes. They want to force this. They want to end this one. They've got 4 dead, and that's surely going to be GG. You know what else feels good? It feels good to 2-0 Team Secret for Beast Coast and their fans. This is a huge win here on day 1 of the TI group stage. That sends a message to everybody in Group B, I believe.
This might be the best series I've seen in a long time by one individual player. Whisper.
Yeah.
Whisper just styled on these fools, man. Secret, that might as well have been 5 Miis on Secret, man. They were getting owned. I mean, honestly, Secret, I think played pretty well. I think they, like, this average performance by Secret, I think would have been good enough to beat most teams. And Beast Coast, I think they played above what people would expect them to play, but we've seen them be able to consistently play like this.
Yeah.
So keep it going, Beast Coast, and I've got high hopes for them.
I mean, that was a truly, just star performance from Whisper. And the thing is, it's the whole team, I think, played well, and they particularly played well, like, cohesively as a team, as a unit. But, yeah, Whisper, what a...
I think the highlight of the tournament for me so far has been the fact that there was one fight that Schofield got swapped in, and they used all their saves on a 4 position. I just thought that was such a peculiar dynamic to a team fight.
You
don't
called
see
him
that very
pesky,
often.
and he really embodied that in this entire series.
Yeah, Nyx. Yeah, he really role-played the text. He just bought into it, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we're not done for the day. We've got one more series here on Stream D. What do we got in store for us, Brian?
We have Alliance versus Thunder Predator.
That's the one. So one last series to end today. Both teams struggling a bit here on day 1. So teams that need a win or need a couple of wins. So stick around. We'll have more Dota 2 action coming your way. You're watching the International 10. And we're back. It's time now for our last series of the day. It's going to be Alliance vs Thunder Predator. Brian, how are you feeling about this one?
I feel like this is a chance for either of these teams to separate themselves from the bottom of the pack.
Yep.
This
Redemption.
Yeah, for Alliance specifically, it's do or die. They're 0-4. I mean, I'm not saying they're dead. They go 0-6, but that's pretty hard to recover from. I'd say you're definitely not getting in the upper bracket, and you're definitely on the risk of getting eliminated entirely, as one team from each group does get eliminated. On the other hand, Thunder Predator, they're not as in a dire of a situation, but if they were to go 4, that's also not looking too hot either. So I think this game matters even more because since both these teams are theoretically at risk of getting last, that if it does end up coming down to tiebreakers or like one game one way or the other, this could be the team you're competing against for that, right? So these might be the most important games for these guys to stay in the tournament.
Absolutely. I think that's a really good point. And
do you remember
do
you remember the $1 million dream call?
Sometimes casting with voice lines is just like
you think like the other person's like interrupting you or something, right?
Yeah. I just suddenly hear like I'm like, wait, what? Am I hearing Espo's voice comms? I was like, oh, I know, it's that. I was gonna try, do the caster thing, like build up a storyline, and now I'm just like.
It's
what I was
ruined.
gonna say is, these two teams, they've had a rocky year and journey in some ways. Obviously, Alliance has been some controversy around them, but when it comes to the actual games and the events, both teams, for Alliance, never showed up on LAN. For Thunder Predator, showed up at Singapore, got top 4, basically qualified for TI, and then disappeared.
Yep, they kind of got carried by the second major of the teams that were in the top being the same teams in the top, right? They were 16th in DPC points, right? Thunder Predator kind of squeaking by to get automatic berth, right? Maybe
15th or 16th.
Yeah, really close.
There was the whole meme where like, thank you, Arturito. Basically, EG knocked out the teams that I think could have taken Thunder Predator's slot. So they owe EG some thanks for getting them to TI.
Still a very good team. I look forward to seeing them play. Didn't get to watch their games earlier where they did fall short. But either way, these guys, I would say, are a little bit toned down version of Beast Coast in regards to the outlandish playstyle, I guess you could say. Leo style, I'd say, is right on par with Chris Luck for some of the crazy stuff he does in the mid lane. MNZ definitely resembles K1 in regards to very farm heavy, very just 4 protect 1. But Frank Moose is somebody I'm really happy to see at TI, to be honest. He's just a really nice guy. He's pretty common, or he's pretty like positive force in the NA pubs. One of the guys that connects the NA and SA because he speaks fluent English and Spanish. So it's nice. But I don't know too much about Frank and MJZ. Like I see them in my games all the time, but I don't know them, as personalities. But it's weird. I'm not gonna lie. To like see these guys that didn't exist in the NA scene. I call that the NA scene just because the pubs.
It used to be.
Everyone
they
plays
play
on
in
NA.
USCs.
So I see them, like I kind of mix them in.